Chapter 1 You Are a Good Person. Bincheng University, Men's Dormitory. Yi, a senior student, was lying lazily on the bed, humming a little tune, holding a mobile phone in his hand, with a live game broadcast on the screen. Suddenly, a message popped up from the notification bar, interrupting his leisure time. Yi, let's break up. These few short words hit Yi's heart like a heavy hammer. He suddenly sat up from the bed, his fingers quickly clicking on the chat box, his mind in a mess. Today is my girlfriend Lin Keek's birthday. Why did he suddenly break up with her? Yi put a lot of thought into preparing a birthday present for Lin Keek. A few days ago, he deliberately asked her what she wanted in a roundabout way. Lin Keek's answer was simple: my favorite singer recently released a new album, and he's coming to Bincheng for a concert in the next 2 days. Yi remembered it in his heart at that time. Although concert tickets were ridiculously expensive, albums were still affordable. So, he specially asked someone to buy the singer's autographed album, and delivered it to the security room of the girls' dormitory building early this morning. He also sent a message to remind Lin Keek to pick it up. In his imagination, Lin Keek would be very touched after receiving the gift. She might even hold his arm affectionately and say sweetly, "Baby, you are so good to me." However, reality gave him a heavy blow. Separate? Yi's mind was in a state of confusion, and he even began to have wild thoughts. Could it be that Lin Keek was so touched that she wanted to get married on impulse? Aren't there many videos online of girls proposing in reverse? First, they make the guy heartbroken, and then they appear beautifully in their wedding dress. Thinking of this, Yi actually started to have some wild thoughts. But then I thought, isn't this too soon? We haven't bought a house yet, haven't secured a job yet, haven't even met each other's parents yet. Isn't it too hasty to talk about marriage now? He took a deep breath and tapped his fingers quickly on the screen. Kiki, I think this is too sudden. We haven't even met our parents yet, shouldn't we discuss this big thing with them? As soon as the message was sent, Lin Keek replied with a big question mark. Question mark. Yi, are you sick? Why did you inform your parents about the breakup? I admit that you have always taken good care of me, but in fact you don't understand me at all. I feel so exhausted being with you. You are a good person, but please don't contact me again. Seeing this series of news, Yi's head buzzed, as if he had been hit hard by a stick. Only then did he realize how ridiculous his fantasy was. Kiki, what's going on? Can you give me a reason? Yi sent a message hurriedly. However, a glaring red exclamation mark appeared in front of the message box. He was blocked. Yi suddenly jumped up from the bed, and with trembling fingers, he typed in Lin Keek's phone number and dialed it. Sure enough, a cold tone came from the other end of the line. The user you dialed is currently unavailable. A sudden breakup? Everything was fine yesterday, but now it's a problem just because I gave you a birthday gift? Yi felt aggrieved. I clearly bought the album according to Lin Keek's suggestion, so why did it cause problems? At this moment, his circle of friends refreshed a post. It was from Joe Boheo, a boy from the next class who was in the same major, and it was a photo of two people holding hands. Yi recognized the hand at a glance: Lin Keek's hand. There is a cinnabar mole on her wrist, which is very familiar. In the photo, the two of them were holding 2 tickets for the front row of the concert. Yi understood immediately. When Lin Keek hinted at him, she mentioned new album and concert. He thought she just wanted the album, but he didn't expect that what she really wanted were concert tickets. But the tickets cost several thousand yuan, which was simply beyond the reach of an ordinary college student like him. Is this the reason why you dumped me? Yi gritted his teeth, a nameless anger rising in his heart. He felt a dull pain in his chest, his vision went dark, and he fell heavily onto the bed. After an unknown amount of time, a cold metallic prompt sound rang in his mind. Ding, the strongest good person system has detected a suitable host. System binding successful. Yi rubbed his swollen head and sat up from the bed dizzily. Hearing the words good guy system, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Heh, a good guy system? These days, after finally awakening a system, you're still mocking it like that? Lin Keek just gave him a good guy card, and now the system gives him another good guy card? Why is it that when others awaken, they all awaken to the super rich system and the cashback system, but when he awakens, it becomes the good guy system? Who the hell wants to be a good person? Yi roared silently in his heart. However, he says one thing but does another. Having a system is better than having no system at all. He took a deep breath and asked tentatively, "System, do you have any function introduction?" Ding, this system can help the host see the wishes of the opposite sex. The host will receive a reward after helping to fulfill the corresponding wishes. Yi rolled his eyes speechlessly. He really wanted him to be a good person. While he was complaining in his heart, he obediently changed his shoes, pushed open the dormitory door and walked out. As soon as he walked out of the dormitory building, Yi was stunned by the scene before him. Every girl who passed by had a big task box on her head, which contained her current wish. I had another fight with my roommates. It would be great if I could afford to rent a house off campus. I don't want to live with them. I'm going on a date with my idol tonight. I hope he'll have a good first impression of me. Oh, I really hope my parents can give me a raise in living expenses. 1,000 a month is really not enough. I'm going to start my internship next semester. I hope I can find a good internship. I hope my part-time job salary can be paid on time this month. If I don't get paid, I won't be able to eat. What should I do? My period hasn't come yet this month. I hope nothing unexpected happens. Seeing the last wish, Yi silently wiped the sweat from his forehead. As a veteran straight man, he never thought that girls' inner world could be so rich. Although all we see is their wishes, from a certain perspective, this can be considered a disguised form of mind reading. This system wants me to become a friend of women? Yi curled his lips, feeling a little helpless. However, since the system says there will be rewards after completing the wish, why not find a simple one to test the waters first? Just then, a girl holding a thick stack of books walked into his sight. The wish column above the girl's head reads, "I wish someone could help me move the books." Moving books? Isn't this a free question? Simple and easy. Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly and walked towards the girl confidently. Chapter 2, Overbearing Senior's Forced Love. Classmate, do you need help? Before Yi could reach the girl, another boy stepped in first. The boy looked like a gentleman and asked the girl patiently and gently. A hint of hesitation flashed across the girl's eyes, and then she shook her head, and the pretty ponytail behind her head also swung. She opened her red lips slightly and answered in a tender voice. "Thank you, no, I can do it on my own." This answer was beyond the expectations of the boy and Yi. Especially Yi. The wish column above the girl's head clearly stated that her current wish was to have a boy help her move books. But why would she reject other people's kindness? After thinking about it, Yi seemed to understand something. Is this the legendary saying that if a girl says no, it means yes? I understand. Yi walked forward quickly and took the thick stack of books from the girl's hand naturally and domineeringly without asking any questions. Where are you moving to? 6 parts considerate and 4 parts domineering, Yi has grasped the balance just right. And this question is very clever. I didn't ask the girls if they needed help. Instead, he directly asked the girl where she wanted to move. Eliminate the possibility of girls rejecting you. The girl was slightly stunned and her face flushed slightly. I don't know if it was because he was tired from moving books or for some other reason. That. Just move to the door of my dormitory. Thank you. After saying this, her already slightly red cheeks seemed to turn even redder. Her watery eyes blinked, and after meeting Yi's gaze, she instantly dodged and looked away in panic. Seeing that the girl accepted his help, Yi smiled secretly in his heart. Fortunately, there is a system, otherwise I would probably be like that boy, who naively thought that the girl really didn't need help after being rejected. Now, through the system, I realized that girls are such hypocritical creatures. I have to say, the feeling of cheating is really quite good. Since the other party likes the feeling of being forced to love by a domineering senior. Okay, I'll satisfy you. Yi forced himself to suppress the corners of his mouth that wanted to rise, and pretended to be cool. His eyes were indifferent, looking straight ahead, revealing his handsome jawline, and he spoke calmly without any emotion. Let's go. When the girl heard these 2 words, her body trembled slightly. As if he had received some kind of instruction instantly, he obediently led Yi towards his dormitory. The boy who first stepped forward to help but was rejected stood there stupidly after seeing this scene, with confusion in his eyes. Why is it okay for him to help, but you refuse when I ask for help? Why is the gap between people so huge? Watching Yi and the girl passing by side in front of him, the rejected boy clenched his fists in envy and jealousy. Yi also secretly returned a sympathetic look. The meaning of this look is very clear. Brother, if you're not good at it, just practice more. After walking for about 3 minutes, Yi realized that he was still too careless. I originally thought this was a very simple wish quest. But I didn't expect that this pile of books would be so heavy. It would be fine if it was just a short walk. But it still takes about 10 minutes to walk to the dormitory area. Yi's arms were already swollen and sore, and even trembling slightly. If I put down the book and rest for a while now, wouldn't the image of the domineering senior that I just established be ruined? Men, never admit that you are not good enough. Yi took a deep breath, weighed the book in his hand again, and adjusted the angle. Continue to grit your teeth and walk forward with heavy steps. A layer of fine beads of sweat had unconsciously seeped out of his forehead. At this moment, a mechanical prompt sounded in Yi's mind. Ding, it is detected that the host is performing a wish mission. During the mission, the host will receive corresponding blessings. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi felt a warm current flowing rapidly through his body. His arms, which had been trembling slightly due to congestion, instantly returned to normal, and his steps became lighter. Yi felt that his whole body was full of strength. Didn't expect the system to have this function? Help yourself complete the task more easily, right? A conscientious system. With the help of the system, my waist and legs no longer ache, and I have more energy to move books. It feels like it's not a problem to go up to the 5th floor in one breath. Yi put on his cool expression again, adjusted his somewhat disordered breathing, and continued walking towards the dormitory with the girls with a relaxed look on his face. Senior, are you tired? Do you want me to take your place for a while? The girl had just walked a short distance carrying the books by herself. She knew how heavy the pile of books was. Just for that stretch of road, she moved things for a while, put them down and rested for a while, repeating this 7 or 8 times before she finished moving them. Yi has been walking with the book in his hand for 3 or 4 minutes now, and he must be reaching his limit. Hearing the girl's words, Yi smiled lightly and placed the entire stack of books on his left hand. The original method of holding the book with both hands was changed to holding the book with one hand. Then he casually put his right hand in his pocket. I'm not tired, I'm fine. This aggressive action surprised the girl. Looking at Yi's left hand holding the book, it was steady, without any sign of weakness. The girl couldn't help but sigh. Senior, you are so awesome. Yi's expression remained unmoved, and he still looked calm as usual. But I was already very happy inside. It turns out that showing off feels so good. With the help of the system, Yi now feels a constant flow of power flowing out of his body. Even holding up this thick stack of books with one hand did not feel any pressure for Yi at the moment. It is as simple as eating and drinking, as easy as breathing and sleeping. 10 minutes later, Yi and a group of girls put the books in the security room at the door of the girls' dormitory. Thank you so much, senior. My roommate will come down to help me move. The girl nodded and bowed slightly to express her gratitude to Yi. As the girl moved, Yi saw her plump breasts tremble. Yi had been pretending to be cool and didn't even bother to look at the girl's appearance. It was not until this moment that he realized that this girl was simply the best in the world. Big watery eyes and a small, delicate oval face. The simple ponytail perfectly highlights the pure and kind qualities of the female college student. But behind this cute and adorable baby face, there is such an impressive figure. Yi swallowed unconsciously. The eyes that had been pretending to be aloof also showed an imperceptible shake. At this time, the girl stepped forward and walked in front of Yi, looking at him with clear eyes. Senior, can I add your WeChat? Chapter 3 still has requirements in this regard. This is the first time that a girl has asked Yi for his contact information since he started college. It's not that Yi is not handsome. In fact, judging from his appearance alone, Yi definitely has reason to be proud. With his high nose bridge, deep eyes and angular face, he always attracts the attention of many girls when walking on campus. However, his straight-laced personality always makes him miss out on romantic opportunities. When chatting with girls, he often ends the conversation in just a few words, and the situation is so awkward that people want to disappear. Yi was also very distressed. When Mingming was playing with his brothers, he could easily come up with all kinds of memes and jokes, and they could chat and laugh endlessly. But when he meets a girl, he seems to become a mute, not knowing what to say or what to do. Even when he was pursuing Lin Kiki, it took more than a year of his persistence to barely win her heart. But things are different now. With this powerful system at his disposal, Yi is no longer the silly and innocent little boy he used to be. Being able to understand girls' wishes is equivalent to having the key to open their hearts. Normally, one lock corresponds to one key, but what Yi got now is a master key. Senior, I want to add you on WeChat because I think you helped me today, and I'll thank you someday. The girl blushed and her voice became smaller and smaller, as if she had mustered up the courage to say this. Those bright eyes hesitated for a long time before finally meeting Yi's gaze. There was a hint of shyness, a hint of anticipation, and some indescribable emotions in those eyes. Yi's heart skipped a beat, but on the surface he still maintained the image of a cold and domineering senior. He calmly took out his phone, opened his QR code, and said calmly, "Then scan me." Seeing this, the girl hurriedly took out her mobile phone and scanned Yi's QR code with a beep. Seeing the friend request sent by the other party, Yi decisively clicked to accept it, but his tone was still cold. "No need to thank me, it's just a small favor. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." After saying that, he turned and left, his back looking as handsome as the leading actor in a movie. When the work is done, he will leave, hiding his achievements and fame. Yi has seen many such ambiguous and flirtatious scenes on the internet. With a little practice, you will be able to master it. He knew that at this time, there was no point in saying more and the best option was to just turn around and leave. Let the girl's emotions stay at a high point, leaving her with a little mystery, a little suspense, and of course a little untouchable regret. Only in this way can you keep her interested in you at all times. These are all things Yi figured out while getting along with Lin Kiki. Just as Yi walked out of the girls' dormitory building, the system's voice suddenly came from his mind. Ding, it's detected that the host has completed the wish mission. Congratulations to the host for winning a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Wait. How much did you say? 100,000. Yi pulled out his phone in disbelief and saw a text message notification of a bank card deposit. He widened his eyes and checked it several times before finally believing it was real. Holy crap! I can get 100,000 just by completing a wish quest. This isn't just a profit, it's a bloody profit. Is there anything in the world that can bring higher returns than this? He originally thought that the good guy system he awakened was useless, but now it seems that it is a powerful tool that allows him to reach the pinnacle of his life. Just when Yi was about to jump for joy, another system prompt sounded. The system has automatically bound the wish task object. Click here to view the binding object information. Seeing the system prompt, Yi curiously clicked on it. Binding object? What is this? As Yi-san thought about it, an information panel appeared in front of him. Name, Xia Xiaoyu. Age, 19. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Chest, D. Appearance, 8.7 points. Current relationship status, single. Current strategy progress, 31.79%. Looking at the photo in the upper right corner of the information panel, Yi finally reacted. Isn't this the cute little girl from junior high school who has a great figure? It turns out that as long as you complete the wish task above the girl's head, the system will automatically bind her. But after binding, besides being able to view her personal information, are there any additional benefits? Also, what is the use of the strategy progress in the last column? The system also gave detailed answers to Yi's questions. The host can have multiple binding objects, the number is unlimited. Through the system, the host can view the latest wish tasks of the bound person without meeting the bound person. And when the host increases the progress of the bound object to 100%, the host will be able to permanently obtain a temporary bonus to all the wish tasks of the object during the conquest period. Seeing this, Yi understood. He clenched his fists tightly, and the abundant strength he had when moving the books just now had quietly disappeared. It turned out that it was a temporary bonus from the system, a temporary help provided by the system based on the content of different wish tasks. After the task is completed, these temporary bonuses will automatically disappear. If you want to obtain these bonuses permanently, you must work hard to conquer the bound objects. When the strategy progress reaches 100%, these temporary bonuses will become permanent bonuses for you. Now that we have a system, we can easily see what girls want, and it is not difficult to succeed. Just like playing games, leveling up, fighting monsters and completing dungeons, as long as you follow the tasks one by one, everything will naturally come to fruition. Moreover, there is a reward of 100,000 yuan for each wish mission completed. This is a business that can only make money and not lose money no matter how you look at it. Looking at Xia Xiaoyou's photo and body data on the information panel, Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the person I was bound to was a pretty girl. If I bind myself to someone who doesn't look good, do I have to bite the bullet and conquer him? Thinking of this, Yi shuddered. It seems that when completing the wish mission in the future, I have to carefully select the looks of these girls. Although making money in any way is never a shame, for things like this, it's better to be selective. Yi still has requirements in this regard. Chapter 4: Eating Western Food. When I returned to the dormitory, my roommates had not come back yet. Yi looked at the time. At this time, they were probably still fighting in the internet cafe. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one in the dormitory, Yi sat at the table and made a detailed action plan to use the system to reach the pinnacle of his life. The wish task I did this afternoon was to move books, which is physical work. Therefore, the temporary bonus given by the system is a strength bonus. What if the other person wants to buy a car or a house? Will the system provide financial support in this case? If financial support could be provided, wouldn't it be possible for me to get a huge sum of money after the strategy is successfully completed, in addition to the 100,000 yuan reward for each completed task? Or maybe the other person's task is related to brainpower. So after successfully completing the strategy, can you gain the corresponding knowledge and skills? Like playing guitar and singing. However, these are just Yi's analysis, and the specific system functions are still to be tested. As he was thinking, Yi opened the system panel. I happened to see a red one in the upper right corner of the bound object Xia Xiaoyu. This is a reminder of unread messages. Could it be that Xia Xiaoyu has a new wish? Yi hurriedly clicked on Xia Xiaoyou's wish column and saw a new wish. Today is my birthday, but unfortunately I sent all the money I earned from my part-time job back to my parents this month. There's only a little over $100 left on the card, and I have to hold on until next week before I get paid. I really want to try what the Western food my roommates talked about tastes like. I've only eaten at McDonald's in my life. But last time my roommate said McDonald's is fast food, not Western food. Western food, is it delicious? Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. I'd better go to the cafeteria and buy some buns for dinner. Xia Xiaoyou's wish was clearly stated on the wish column. And on the right side of this wish, there is a word accept the task. What a coincidence, Xia Xiaoyu and Lin Kiki have the same birthday. Maybe this is fate. Yi smiled slightly and said, you want to eat Western food, right? I'll satisfy you. Just testing the system. So, Yi decisively clicked to receive the task. Dang, it's detected that the host is performing a wish mission. The cost of Western food consumed during this mission will be fully reimbursed by the system. Hearing the system prompt, Yi nodded with satisfaction. This system is really reliable. Whatever you want, you get it. Not only can you have a free Western meal with a beautiful schoolgirl, and after completing this task, you can still receive a task reward of 100,000 yuan as usual. Make a lot of money. What is the difference between this and giving it away for free? Restraining the excitement in his heart, Yi opened his mobile phone and clicked on Xia Xiaoyou's chat box. After adding each other as friends in the afternoon, the two of them simply introduced their names to each other. Other than that, the two of them didn't talk about anything else. How should I ask her out for dinner? Yi slowly stroked his chin and began to think. A moment later, Yi sent a message to Xia Xiaoyu. Are you free tonight? Xia Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone was just about to get up and go to the cafeteria, but after seeing the message alert, he immediately turned on his phone. When Xia Xiaoyu saw that it was a message from Yi, for some reason, her heart trembled slightly. After seeing Yi asking her if she was free tonight, Xia Xiaoyu couldn't help but become nervous. She didn't know, did Yi want to ask her out? Senior, I'm free tonight, what can I do for you? Xia Xiaoyu tapped the screen with her white and tender fingers and sent a message back to Yi. Soon, Yi's new message came again. Well, I participated in a lottery online a few days ago and won a chance to eat Western food for free. But there is a condition for redeeming the prize, the diners must be a man and a woman. Today is the last day to claim your prize, and I don't have any other female friends. I happened to meet you today, so I was wondering if I could invite you along? Looking at the message sent by Yi, two beautiful blushes appeared on Xia Xiaoyou's face. In just a few words, a lot of information is revealed. A single man and a single woman having dinner together. and they eat Western food. Xia Xiaoyu and her roommates told her that Western food is usually eaten by boyfriends and girlfriends during holidays. Many times, a romantic confession also starts with a bouquet of flowers and a Western meal. Also, Yi explained that he didn't have any other female friends. What does this mean? A hint? Or maybe, everything is destined by fate? It just so happens that today is my birthday, and Yi Zhang's grand prize of free Western food ends today. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoyu's face turned so red that water could almost be pinched out of it. Besides being shy, she also felt a little flustered inside. Due to her poor family background, Xia Xiaoyu has never been exposed to Western food. I heard that there are a lot of etiquette to pay attention to when eating Western food. Xia Xiaoyu had no idea about this. Today is the first time I have eaten Western food, and I am with Yi again. Will Yi look down on her because of this? The inferiority complex ingrained in his bones made Xia Xiaoyu a little timid. But Yi and Western food were indeed both very tempting to her. On the other end of the phone, Yi saw that Xia Xiaoyu was always in the other party is typing state in the chat box, so he sent another sentence slowly. I'll be downstairs at your dormitory in 5 minutes. Through a brief contact, Yi knew that Xia Xiaoyu would fall for this trick. Instead of asking her and seeking her opinion, it is better to be more assertive and make the decision for her directly. He knew that Xia Xiaoyu liked this feeling of being both domineering and considerate. As expected, after seeing the irresistible message sent by Yi, Xia Xiaoyu's body trembled slightly. Then she immediately went to the closet, took out her best clothes, put them on, and simply combed her hair. Looking at her beautiful yet simple face in the mirror, Xia Xiaoyu patted her full chest gently as if to cheer herself up. Then, I briefly practiced smiling in front of the mirror. After confirming that he was in the best condition now, Xia Xiaoyu hurried towards the dormitory building gate. When Xia Xiaoyu ran to the door of the dormitory building, he saw Yi was already waiting there. The dim light from the street lamp stretched Yi's shadow long. His already slender figure now looked even more desolate. Seeing Yi, Xia Xiaoyu's face couldn't help but turn red again. He is 1.865 meters tall, with handsome short hair, a handsome face, gentle and calm eyes, and an Adam's apple that trembles slightly in the evening breeze. Yi's appearance almost completely meets Xia Xiaoyu's aesthetic standards. Senior, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Xia Xiaoyu hurriedly apologized to Yi. Yi waved his hand casually, his expression not changing at all. It's okay, I just got here too, let's go. After receiving Xia Xiaoyu's call, Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's quite tiring to keep posing. If Xia Xiaoyu didn't come out, Yi really wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. Chapter 5 Not Yet My Girlfriend. Walk out of the school gate and take a taxi. Yi and Xia Xiaoyu sat side by side in the back seat of the car. They looked at each other in silence, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. The online taxi driver was a big man with a beard. He looked at the two of them through the rearview mirror and took the initiative to chat. Dude, your girlfriend is pretty. I see you're locating Songjian Western Restaurant. Are you going on a date? You're so nice to your girlfriend. That's the most upscale Western restaurant in Binchang. Hearing the driver say this, Xia Xiaoyu was a little flustered for a moment. It was her first time eating Western food, and Yi took her to the most upscale restaurant in Binchang? This kind of restaurant has a free meal raffle? Is it true or false that Yi won the lottery? Could it be that Yi paid for the meal out of his own pocket? I'm just a little country girl from the countryside, I don't know anything. Will I make a fool of myself by eating in such a high-end restaurant? Wouldn't that bring shame to Yi? Xia Xiaoyu nervously pinched the hem of her clothes with her hands, and her hands were sweating from anxiety. These psychological activities were not Xia Xiaoyu's wishes, so Yi naturally couldn't see them. However, he was still keenly aware of Xia Xiaoyu's discomfort. Combining the information he saw on the wish column, Yi could roughly guess the reason why Xia Xiaoyu was nervous. I had never eaten Western food before, and now I heard the driver say that it was the most upscale Western restaurant in Binchang. Naturally, I felt a certain sense of unease about this unknown and mysterious thing. After eating it once, I will be demystified by Western food, and I guess I won't be so nervous about it in the future. Yi turned his head, leaning towards Xia Xiaoyu, and spoke softly and gently. Western food is just a different kind of cuisine. It's like the difference between hot pot, barbecue, and stir fry. What's important is that you eat it and you're full. The warm voice softly entered Xia Xiaoyu's ears. Yi deliberately lowered the volume, keeping it at a level that only Xia Xiaoyu could hear and the driver could not. Hearing Yi Yi's words, Xia Xiaoyu looked at Yi Yi with a little gratitude. His eyes flickered, like ripples on the water. Xia Xiaoyu's heart softened, and the feeling of nervousness and uneasiness just now dissipated for the most part. Xia Xiaoyu was a little surprised and delighted that Yi Yi could actually guess what she was worried about. Ever since he helped him move books in a domineering manner in the afternoon, Yi Yi seemed to be able to see through his little thoughts easily. Xia Xiaoyu was somewhat addicted to the feeling of being seen through, being controlled and gently cared for at the same time. Seeing Xia Xiaoyu's clenched hands finally loosened due to nervousness, Yi Yi turned around and explained to the driver. "Master, she's not my girlfriend yet. That's all I have to say." It seems like he is explaining, but he seems to be hesitant to speak. Not my girlfriend yet, what's the point of this sentence? Of course it's not the word girlfriend. But it is the word also. Not yet, which means it may be in the future. But not at the moment. It not only explains the current relationship between the two, but also leaves an imaginative ending for their future development. The driver understood what he meant, and gave Yi Yi an "I understand" look through the rearview mirror, and said nothing more. Xia Xiaoyu, who was beside Yi Yi, clenched her hands tightly again because of Yi Yi's words, which had been relaxed. Binchang University is still some distance away from the downtown area of Binchang. After more than 50 minutes, the car finally arrived at the restaurant entrance. The receptionist in a sophisticated suit came forward politely at the restaurant entrance and helped Yi Yi and Xia Xiaoyu open the car door. It was Xia Xiaoyu's first time to receive such considerate service, and she was still a little uncomfortable. She kept bowing to thank the receptionist who opened the car door for her. Seeing Xia Xiaoyu's reaction, the receptionist, who had long been trained to be an expert, could naturally tell that this was a little girl who had not seen much of the world. However, he didn't dare to look down on Xia Xiaoyu because of this. Because next to Xia Xiaoyu, there was Yi Yi standing with a calm face, not showing any signs of stage fright just because he came to Binzhou's most upscale Western restaurant. From the aura emanating from Yi Yi, the receptionist quickly determined that he must be a man with plenty of money. This is indeed true. Yi Yi was not panicked at all at this moment. "I don't care how high-end the restaurant is, the system will reimburse me for all the expenses of today's meal. I'm just here to eat and dine for free. What's there to be proud of?" It's really confident. With money in your pocket, you can stand firm. Yi Yi nodded slightly to the receptionist, who instantly got into work mode, putting on an enthusiastic and slightly flattering expression, and led the two into the store. After we sat down, the waiter handed us 2 menus. After opening it, Xia Xiaoyu was dazzled by the variety of dishes on it. There are more than a dozen kinds of appetizer bread alone. Different breads are paired with different sauces. But what surprised Xia Xiaoyu was not only the variety, but also the price. She saw on the menu that a glass of sparkling water cost 188. Xia Xiaoyu couldn't even imagine this price. All the money she had on her was not enough to buy this glass of sparkling water. "What can I do for you?" the waitress asked gently while squatting beside Xia Xiaoyu. Considering that ladies were given priority, the waiter decided to let Xia Xiaoyu order first. Xia Xiaoyu subconsciously looked at Yi Yi because Yi Yi was treating them to this meal. Regardless of whether Yi Yi's claim of winning a free meal was true or false, the sensible Xia Xiaoyu felt that she should ask Yi Yi's opinion before ordering. Yi Yi understood Xia Xiaoyu's eyes and smiled gently. "Just order what you like or what you want to eat. Anything." Looking at Yi Yi's encouraging and reassuring eyes, Xia Xiaoyu plucked up the courage, pointed to 2 dishes on the menu, and politely looked at the waitress beside him. "Hello, I want these 2 dishes." The waitress looked at the 2 dishes that Xia Xiaoyu pointed at and nodded slightly. "Okay, ma'am, you ordered foie gras with caramelized apples and vegetable soup. You've already ordered the appetizer and soup. What else would you like?" The waitress still maintained her professional smile, waiting for Xia Xiaoyu to continue ordering. But Xia Xiaoyu was stunned. "Appetizer? Soup? What do you mean? Isn't this the end? Do you want to continue?" But Xia Xiaoyu didn't know what else to order besides the appetizer and soup. And the total cost of these 2 dishes is more than 300. This is too expensive. Feeling at a loss, Xia Xiaoyu had no choice but to look at Yi Yi for help again. "Senior. This panicked look is like a naive little white rabbit that accidentally wanders from a peaceful green grassland into a cold modern city. Everything new and unknown around her made her extremely uneasy. If there was a thick shell at this moment, Xia Xiaoyu would wish he could shrink into it. Yi understood, so he looked at the waiter next to Xia Xiaoyu. I'll order the rest for her. For the side dish, I'd like a creamy salmon, and for the main course, I'd like the Wagyu ribeye, medium rare. For salad, Nikwa's salad, and for dessert, I want a swan red velvet cake. His tone was skilled and natural, and he looked like a gourmet who often visited this place. As Yi announced the dishes, Xia Xiaoyu checked the menu to find the ones Yi mentioned. All these dishes cost nearly 1,500 yuan in total. Xia Xiaoyu felt his heart pounding, beating faster and faster. 15,000 yuan, if she calculated carefully, was enough for her to eat in the school cafeteria for 3 months. Is this food gold? Chapter 6. Do you really forget me? This was also Yi's first time in such a high-end Western restaurant. When he was dating Lin Kiki, he treated her to a moderately priced Western meal on Valentine's Day. That meal cost Yi a month's living expenses. After walking into the Songjin restaurant today, Yi discovered that the prices here are outrageously high. Fortunately, there is a system, and all the expenses for today's meals can be reimbursed. So Yi Dian doesn't have to worry about the price at all when ordering a meal. Order whatever you want to eat. After helping Xia Xiaoyu order food, Yi also ordered a bunch of delicious food for himself. When ordering the main course, Yi ordered a huge tomahawk steak. At this point, Yi still felt it was not enough. Today's expenses will be returned to me after I successfully conquer Xia Xiaoyu. In other words, the more you spend today, the more you will get later. But after ordering all the food for the two of them, it only cost a little over 4,000 yuan. This isn't enough. Completing the wish mission will reward you with 100,000. How can I order more? The dishes we ordered so far are indeed enough for 2 people. What if I can't finish the food if I order more? The system stipulates that food cannot be packaged or wasted. While thinking, Yi continued to look through the menu casually. It was not until he turned to the wine list at the end that Yi's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Another bottle of this, please. Yi pointed to a red wine on the wine list with a unit price of 188,000 and said to the waiter. After seeing this, the waiter did not hesitate at all, as if he was afraid that Yi would change his mind, and he helped Yi place the order at a very fast speed. Okay sir, please wait a moment, I'll serve you the food right away. After seeing the waiter leave, Xia Xiaoyu leaned forward, covered his mouth with his right hand, and asked softly. Senior, that prize you won, is there no limit on the amount? Just eat anything? Will we order? It's too expensive. Xia Xiaoyu is not stupid either. If such a high-end restaurant really held an event where the winners could order and eat whatever they wanted, the cost would be too high. When Yi Dian finally got the bottle of red wine, Xia Xiaoyu didn't see which brand it was. But she also looked at the wine list, and the cheapest red wine cost 7,200 yuan. Xia Xiaoyu probably couldn't earn that much even if she worked part-time outside the school for a semester. Yi waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't worry about the price, as long as you enjoy your meal. I have money, don't worry. The tenderness and kindness in Yi's eyes warmed Xia Xiaoyu's heart. But she still felt distressed when she thought about spending so much money on a meal. Western food is too expensive. Senior, your money didn't come from the wind. I know how hard it is to make money. Xia Xiaoyu pouted and muttered softly. Looking at the innocent girl in front of him, Yi couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Before, when he and Lin Kiki went out shopping and eating, Lin Kiki never cared about how much money Yi spent. He never cared whether Yi had enough money left for his daily life at school. But before, Yi didn't take it seriously. He even felt that it was because he was not capable enough that he was often stingy when spending money on Lin Kiki. It wasn't until seeing Xia Xiaoyu's reaction today that Yi realized that there really are girls who put themselves in your shoes and consider your situation. It turns out that this is a girl with normal values. It is everyone's nature to like spending money and enjoying life. However, we may not be able to understand the difficulties others face when spending money, and therefore we should be more considerate and budget carefully. We all have to follow our conscience. At this time, the waiter brought 2 glasses of pre-meal apple sparkling water. Yi picked up the cup and gently clinked it with Xia Xiaoyu. Okay, don't think too much. Today is a happy day, just enjoy it. Happy birthday. Yi said this not only to Xia Xiaoyu, but also to himself. Today is the first day of his awakening system. From this day on, his life will be very different from before. But Xia Xiaoyu covered her rosy little mouth in surprise. Senior, how did you know today is my birthday? It turns out to be a young white rabbit who is not very worldly wise. After hearing Yi Yi wishing her a happy birthday, Xia Xiaoyou's attention had completely shifted from worrying about how much the meal would cost to the question of why Yi Yi knew that today was her birthday. Yi Yi had the same idea. Since I'm inviting Xia Xiaoyu to have Western food, I definitely can't let her carry such a heavy psychological burden throughout the whole process. How can you enjoy your meal if you keep worrying about how expensive it is? Eating should be a very happy thing. So Yi Yi wanted to change the topic to something more relaxing. You guess. Yi Yi smiled but did not give a direct answer. The main reason was that he hadn't figured out how to answer this question. You can't say that you saw it through the system. Looking at Yi Yi's mysterious expression, Xia Xiaoyu really started to think seriously. Suddenly, she remembered that she had posted a message on her Moments this morning wishing herself a happy birthday. Senior, have you seen the circle of friends I posted? Hearing that Xia Xiaoyu brought the answer to his door himself, Yi Yi naturally took advantage of the situation. Yeah, I just happened to see it when I was browsing my Moments. The leaves do not change color. But I felt relieved. Afraid that Xia Xiaoyu would ask more questions that he didn't know the answers to, Yi Yi decided to take the initiative in asking questions himself. By the way, how did you know I was a senior? Just call me senior when I help you move books today. Do I really look that old? After asking these questions, Yi Yi couldn't help but admire his own wit. He found the angle of attack so quickly. In his imagination, Xia Xiaoyu would probably explain in a panic. Senior, you are not old, you are super handsome. I judged it by your mature and steady temperament. You're obviously different from those impetuous boys. This kind of answer would be very useful to Yi Yi. After all, being praised by such a lovely junior schoolmate is something to be proud of. But the plot did not develop as Yi Yi expected. Xia Xiaoyu blinked her big watery eyes, tilted her head and stared at Yi for a long time. Yi Yi felt a little guilty after seeing this. I have something on my face? Yi Yi asked in confusion. Xia Xiaoyu just sighed softly, as if a little disappointed. The gleam in his eyes dimmed a little. There was also a hint of grievance in his expression unconsciously. Yi Yi suddenly had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. As expected, Xia Xiaoyu pouted and spoke softly. Senior, you really don't remember me. Chapter 7 Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. Oh my god. Yi Yi wanted to grab his hair and scream in surprise. Xia Xiaoyu's expression and tone seemed to be accusing Yi Yi of being a scumbag who didn't take responsibility after having sex. No. I'm a straight man, but not a scumbag. Please don't bully me because I have a bad memory. When did we meet? Yi Yi widened his eyes, his mind frantically recollecting things, trying to find some clues that the two had met before. But even if Yi Yi had burned out his CPU now, he couldn't figure out when he had any intersection with Xia Xiaoyu before. Could it be that Xia Xiaoyu remembered it wrong? Yi Yimian looked suspicious. But he didn't dare ask. His question just now had revealed that he did not remember having any contact with Xia Xiaoyu before. If I continue asking, wouldn't that just prove that I'm a heartless person? At this point, I can only bite the bullet and play dumb and wait for Xia Xiaoyu to speak on her own. Seeing Yi Yi's expression change more than 20 times in 3 seconds, Xia Xiaoyu chuckled. This smile is cute with a hint of shyness. When I registered on my first day of freshman year, you were at the freshman reception desk. You helped me carry my luggage to the dormitory that day. He also told me a lot about school along the way. Speaking of this, Yi Yi remembered. Every year, he and his roommates would volunteer at the freshman reception office to guide new students to their corresponding dormitories. However, Yi Yi had received so many people that he didn't even remember Xia Xiaoyu. Yi Yi scratched his head awkwardly. This shouldn't be the case. Xia Xiaoyu has such delicate and cute facial features, and such a contrasting figure, there's no reason why I wouldn't have any impression of her. One more time. Ignoring Yi Yi's embarrassment, Xia Xiaoyu continued. That time I came out of the library and it suddenly started raining heavily. You saw me walking down the street without an umbrella, so you offered to hold one for me and walk me back to the dormitory. Ah? Yi Yi was secretly surprised. Does that mean we've seen it twice before? And today, it turned out to be the third time the two met. Yi Yi's pretending to be cool expression could no longer be maintained and collapsed in an instant. Could it be that because he only had Lin Kiki in his heart before, he had no impression of other girls? Thinking of this, Yi shook his head and rejected this explanation. Maybe it was because Xia Xiaoyu had always worn casual and loose-fitting clothes before, which concealed her huge advantages, so Yi had no impression of her. Looking at the two small hills in front of him swaying slightly with his body, Yi swallowed unconsciously. This is simply so majestic. Senior, you really don't remember anything? Xia Xiaoyu's crisp voice brought Yi's distracted gaze back to his senses in time. Ah. Remember, I remember. Of course I remember. Yi tried hard to adjust his facial expression, and his voice unconsciously rose a few degrees. I was wondering why you looked familiar when I saw you on the street today. Now that you remind me of this, I remember everything. This explanation, which was intended to cover up something, was a bit too loud, and people from the surrounding tables started looking over here. At this moment, a puzzled voice sounded not far from Yi's table. Yi? Why are you here? The person who was speaking walked up to Yi in a pair of high heels. Yi raised his head and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. It's true that enemies meet in a narrow road. I actually met Lin Kiki here. After seeing the young and beautiful Xia Xiaoyu sitting opposite Yi, Lin Kiki looked extremely unhappy. Yi, what are you doing here? There was a hint of blame in the tone of voice mixed with resentment, which made Yi a little flustered for a moment, as if he was a playboy who was caught cheating on his wife. But after a brief 0.1 second of tension, Yi recalled it in time. Damn, why am I feeling guilty? It was obviously you, Lin Kiki, who found the next home seamlessly. Why do you still dare to come and question me with such confidence? Who gave you the face? Of course we eat here. What else? Are you here to use the restroom? Yi always felt weird after saying this. My mouth speaks too fast and my brain can't keep up. It seemed that this sentence also invisibly lowered the level of my dining here. Lin Kiki glared at Yi in dissatisfaction, then uncontrollably turned her gaze to Xia Xiaoyu. Childlike face, tall and majestic. Simple and unpretentious, yet youthful and energetic. Especially the facial features on that face. Lin Kiki asked herself, if they were both without makeup, she would have no advantage over Xia Xiaoyu. Hateful. Lin Kiki felt very unhappy. I am not afraid of running into my ex by chance, but I am afraid that when I run into my ex by chance, he or she will have a current partner who is better than me. Women all love to compare. The purpose of comparison is to win. Although Lin Kiki was unwilling to admit it in her heart. But after seeing Xia Xiaoyu's sweet and lovely facial features, and her figure that could not be covered by the thin dress and was about to burst out at any time, Lin Kiki felt an inexplicable sense of frustration. Feeling Lin Kiki's hostile gaze, Xia Xiaoyu shrank his neck and looked at Yi. Senior, she. Before Yi could answer, Lin Kiki crossed her arms and spoke first in a haughty manner. Ex-girlfriend. Alright, Yi, why didn't I realize you were so capable before? You hooked up with someone new right after breaking up with me? Lin Kiki spoke in a sarcastic and unfriendly tone. Moreover, he even switched concepts in his words. It seemed like he was the one who was dumped by Yi. Yi is an absolute scumbag. Yi snorted, and his expression began to look a little impatient. Isn't it normal that you didn't notice it before? You are blind, after all. Throwing yourself into someone else's arms just for a concert ticket. Your love is so cheap. In just a few words, Yi threw back all the dirty water that Lin Kiki had thrown at him without leaving a drop. The true damage plus taunt directly broke Lin Kiki's defense. Cheap? He. Lin Kiki smiled contemptuously. Zhou Boheo knew that today was my birthday, so he specially invited me here for a Western meal. This is the most upscale Western restaurant in Bincheng, did you know that? Hearing these words that Lin Kiki wanted to use to attack him, Yi looked at Lin Kiki as if he were an idiot. I know. Can't you see I'm here to eat too? Yi couldn't help but find it a little funny. What? Just because Zhou Boheo invites you to dinner, it means he is superior to others. I came here to eat, but you just ignored me? Yi didn't know what was wrong with Lin Kiki's brain circuit. Just as Lin Kiki pointed at Yi and wanted to say something, the waiter came over with the bottle of red wine that Yi had just ordered. Chapter 8, No Martial Ethics. Sir, this is the drink you just ordered. Just to confirm with you one last time, this bottle of wine costs 188,000 yuan. Do you need me to open it now? Yi and Lin Kiki didn't speak loudly just now. They don't want to be too embarrassed in public. So everyone deliberately lowered the volume. So the waiter had no idea what they had just said. Just treat them as acquaintances greeting each other. It was not until I walked over with the wine in my hand and said those words just now that I realized that the atmosphere seemed a little off. The waiter clearly felt that after he introduced the price of the bottle of red wine, the two women sitting opposite the man looked at him in disbelief. However, there are subtle differences between the two looks. The girl sitting there felt incredible, flattered, and heartbroken. The girl standing there felt incredible, embarrassed, and a little frustrated. The waitress's keen sixth sense told her that there was a faint smell of tension coming from this table. No problem, go ahead. The wine was prepared by Yi Dian, so the order to open it was naturally given by Yi Dian. His tone was calm, without any hesitation or deliberateness. It's like opening a bottle of 188,000 yuan worth of red wine or a bottle of iced tea with a thank you for your patronage printed on it. Damn, a rich second generation. This was the waitress's immediate evaluation of Yi. And he is a low-key rich second generation. There is not a single brand name item on his body. It is very rare to find such a low-key and unpretentious rich second generation. If a man only relies on clothes to show his financial resources when he goes out, it is still too low class. As a waiter in the most upscale Western restaurant in Binchang, the people I see most every day are rich people. Nowadays, these wealthy people like to use more subtle ways to show off their financial strength. For example, keep a good-looking woman by your side. The waitress glanced at Xia Xiaoyu. I instantly imagined a scene where a wealthy man takes his supported female college student out for dinner and they are caught by the object of their affection. Besides gossiping, the waitress couldn't help but envy this little girl who looked clean, simple, and a little rustic. I also want to be capped. Seeing this wish suddenly appear above the waitress's head, Yi Yi's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. No. If you want to be capped, then just be capped. What does it mean that also wants to be capped? Who is the other capped person? My dear sister, you may have misunderstood something. Your wish. I'm hard to satisfy. It's not that keeping a mistress is not okay. According to the system rules, once you take on this wish mission, the system will definitely provide financial support. Maybe just like this Western meal, the maintenance fee should be fully reimbursed. But, the difficulty of this wish mission lies in the word also. Is it possible that before supporting her, you have to support someone else first? There's no one else here right now. Xia Xiaoyu? That's ridiculous. It was already very abrupt for me to ask them out for Western food today. If I rashly make more unreasonable demands, I'm afraid they'll shout "catch the hooligan" in public. Never mind. Let's talk about it later. Let's talk about it later. Yi suppressed the slight throbbing in his heart and resisted the urge to accept the wish task hanging above the waitress's head. Ahem. Yi cleared his throat and reminded the waitress, who was still lost in thought. The waitress finally came back to her senses, with a lingering fantasy still lingering in her eyes. When I saw the wine in my hand, I remembered what I was here for. So he hurriedly opened the cork of the red wine bottle and poured the wine into the decanter. Please wait a moment, I will serve you the food now. The waitress couldn't help blushing when she thought of the crazy thoughts that just popped up in her mind uncontrollably. The voice also became a little thinner. Yi curled his lips and looked coldly at Lin Kiki, the uninvited guest. Lin Kiki's expression was a little complicated, but she didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Lack of tact. Can't you see that you and your schoolmate are about to start eating? Are you still not leaving? Are you waiting to pick up our leftovers? When it comes to quarreling, Yi always goes all out. It's just that because he and Lin Kiki were in a relationship before, Yi had never said a harsh word to her. But now that you've dumped me, if I'm still hesitating and not even daring to fart, am I still a man? Feeling Yi's unfriendly attitude, Lin Kiki still felt guilty. Moreover, the fact that Yi ordered a bottle of red wine worth 188,000 yuan shocked her greatly. She knew Yi. How could a man who couldn't even bear to buy a concert ticket worth thousands of dollars order such an expensive bottle of red wine? Where does he get so much money? You know, there will be nothing left after drinking this red wine. What's the difference between this and throwing 188,000 yuan directly into the water? At this moment, Lin Kiki suddenly found that she seemed to be a little confused about this man. But it is not appropriate to continue to entangle with it right now. Zhou Boheo was still waiting for her. If we continue to waste time here, Zhou Boheo will be unhappy. Snort! Lin Kiki stamped her feet, turned around and left. This final stubborn but powerless hump seemed to be just to make himself look like he had not lost too badly. Senior, I want to ask. After Lin Kiki left, Yi Yi turned around and met Xia Xiaoyu's puzzled eyes. Although there was nothing innocent between him and Xia Xiaoyu, for some reason, when Yi Yi saw the look in Xia Xiaoyu's eyes, he always felt that he needed to explain. She's my ex-girlfriend. We just broke up today. No, to be exact, I was dumped today. Don't think too much. I don't want to use you to provoke her. I didn't know she would come here. The more Yi Yi explained, the more awkward the atmosphere became. Why am I saying this to Xia Xiaoyu? The two people just met today. And he invited Xia Xiaoyu to eat Western food just to complete the system's wish task. Why does it seem like two people are in love and then accidentally run into their ex? Ahem, no. After hearing Yi Yi's explanation, Xia Xiaoyu seemed a little embarrassed. He shook his head hurriedly and interrupted Yi Yi. Senior, I want to ask, how do I use these tableware? At this time, the appetizers have been served. Xia Xiaoyu looked at the 3 knives, 3 forks and a spoon placed in front of him and looked embarrassed. The only Western dining etiquette she had heard of was fork on the left, knife on the right. But with so many knives and forks, how to use them? This made Xia Xiaoyu feel troubled. She originally wanted to ask Yi Yi, but she didn't expect that Yi Yi started to talk about him and Lin Kiki before she finished asking. After hearing this, Yi Yi wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He flashed on the spot and hit the wall, and all his combos and ultimate skills were wasted. And you tell me you just want to come up and get some minions? Young people have no moral principles. Chapter 9: Sensitive Skin. Oh, cutlery. This is easy, now eat your ex. For appetizers, use the outermost set of knives and forks. Then follow the order from the outside in. Each dish has its own set of cutlery. Yi Yi quickly brought the subject back. But he couldn't get his pretending aloofness back. Yi Yi picked up the white square tablecloth on the table, folded it into a triangle and placed it on his legs. Then he reached out and picked up the knife and fork, cut off a small piece of foie gras as if demonstrating, and put it into his mouth with the fork. Close your lips and savor the rich aroma and sweet aftertaste. Seeing this, Xia Xiaoyu imitated Yi Yi and awkwardly picked up the knife and fork to start eating. After just one bite, Xia Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with an unconcealable light. It's delicious. What a smooth texture. This was the first time Xia Xiaoyu had eaten foie gras in his life. I originally thought that foie gras would taste similar to pork liver. But I didn't expect it to be so amazing after just one bite. But, Senior, why is the foie gras so big? My family used to raise chickens, ducks, and geese, but our goose livers were probably only half the size of this. Is it because the goose breeds used in Western cuisine are different? Xia Xiaoyu showed the eyes of a curious baby. Yi Yi wiped his mouth with a tissue and patiently explained the process of making foie gras. And the inhumane rote feeding method. No, to be more precise, it should be called stuffing goose. After hearing this, Xia Xiaoyu looked reluctant. He sighed softly. How cruel. Those geese are so pitiful. From birth, I was stuck there, eating like crazy or waiting to die in despair. After all, I am a girl, and I always feel that the world should be innocent and lovely. I feel that truth, goodness, and beauty are the tone that this world should have. But Yi Yi knew early on that the law of the jungle is the only law in this world. No one wants to live like those geese who can only eat and wait to die every day. But how many people live even worse than these geese? If you want to be able to control your own life, you must become strong enough. Sadness and sympathy are emotions that only the weak have. The strong will only keep moving forward. Especially now that the system has been awakened, Yi Yi feels that the lofty ambitions that have been buried deep in his heart since his youth may really be realized one day. Of course, this is a long story, and it's all for later. Yi Yi pulled his thoughts back and poured himself a small glass of red wine. He swirled the glass and took a sip. To eliminate the effect of the previous dish on the taste of the next one. After finishing a dish, take a sip of wine to neutralize the remaining flavors in the cavity. Generally speaking, white meat goes with white wine, and red meat goes with red wine. Yi Yi learned all this knowledge by watching videos when he was bored. In his spare time, Yi Yi likes to watch all kinds of random videos to pass the time. It just so happens that today, I can put what I have learned into practice and show it off. Senior, you know so much. Xia Xiaoyou's eyes gradually became admiring as she looked at Yi Yi. Looking at Xia Xiaoyou's eyes, Yi Yi felt a sense of satisfaction after successfully pretending to be cool. The progress of Xia Xiaoyou's strategy is shown to be 49.82%. The time it takes to eat a meal has increased by almost 18%. If he continued like this, Yi Yi felt that he would be able to complete the mission soon. Come on, Xiaoyu, try it too. Yi Yi also poured a light layer of red wine for Xia Xiaoyu. When Xia Xiaoyu heard Yi Yi calling her Xiaoyu, her face turned red even before she drank any alcohol. The rosy cheeks are full of the girl's inner shyness. From childhood to adulthood, it seems that only her family members have called her that. After entering university, Xia Xiaoyu, who felt a little inferior due to her family background, habitually kept a distance from the people around her. Like a snail, always staying in its shell. Avoid letting the outside world see her fragile heart. Her classmates, and even her roommates, would not deliberately talk to her. Everyone agreed that they had nothing in common with this little country girl. Xia Xiaoyu knew very little about dressing, traveling, and vacationing, or celebrity gossip. In addition, due to lack of self-confidence, Xia Xiaoyu usually wears loose, old-fashioned, and even faded loose casual sportswear. Her stunning figure was something even her roommates had rarely seen. Therefore, in the eyes of his classmates, Xia Xiaoyu always seemed to be the one with the least sense of existence. Just a small transparent person in the crowd. So when Xia Xiaoyu heard Yi Yi calling her so intimately today, she felt a little shy for a moment. Yi Yi is so handsome and so domineering. And he knows a lot about everything. Be very patient with yourself. Don't look down on yourself just because you haven't seen the world. Now I hear this man who is shining all over his body calling me Xiaoyu. Xia Xiaoyu felt like there was a lively little deer in her heart, and it gradually began to run around everywhere. Strategy progress 51.31%. With just one name, Xia Xiaoyu's strategy progress increased again. Xia Xiaoyu took the highball glass handed to him by Yi Yi and drank it all in one gulp. A drop of red wine flowed from the corner of Xia Xiaoyu's mouth and slid down her white neck. This was the first time Xia Xiaoyu had ever drunk wine. I didn't expect that the wine I drank would be so expensive for the first time. 180,000. Only after drinking it did Xia Xiaoyu start to think. How many chickens, ducks, and geese would my parents in my hometown have to sell to earn 188,000 yuan? If I take one bite today, I'm afraid it will cost several thousand. This is the first time in my life that I feel so extravagant. This is probably the only time I can be so extravagant. Thanks to Yi Yi, she was given this luxurious opportunity. Strategy progress 52.49%. Seeing the drop of wine on Xia Xiaoyu's neck, Yi Yi took a piece of paper and reached out to help Xia Xiaoyu gently wipe it off. Drink slowly, red wine has a strong aftertaste. You may not feel anything at the entrance right now. But when the after effects kick in, you'll be drunk. Yi Yi said with gentle concern. Then he folded the paper he had used to wipe the wine off Xia Xiaoyu in half and placed it on his right hand. Xia Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes moved. This was also the first time a boy touched her neck. Even though there was a thin piece of paper between us. But there was only a thin piece of paper between them. He can be domineering when he should be domineering, and considerate when he should be considerate. This gentleman's action made Xia Xiaoyu's body tremble slightly uncontrollably. Strategy progress 58.65%. Looking at the ever-increasing progress of the strategy, Yi Yi didn't know what to do for a moment. Such a rapid rise was completely beyond Yi Yi's expectations. In Yi Yi's original plan, he wanted to deliberately prolong the strategy process. This will allow you to complete more wish quests and get more rewards after successfully completing the strategy. Looking at Xia Xiaoyu's rising trend? It's just around the corner. Didn't I just help her wipe up the dripping wine? How come my favorability is rising like a rocket? Could it be sensitive skin? Chapter 10 Where to Stay at Night. After eating and drinking, Yi Yi leaned back in his chair contentedly and wiped his mouth carefully. A bottle of red wine was also drunk up by the two of them. Yi Yi insisted on finishing the drink because the system stipulated that today's meal could not be packed up or wasted. Xia Xiaoyu insisted on finishing the bottle because it was too expensive. If we waste it, it would be a waste of resources. So, in the end, the two people basically drank half a bottle each. Yi Yi can drink quite well, so half a bottle of red wine is no big deal for him. But Xia Xiaoyu drank red wine for the first time in her life. When drinking it, it tasted smooth and Xia Xiaoyu didn't think it was a big deal. When she was at home, she secretly drank her father's ergwotu. It was so spicy. Take a sip and the flavor will burn from the tip of your tongue all the way to your heart. But this wine didn't taste like that at all. This made Xia Xiaoyu think that she was born with a very good alcohol tolerance. He didn't take Yi Yi's previous warning about the strong aftertaste of red wine seriously. But now, the dizzy feeling made Xia Xiaoyu realize that he was still too young and too confident. Seeing that Xia Xiaoyu looked drowsy and about to lie down to sleep, Yi Yi stretched out his hand to call the waiter. Pay the bill. Upon hearing this, the waitress handed over the bill with a smile. The total cost is just over 220,000 yuan. In addition to the cost of dishes and drinks, a 15% service charge will be added. Sir, please take a look. If everything is okay, I'll get you a card reader. The waitress spoke in a flattering tone and seemed to be particularly concerned about Yi Yi's table. The waiter can get the lioness share of the extra 15% service fee. Today, Yi Yi's table made her earn more than 20,000 yuan. You know, her monthly salary is only 7,000. The waitress wondered whether she should leave her contact information for Yi Yi later. Although Yi Yi now has a little country girl by his side. But what if he gets tired of playing one day? This kind of rich second generation must be very fickle. Maybe I will have a chance in the future. Yi Yi took the receipt, glanced at it briefly, and nodded. Then, a text message came on the phone. When I clicked on it, I saw that it was money transferred by the system. The amount entered into the account is exactly the same as the total amount on the document. The system is very conscientious and even knows to reimburse in advance. Yi Yi's recognition of the system has increased even more. Pay by card, all in one go. Without the slightest hesitation. Ding, it's detected that the host has completed the wish mission. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 100,000 yuan. Xia Xiaoyu's wish to eat Western food was fulfilled, and Yi Yi also got the reward as he wished. He had a meal worth over 200,000 yuan for free and still made 100,000 yuan after the meal. Who says there's no such thing as a free lunch? Look at this pie, it's so big and round. After paying the bill, the waitress handed Yi Yi her business card in a flattering manner. Sir, if you come to dine again in the future, you can make a reservation with me in advance. After saying that, he winked at Yi Yi. I was thinking to myself that if Yi Yi really came again next time, I would definitely change into a pair of more transparent and thinner stockings. Today's pair is a bit thick and can't show my tender legs at all. But Yi Yi didn't have the mind to care about so many things at the moment. Xia Xiaoyu was already drunk and his face was flushed. After helping Xia Xiaoyu up, Yi Yi walked towards the door. When the two passed by Lin Keek's table, they clearly felt Lin Keek's eyes looking at them like a knife. Of course, Yi Yi glared back without any hesitation. That look seemed to be telling Lin Kiki. Look at your horse. When we walked out of the Western restaurant, it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. A gentle evening breeze blew by, and Yi Yi was almost sober. But Xia Xiaoyu was still leaning softly on Yi Yi. The pair of plump and elastic mountains rubbed against Yi Yi's arm uncontrollably. This made Yi Yi distracted. It's so late and Xia Xiaoyu is drunk again. The strategy progress also stopped at 63.71%. In an exam out of 100, 60 points is considered a pass. Then the 63.71% progress of the strategy should be considered as liking it. I have to say, this little girl who has never seen the world and has a simple mind is too easy to be conquered. She probably doesn't know how popular she would be if she dressed herself up carefully. Yi Yi stretched out his hand and gently helped Xia Xiaoyu tidy up the hair on her forehead. The little face, dyed red by the alcohol, is particularly cute. Yi Yi couldn't help it and was about to pinch this well-behaved face. But the drunk Xia Xiaoyu grabbed his hand. Senior. I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep. The aftereffects of the red wine made Xia Xiaoyu unable to even lift her eyelids. It felt like the whole world was spinning. If Yi Yi hadn't supported him, he would have fallen to the ground in the next second. Seeing Xia Xiaoyu drunk, Yi Yi was in a dilemma. Send her back to the dormitory? I can't even enter the girls' dormitory by myself. Looking at Xia Xiaoyu's current appearance, it seems like she has difficulty walking. I'm afraid I'll fall after taking 2 steps. If she bothered the dormitory manager to send her in, she would know that Xia Xiaoyu had been drinking. The school has a rule that if a student is found drunk, he or she will be criticized and reported. From this point of view, it is obviously inappropriate to go back to the dormitory. So, go to the hotel? Two people, a man and a woman. Would it be not so good? If Xia Xiaoyu is awake and willing now, then Yi Yi will definitely take the lead. Are you kidding? He is a normal man after all, how could he run away from the battlefield? But now Xia Xiaoyu is in an unconscious state. Yi Yi didn't want to do anything to take advantage of others. There's nothing I can do about it, he's a good guy after all. And there is no need to rush this kind of thing. Anyway, the favorability is already so high. There is still a long way to go. But if you go to a hotel. Yi Yi reached out and touched his right trouser pocket. Fortunately, he had the habit of carrying his ID card with him. What about Xia Xiaoyu? Yi Yi took a look, then gently touched Xia Xiaoyu's right trouser pocket. Phew, luckily, it seems she also has the habit of carrying her ID card with her. Yi Yi picked up the dazed Xia Xiaoyu in a princess hug and walked towards the nearest hotel. What a pity, the temporary strength bonus given by the system when I moved books in the afternoon has disappeared. It is a little difficult to pick up Xia Xiaoyu now. On the way to the hotel, Yi Yi put Xia Xiaoyu down from his arms and rested 3 or 4 times. Fortunately, she was drunk and didn't know anything. Otherwise, if you see how hard I struggle to hold her, all my pretense of moving books this afternoon will be for nothing. After wiping the sweat from his forehead and taking a final rest, Yi Yi took all his strength and picked up Xia Xiaoyu again and walked into the hotel. Hello, could you please help us check in? Yi Yi put Xia Xiaoyu on the sofa in the lobby and handed their ID cards to the receptionist. The young man understood and quickly booked a room with a king-size bed. Your room is on the 66th floor, room 6678. Please keep your ID and room card. Our breakfast time is from 7 to 10 in the morning. The restaurant is on the 2nd floor. I wish you two a pleasant stay. The guy at the front desk gave Yi Yi an expression that said, I'm rooting for you, and then politely pointed in the direction of the elevator. Yi Yi felt a little guilty. He picked up Xia Xiaoyu and walked towards the elevator. Chapter 11, Be a Good Person. Holding Xia Xiaoyu, Yi Yi held the room card and swiped it 3 or 4 times before he finally opened the door with difficulty. He leaned his back against the door and pushed it open with his body. Yi Yi gently put Xia Xiaoyu on the bed. This hotel is 5-star. It costs 16,000 a night. Yi Yi didn't mean to stay in such an expensive hotel. This hotel is actually the closest to the Western restaurant. Yi Yi couldn't walk too far while holding Xia Xiaoyu. After completing 2 wish tasks, Yi Yi received a total reward of 200,000. All these rewards were taken from Xia Xiaoyu. It is only right to invite Xia Xiaoyu to stay in a better hotel now. Just consider it as a thank you to the customer. When the electric curtains are automatically opened when a guest enters the room. From the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, you can enjoy the night view of Binchang. The room is softly lit, quiet and warm. Outside the window is the starry night sky and the neon-lit city. The Bluetooth speaker on the bedside of the room automatically played jazz music with a soft and soothing rhythm. So this is romance, this is sentiment? It was such a beautiful day, Yi Yi felt that if he didn't do something, it would be unfair to the atmosphere. Thinking of this, Yi looked towards the bed subconsciously. Xia Xiaoyu was lying on the bed, probably feeling that she was in a warm and soft place. His facial features, which had been twisted together due to dizziness and discomfort, gradually relaxed. His breathing gradually became steady and he fell into a deep sleep. Like a well-behaved and cute kitten. However, Yi Yi's eyes were unconsciously attracted to the pair of hills in front of Xia Xiaoyu, which rose and fell with the rhythm of her breathing. Is that really that exaggerated? Is it this big even when it's lying down? I'll just hold her while I sleep, it should be okay. It's mainly because she drinks too much. If she feels uncomfortable and wants to vomit in the middle of the night, I can take care of her immediately. Thinking of this, Yi Yi seemed to have finally found a plausible excuse for himself. So he stood up and walked towards the bed. With every step he took, Yi Yi felt his heartbeat getting heavier. At this moment, the system prompt sound in my mind rang out at an inopportune time. Ding, activate the temporary task. The host currently has the following options. A. Sleeping in bed with Xia Xiaoyu will earn a reward and a fine of 200,000. B. Be a good person and sleep on the sofa for a night. You'll get a reward and a secret about the class beauty. Depend on. Yi Yi couldn't help but curse out loud. What a broken system. The reward is a fine of 200,000 yuan? Would you please listen to what you are saying? Is this a reward or a punishment? Is your Chinese language taught by a physical education teacher? I got a total of 200,000 rewards today. 5,000 was deducted when I paid the rent just now. Where can I get the money to fine you 200,000 yuan now? Can you sell me out? Yi was so angry that his teeth were itching. If you have money in your pocket, just grit your teeth and pay the fine. It's worth it to be able to hold Xia Xiaoyu's warmth and softness and sleep for a night. Anyway, I can earn it back by completing a few more wish tasks. But this system obviously doesn't want Yi to get what he wants today. What else can I do besides choosing B? Dog system. You're forcing me to be a good person again. Aha! Yi was so angry that he punched and kicked the air. It looked like he was going to drag the system out and beat it to death. After more than half a minute, his energy was almost exhausted and Yi calmed down a little. He patted his chest and took a deep breath to calm himself down. Alas, good things are never too late. There will always be opportunities in the future. Let's just be a good person today. The secret of rewarding the class beauty. Is that Jiang Chui, the class beauty? What can you do knowing her secret? Forget it, there's no choice. Let's just leave it at that. System, I choose B. Yi said these words reluctantly. Ding, the host's intentions are detected. Please go to sleep on the sofa. The reward will be distributed after checkout tomorrow morning. Good night, host. For some reason, the system's cold and emotionless mechanical prompt sounded mean and full of sarcasm to Yi. Yi lay down on the sofa dejectedly and sighed helplessly towards the ceiling. Reluctantly, he turned his head and glanced at Xia Xiaoyu, who was already fast asleep on the bed. Then he closed his eyes in disappointment. The next morning, around 7 o'clock. The rising sun shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the spotless white bed. Last night, Yi fell asleep on the sofa without even drawing the curtains. The bright sunlight is a bit dazzling. Xia Xiaoyu frowned in his sleep, stretched, rubbed his eyes and got up from the bed. Xia Xiaoyu opened his eyes with difficulty, but some confusion was in his mind. Why is the sun so bright in the dormitory today? That shouldn't be the case. My bed faces west, so it's usually only exposed to direct sunlight in the afternoon. Did you sleep until the afternoon? Oh no. I overslept. I have classes in the morning. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoyu suddenly woke up. But what came into view was a large and quiet room. Hey, where is this? Not a dormitory? Why am I here? Yesterday, what did I do yesterday? In the evening, Western food, drinks. Ah. Rubbing his dizzy head, Xia Xiaoyu recalled for a long time before he remembered what happened last night. I seem to have drunk too much. I only remember Yi helping me walk out of the Western restaurant. I have no recollection of what happened afterwards. Could it be that this room was opened by Yi? Last night alone. Thinking of this, Xia Xiaoyu's face turned red and then pale. Subconsciously, he glanced down at his clothes. Dressed neatly. He didn't even take off his shoes. Xia Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. She is an adult and naturally knows what happens when men and women are in the same room. Although several of her roommates often stayed out all night because they were dating their boyfriends. But Xia Xiaoyu was not prepared for this in her heart. After seeing that his package had not been opened yet, Xia Xiaoyu felt at ease, warm and touched. By the way, where's the senior? Xia Xiaoyu looked around. Finally, I saw Yi lying on the sofa with his legs spread out in sleep. Yi was sleeping soundly at this moment, and there was a slight snoring sound along with his breathing. Seeing this scene, Xia Xiaoyu smiled sweetly, and her eyes curved into beautiful crescent shapes. In Xia Xiaoyu's eyes, Yi, who was sleeping soundly, was particularly cute and made people feel particularly safe. Getting up from the bed, Xia Xiaoyu prepared to go to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. But as soon as I stood up, I realized that the hangover was still there. My head is still a little dizzy. My legs are also a little sore. One of them lost his balance and fell straight onto the sofa. Yi, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa, had no idea of the impending danger. Boom! Xia Xiaoyu fell heavily on Yi. His forehead hit Yi's cheek. It hurts. Chapter 12, If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. Yi was still dreaming of a long and prosperous life. In his dream, Yi dreamed that he was an honest scholar in ancient times, and accidentally broke into the scene where a rich girl threw a ball of embroidery to find a husband. The daughter of a noble family covered her face with a red veil, her beautiful eyes looking around. The breeze blows by, and the delicate facial features are looming. A pair of arms were white and tender, and the slender jade fingers pinched a corner of the hydrangea, thinking about which direction to throw it. The people in the audience had already become restless. Hands were raised up and waved, trying to attract the attention of the daughter of a wealthy family. In a trance, Yi saw that the daughter of a noble family seemed to look at him. That glance was full of charm and beauty. The next second, the hydrangea flew towards Yi. Yi reached out to take it. But in the field of vision, the hydrangea suddenly began to swell. Then it got bigger and bigger. In the end, she actually transformed into the appearance of the daughter of a noble family. A delicate and graceful body fell heavily into Yi's arms. It also hit Yi's heart. It hurts. Yi suddenly woke up from his dream and opened his eyes suddenly. The real touch in Yi's arms made him realize that he was not dreaming. So fragrant, so soft. This is? How come there is really someone in my arms? Feeling that Yi had woken up, Xia Xiaoyu poked her head out of Yi's arms like a child who had done something wrong. Senior, I'm sorry, I didn't stand firmly. A pair of big watery eyes blinked like this. At this moment, the distance between their lips was only a fist. Xia Xiaoyu could even hear Yi's breathing suddenly become a little rapid. Yi could also feel Xia Xiaoyu's heartbeat suddenly accelerating. Ahem. Xia Xiaoyu coughed twice, trying to break the awkwardness. Then he prepared to get up. As Xia Xiaoyu's body left, the part of Yi's arms that was originally warmed by Xia Xiaoyu also quickly became cold. This sudden feeling of detachment made Yi feel a little lost. Yi suddenly felt a little nostalgic for the feeling of being suppressed just now. If only I could hold you for a little longer. An inexplicable impulse surged into Yi's brain. Then Yi put his arms around Xia Xiaoyu, who was about to stand up, and hugged Xia Xiaoyu back into his arms. Senior. Yi's action caught Xia Xiaoyu off guard. My panicked heartbeat became even faster. 2 pink spots appeared on her face involuntarily. His face was shy and his eyes were evasive. Yi did not explain, but just said it simply and domineeringly. Don't move. If you get up too hard, you'll get dizzy. Hearing the slightly commanding tone, Xia Xiaoyu's body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and the movement of struggling that was originally caused by shyness also stopped. She lay obediently on Yi's chest like an obedient kitten. Motionless. Yi reminded himself silently in his mind. She fell into my arms on her own. It doesn't count as not following the options given by the system last night. I slept on the sofa all night. It's just this kind of cheap thing that comes to your door. As the saying goes, if you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you're a bastard. The unique fragrance of a young girl from Xia Xiaoyu drifted into Yi's nostrils through the air. The soft and sticky body lying in Yi's arms also made Yi distracted. Feeling the subtle changes in Yi's body, Xia Xiaoyu's rosy cheeks turned even redder. The teacher taught this knowledge in biology class before. So, Xia Xiaoyu knew what the situation was. Senior, today. I still have classes to go to. 10 o'clock in the morning. It's only a little after 7 o'clock, and there's still a long time before class starts. Yi even wondered if Xia Xiaoyu was saying this to remind him that if he wanted to do something, he should hurry up. But after seeing the 68.27% progress of the strategy above Xia Xiaoyu's head, Yi knew that Xia Xiaoyu was not ready yet. At least not yet at this moment. Forget it, there's no need to rush this kind of thing. Ahem. Then let's go have breakfast first. I'm a little hungry. Yi Lao's face turned red. He helped Xia Xiaoyu sit up from the sofa and reached out to put on his shoes. I don't know if he meant hungry or... Senior, I'm going to brush my teeth and wash my face first. Xia Xiaoyu blushed and ran into the bathroom. The hotel's breakfast buffet is very rich. After all, it is a 5-star hotel with a wide variety of dishes. Xia Xiaoyu looked around curiously. The freshness was no less than last night at the Western restaurant. Senior, look what I got. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Is this a fruit? It smells delicious, but the shell is so thick. How do you eat this? Xia Xiaoyu was like a little white rabbit, holding a large plate of dishes she had just brought, jumping and talking excitedly in front of Yi Yi. Yi Yi picked up the fruit that Xia Xiaoyu mentioned, cut it with the knife on the table, and handed it to Xia Xiaoyu. This is passion fruit. Try it. Looking at the black and yellow seeds in the flesh, Xia Xiaoyu showed an expression of I see. This is passion fruit. I know, I saw my roommate drink passion fruit milk tea. It smells really good. It's sweet and sour. After taking a bite, Xia Xiaoyu danced with joy, her face filled with happiness. Xiaoyu, try this again. Yi Yi took a small piece of Muzang King durian and placed it in front of Xia Xiaoyu. Xia Xiaoyu raised her cute little nose and sniffed it, then looked up with hesitation on her face. Senior, is this broken? Yi Yi laughed heartily. This is durian. Durian smells a bit stinky. Xia Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new world. She had heard of the fruit durian. But I also heard about it from my roommates chatting in the dormitory. She has always been curious about what durian tastes like. Use chopsticks to pick up a small piece and gently put it into your mouth. Xia Xiaoyu's face, which was originally wrinkled because of the bad smell, gradually relaxed as the fruity fragrance filled her mouth. Tasty. It's hard to hide the happiness after eating delicious food. This girl in front of me is really easy to satisfy. Yi Yi was a little dazed for a moment. He thought back to the time when he was with Lin Kiki. At first, Lin Kiki was as easily satisfied as Xia Xiaoyu. Eating a bowl of spicy hot pot at the school gate feels so sweet. But gradually, Yi Yi discovered that Lin Kiki's threshold for satisfaction was getting higher and higher. She started asking Yi Yi to buy her brand name clothes and take her to high-end restaurants for dinner. And they take it for granted. Yi Yi recalled that at that time he seemed to have to use all his strength to barely see Lin Kiki smile. Senior, what are you thinking about? Seeing Yi Yi in a daze, Xia Xiaoyu handed him a piece of toast covered with jam. Yi Yi came to his senses, took the bread and took a bite. Sweet. The dopamine brought by the food made Yi Yi temporarily forget those unpleasant things. Seeing Yi Yi's satisfied look, Xia Xiaoyu held his chin with one hand and his eyes curved into beautiful crescent shapes. Chapter 13. Did you stay together last night? After breakfast, Yi Yi took Xia Xiaoyu to the front desk to check out. After completing the formalities, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission. According to the option selected by the host, the corresponding rewards are being distributed. The reward has arrived, please check it. Yi Yi saw that the system panel showed that a video file had been received. Is this the secret of class beauty Jiang Chui? What is it exactly? Xia Xiaoyu is by his side at the moment, so it is not convenient for Yi Yi to check now. It was not until the two of them got into the online taxi that Yi Yi leaned against the car window, closed his eyes and pretended to take a nap. Only then did I have the opportunity to carefully look at the system's rewards in my mind. Video about the secrets of the class beauty. It sounds a bit exciting. Along with a prompt sound indicating that the loading was complete, a picture unfolded in Yi Yi's mind. The picture is a surveillance-like perspective. What was captured was the scene in Yi Yi and his classmates' classroom during the final exam last semester. However, Yi Yi remembered that there were only two surveillance cameras in the classroom, one in the front and the other in the back. Judging from the angle in the picture, the shooting position is directly above Jiang Chui's seat. But there are no surveillance cameras there at all. Can the system also open a god's perspective? This is amazing. In the picture, the students are all writing quickly with their heads down. After patrolling twice, the invigilator also sat down at the podium and read the newspaper. At this moment, the class beauty Jiang Chui looked around nervously. Seeing that the invigilator wasn't paying attention, he stealthily took out a small piece of paper from his sleeve. The note was filled with densely written small words. Good guy, cheating? Yi Yi has excellent grades in the class. But every year after the exam, I basically always rank second. As for the first place, it will always be the class beauty Jiang Chui. As a result, Jiang Chui was rated as an outstanding student by the school for 3 consecutive years and became the unique goddess in the hearts of many boys. She has outstanding looks, excellent grades, and comes from a wealthy family. It is said that Jiang Chui's mother works in Bincheng Culture and Tourism Bureau, while Jiang Chui's father runs a small company of his own. In the eyes of her classmates, Jiang Chui is definitely a fair, rich and beautiful girl. But Yi Yi didn't expect that Jiang Chui would actually cheat in the exam. Is this how she gets first place every semester? In an instant, Jiang Chuyi's image in Yi Yi's mind changed from a top student goddess to a hypocritical thief. System, can this video file be sent to my phone? This is indeed a hot secret. Jiang Chuyi, who was selected as an outstanding student of Bincheng University for 3 consecutive years, actually got this honor by cheating in the exam. What will happen once the truth comes out? Class beauty, you don't want this to be known by others, right? For some reason, this sentence inexplicably popped up in Yi Yi's mind. System, aren't you a good system? Why are you providing me with this kind of thing? Secretly filming someone else's video isn't something a good person would do. Yi Yi complains silently in his heart. Ding, answer the host's question. Catching evidence of others doing bad things is considered a good deed. The host's question was dismissed. Oh, you can actually force an explanation like this. Okay, you are the system and you have the final say. As long as you think it's a good thing. Let's keep this video for now. Who knows, it might be useful in the future. As Yi Yi finished this thought, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, the host's intention has been detected. The video file and the surveillance videos from Jiang Chuyi's perspective during the final exams of each semester have been sent to the host's phone. Wow, that is so smart. Yi Yi sighed. The system has retrieved all the surveillance footage from Jiang Chuyi's perspective during the final exams of each semester. It seems that Jiang Chuyi really cheats in the final exams every semester. The corners of Yi Yi's mouth curled up unconsciously. With these handles in hand, I'm afraid that if I ask Jiang Chuyi to go east in the future, she won't dare to go west. Excellent student? The cool class beauty? Humph, let us see if you can continue to maintain your cool demeanor in front of me then. The online taxi drove to the school gate. Yi Yi opened the door and got out with Xiao Xiaoyu. The two walked into the school gate side by side, no one spoke, and the atmosphere was a little subtle for a moment. The area at the entrance to the school is the school parking lot, and few students come here. The mottled morning light swayed in the breeze, and the rustling of leaves barely covered up the sound of their footsteps. Xiao Xiaoyu lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, as if she was still savoring the hug in the morning that was tinged with a hint of ambiguity. Yi Yi turned to look at Xiao Xiaoyu and was about to say something. The corner of his eyes unconsciously passed Xiao Xiaoyu and saw a car that had just been parked in the parking lot. The person he least wanted to see at the moment got out of the car. Lin Kiki stepped out of the car gracefully wearing a pair of Warren Timberland high heels. The person who got off the car behind Lin Kiki was undoubtedly Zhou Boheo. At this time, a man and a woman came back from outside the school together. It was obvious that they did not return home last night. We are all adults now, and we can figure out what this means without having to use our toes to figure it out. But what Yi Yi couldn't believe was that after Lin Kiki and Zhou Boheo opened the car door and got out, the doors of the driver's seat and the passenger seat of the car also opened. The class beauty Jiang Chuyi walked down from the passenger seat. A breeze blew by, and Jiang Chuyi habitually used her hand to lift her long, straight black hair, which she was so proud of. His eyes were cold, and he looked past the people in front of him and looked into the distance indifferently. Against the backdrop of a white dress, the coldness that emanates from her makes people afraid to approach her. The person who got out from the driver's seat on the other side was a boy with an extremely flattering expression. That was Jiang Chuyi's number 1 bootlicker, Qin Shu. Jiang Chuyi, how did these people get together? Yi Yi was not surprised that Qin Shu and Zhou Boheo, these two bastards, were close. They were both members of the student union and had always had a good relationship. But hasn't Jiang Chuyi always portrayed herself as a cool goddess? How come? Could it be that he fell under the fierce attack of the bootlickers? Qin Shu was only 1.6 meters tall and had pockmarks all over his face. Jiang Chuyi couldn't believe it. Or rather, not. Could it be because of money? I heard that Qin Shu had recently made a business plan for a milk tea shop for college students. The school leaders appreciated it very much and helped Qin Shu get sponsorship. It was with this sponsorship fee that Qin Shu opened his first milk tea shop and bought a car worth 100,000 yuan with a loan. But Jiang Chuyi, her family is not bad, it doesn't make sense for her to fall for Qin Shu just because of something like this. Yi Yi rolled his eyes speechlessly. These days, all the good cabbages are eaten by pigs. Thinking of this, Yi Yi unconsciously turned around to look at Xiao Xiaoyu beside him, and for some reason he felt a little more at ease. It feels like a pig guarding its own delicious cabbages. Hey, isn't this Yi Yi? Before Yi could say anything, Lin Kiki walked up to him with a sarcastic look on her face, and glanced at Xia Xiaoyu with disdain. Then he turned to look at Yi and said with contempt, "You two slept together so soon? It's so easy to trick little girls nowadays. You can trick them into giving you a Western meal." Seeing Lin Kiki's unfriendly eyes, Xia Xiaoyu subconsciously hid behind Yi, and his fingers unconsciously clenched the corner of his clothes. Chapter 14, Mastering the Class Beauty. Xia Xiaoyu was wearing a slightly wrinkled light-colored shirt and a pair of jeans that had been washed to a pale color. She had no makeup on and was indeed not as bright and beautiful as Lin Kiki's. However, Xia Xiaoyu's delicate facial features do not require too much makeup to embellish them. With this face, coupled with her impressive figure, she easily surpasses Lin Kiki. Yi felt Xia Xiaoyu trembling slightly behind him, and his heart tightened involuntarily. How could Lin Kiki, a cheating gold digger who only cares about money, have the nerve to come here and turn the tables? Looking at this, didn't you guys go back to the dormitory yesterday? Lin Kiki, do you think everyone is as cheap as you? For a mere concert ticket, he sold himself out. Yi lowered his gaze and saw the new pair of Valentino high heels on Lin Kiki's feet. Oh, no, besides the concert tickets, there's also a new pair of shoes, right? Including the Western-style meal yesterday, Joe Boheo has spent nearly 10,000 on you. Excuse me, let me correct my previous evaluation of you. You are not cheap at all. 10,000 a night. Your price is much higher than the market price. Joe Boheo, you are confused. Aren't you blatantly driving up prices? You will be responsible if inflation occurs in the future. Yi was speaking with full force, making Lin Kiki and Joe Boheo's faces turn pale and blue. The two were very unhappy, but they didn't know how to refute it. Seeing his good brother being scolded, Xinshu couldn't stand it. He walked up to Yi and pointed at him and started talking. Yi, can't you be more generous? You know your own limitations, and you can't give Lin Kiki the life she wants. People always go to higher places, and water always flows to lower places. Lin Kiki has found a better boyfriend now. As her ex-boyfriend, can't you wish her happiness? To love someone is to hope that she can live a better life. Don't you understand this truth? Hearing these remarks, Yi looked at Xinshu coldly, as if he were looking at a mentally retarded person. I almost suspected that there was something wrong with my ears. I wish her happiness? Why? Because I'm kind? Xinshu, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Have you been a bootlicker for so long that you've lost even basic judgment? Or do you think cheating is a moral thing these days? Loving someone means wanting her to live a better life, but it doesn't mean wanting her to cheat on you. Also, stop using your dog-licking values to lecture me. Do you think that now that you've successfully gotten Jiang Chui, your distorted values can be incorporated into the success literature? Yi's indiscriminate attack was extremely lethal, and Xinshu, who was so aggressive just now, instantly became like a deflated ball. Yi, what nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Chui, the class beauty, couldn't stand it anymore. Please don't speculate about my relationship with others. My home is in Bincheng. I go to school on a daily basis and go home every night. I took the subway to school today, and after I got out of the station, I happened to see Xinshu picking up Joe Boheo and Lin Kiki at the subway station. I just took a ride. It's not what you think. Listening to their argument just now, Jiang Chui naturally understood that the two couples in front of her had not returned home last night. The night is long, and the man and woman are alone. Obviously there are stories. But there is no story between her and Xinshu. Even if there is, it can only be considered an accident. She just happened to meet Xinshu, who was driving to pick up Joe Boheo when she was leaving the subway station. As soon as Xinshu saw her, he strongly invited her to get in the car. It just so happened that the new shoes Jiang Chui wore today didn't quite fit her feet. My heels hurt from walking too much. So I didn't refuse. That's all. There is absolutely no other relationship between the two. Are you kidding? How could she, a cold and aloof goddess, be so blind as to find such an ordinary bootlicker? If this matter gets out, it will damage her reputation. After all, she is ranked 5th on the list of most beautiful girls at Bincheng University. If this rumor really spreads, she will no longer be the school belle, but a joke. Looking at Yi, who had been chattering in front of her, Jiang Chui seemed to still be angry. Yi, you are really not a man. Since you and Lin Kiki each have a new love, why can't you just part ways? Do you have to hurt each other like this? As a boy, what's wrong with you giving way to girls? Even if Lin Kiki has problems, she is a girl. How could you speak so harshly to a girl? That's totally ungentlemanly. This punch, the result of 20 years of hard work, left Yi stunned. Just because she's a girl, it doesn't matter? Just because you're a girl, you don't have to face moral judgment for cheating? Damn, tyrant body? Still can't be selected? What kind of magic is this? Are you still being reasonable? Seeing this, Qin Shou hurriedly agreed. That's right, Chui is right. Jiang Chudi frowned slightly when she heard Qin Shou calling her that. Although she felt very uncomfortable about this, now was the time to unite against a common enemy, so Jiang Chudi didn't say much. Faced with the outrageous remarks made by several people, Yi was stunned for a while, then he started laughing. Even applauded. Good. Very good. I never thought I'd end up in the same school with people like you. It seems that Bincheng University's admission threshold is still too low. Yi shook his head and said nothing more. He silently took out his mobile phone from his pocket, swiped his fingertips across the screen, and sent a video to Jiang Chui. That video was the task reward issued by the system this morning. The high-definition video of Jiang Chui cheating in the exam. Class beauty, you don't want your secret to be known by others, right? For some reason, this sentence suddenly popped up in Yi's mind again. Ding dong. When Jiang Chui received the message alert tone, she subconsciously took out her cell phone. When I clicked on it, it turned out to be a message from Yi. Jiang Chui looked up in confusion and met Yi's cold eyes. An ominous premonition immediately filled her heart. Then, she clicked on the video out of curiosity. After watching it for just 3 seconds, Jiang Chui was already able to guess what the rest of the video would contain. She couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. My heart felt like it had fallen into an icy cave. How come Yi has a video of himself cheating in the exam? If the teacher knew about this, I would probably be punished by the school. Isn't the honor of being an outstanding student for so many years? Jiang Chui, I didn't hear what you said just now. Can you repeat it again? Yi looked at the dazed Jiang Chui and spoke word by word. His cold eyes were filled with the feeling of a hunter toying with his prey. Seeing this look, Jiang Chui couldn't help but tremble all over, and the fear in her heart became even stronger. Why haven't I noticed this side of Yi before? It's so scary, like a devil that can destroy itself at any time. Xiaoyi, why aren't you talking? Seeing Jiang Chui still in a daze, Yi chuckled and reminded her. The expression is subtle and very playful. Hearing Yi call him that, the number 1 bootlicker Qin Shu became anxious. Yi. Who allowed you to call Chui like that? You know it's harassment. Chapter 15 Class Beauty is on fire. Qin Shu. Shut up. Jiang Chui's voice suddenly rose, with a hint of sharpness and panic. What does Yi call me have to do with you? Who do you think you are? She glared at Qin Shu, her tone full of annoyance. Qin Shu was stunned by this sudden anger. Before he could react, Jiang Chui continued to attack him like a machine gun. Let me ask you, why did you call me Chui just now? Are we that familiar with each other? Instead of taking care of yourself, you start blaming others. Do you think that just because you hang around me every day, you're not harassing me? Jiang Chui was obviously anxious, her emotions out of control, and her words became sharp. Just now I was thinking about sharing the same hatred with Qin Shu and the others. But after knowing that Yi had enough evidence to ruin her college career, Jiang Chui's heart was in a knot of nervousness. It really feels bad to have your life and death easily controlled by others. Although she was extremely unhappy, she absolutely did not dare to show any displeasure to Yi. After all, Yi only needs to move his fingers to completely ruin the reputation of her, an excellent student for 3 consecutive years. However, Jiang Chui had to find an outlet to vent her frustration. The number 1 bootlicker Qin Shu naturally became the unlucky guy, and inexplicably took on Jiang Chui's anger. This barrage of scolding almost broke Qin Shu's defenses. However, as a professional bootlicker, his psychological quality is still pretty strong. When facing a goddess, you must maintain a humble attitude no matter what. This is an essential professional quality for a bootlicker. In just 2 seconds, Qin Shu adjusted his mentality. Shu, oh no, Jiang Chui, what's wrong with you? I was abrupt and inconsiderate just now. If you don't like it, I won't call you that anymore. Why, are you suddenly in a bad mood? Is it because of what Yi said just now that makes you uncomfortable? Don't worry, I will make Yi apologize to you. Qin Shu had been upset for no reason, so he naturally had to find a place to vent his anger. Of course, the only person who was most suitable for him to vent his anger on right now is Yi. Qin Shu turned to Yi. Although he was only 1.6 meters tall, he still glared at Yi angrily with his head slightly raised. Yi. It's all you. Hurry up and apologize to Zhang Chui. Yi didn't even bother to look at Qin Shu, but just glanced sideways at Zhang Chui. His eyes were still ice cold, and just one glance was enough to make Zhang Chui break out in cold sweats. The next second, a wish bar appeared above Zhang Chui's head. I hope Yi won't reveal the fact that I cheated in the exam. I don't want them to know about this. I don't want the teacher to know about this. Yi sneered in his heart, the aloof class beauty? Isn't this easy to grasp? He decisively chose to accept this wish mission. After the task is completed, the reward of 100,000 yuan is literally money that comes to your doorstep for free. He had no intention of making these videos public, nor did he intend to report Zhang Chui for cheating in the exam. Even if Zhang Chui was punished, it would not benefit Yi at all. Instead, it will bring her resentment. Instead of doing this, it would be better to use this handle to control Zhang Chui. Let her use it for her own benefit. Class beauty, you don't want this secret to be known by others, right? This sentence appeared in Yi's mind again. Ahem, little Yi. Yi suppressed the upward curve of his lips, ignored the pockmarked liquor in front of him, and walked straight to Zhang Chui. I really didn't hear what you just said. Are you really not going to say it again? Yi is 20 centimeters taller than Zhang Chui, and he feels very oppressive when standing in front of Zhang Chui. Zhang Chui didn't even dare to look directly into Yi's eyes, and subconsciously took half a step back. Seeing that Yi seemed to be threatening Zhang Chui, Qin Shu immediately felt that his chance to be a hero and save the beauty had come. If I can save Zhang Chui from danger, then this cold and aloof class beauty will definitely have a good impression of me. Qin Shu took a step forward and reached out to grab Yi's arm. Yi, you are away from Zhang Chui. Qin Shu. Let him go. Zhang Chui yelled at Qin Shu. She was afraid that Qin Shu would anger Yi again, and Yi would really make everything public regardless of the consequences. Looking up, seeing Yi's still playful look, Zhang Chui bit her lip lightly, as if she had made a decision that went against her heart. She slapped away Qin Shu's hand that was grabbing Yi and said indignantly, Student Yi didn't hear what I said just now, so I will repeat it to you all now. Zhang Chui took a deep breath and suddenly became righteous. I think, Lin Kiki and Zhou Boheo, you two have really gone too far. You are so unscrupulous just because Yi liked you in the past. How could you do such an outrageous thing? How could you have the heart to hurt someone who was so kind to you? Yi is so outstanding. Just for the sake of money, you actually cheated on me. It's absolutely disgusting. The sudden change caught the others off guard. Weren't we teammates just now? Why are you suddenly backstabbing me? Lin Keek's face flushed red, she put her hands on her hips and stomped her feet in anger. Are you sick, Zhang Chui? Did you take the wrong medicine? You just said that Yi, as a man, should give in to women. Zhang Chui's face also turned a little red, not sure if it was because of nervousness or embarrassment. Despite this, her momentum showed no signs of weakening. What's wrong with girls? Girls should be blamed when they do something wrong. You're really embarrassing us girls. Zhang Chui was the only one who finished speaking, and Qin Shu on the side didn't understand why this goddess who was usually so cold and seldom spoke was so excited today. Student Zhang Chui, why are you? Qin Shu still didn't give up. He always felt that Zhang Chui was weird today. He couldn't feel at ease without asking clearly. However, Zhang Chui didn't even look at him, but just said coldly. Qin Shu, just take care of yourself and mind your own business. Zhou Boheo, who was standing by, felt a little unhappy when he heard this and subconsciously wanted to refute. How is this considered meddling in other people's business? Lao Qin and I are buddies. My business is his business, and his business is mine. But just as Zhou Boheo finished speaking, he saw Qin Shu turned around and made crazy looks at Zhou Boheo. Qin Shu was almost speechless. Brother, are you my brother? This is my goddess. How dare you talk to my goddess like that? What if I make my goddess angry and she turns hostile to me and ignores me? Chapter 16. What are you doing? Okay, class will start soon, shall we? Come here. Yi waved lazily, interrupting the confrontation between the two people. Come with me to the classroom and stop talking nonsense with this bunch of trash. When Qinshu heard this, he immediately became furious and rolled up his sleeves to attack. Yi, why do you want Jiang Chuyi to go to the classroom with you? Did I give you face? Besides, who are you calling trash? The corners of Yi's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sarcastic smile. Whoever answers me is the one. I didn't expect that trash could be so self-aware. Qinshu was choked so much that his face turned pale and his fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound, but he couldn't find any words to refute. Jiang Chuyi lowered her head, her hands tightly grasping the corners of her clothes, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Her delicate face was full of tension and anxiety. Qinshu stood aside with a flattering smile on his face, as if he was about to say something. However, Jiang Chuyi seemed to have not noticed his existence at all. She moved away and walked straight past him. Her long hair fluttered gently in the wind, and the ends of her hair brushed Qinshu's shoulders without stopping at all. Qinshu's smile froze on his face, and his outstretched hand stopped awkwardly in mid-air. His lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he just opened his mouth and no sound came out. Jiang Chuyi walked straight to Yi without stopping. Yi turned his head and glanced at her with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Jiang Chuyi seemed to feel his gaze and lowered her head even lower, almost burying it in her chest. Her fingers twisted together unconsciously, and her fingertips trembled slightly, as if trying to hide her inner panic. Qinshu's face was full of confusion, and his mind was full of question marks. What's going on? Wasn't Jiang Chuyi and Yi sure at odds just now? How did enemies suddenly become friends? And Jiang Chuyi has never been in a good mood towards boys. Why is she so obedient in front of Yi today? Goddess, what's wrong with you? Being possessed by another body? Or was he kidnapped? If you were kidnapped, just blink. Like Qinshu, Lin Kiki was also puzzled by the scene before her. As a classmate, Lin Kiki knew very well how aloof Jiang Chuyi was. Faced with the boy's passionate pursuit, Jiang Chuyi always politely shook her head and refused with a smile. Her cold attitude made everyone feel inaccessible. But her attitude towards Yi today, why is it completely different? She can't be attracted to Yi, right? Lin Kiki felt a little jealous. I just broke up with Yi yesterday, and in the blink of an eye, Yi has two beautiful women around him today. She clenched her fists and felt very uncomfortable, as if she was the one who was dumped. Coco, let's go too. Zhou Boheo noticed the subtle change in Lin Kiki's expression, hurriedly grabbed her hand, turned around and left this place of trouble. It wasn't until they were some distance apart that Qinshu reacted and hurriedly shouted, Lao Zhou. Wait for me. Seeing the few people walking away, Yi looked at Xia Xiaoyu apologetically. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry for getting you into trouble. Don't take what they said just now to heart. Xia Xiaoyu shook her head obediently, and the ponytail behind her head swung up. Senior, I'm fine. The innocent will be cleared. Anyway, we haven't done anything wrong, so we don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on our door. After saying that, she stuck out her tongue and made a cute face mischievously. Senior, I'll go back to the dormitory first. I have classes soon and need to get my books. Xia Xiaoyu smiled sweetly and skipped away. Yi and Jiang Chuyi walked in silence until they reached the teaching building. Climb up to the third floor, the classroom where we have class today is on this floor. Just as Yi was about to push open the door of the stairwell and walk out, Jiang Chuyi suddenly reached out and tugged at the corner of his clothes, her voice trembling slightly. Wait a minute. Yi paused, turned around, and looked at her with a smile. You've been holding it in all this time, and now you can't bear it anymore? Jiang Chuyi's face turned red and her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. Those videos, could you please not tell the teacher? Jiang Chuyi had strict family education since childhood, and her grades were excellent from elementary school to high school. But after entering university, she found that the grades she was proud of had fallen to the average level of the class. There are naturally many people with strong learning abilities who can enter Bincheng University. Compared with them, Jiang Chuyi felt frustrated for the first time. But her parents had very high expectations of her, and her average grades in the class were not enough to satisfy them. So, after thinking it over again and again, Jiang Chuyi decided to take the risk. For liberal arts majors, the key points of the exam are all in the textbooks. It is not difficult to get a high score as long as you write down the cheat sheets and bring them into the exam room. But Jiang Chui never expected that Yi Yi would catch her cheating in every exam since her freshman year. Although she didn't figure out how Yi Yi had taken the video from that angle, the facts were right in front of her and she couldn't question it. Once this video is seen by the teacher, the parents will be notified. When Jiang Chui thought of her parents' angry and disappointed eyes, her heart tightened for no reason. She must find a way to ask Yi Yi for help. These videos must not be known to others. Yi Yi, I beg you. If the teacher knew, I would be finished. Jiang Chui's eyes were red with anxiety and her voice was filled with tears. Yi Yi waved his hand with a relaxed tone. I had no intention of making this video public. But he raised his eyebrows and deliberately drew out his tone. If you make me angry again before graduation, I have no idea what I'll do. Hearing Yi Yi-sung's words, Jiang Chui nodded repeatedly, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. I will never make you angry. Today is all my fault. I promise it won't happen again. As Jiang Chui finished speaking, the system's mechanical prompt sound rang in Yi Yi's mind on time. It has been detected that the host has completed the current wish mission. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 100,000 yuan. The system has automatically bound the wish task object. Click here to view the bound object information. Yi Yi thought about it, and an information panel appeared in front of him. Name, Jiang Chui. Age, 21. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Chest, C. Appearance, 8.8 points. Current relationship status, single. Current strategy progress, 3.07%. Yi Yi's eyes unconsciously glanced in front of Jiang Chui. Jiang Chui usually wears loose clothes. Yi Yi didn't expect that the class beauty has such a good figure. You, please be kind and delete the video. Jiang Chui grabbed Yi Yi's wrist coquettishly and shook it gently, just like a little girl acting coquettishly with her boyfriend. The soft touch on his wrist made Yi Yi feel secretly happy. I didn't expect that the cold and aloof class beauty actually had this side to her. I thought she had an icy face and couldn't act coquettishly at all. You can delete the video, or not. Yi Yi paused and kept the question in suspense. But not now. How about this, you promise me 3 things, and when you do them, I'll delete these videos. Jiang Chui's eyes lit up, but then she seemed to think of something and took a half step back hesitantly, with a hint of vigilance in her voice. What are you going to do? Chapter 17, First Kiss. Yi Yi smiled lightly and took a small step back. Don't worry, I won't ask anything excessive of you. I'm a good person. Jiang Chui frowned slightly and cursed inwardly. I thought, are you the only good person? Threatening people with this kind of video doesn't seem like something a good person would do. But now Yi Yi is the knife and she is the fish. All we can do is accept whatever Yi Yi says. Jiang Chui thought about it. If Yi Yi really made any excessive demands on her, like becoming her boyfriend or girlfriend, then she would just refuse. At worst, Yi Yi could just tell the teacher that she cheated. At worst, I can just give up the image of an excellent student that I have created over the years. Thinking of this, Jiang Chui felt a little more at ease. At this moment, in Yi Yi's perspective, a wish bar appeared above Jiang Chui's head. I hope Yi Yi won't make excessive demands on me. This wish is very subtle. Don't go too far. What I mean is that a little bit of excess is still acceptable. In that case, then. Yi Yi chuckled. How about this, kiss the side of my cheek? Yi Yi pointed to his cheek. Jiang Chui widened her eyes and unconsciously clenched the corner of her clothes. Relative? Yi Yi, you. Can you change your request? Over the years, as the recognized aloof class beauty and the school beauty who is dating the 5th most beautiful goddess, Jiang Chui has never lacked suitors. But she didn't even bother to look at these people. A good family background and a pretty face are her assets. In her life plan, she must meet a man who is good enough before she will want to fall in love. Those rabble have no chance of getting involved in her feelings. So until now, Jiang Chui has never even held a boy's hand. Not to mention a kiss. This scale is a little difficult for Jiang Chui to accept. Although Yi Yi looks pretty good and is quite tall, but... Oh, no, what are you thinking about? Why does it feel like he's already planning to agree to Yi Yi's request? Thinking of this, Jiang Chui's cheeks couldn't help but turn red. Yi Yi, please. Jiang Chuyi came back to her senses and looked at Yi with pleading eyes. Acting coquettishly is a beauty's most effective weapon. She believed that no boy could resist the coquettishness of her, the class beauty. But as a straight man, Yi naturally would not be moved by it. Jiang Chuyi, think it over carefully. Yi called Jiang Chuyi's full name, and Jiang Chuyi's expression froze, and she became nervous unconsciously. I want you to promise me 3 things. You're not willing to do the first one, which is so simple. Then how can you make me believe your sincerity? After a pause, Yi slowed down his tone and continued. Just a kiss on the side of the cheek, and you've accomplished something. Such a good opportunity doesn't always come along. Do you want me to make some more challenging requests? For example, let's say you sign up for the school sports meet this year and win first place in the long-distance running race? From what I've heard, your long-distance running has always been just barely passing. After hearing what Yi said, Jiang Chuyi really started to weigh the pros and cons. Compared to the request Yi just mentioned, kissing the side of the cheek is indeed a very simple thing. Just stand on tiptoe, tilt your head back, and pout your mouth, and it can be done in less than a second. But, such an intimate act. Jiang Chuyi still found it difficult to convince herself for a moment. Yi was delighted when he saw Jiang Chuyi's serious expression. It feels like there's hope. So he continued to persuade me step by step. Look, we're in the stairwell now. The bell is about to ring, and most of the students are already seated in the classroom. Hardly anyone passes through this stairwell anymore. Now, give me a sneaky kiss on the side of my cheek. No one else will know about this except you and me. These words really touched Jiang Chuyi's heart. No one else will know. And he only kissed the side of the face. I should be alright. Just think of it as if I accidentally bumped into him while walking, and my mouth hit his face. Jiang Chuyi has already begun to brainwash herself silently. His eyes were hesitant just now, but now he seemed to have made a decision for himself. Seeing this, Yi quietly moved his face forward. Jiang Chuyi, you don't want your secret to be known by others, right? Hearing this, Jiang Chuyi shivered uncontrollably. Clench your fists and make up your mind. Okay. Kiss me. But, you have to close your eyes. Jiang Chuyi was still a little shy. For a girl, especially one with outstanding appearance and who has never been in a relationship, this kind of thing still requires a lot of courage. When Yi saw that Jiang Chuyi finally gave in, he closed his eyes without any hesitation, stood obediently against the wall, waiting for Jiang Chuyi's lips to touch his cheek. Being kissed by the class beauty, even if it's just on the side of the cheek, is an extraordinary experience. Yi also knew the principle of knowing when to stop, so he naturally wouldn't ask for too much. Anyway, I still have 2 wishes. At worst, I can just ask her to kiss me again next time with her eyes open. With this preparation, Jiang Chuyi will probably not refuse if a similar request is made next time. Seeing that Yi was ready, Jiang Chuyi clenched her fists and pursed her lips. As if to cheer myself up. Class will start in about a minute. She doesn't have much time left. If she and Yi were late together when the bell rang, it would probably cause even more discussion among their classmates. Never mind, just kiss. You won tea, lose any meat. Jiang Chuyi mustered up her courage, stood on tiptoe, and slowly put her lips close to Yi's cheek. I have to say, Yi is really handsome. It was the first time that Jiang Chuyi observed a boy at such a close distance. He has handsome facial lines and a high nose bridge, and there is a gentle feeling between his eyebrows. Jiang Chuyi felt that her heartbeat seemed to speed up a little. I don't know if it's because of what I'm about to do or because of Yi. However, no matter what, at least when facing such a handsome guy, it is not a disadvantage to kiss his cheek. Jiang Chuyi closed her eyes and continued to move her mouth closer to Yi's cheek. At this moment, several sudden noises came from the bottom of the stairs. Old Yi? Why are you? Jiang Chu. Wow, you too. Oh my god. Upon hearing the sound, Yi quickly turned around to look. When he turned his head, his lips just happened to touch Jiang Chuyi's soft and moist lips. Jiang Chuyi felt something was wrong and suddenly opened her eyes wide. My first kiss was taken away just like that? Chapter 18, no matter what the means. Jiang Chuyi was stunned, and Yi was also stunned. Originally, Yi really just wanted Jiang Chuyi to kiss his cheek. Unexpectedly, by some mistake, I stole the first kiss of the class beauty. This is simply. It's such a great profit. At this time, the culprits who had just made the noise at the bottom of the stairs had expressions of enjoying the show. The burning gaze made Zhang Chuyi wish she could find a hole to crawl into. Seeing that this matter was discovered by others, Zhang Chuyi no longer had the heart to blame Yi. With a red face, he quickly pushed open the door of the stairwell and ran away. Seeing Zhang Chuyi shyly running away, Yi's 3 roommates hurriedly surrounded her at the bottom of the stairs, gossiping. Lin Yu, who was in bed number 1, put his hand on Yi's shoulder, looking surprised. "Old Yi, you can do it. When did you get together with the class beauty?" Xia Ziyuan on bed number 2 had a wicked smile on his face. "And how come you two are progressing so fast?" In the stairwell in broad daylight. Du Mingyu, who was lying on bed number 4, gave Yi a look that any man could understand. "You two are too impatient. Can't we wait until night to go to the grove?" Yi rolled his eyes at each of the 3 people in annoyance. "Okay, I'll tell you guys more in the classroom. The school bell will ring soon. This class is taught by Demon Master Zhang. If you're late, your regular grades will be deducted." Lin Yu slapped his head. "Damn, I almost forgot. What are you guys still standing there for? It's only been half a minute. Charge." As soon as the devil Zhang was mentioned, they immediately felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They hurriedly pushed open the door of the stairwell and ran towards the classroom. Regular grades account for 40% of the final grade. If too many points are deducted from your regular grades, it will be difficult to pass the final exam. Just after a few people rushed out of the stairwell, a lonely figure walked down from the upper stairwell. Qin Shu looked in the direction where Yi left with complicated eyes. He was in the stairwell just now. But it's above Yi and the others. Qin Shu was a little depressed because Zhang Chuyi had said a few words to him for no reason today. He was originally smoking a cigarette in the stairwell to calm down. But unexpectedly, I heard the conversation between Yi and Zhang Chuyi coming from the stairwell on the lower floor. Qin Shu heard the conversation between the two clearly. Originally, Qin Shu wanted to step forward to stop it. But I thought about what Zhang Chuyi said to me in the parking lot just now. Yes, he is a bootlicker, why should he care about his goddess affairs? He is just a bootlicker. Not my boyfriend. How can I be qualified to control her? Everything I did to her might seem like harassment to her. If I rush over now, Zhang Chuyi will definitely get angry again. Qin Shu held the stair railing tightly with both hands, looking at the situation in the stairwell below anxiously and helplessly. It was just a kiss on the side of the cheek. Fortunately, the goddess innocence is still there. And as long as the goddess is willing to be with him, he will definitely not mind such a small thing as her kissing Yi on one side of the cheek. Qin Shu has already started to comfort himself in his heart. But the next second, when he saw Zhang Chuyi's lips touching Yi's lips, Qin Shu was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. That was Zhang Chuyi's first kiss. First kiss. A girl is the purest and most precious. No, she can't be considered the most precious. The most precious thing should be. Whatever, it's something very important. It was actually taken away by Yi in such a confused manner. Hateful. You bastard. You and I cannot coexist. In Qin Shu's heart, he now regarded Yi as his biggest competitor. Judging from the conversation between the two just now, Yi must have some leverage over Zhang Chuyi. That's why Zhang Chuyi obeyed Yi's words. The reason why Zhang Chuyi suddenly changed her tone and started speaking in Yi's favor in the parking lot just now was probably because of this. Qin Shu thought about it and it seemed that he received a message on his phone before Zhang Chuyi suddenly changed her words. Zhang Chuyi started to feel something was wrong after she saw that message. That might be the handle Yi used to threaten her. Yes, that must be it. Qin Shu frowned, and a thought flashed through his mind. Although I don't know how Yi got the evidence against Zhang Chuyi. But it is obvious that this handle is very fatal to Zhang Chuyi. If I can find a way to find out what this handle is, then can I make Zhang Chuyi obey me in everything? When Qin Shu thought of the scene of Yi and Zhang Chuyi kissing just now, he felt both envious and hateful. As long as I can get that handle, then when the time comes, I will be the male lead in the scene of kissing the class beauty. Qin Shu nodded and made a decision secretly. Driven by the fear of failing the exam, Yi and his friends finally rushed to their seats a few seconds before the bell rang. The devil Zhang on the podium pushed his old-fashioned black-framed reading glasses with his hand, looking unhappy. Although I was a little dissatisfied with the behavior of several people who came at the last minute, after all, I was not late. So I just gave him a warning look and didn't say much. The people in the seats looked at each other, wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, and smiled bitterly. Report, teacher, I'm late. 10 seconds after the bell rang, Qin Shu stood at the classroom door with his head down. Obviously, he was not as lucky as Yi Yi and the others. Demon Zhang didn't even look at Qin Shu, he just picked up the roster and wrote 10 points behind Qin Shu's name. 10 points will be deducted from your usual grades. Qin Shu, you need to stand at the back of the classroom for this class. How dare you be late for my class? Is there any discipline left in your eyes? Demon Zhang patted the podium, and his serious tone made all the students in the audience shudder. But Qin Shu, who was standing at the door of the classroom, did not look nervous or afraid at all. He just walked mechanically step by step towards the back of the classroom. At this moment, he had no mind to care about anything else. If Demon Zhang wants to deduct points, let him do it. If you fail a course, you fail it. Anyway, the milk tea shop he opened now is gradually getting on track. If nothing unexpected happens, his income may even surpass that of most of the students here in a few years. So Qin Shu was not worried about what Zhang the demon said. His mind was now filled with the desire to find out what the so-called Zhang Chuyi's secret was. It was actually possible to make the usually aloof class beauty put aside her dignity and actively try to please Yi Yi. And he was able to make such a great sacrifice. He must know this secret. When passing by Yi Yi, Qin Shu glared at Yi Yi threateningly. What he meant was, you just wait for me. Lin Yu gently poked Yi Yi with his arm. Old Yi, this guy is the class beauty's #1 bootlicker. You've snagged the class beauty, this guy might consider you his imaginary enemy. Xia Ziyuan covered his mouth with his hands and spoke in a low voice. Don't worry about it for now. How can old Yi be afraid of a mere Qin Shu? Du Mingyu also nodded. Yeah, old Yi, you should tell us what's going on between you and Zhang Chuyi. Chapter 19, Installed. Lin Yu moved closer to Yi Yi and lowered his voice. Old Yi, we've all heard about what happened between Lin Kiki and Zhou Boheo from the next class. You didn't come home last night, and we were worried. I'm afraid you'll be upset because of a broken heart. Du Mingyu sighed and agreed. Yeah, we know you must be upset. I wanted to call you last night, but Lao Xia wouldn't let me. He said you wanted to be alone for a while. Xia Ziyuan also came over, patted Yi Yi on the shoulder and smiled. You two are just worrying about nothing. I thought old Yi would be alright. By the way, old Yi, you didn't return to the dormitory last night. Could it be that you were with Zhang Chuyi? Yi Yi glared at a few people and interrupted. Don't make wild guesses. Zhang Chuyi and I are just ordinary classmates. Lin Yu rolled his eyes and teased. Yeah, just an ordinary classmate who we kissed innocently. Yi Yi curled his lips, knowing that no matter how much he explained, it would be useless. These three roommates, with gossipy faces, must have already imagined in their minds the scene of themselves spending a wonderful night with Zhang Chuyi last night. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Yi Yi sighed helplessly. Yesterday I met a schoolgirl and asked her to go eat Western food together. We drank some wine while eating, and she got drunk, so we found a hotel and stayed overnight. When Lin Yu heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and he asked hurriedly. And you hooked up with a schoolgirl? That's amazing. How is it? Does it look good? Are there any photos? Yi Yi turned on his phone after hearing that. I found Xia Xiaoyue's profile picture, clicked on her circle of friends, and randomly picked a photo to hand over. Here, you can see for yourself. Xia Ziyuan took the phone, looked at it carefully, and a sly smile appeared on his face. Old Yi, you can do it. Isn't this much better than Lin Kiki? She's sweet and has a great figure. Old Yi, to be honest, I used to look down on you a little bit. With such a handsome face, he's only been dating Lin Kiki for all these years in college. Now it seems you finally got it. A schoolmate, and Zhang Chuyi. TSK, take care of yourself. Seeing the three people's lips curled up at the same time, Yi Yi hurriedly added. Don't think too much, nothing happened between me and that schoolgirl. Hey, that's strange, why did I add the word also? As soon as Yi Yi said this, he felt something was wrong. Du Mingyu hit Yi Yi's thigh with his knee, looking strange. Old Yi, didn't you say that the schoolgirl was drunk? With such a great temptation before you, You can't do it, right? I saw a small advertisement for an old Chinese medicine practitioner posted on the University Town pedestrian street. How about we take you there sometime? Don't worry about the money. We're all brothers. I'll sell everything I have to find a way to cure you. Lin Yu also nodded, looking like he was enjoying the fun. That's right, for the sake of your happiness for the rest of your life and body, we will definitely raise money for your treatment. Yi curled his lips speechlessly, feeling wronged in his heart. If it weren't for that temporary task that popped up from that broken system last night, which normal man could resist that kind of temptation? Get out, get out, get out. Yi rolled his eyes at the three of them and explained unhappily. I'm a good man. I won't do anything that takes advantage of others. Du Mingyu continued to ask. Okay, stop pretending. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Just pretend that nothing happened between you and that schoolgirl. After hearing this, Yi felt even more aggrieved. I clearly didn't do anything, but now it sounds like I did everything but refused to admit it. Xia Ziyuan secretly looked up at the demon Zhang on the podium, and after confirming that he didn't notice the whispers between the others, he continued. Old Ji, what's going on between you and Zhang Chuyi? Your lips are stuck together. We saw this with our own eyes, you can't deny it. Yi rubbed his nose and subconsciously glanced in the direction of Zhang Chuyi. Zhang Chuyi was holding a pen at this time, carefully writing down what Zhang Moda wrote on the blackboard. Feeling someone was looking at her, Zhang Chuyi turned her gaze to the side and met Yi's eyes. When Zhang Chuyi thought of what happened in the stairwell just now, her face instantly turned red. The action of taking notes also became messy. One of them didn't hold the pen tightly and it slipped to the ground. She hurriedly bent down to pick it up, but after picking up the pen, she couldn't concentrate on taking notes. My mind was filled with the image of our lips touching just now. Even the soft touch lingered in my mind. Lin Yu followed Yi's gaze and saw Zhang Chuyi's reaction, and couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. Holy crap, you two were openly flirting with your eyes in class. Old Ji, you're going too far. What are you going to do with us single guys? Teach us quickly, how did you turn the aloof class beauty into this? If you open a class, we will definitely study seriously. Du Mingyu raised his hand weakly and spoke in a low voice. You two are single, but I'm not, I'm going to have a girlfriend soon. Xia Ziyuan sighed lightly and shook his head. You haven't even started yet. That girl just agreed to go out and play with you. Wait until you kiss someone on the lips like Lao Yi, then you can say you're not a single dog. Lin Yu interrupted the two of them and winked. Okay, both of you, stop interrupting. Old Ji, you haven't told me about you and Zhang Chuyi yet. If you have any secrets to chasing girls, you can't hide them from your brothers. Yi retracted his gaze, sat up straight, and spoke seriously. I can't help it. I'm very charming. It's only natural for the class beauty to fall for me. The tone was calm, but full of pressure. Cut. Depend on. Vomit. The three of them all gave Yi the middle finger and said in unison. I've even put it on for you, kid. Hearing whispers in the classroom, Demon Zhang slapped the podium in dissatisfaction. He stopped writing on the blackboard, turned around and glanced around coldly. Yi and the others were so frightened that they immediately shut up. Qin Shou, who was standing at the back of the classroom, looked at Yi and the others laughing and giggling, and felt even more resentful. Yi, you actually defiled my goddess. Even Lin Kiki looks down on you, and you still dream of trying to eat swan meat. Just wait. Once I get hold of that secret, I will definitely snatch Zhang Chuyi from you. At least I have successfully started my own business now. And you are broke. I must let Zhang Chuyi know that only a man as outstanding as me is worthy of her. Chapter 20, Socializing with the School Beauty. After class, I had lunch and returned to the dormitory. Yi and his roommates were lying on the bed, bored. I'm already a senior and have very few classes. Everything will be fine after this class this morning. There are no classes this afternoon or all day tomorrow. Yi had nothing to do, so he looked through the system panel in his mind. So far, I have completed 3 wish tasks and received a reward of 300,000. 2 wish objects are also bound. Xiao Xiaogo's current strategy progress is 69.99%, and Zhang Chuyi's current strategy progress is 10.43%. Yi even thought that after accidentally kissing Zhang Chuyi, the progress of conquering Zhang Chuyi might drop to 0%. After all, she always looks like an icy beauty on weekdays. No boy dared to have any blasphemous thoughts towards her. But I didn't expect that after his lips touched hers, the progress of conquering this aloof class beauty actually increased. It seems that sometimes, you can't be too determined to keep a gentleman's distance from girls. Words that are too gentlemanly are unlikely to impress girls. You have to test the girl's bottom line again and again, and break this bottom line, so that you can get into the girl's heart. Ding, it's detected that the host has been bound to a beautiful girl from Bincheng University, triggering a hidden mission. Hidden mission? Yi was a little curious. Anyone who has played the game knows that the rewards for hidden missions are generally very generous. Hidden mission: find the top 5 beauties at Bincheng University and raise their strategy progress to over 70%. Mission reward: 100% equity in pilot capital. Ye's eyes lit up in an instant. Leading Capital, this name is not unfamiliar. This is a thriving investment company. They have investments in all walks of life. Even Bincheng University has investment from Leading Capital. In Yi's impression, the milk tea shop business plan that Qin Shu had previously favored by the school leaders was funded by the startup capital allocated by Linghang Capital. And now, as long as he can increase the progress of the strategy to more than 70% for the 5 campus beauties, he will become the chairman of Leading Capital? And he is the chairman who owns 100% of the shares. With such great employment pressure nowadays, other students are very anxious about the competition in finding jobs after graduation. But now, as long as I can peacefully date the beautiful campus girl, I can easily become the chairman of a well-known investment company. This is so cool. But Yi thought about it and found a new problem. Generally speaking, the more outstanding the girl is, the harder it is to capture her. Even if I can see girls' wishes now. However, simply helping girls fulfill their wishes won't necessarily increase their strategy progress to over 70%. What if those girls treat him as a fool, just like Lin Kiki? After all, many girls' motto nowadays is "I accept your kindness," but that doesn't mean I accept you as a person. Yi frowned, feeling that conquering 5 campus beauties was no less difficult than finding a job. Ding, the host's intentions have been detected. The 100 secrets to controlling the goddess is being distributed to the host. Received successfully. As the system prompt sounded, Yi felt a sense of freshness spreading in his mind. I feel refreshed and my mind is clearer than ever before. All the ways for men and women to get along with each other instantly flooded into Yi's consciousness. So, is this the mindset of the scumbag Aquaman? Feeling the tips for picking up girls gushing out of his mind, Yi felt particularly enlightened. Many things that I couldn't understand before now seem to become clear in an instant. Hey, system, aren't you a good system? Why are you calling me a scumbag now? Ding, answer the host's question. This isn't a scumbag, this is just a desire to give all girls a home. Hearing this answer, Yi curled his lips. Okay, let us play it this way, eh? Okay, you are awesome. You are the system, you have the final say. Old G, what are you laughing at? Xia Ziyuan saw Yi lying on the bed and grinning foolishly, and asked curiously. Lin Yu looked up in Yi's direction, then continued to play the game on his mobile phone with a calm expression. Old Xia, you don't understand this. Old G must be chatting with the class beauty or the junior high school girl. All men in love are like this. Haven't you seen Lao Du, also holding his phone and laughing foolishly every day? Hearing Lin Yu say this, Xia Ziyuan subconsciously looked in the direction of Du Mingyu. As expected, Du Mingyu was also holding his mobile phone, typing quickly, with a smile on his face. Alas, the sour smell of love. Xia Ziyuan shook his head and silently clicked into the mobile game. Lao Lin, we're both single guys, and we can only rely on games to pass the time. Look at them, their hearts have already flown away. Promise me you won't fall in love. If you were in a relationship, there would be no one to talk to me in this dormitory. Lin Yu said lazily without even raising his head. Don't worry, woman, it will only slow down my sword drawing speed. At this time, Yi sat up from the bed, leaped down from the upper bunk. He walked over to Lin Yu and Xia Ziyuan and patted them on the shoulders. Okay, 2 single guys, stop looking so sad. I've made a little money recently, so I'm going to treat everyone to a meal tonight. Lao Du, you come too. Let's go eat seafood hot pot. Hearing that there was food, Lin Yu and Xia Ziyuan put down their phones and looked at Yi with shining eyes. Old Yi, are you serious? Did you win the lottery? You treated us to such a nice meal. No more words, Godfather, please accept my greetings. There is a very high-end seafood hot pot restaurant on the University Town pedestrian street. The store has all kinds of fresh seafood such as Australian lobster and king crab. A meal there usually costs 3 to 400 yuan per person. As a college student, being able to go there and have a meal is simply a luxury. So after hearing that Yi Yi was going to treat everyone to a seafood hot pot tonight, Ling Yu and Xie Ziyuan wanted to immediately treat Yi Yi as a financial sponsor. At this time, Du Mingyu embarrassedly poked his head out from the upper bunk and looked at the excited people. I'm sorry, I might as well not go. I made an appointment with Jingjing yesterday. Tonight, we're going to eat Japanese food alone. Yi Yi waved his hand. It's okay, just call her to come with you. It's a good opportunity for us to meet your girlfriend as well. Du Mingyu looked embarrassed. My relationship with her is not confirmed yet. We're just friends for now. She's not very familiar with you guys. I'm afraid if I ask her to come, she won't be able to let go. Forget it, just the three of you can go eat tonight. Xia Ziyuan slapped his thigh, as if he had come up with a brilliant idea. Lao Du, you are stupid. If you're worried that she won't be able to let go of us, why don't you just call her roommates along? Let's have a get-together between our two dormitories. Maybe if everyone helps to bring you two together, you two can get married tonight. When Lin Yu, who had just said that he didn't want to find a girlfriend, heard that there was going to be a social gathering with the girls in the dormitory, his eyes became hot. Yes, Lao Du, socializing. Fellowship is great. This is a friendship. And I heard that Jiang Yilin, who ranked 4th on our school's beauty pageant list, is your girlfriend's roommate. Chapter 21. This military advisor is not simple. Du Mingyu's old face flushed as he corrected. Oh, I told you she's not my girlfriend. But Zhou Jing and Jiang Yilin are indeed roommates. And they have a pretty good relationship. Xia Ziyuan also became interested immediately. That would be great. I don't have much time to interact with the dance department. I rarely see Jiang Yilin in real life. I only occasionally see her live broadcasts on Douyin. That's the leading actress in our school's dance department. Both her looks and figure are first-rate. Tonight you talk about your love life, and we will use your light to appreciate the beauty of the campus beauty in real life. After hearing what Ling Yu and Xie Ziyuan said, Du Mingyu was also a little moved. He had been in contact with Zhou Jing for a while, but there was no substantial progress. If the two dormitories get together tonight, with the help and assistance of the brothers, maybe I can really go further with Zhou Jing. Well, that's not impossible. It's just that Olji is treating us tonight, so we should listen to Olji about whether we want to socialize or not. Yi Yi nodded decisively. He was worried about how to find an opportunity to get close to the remaining 4 school beauties. Now, one has been delivered to my door. How could Yi Yi miss such a good opportunity? No problem, Lao Du, send a message to your Jingjing right now and invite her and her roommates to dinner tonight. It's at DUS Seafood Hot Pot on the University Town Pedestrian Street. After getting Yi Yi's approval, Du Mingyu quickly sent a message to Zhou Jing. Jingjing, are you there? We've changed our plans for tonight. We're not going to eat Japanese food. Can we go somewhere else? At the same time, in the girls' dormitory, Zhou Jing's cell phone vibrated. Zhou Jing opened her phone and saw the message, thinking about how to reply. At this time, Jiang Yilin, who was putting on makeup and preparing to start a live broadcast, came over. Let me see, what did your little boyfriend say to you again? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jing obediently handed her phone to Jiang Yilin. Jiang Yilin is the recognized love strategist in their dormitory. She knows how to understand boys' little thoughts. Anyway, in their dormitory, whenever someone is in a relationship, they will ask Jiang Yilin for advice. And it's always successful. Jiang Yilin looked at the message Du Mingyu sent to Zhou Jing and curled her lips. It seems he thinks Japanese food is too expensive and wants to switch to a cheaper place? That won't do. Jingjing, you two haven't even been together yet, and he's already so calculating towards you. What if you two are together in the future? He must be a stingy miser. It's the most boring thing to be in a relationship with a boy like this. Well, I'll help you get back. Jiang Yilin typed a reply on Zhou Jing's phone while applying foundation on her face. No problem, I can eat anything. I also think Japanese food is a bit too expensive. We are just ordinary friends after all, so we can just eat something cheap. Jiang Yilin typed these words quickly with her fair fingers and immediately clicked send. A needle hidden in cotton, this is the highest level of tea art. Zhang Yilin specifically pointed out Du Mingyu's little thoughts and also helped Zhou Jing establish a persona that was considerate and non-competitive. But at the same time, he added that since they were just ordinary friends, they could just eat something cheaper. What I mean is, if you really just treat me to an ordinary roadside meal, then our relationship will end there. If you want to develop the relationship beyond just ordinary friends, then show your sincerity. Zhang Yilin put her phone on the table and continued to put on her makeup with full concentration. In her opinion, it is easy to control a low-level straight man like Du Mingyu. As long as the other party sees these messages, he will definitely apologize happily and change his mind and say that he will still go out to eat Japanese food tonight. As expected, in the boys' dormitory, Du Mingyu was obviously panicked when he saw the news. Jingjing seems a little unhappy. Yesterday when I told her I'd treat her to Japanese food, she was quite happy. Looking at the message she just sent, there seems to be an inexplicable sense of alienation. Du Mingyu held up his cell phone and looked at his 3 roommates for help. Lin Yu and Xia Ziyuan hurriedly shook their heads. Don't ask us. We're both single and don't know the first thing about flirting with girls. Old Ji, how about you give old Du some advice? You can even handle Jiang Chuyi's ice cube, so this little thing should be no problem for you. Yi Yi took Du Mingyu's phone and glanced at their previous chat records. The few sentences Zhou Jing just sent over had a speaking style that was obviously completely different from before. It is absolutely impossible for a person to change his speaking style so drastically in a short period of time. There is no doubt that there must be a military advisor behind this. After receiving the 100 secrets to control the goddess given by the system, Yi Yi saw that these things were like open book exams. Yi Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Lao Du, let me help you back. Du Mingyu nodded. After witnessing Yi Yi and Zhang Chuyi kissing each other in the stairwell this morning, Du Mingyu already regarded Yi Yi as a master of picking up girls. Now that the master is willing to take action, it couldn't be better. What is the difference between this and asking a game expert to help you level up while playing games? It will definitely be easy to gain points. Yi Yi thought about it for a moment and figured out how to deal with it. Jingjing, you misunderstood. I originally wanted to go to DUI's seafood hotpot with you tonight. It just so happens that my roommate is treating me and asked me to bring my girlfriend along. But, since you said you want to eat something cheaper, that's fine. I respect your opinion. In the girls' dormitory, Zhou Jing's phone screen lit up, indicating that there was a new message. You're back so soon. As expected, these boys are so easy to manipulate. I can guess what he'll say. Zhang Yilin was full of confidence. She opened Zhou Jing's mobile phone and prepared to verify her guess. But after seeing the message sent by the other party in the chat box, Zhang Yilin paused in putting on makeup, and her eyes instantly became a little subtle. Oh, this is a bit surprising to me. It seems he has a military advisor over there too. Zhang Yilin also noticed the change in the other party's conversation style. These words are also very cleverly said. I explained that I didn't want to take Zhou Jing to eat something cheaper, but on the contrary, to eat a more expensive seafood hotpot. But if Zhou Jing wants to eat something cheaper, we will respect Zhou Jing's choice. What do you mean, pushing the choice back? This is forcing Zhou Jing to say, oh, I misunderstood you. I'm sorry, but I actually wanted to eat seafood hotpot too. But if this happens, wouldn't the frugal and sensible personality that I just established for Zhou Jing be destroyed? The other party's military advisor is not simple. Chapter 22 Interesting. Not only that, the other party also added a sentence. My roommate treated us to seafood hotpot. His roommate asked him to bring his girlfriend. In other words, if Zhou Jing really wants to eat seafood hotpot with Du Mingyu, she has to do it as Du Mingyu's girlfriend. Are you in such a hurry to confirm the relationship before you even have the food in your mouth? Retreat in order to advance. Master. In just a few words, Zhang Yilin smelled a strong smell of gunpowder. Of course, the two silly parties involved couldn't see the tension. This was a confrontation between two military advisors through their cell phones. Interesting. Zhang Yilin's desire to win instantly rose. Comparing art, right? Comparing levels, right? Do you really think I'm the school belle for nothing? Zhang Yilin took the phone and tapped the screen quickly with her fingertips. Did you tell your roommate that I was your girlfriend? Shy expression. If I don't go, you'll be embarrassed. Smirking expression. Okay, I'll just consider it a favor. Naughty expression. It's just that I'm not very familiar with your roommates. Is it really appropriate for me to go? Will it affect your normal gathering? John Yeelan's tea-art is indeed perfect as she can counter every move. I didn't admit that we were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. I'm just worried that you'd lose face in front of your roommates, so I'm here to help you save face. Besides, it's not that I have to eat seafood hot pot. It is to maintain your face and let you show off in front of your roommates. With just 2 sentences, John Yeelan pushed the ball kicked by the opponent back. Not only that, John Yeelan also said the last 2 sentences on behalf of Zhou Jing with pretended reserve. On the one hand, it is to create an image of Zhou Jing as a sensible and considerate person. On the other hand, I want the other party to take the initiative to invite me again. Once the other party replies, "It's okay, my roommates are easy to get along with, come join us." Then, next, you can follow this step and naturally accept the invitation to have seafood hot pot tonight. This way you won't appear to be too proactive. In relationships between men and women, the most taboo thing is to be too proactive. Once you are too proactive, you will often lose control of the relationship. Because the right to say no is always in the hands of the party that does not take the initiative. Now let's see how you take it. A hint of amusement flashed across John Yeelan's lips, and her eyes became more interested. She has been in the world for so many years, and although she has never had a love relationship, she has a lot of theoretical experience. Almost all the boys she met were like a blank sheet of paper in front of her. She only needs one glance to see through the other person. John Yeelan could even guess clearly what the other party would say or do next. Because of this, she has not yet met a boy who can arouse her interest. People like challenging things. Just like a question, if you know the answer in advance, you will lose the interest in asking the question. But today, during these exchanges of words, John Yeelan found herself facing an equally matched opponent. For several times in a row, I failed to guess the opponent's moves. This made her curious. I'm curious about what kind of guy is on the other end of the phone. Perhaps this is the kind of mutual respect that is unique to military advisors. On the other side, the boys' dormitory. Yi looked at the message sent by the other party, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the 100 secrets to control the goddess given by the system, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be a match for the other party's military advisor. The opponent's rank is indeed quite good. However, the current Yi is no longer the Yi of the past. The straight man of steel in the past has now transformed. My roommate also considered that it would be uncomfortable for a girl like you to eat with a few of us boys, so he wanted you to invite a few of your roommates to come along. Just one short sentence, full of key points. First, he avoided the attack that John Yeelan had just made and did not make a direct response. I don't admit that I pretended to be cool and said you were my girlfriend in front of my roommate. But since you are willing to play this role now, I will not refuse. Don't take the initiative, don't refuse, and don't take responsibility. This way you can always keep yourself in a position where you can attack or defend. Secondly, you just reluctantly agreed to have seafood hot pot with us. It's just that due to my reservedness, I want to hear me take the initiative to invite you again, so that you will reluctantly agree to it. It seems that after I begged you, you softened your heart and specially gave me the honor of having dinner with you. But I have stopped you from thinking that. Although I sent out another invitation, this time it was to your other roommates. It is equivalent to taking what you just said as your agreement. It's an established fact that you will come tonight, there's no need to ask you out again. In other words, it was you who accepted my invitation on your own initiative, not me begging you to come. Another thing is that the seafood hot pot is very expensive, so I will not only treat you, but also your roommates. It's also telling you that we are not short of money. This is also a response to what John Yeelan said at the beginning, we are just ordinary friends, just eat something cheap. John Yeelan's expression became somewhat intriguing. She looked at this sentence seriously and completely stopped putting on makeup. Because in addition to the above information points, she also saw the final meaning of this sentence. That was a declaration of war sent to her by the opponent's military advisor, urging her to challenge him to a face-to-face offline duel. John Yeelan seemed to see the other person's contempt in her eyes and asked, "Chatting over the phone is so boring. Let's compete face-to-face tonight. Do you dare to come? Oh my god, it turns out they are targeting me?" When competing face-to-face, everything has to be improvised, and there is not much time to think and deliberate. John Yeelan's beautiful fingers tapped the table regularly, as if she was thinking about something. So I also aroused your desire to win? It's getting more and more interesting. What's wrong, Lin Lin? Did he say anything again? It was rare for Zhou Jing to see Jiang Yilin in such a state where she didn't know how to respond. Could it be that Du Mingyu was someone that even Jiang Yilin herself can't deal with? Jiang Yilin turned around and smiled gently at her gossiping roommates. It's okay, your boyfriend asked us to go together tonight. Go to the US Seafood Hotpot on University Town Pedestrian Street. Upon hearing the news, the other two roommates widened their eyes in surprise. Will you please come with us? Seafood Hotpot? Ha, Jingjing, we're really indebted to you today. Zhou Jing blushed and shyly changed the subject. What? We haven't even started yet. Lin, are you going tonight too? It seems like you don't usually participate in these kinds of social gatherings with the boys in the dormitory. School beauties naturally have their own airs, and not every boy can see them. But if Jiang Yilin doesn't go tonight, Zhou Jing always feels uneasy. Going into the battlefield without a military advisor is like missing a backbone. Jiang Yilin smoothed her hair with her hand, looked at her delicate facial features in the mirror, and raised her eyebrows slightly. A face full of confidence and expectation. I'm going with you tonight. Chapter 23. How would you respond? At 6 o'clock in the evening, Yi and his three roommates arrived at the Seafood Hotpot restaurant first. As soon as they arrived at the store, the waiter warmly opened the door and welcomed the four people in. Good evening, how many people are dining here? Yi looked around and saw that there were already quite a few people sitting in the hall at this time. It looks a little noisy. Is there a private room that can seat 8 people? Yi approached the waiter and asked. The waiter nodded and responded politely. Yes, but there is a minimum consumption for the private rooms in our store. The US Seafood Hotpot is located in the university town, so naturally the main customers are college students. The waiter knew that college students had to save money for a while before they could afford to eat here. Basically, they all have limited budgets. So there are some things to say up front. Don't wait until you enter the box to find out that there is a minimum consumption fee. It will be awkward to change back to the seat in the hall. When Du Mingyu heard that there was a minimum consumption for the private room, he subconsciously pulled Yi's arm. Old Yi, forget it, we can just sit in the hall. Lin Yu also nodded. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary to sit in a box. Yi looked at his three roommates with an intriguing expression. This is Lao Du's first official date with his girlfriend, so of course we have to help him liven up the occasion. And the campus beauty Jiang Yilin is coming tonight too. We can't have the school beauty sitting in the hall with us. What if her suitors see us and insist on hitting on us? Will we still be able to enjoy our meal then? Okay, don't worry about the money, I have money now. From the awakening system yesterday to now, Yi has completed 3 wish tasks and received a reward of 300,000. Looking at the balance on the card, Yi felt relieved. And I will meet Jiang Yilin soon. Maybe I can even complete 1 or 2 of Jiang Yilin's wish tasks. You can still get money then. Old Ji, tell me the truth, where did you get so much money? You didn't sell the kidneys secretly without our knowledge, did you? Xia Ziyuan came up with a nasty look on his face and poked Yi in the waist with his elbow. Lin Yu looked as if he had suddenly understood when he heard this. Oh. It's possible. No wonder nothing happened last night when Old Yi was staying with such a cute schoolmate. Old Yi, you are confused. Du Mingyu also came over with a laugh. It's okay, buddy, I have a good kidney. If you really can't do it, I can lend you one. Yi angrily gave each of the 3 people a slap on the face. Go away, both my kidneys are still healthy. Lao Du, you should keep yours for yourself. For the sake of your family's quiet happiness, I dare not take your kidney. The 4 of them laughed and joked as they followed the waiter to the private room. Du Mingyu also sent the box number to Zhou Jing. 10 minutes later, Zhou Jing and her roommates arrived at the store. Hello, everyone. Pushing open the door of the box, Zhou Jing greeted a few people with a red face. Lin Yu hurriedly slapped Du Mingyu on the back. Lao Du, why are you standing there like an idiot? Come on and introduce yourself. Du Mingyu finally reacted and quickly stood up. Jingjing, these 3 are my roommates. Yi, Lin Yu and Xia Ziyuan stood up sensibly and greeted the girls. Du Mingyu also introduced them to Zhou Jing one by one. After the boys finished introducing themselves, Zhou Jing also began to introduce her roommates. This is Zhao Lily, and this is Wang Yao. And this one, everyone should have heard of her, Jiang Yilin, the beauty on our school's beauty list. Zhang Yilin wore a long, thin khaki windbreaker and a pair of black patent leather over the knee boots with red soles. The soft brown waves are very charming. She gently lifted her hair, waved at the boys, and showed a charming smile. It almost took away the souls of Lin Yu and Xia Ziyuan. "Everyone, please take your seats." Du Mingyu hurried forward and greeted him. Since it was a dormitory gathering for boys and girls, the boys were particularly careful when they entered the box and sat down. There are 8 positions in total. Yi Yi and the others sat separately on purpose, with an empty seat between each of them. This is so that when the girls arrive, men and women can sit alternately. As soon as Zhang Yilin entered the box, she noticed the boys' little thoughts. She quickly glanced at the other 3 boys except Du Mingyu. She wanted to find out who the military advisor was who was against her today. Lin Yu, with his otaku look, is the kind of guy who plays games and watches anime every day. He must have very little experience in love, so he is ruled out. Xia Ziyuan seemed to be more sociable than Lin Yu, but after the girls entered the box, his face turned slightly red, obviously shy. He is also a newbie with little experience in love, so he is ruled out. There is another one, Yi Yi. When Zhang Yilin looked at Yi Yi, she met Yi Yi's eyes. When their eyes met, Zhang Yilin discovered that Yi Yi's gaze not only did not evade, but he looked at her in an extremely aggressive manner. "Found it, it's you. Well, he is quite handsome and is indeed qualified to be my opponent." A hint of excitement of finding prey flashed across Zhang Yilin's face, and she walked towards the empty space next to Yi Yi. "Can I sit here?" Zhang Yilin walked to Yi Yi and asked in a gentle tone. When masters meet, they start attacking without any warning. Zhang Yilin deliberately clamped her throat, but it was very natural and there was no sound of artificiality. Any man who hears this sound would feel his bones go numb. Moreover, this question is a question that hides a trap. "Can I sit here?" This is to seek Yi Yi's consent. This type of questioning is generally used when a person of lower status asks a person of higher status. The school beauty, the leading actress of the dance department, now lowered her status to ask a boy if she could sit next to him. If you were a young and inexperienced person, you would probably be terrified and flattered just by hearing Zhang Yilin's question. Then he nodded repeatedly in agreement and invited her to sit down with a flattering and ingratiating look on his face. "You, a big campus beauty, are so humble, so how dare I, a small bootlicker, act more superior than you?" In this way, the offense and defense are switched instantly. During the rest of the meal, this boy will definitely try his best to please Zhang Yilin, kneel down on his own initiative, and lower himself to a level lower than Zhang Yilin. This is what is called retreating to advance. With just one simple question, you can easily understand the psychology of those boys. Zhang Yilin has used this trick many times and it has always worked for her. But this time, the people in front of Zhang Yilin were not those innocent little boys who knew nothing about the world. A hint of curiosity flashed in Zhang Yilin's star-like eyes. "Yi Yi, how would you respond?" Chapter 24, Seen Through. Yi Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly and turned his head to look at Zhang Yilin. There is 3 parts calmness, 5 parts gentleness, and 2 parts gentleman in his eyes. "You can sit down if you want." This sentence is simple and powerful, and instantly points out the key point. It was not me, Yi Yi, who took the initiative and humbly invited you to sit here. It was you, Zhang Yilin, who wanted to sit next to me. I just agreed to your request. In this way, it became Zhang Yilin who took the initiative to get close to Yi Yi. Originally, Zhang Yilin wanted to retreat in order to advance, and to suppress the other party's attitude by lowering her own status. But unexpectedly, Yi Yi took advantage of the situation and completely confirmed Zhang Yilin's humble attitude. In a word, an easy kill. Zhang Yilin's eyes flickered, and the light in her eyes became even brighter. This is indeed a good opponent. Interesting. So interesting. When is the most likely time for a man and a woman to get carried away? Isn't it just a time of flirting? However, Zhang Yilin's level is too high, and any boy can be easily seen through in front of her. Being easily seen through means losing the mystery of the unknown. When a man loses his mystery, there is naturally no possibility of pulling. I can guess everything you're going to say, so how can we continue to argue? Isn't that just like playing chess with yourself? Zhang Yilin has been invincible for so long, and today she finally met an opponent who can let her show her skills. Student Yi Yi, have you ordered yet? Zhang Yilin knew that Yi Yi was treating today, so she asked politely. Yi Yi casually called the waiter and asked him to bring the tablet for taking orders. Not yet. I thought we'd order some together when you guys got here. Just look at it first, and order whatever you want. After saying that, Yi handed the tablet in his hand to Du Mingyu and Zhou Jing on the other side. After all, this couple is the protagonist tonight. This action also made Zhang Yilin more interested in Yi. Generally, when having dinner with boys, no matter who else is present, the boys will first ask Zhang Yilin's opinion. But Yi didn't. This made Zhang Yilin feel a little curious. Am I not attractive enough in his eyes? Zhang Yilin subconsciously glanced at Yi. Yi felt the gaze coming from the side. Without turning his head, he asked calmly, "Why are you looking at me? Do you want me to help you order?" Zhang Yilin smiled faintly and suddenly had a new idea. "Okay, then I'd like to see if the dishes you ordered are to my liking." Zhang Yilin learned and put this tactic into practice, turning the tables on the opponent. The thing girls like boys to do most is guess. Nothing is said directly, everything has to be guessed. Because saying it yourself is far less interesting than letting boys guess it. Moreover, once boys start to guess what girls are thinking, they will fall into a passive position and will always be led by the girls. As long as the girl shows that she is not satisfied with the answer guessed by the boy will continue to improve and remedy the situation, constantly becoming more pleasing. But Zhang Yilin didn't know that the person in front of her was a systematic cheater. Yi and Zhang Yilin looked at each other, and immediately saw a wish bar appear above Zhang Yilin's head. "I want to eat salmon sashimi, geoduck sashimi, grouper and 5 grade wagyu beef. I've been starving for a month to stay in shape, so I want to indulge myself for once. And they are all high in protein, and they won't make you gain weight. I also want a cup of yogurt. Eating hot pot and drinking yogurt can protect your stomach and intestines. I don't know if Yi can order the dishes I want." Looking at the wish bar above Zhang Yilin's head, Yi clicked to receive the wish task without hesitation. Ding, it is detected that the host is performing a wish mission, and the system will grant a blessing. The consumption at Dua Hot Pot restaurant can be fully reimbursed. Yi was happy when he heard the system prompt. I originally thought that since I had already earned 300,000 yuan, it would be okay to take out some to treat my roommates to a hot pot meal. Now that's good, I can't spend the money. This system is really so sensible. How can eating without spending money be as delicious as eating without spending money? After everyone else had ordered their food, Yi took the tablet used for ordering. "Then let me help you with some?" Yi Xiang confirmed with Zhang Yilin. Zhang Yilin nodded and spoke in a reserved manner. "Don't order too much. We dancers have to keep in shape. If I gain weight and then lose weight, losing weight is hard." Yi smiled lightly and spoke in a gentle tone. "It's okay. You guys work so hard every day, so you deserve an indulgent meal once in a while. Besides, seafood is high in protein and won't make you fat, so don't worry." When Zhang Yilin heard Yi's words, her heart beat faster for some reason. Didn't expect that Yi's idea coincided with mine? That's what I just thought. This man actually heard that she was pretending to be reserved? For the first time, Zhang Yilin felt like she was seen through by others. Salmon, geoduck, grouper, 5 grade wagyu beef. Yi ordered the dishes while reporting them to Zhang Yilin. The more Zhang Yilin listened, the wider her eyes became. Yi was like a worm in her stomach. The dishes she ordered were all the ones she wanted to eat. Is it such a coincidence? Or did Yi know his own preferences in advance? Thinking of this, Zhang Yilin felt that this guess was more likely. As the campus belle of Bincheng University, many boys take the time to get to know me. For example, if you look at her moments, Douyin, etc., you can see some of the content she posts on a daily basis. Based on these, we can also infer her preferences and life patterns. If Yi came prepared today, then it would make sense that he could guess my thoughts so accurately. I'll order you another cup of yogurt. When you eat hot pot, drinking yogurt can effectively protect your stomach and intestines. Yi finally ordered a cup of yogurt for Zhang Yilin, then clicked the order button and returned the ordering tablet to the waiter. "How about it? Are you satisfied with the food I ordered?" Yi raised his eyebrows and suppressed his inner pride with a nonchalant expression. Zhang Yilin was speechless. Even if Yi came prepared, this guess was too accurate. She ordered all the dishes she wanted to eat. I even guessed that she wanted to drink yogurt. Not only that, the most amazing thing is that Yi Dian's reason for eating yogurt is exactly the same as what she thought in her heart. Zhang Yilin couldn't help but murmur in her heart. Could it be that Yi's rank is really higher than mine? So this is what it feels like to be seen through by someone. Zhang Yilin subconsciously tugged at the collar of her windbreaker and wrapped herself tighter. She felt as if she had no secrets in front of Yi. This feeling made Zhang Yilin feel a little uneasy and even shy. Thank you, Yi. Everything you ordered is what I like. Chapter 25 New Wish. Ding, it's detected that the host has completed the wish mission. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 100,000 yuan. Kang Yirin has been bound as the object of the wish. Click here to view the details. Name, Zhang Yilin. Age, 21. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Chest, C. Appearance, 8.8 points. Current relationship status, single. Current strategy progress, 14.3%. 1.76 meters tall, no wonder her legs are so long. Yi couldn't help but look down at Zhang Yilin's beautiful legs wearing over the knee boots. Due to years of dance practice, Zhang Yilin's limbs do not have a trace of fat, and she looks very well proportioned. But even though her limbs are so thin, her bust size is still an impressive C. Maybe this is talent. Her beauty score of 8.8 is the same as that of Zhang Chui, the icy beauty who ranks 5th on the school beauty list. However, the ranking of Bincheng University's campus beauties is determined by voting among classmates. Zhang Chui usually gives people a sense of distance, so in terms of popularity, she is naturally less popular than Zhang Yilin. Does it look good? Feeling Yi's gaze focused on her slender legs, Zhang Yilin was not displeased at all. Instead, she turned her head and asked openly. Because Yi's eyes are very pure. That look revealed a simple appreciation of beauty. This kind of look would not make Zhang Yilin feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, I feel a little proud of my own charm. Your boots are dirty. Yi pointed to the calf of the boot, where there was a small spot of mud. I don't know when it got on. Zhang Yilin blushed. Was she just being too sentimental? Yi was not admiring her because her legs were beautiful, but because her boots were dirty. Let me wipe it for you. Before Zhang Yilin could react, Yi picked up a wet towel and naturally reached out to help Zhang Yilin wipe off the small mud spots on her boots. The movements were gentle and to the point, without any sign of taking advantage. Okay, it's clean. Oh, yes. Forgot to answer your previous question. Nice. Yi said in a voice that only Zhang Yilin could hear. After saying that, Yi took the yogurt brought by the waiter as if nothing had happened and poured a full cup for Zhang Yilin. But Zhang Yilin was still immersed in what had just happened. All this happened so quickly and so naturally. And Yi said it looks good. Where is it good? Do boots look good after being polished? Or do your legs look better? Somehow, Zhang Yilin had an inexplicable feeling that she was being teased. My heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. This is what it feels like to be teased. Before, the suitors around Zhang Yilin only said some old-fashioned and cheesy love words. Either make a passionate confession or pretend to be literary and write a love letter. Zhang Yilin felt that these methods were too deliberate. But it was Yi's natural gentleness that made Zhang Yilin feel an unprecedented feeling. Damn it. Originally, I came here to compete with Yi Xian offline. I didn't expect that I would become a prey so soon. Linlin, why is your face red? Zhou Jing saw Zhang Yilin's face blushing slightly and asked with concern. Zhang Yilin then hurriedly came to her senses. Maybe it's the heat. After saying that, he looked at Yi guiltily. After seeing Yi's slightly smirking expression, Zhang Yilin's face turned even redder. This feeling is something I have never experienced before. No, why am I so subpar today? Where has the self who usually walks through the bushes without getting a single leaf on him gone? Zhang Yilin took a deep breath, adjusted her state, and let her heartbeat gradually slow down. Can't give up so quickly. We must win this battle today. Throughout the rest of the meal, Zhang Yilin took the initiative to convey messages to Yi. Using both soft and hard tactics, and frequently using deadly moves. But Yi's answers were always flawless. Neither humble nor arrogant. At the same time, it can also tease you just right. But this measure is extremely subtle and not revealed. Except for Zhang Yilin herself, no one present could feel the back and forth confrontation between the two. To everyone, the two seemed like a pair of good friends who met too late. Zhou Jing was a little puzzled as to why Zhang Yilin was so enthusiastic towards boys today. Oh no, not passionate about boys. But I am passionate about Yi. Zhang Yilin didn't say much to the other three boys. It seemed like her focus today was always on Yi. Mr. Jiang, I heard that you usually broadcast live on Douyin, right? Xia Ziyuan also started talking to Zhang Yilin. After all, the opportunity to sit down and have dinner with the school beauty is very rare. Zhang Yilin nodded. I usually play it for a while when I'm bored. But I don't have many fans. There are basically only about 100 people in the live broadcast room. Just to earn some pocket money. After hearing what Zhang Yilin said, several boys became interested. Lin Yu suggested. I've seen many anchors live streaming while they're eating out. I think you might as well try playing it now. Du Mingyu also echoed. Nowadays, many people like to watch eating broadcasts. If it's a beautiful woman eating live, I guess she'll be even more popular. Hearing the word beauty, Zhou Jing quietly glared at Du Mingyu. Du Mingyu immediately changed his words. But, the beauty in my heart is only my Jingjing. Zhou Jing said angrily. Who is your family? However, Zhou Jing thought that the suggestions made by the boys just now were feasible. Lin, why don't you try a different live streaming style today? Zhang Yilin thought about it carefully and found that this suggestion did make sense. I usually live broadcast in the dormitory. Even if someone gives gifts, they are usually small, cheap gifts. The number one on the list of Zhang Yilin's live broadcast room has only received more than 7,000 gifts so far. In most people's minds, female college students have not seen much of the world, so their vision is naturally not very high. There is no need to spend a lot of money on this kind of girl. Maybe just giving a small gift can impress the other person. Zhang Yilin had realized this before. But she was just broadcasting for fun. She was still hesitant about whether she should follow this path and make a living from it in the future. Because she knows that if she wants to become a famous female anchor, she must pay some price. For example, she has to find a way to keep those older brothers who give her gifts. Maybe you have to eat with them, or even. These are things Zhang Yilin is unwilling to do. But today is a good time to test the waters. The decoration of DUI's seafood hotpot restaurant is very high-end. If she broadcasts live with this place as the background, then the people in the live broadcast room will definitely think that she is a girl with high spending power. But for a girl with a good spending power, those small gifts will not catch her eye. I hope someone can break the record of number 1 during the live broadcast tonight. A new wish appeared above Zhang Yilin's head. Chapter 26 Yi is the strongest. Yi's eyes lit up. Yo, new wish. He seemed to have seen the 100,000 yuan reward after completing the task waving at him. I have to say, girls with high levels are just different. These wishes come one after another. It's so cool. Yi looked at Zhang Yilin as if he was looking at a little golden pig that kept dropping gold coins. Get the mission. Yi didn't think twice and clicked to accept. Ding, it's detected that the host is performing a wish mission, giving the host a temporary bonus. For the next half hour, all expenses incurred by the host in Zhang Yilin's livestream will be fully reimbursed. Is there a time limit this time? Only half an hour? It's a bit compact. However, as long as your hands are fast, you can still get a lot of gifts. Thinking of this, Yi seemed to understand why the system restricted the consumption time this time. After increasing Zhang Yilin's strategy progress to 100%, you can get a temporary bonus to all of Zhang Yilin's wish tasks. If the system did not limit the spending time, he would probably be able to spend tens of billions or even more on Douyin for Zhang Yilin within a month. In this way, as long as he succeeds in conquering Zhang Yilin, he can directly get a huge sum of billions. Becoming the world's richest man is just around the corner. Obviously, the system would not allow him to have such a beautiful daydream. Okay, half an hour is just half an hour. System, I will let you see the top-level hand speed of the master player. After seeing Zhang Yilin start the live broadcast, Yi immediately made an excuse to go to the bathroom. You guys eat first, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Since you have to rely on your hand speed to send gifts like crazy, you naturally cannot be disturbed by anyone. Yi just wanted to find a place where he could concentrate on brushing. Seeing Yi suddenly leave the table, Zhang Yilin curled up the corner of her mouth into a smile. Deserting from the battlefield? Are you afraid that I will ask you to give me gifts? Mr. Yi, it seems that treating everyone to hot pot today has used up all your savings. Zhang Yilin felt a little proud. Seeing Yi being defeated, she felt that she had finally won a game against Yi. Hello, everyone in the live studio, good evening. As soon as the live broadcast started, several old fans flocked into the room. Zhang Yilin also greeted everyone skillfully. Where is this host? Are you having dinner? It tastes pretty good. A sharp-eyed fan in the barrage immediately noticed the small hot pot in front of Zhang Yilin. Zhang Yilin drank some yogurt and patiently answered the questions raised in the barrage. I'm having dinner outside with my classmates today. We had seafood hot pot. Look, the legs of this king crab are about the same length as my forearm. As she spoke, Zhang Yilin raised the king crab leg and compared it with her arm. Wow, the food is so delicious. I didn't expect the host to be a wealthy woman. This meal is probably worth almost a month's salary for me. Look, there seems to be some Wagyu beef slices on the table. It's said that the price of that thing is almost catching up with gold. It's not that exaggerated. I've eaten it before. 388 for 6 slices. Oh my god, it's so expensive? Let me count. There seem to be more than 20 pieces in front of the host. Beautiful anchor, are you still in need of a dog? The kind that helps you eat your leftovers. Woof woof woof, I can too. The chat started immediately in the barrage. Lin Yu, Xia Ziyuan, and Du Mingyu also entered the live broadcast room. Xia Ziyuan also paid for a hot air balloon gift worth 52 yuan. Thanks to this forever brother for sending the hot air balloon. When Zhang Yilin saw the gift, she expressed her gratitude out loud as usual. Xia Ziyuan, who was standing by, trembled with excitement when he heard the school beauty call him brother. In the past, he didn't understand why so many people were willing to give gifts to those anchors online. Now he understood. Spending $50 to have this kind of experience is simply too emotionally valuable. Lin Yu and Du Mingyu knew that Forever and Ever was Xia Ziyuan's account, and they secretly gave Xia Ziyuan a thumbs up. Old Xia, you are so willing to give up. With $50, I can buy a skin in the game. Lin Yu quietly sent a private message to Xia Ziyuan. After seeing this, Xia Ziyuan rolled his eyes at him silently. Dead otaku, what do you know? How can the skins in the game be as good as hearing the school beauty call you brother in person? At this moment, Zhang Yilin's number 1 on the list saw the message prompt that Zhang Yilin had started the live broadcast and clicked into the live broadcast room. Welcome brother Lan. The top brother named Lan did not hesitate at all and gave a gift worth 100 yuan. Wow, thanks to brother Lan for the Porsche. Hearing Zhang Yilin's excited tone, Xia Ziyuan felt a little uncomfortable. When I gave her the gift just now, Zhang Yilin didn't seem so excited. Do you feel that you gave too little? Xia Ziyuan was already a little drunk. The man's desire to win instantly took over his reason. Immediately afterwards, 3 special effects of Porsche gifts appeared on the screen of the live broadcast room. Thank you. Thank you for the 3 Porsches given by brother Forever and Ever. Thank you, brother, you are so generous. 3 Porsches cost 300 yuan, and after deducting the platform's commission, Zhang Yilin can get 150 yuan for herself. In just a short while, I earned enough money to buy a lipstick. In the live broadcast room, the fan named Lan obviously also felt the challenge from Xia Ziyuan. Just as the special effects of the Porsche given by Xia Ziyuan dimmed, the new special effects immediately lit up again. Wow! Brother Lan! You're so awesome today. Thank you brother Lan for the luxury cruise. A luxury cruise ship costs 600. It's twice as expensive as the 3 Porsche gifts combined. Seeing the gift special effects of the luxury cruise ship, Xia Ziyuan suddenly felt discouraged. His monthly living expenses are 15,000 yuan. The gifts he had just given had basically used up almost a week's worth of his expenses. The balance in his bank card was no longer enough for him to continue competing with the fan named Lan. Xia Ziyuan leaned back in his chair, looking dejected. No wonder he is number 1. He is indeed rich. Can't compare. At this moment, Lin Yu and the others saw a familiar nickname coming into the live broadcast room. A user named Wall Drunk One Night entered the live broadcast room. Isn't this Olji? Didn't Olji go to the bathroom? How come he still has time to watch the live broadcast? Who knows, maybe constipation. The 3 of them were very familiar with this nickname. Because these 4 words read backwards is Yi is the strongest. When Yiichi came up with this name, this pun was met with unanimous roll of eyes from Lin Yu and the other three. Is this Yi? Hearing several people's discussions, Zhang Yilin pointed at the avatar of Wall Drunk one night and whispered to Xia Ziyuan, who was sitting next to her. Xia Ziyuan nodded. There would be no one else with such an iconic name except Yi. Welcome to Wall Drunk. Zhang Yilin was just about to welcome him. But before she could finish her words, a carnival gift special effect lit up in the live broadcast room. Chapter 27, Number 1 changes owner. The price of a carnival gift is 3,000 Chinese dollars. Excluding the platform's commission, Zhang Yilin received 1,500 yuan. Thank you, Yi. Oh no, thanks to Drunk on the Wall brother, the boss, for the gift. This was the first time that Zhang Yilin received a carnival gift in the live broadcast room, and she was obviously a little flattered. I originally wanted to call him brother out of habit, but when I thought that the person who sent the carnival gift was Yi, I felt too embarrassed to say brother out loud. Why doesn't Yi play by the rules? I originally thought that he left the table to go to the bathroom because he was afraid that I would ask him to deliver a gift. But I didn't expect that not only did they take the initiative to give me a gift, but they also gave me such a big one right away. After seeing the carnival gift sent by Yi, the top brother Lon in the live broadcast room suddenly became excited. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhang Yilin's eyes were filled with love after seeing the carnival gifts. Lon felt that his position as the top of the list was threatened. Originally, he was the most reliable financial backer in Zhang Yilin's eyes. And now, it is obvious that there is someone else in Zhang Yilin's eyes. So, Blue also sent out a carnival. He was never short of money. But he saw that Zhang Yilin was still a college student, so he thought it wouldn't cost too much money to get her. When I gave gifts to Zhang Yilin, I didn't give her any expensive gifts. The main focus is on long-term success and making a small investment for a big return. But now, since my status is threatened, there is no need to keep a low profile anymore. Lon in front of the screen licked his lips. My little beauty, today I will use these gifts to break down your last psychological defenses. Previously, Lon asked Zhang Yilin for her contact information through private messages. After adding her on WeChat, he tentatively asked Zhang Yilin to go out for dinner and a movie. But Zhang Yilin rejected them all with various excuses. After all, Lon only spent more than 7,000 yuan in the live broadcast room at that time. At that time, Zhang Yilin was very disdainful of Lan's behavior. You want to get her for this little money? Zhang Yilin thought she was not that cheap. And even if this makes Lan unhappy and she stops giving her gifts, she doesn't care. On average, every month, Blue only brings in a few hundred in the live broadcast room. Zhang Yilin could still accept this level of loss. But today, Blue seemed to have been provoked by the people who kept sending gifts in the live broadcast room. He wanted to take advantage of the situation and win Zhang Yilin's heart by spending money. Thanks to brother Lon for the gift. Zhang Yilin was just about to thank Lon for the carnival. But before he could say half of his thanks, another carnival special effect lit up on the public screen in the live broadcast room. Users who give gifts still stay drunk all night. On the other side of the screen, Lon frowned in annoyance. Why did this Wall Drunk one night guy start a fight with him? Stealing the limelight, huh? Stealing women, right? The blue finger clicked the screen and sent another carnival. The two carnivals tonight are almost catching up with the total value of the gifts he gave in Zhang Yilin's live broadcast room before. But just when he thought that these two carnivals would make Wall Drunk one night give up, the carnival special effects in the live broadcast room lit up again. Drunk on the Wall one night sent out the third carnival without any pause. This Wall Drunk one night person entered the live broadcast room for less than half a minute and did not say a word. There is no communication with the host at all. Just focus on brushing. How can this be possible? Lon frowned slightly and became a little hesitant. He wondered if Zhang Yilin had joined any guild recently. And this Wall Drunk one night is a big boss in this guild. Many anchors on Douyin do this. She asked the people in her guild to help her send gifts in the live broadcast room, in order to provoke the rich people in the live broadcast room to become jealous and follow suit. After the live broadcast ends, the profits will be distributed to the guild according to a certain ratio. Lon was a little confused. If this is true, then he is being treated as a fool. But in the few seconds he hesitated, Yi swiped out two more carnivals. In Zhang Yilin's live broadcast room, the number one position that Lon had occupied for many years has now been completely replaced by Yi. Mr. Yi, thank you for the gift. You don't need to brush anymore, there are enough. Yi had only been in the live broadcast room for a minute, but he had already watched 5 carnivals. One carnival costs 3,000 Chinese yuan, and 5 of them cost 15,000 Chinese yuan. For a college student, spending so much money is a bit scary. Almost everyone in the school has heard of Zhang Yilin, the rich second-generation girl. But Yi's name was not among these people. In other words, Yi's family conditions should be average. The monthly living expenses are estimated to be around 1 to 2,000 yuan. 15,000 is almost enough for a year's living expenses. What normal person would spend money like this? If Yi was a rich second generation, then Zhang Yilin would naturally not have any psychological burden. But Yi is obviously not. Zhang Yilin had heard many stories before, where boys who were not very good looking spent a lot of money to pursue girls, and then the girls did not agree, and the boys retaliated against the girls in various ways. Zhang Yilin doesn't want to get involved in such a thing. When she was with Yi just now, she did feel her heart beat for a moment. But that's just because Yi is better at flirting. Zhang Yilin calmed down and asked herself honestly, she would never date a boy with such average conditions. Her longing for love, romance, and surprises all require sufficient financial support. This is also the reason why she is still single despite having countless suitors around her. Because she hasn't found a boy who has good conditions, is interesting to her, and makes her feel moved. So, after figuring all this out, she felt that she needed to stop Yi, who was currently obsessed with giving gifts. To prevent Yi from doing something extreme in the future when he finds out that he can't pursue me. But after hearing Zhang Yilin's address to Yi, Lon in the live broadcast room instantly lost his composure. Classmate? Are you two classmates? It turns out he is not a guild boss. Thinking of this, Lon felt a little relieved. I also have a rough assessment of the current situation. This wall-drunk one-night guy should be one of Zhang Yilin's suitors in college. I wanted to show my affection to her by sending her gifts while she was live streaming. Lon sneered disdainfully. How much money can a college student have? I'm afraid these carnival gifts have already drained my entire balance. In this situation, he actually dared to openly snatch his position as the number 1 brother on the list in the live broadcast room. Humph, young man, let me open your eyes today. Let you know that there are always people better than you. Let you understand, never use all your savings to challenge the pocket money of rich people. Chapter 28 Stop Loss in Time. User Blue sent a carnival. The user sent out a carnival. User Blue sent a carnival. The user sent out a carnival. User Blue sent a carnival. The user sent out a carnival. The public screen in the live broadcast room suddenly became lively. The jealousy between two big men is always a great topic of conversation. The audience in the comments section also started discussing it. It seems that Mr. Lan's position is threatened today. I never thought that Mr. Lan was so powerful. It shows that Mr. Lan was too low-key before. When I saw someone coming to challenge me today, President Lan just came clean and said no more pretense. To be honest, I've never seen such a gift giving. Me too. That new night god is no ordinary guy. He actually fought back and forth with Boss Lan. When gods fight, we mortals just watch the fun. Look, the host is dumbfounded. With the speed of gifts pouring in, I can't even thank them enough. I wonder who will be the final number 1 today. TSK, you guys don't understand this. Do you think these two big guys are just competing for the top spot? What else? Brother Dong, please tell us quickly, what else could they be fighting for besides the top spot? They're bidding against each other. Looks like we'll know tonight who will be the winner of this beautiful anchor woman. Wow. So this is how rich people play? Damn, it's so nice to be rich. When I have money, I will also find a beautiful college student. Looking at the discussions in the comments section, Zhang Yilin's brows gradually frowned. Now the development of things is completely out of her control. Obviously, she underestimated Yi and this Lan's real financial resources. I didn't expect these two people to be so obsessed with it. Perhaps in the eyes of many passers-by, this is a good thing. Zhang Yilin received a large number of gifts without doing anything. But Zhang Yilin thought more long-term. Everyone in the live broadcast room saw that there were two big guys who were willing to give her so many gifts to win her favor. This is equivalent to indirectly raising the threshold for those who want to win Zhang Yilin's favor by giving gifts. In the future, others will probably think twice before giving her gifts. As long as you don't swipe as much as these two big guys, you will definitely not be noticed by the anchor. Since the host doesn't like it, there is naturally no need for passers-by like them to send small gifts. So, on the surface, it seems that Zhang Yilin made a lot of money today. But in fact, it has also blocked Zhang Yilin's path to continue making money through live streaming in the future. If Zhang Yilin wants to continue making money through live streaming in the future, she will have to cling to Lan or Yi. Let them continue to patronize and take care of their live broadcast room in the future. And judging by the way they are giving gifts now, there will definitely be a situation where one person dies and one person is injured today. As the saying goes, there can't be two tigers in one mountain. There can only be one top dog in the end. Then the loser will definitely feel humiliated and will probably never visit her live broadcast room again. So, in fact, there is only one financial sponsor who can stay and be Zhang Yilin's strong partner. Thinking of this, Zhang Yilin felt a tightness in her heart. If Blue wins, then Zhang Yilin will have to respond again to those requests he sent before to meet up. If you don't agree to meet, you will completely offend this financial sponsor. It also cut off her own source of income. But if we meet, is it really as simple as having a meal and watching a movie? Zhang Yilin is not a naive person, so she naturally knows what it means when the sponsor asks her to meet offline. However, she didn't want to be the kind of person who sacrificed herself for the sake of making money. She was unwilling to treat this as a transaction. This will make her feel cheap. Although Zhang Yilin pursues money, in her heart, only a man who is rich and can make her fall in love is worthy of her. What if Yi wins? Thinking of this, Zhang Yilin became conflicted again. It is undeniable that Yi did make her feel a little moved. But, are Yi's conditions really good enough? If he was really that good, it would be impossible that Zhang Yilin had never heard of this person in school before today. Could it be that the money he spent on gifts today was really all his savings? Or maybe he stole the gift by topping up his parents' bank card? I won't have to wait until the live broadcast ends before Yi's parents find me and ask for the money back. Looking at the carnival special effects flashing on the screen of the live broadcast room, Zhang Yilin's eyes were more confused than ever before. User Blue sent a carnival. The user sent out a carnival. The user sent out a carnival. User Blue sent a carnival. The user sent out a carnival. The user sent out a carnival. The user sent out a carnival. On the other side of the screen, Lan's expression was very ugly at the moment. He has delivered almost 20 carnivals. It converts to nearly 60,000 Chinese yuan. He originally thought that the person with the username WallDrunk1Night would restrain himself. But I didn't expect that the other party would swipe faster and faster, and showed no intention of stopping. Blue has begun to panic. He could afford to spend 60,000 Chinese yuan, and he could earn the money back in about half a month anyway. But the money has to be spent worthily. After all, no one's money comes from the wind. Until now, Zhang Yilin has not agreed to his request to meet. You can't expect all the money to be wasted in the end. Lan had already started to back down. If it were a live broadcast room of a female college student, this 20-shot carnival would probably have been arranged to meet several times. He can even make those female college anchors change into his own shape. After all, in the current market, the price of supporting a female college student is only about 30,000 to 40,000 yuan a month. 60,000 Chinese yuan is enough to cover 2 months. When he thought of this, Lan felt more and more that he had suffered a huge loss. The movement of swiping gifts with my hands gradually slowed down. He admitted that Zhang Yilin was quite pretty. He could see that Zhang Yilin's beauty was definitely not created by makeup or special effects. That is pure natural beauty. And Zhang Yilin has more than just beautiful facial features. She has long legs, a thin waist, wide hips, and a perky butt. I heard she's a dancer. All these qualities combined in one person can only be described as the best in the world. That delicate waist looks very soft. It makes people want to hold it in their arms and play with it. But, no matter how excellent it is, if you can't get it, it's just empty talk. Only what you put in your mouth is real. And what you cannot eat is nothing. Men are just so realistic sometimes. With this thought in mind, Lan finally stopped giving gifts. Including the few carnivals he had given while he was hesitating just now, he had given Zhang Yilin a total of 30 carnivals so far today. A total of 90,000 Chinese yuan. He didn't plan to continue brushing. On the one hand, it was because the gifts given by WallDrunk1Night far exceeded his. On the other hand, I am worried that no matter how many gifts I give, I still won't get Zhang Yilin in the end. A business that loses money is not a good business. Since you can't get it, just cut your losses in time. Chapter 29. Is that person you? As Lon left the live broadcast room in disgrace, the battle for the top spot came to a temporary end. Damn, Mr. Lon ran away? Is this accepting defeat? Indeed, Mr. Lon can't help but admit it. So far, he has cleared 30 carnivals, but Jishin has already cleared 58. It's almost doubled. How can this be compared? Welcome the new king to the throne. From now on, there will only be one god in this live broadcast room, and that is the night god. Wait. Look. Yishin is still farming. Damn it, Yishin. Hurry up and retract your magical powers. Didn't you see that Boss Lon has been chased away by you? Yishin, you can stop now, you have already won. You really don't treat money as money. How can you spend money like this? People in the comments section even started to feel sorry for Yi-Yi's money. But Yi-Yi acted as if he didn't see these comments and was still frantically sending carnival gifts. Don't bother me making money. Yi-Yi was squatting in the toilet cubicle in the bathroom, his eyes fixed on the screen, his fingers repeating mechanical movements. The more he brushes today, the more rewards he will get after conquering Zhang Yilin in the future. Even though his fingers were a little sore now, Yi-Yi felt that it was nothing when he thought about the joy he would feel when he got a huge sum of money in the future. Time passed by minute. In the bathroom, the people queuing at the door of Yi-Yi's squat toilet were cursing out loud. The people in other compartments have been replaced several times, but Yi-Yi's compartment has always been locked. Inside, why aren't you healed yet? Don't occupy the toilet without taking a shit. From outside the cubicle door came the extremely impatient voices of the people queuing outside. It sounds like he can't hold it in any longer. At this time, the cubicle next to Yi-Yi happened to be vacant, so the big brother, who could hardly hold it back any longer, rushed in as fast as he could. Then, Yi-Yi heard the sound of water rushing down. Trying to resist the smell coming from the next cubicle, Yi-Yi pinched his nose with one hand and continued to swipe the gifts at a very fast speed with the other hand. Sorry. I'm constipated. Yi-Yi apologized to the neighbor in a low voice. The big brother next door cleared his memory at this moment, and he didn't feel so much resentment in his heart. Oh, I understand. For an adult, the greatest happiness is not being constipated. From your voice, you seem to be a college student. Young man, please be careful. If you squat for too long, you're more likely to get hemorrhoids. The guy next door reminded me with the tone of someone who has experienced it. Then he pulled up his pants, flushed the toilet, and turned to leave the bathroom. Only Yi-Yi was left, still squatting in the toilet cubicle, frantically clicking on his phone screen. Half an hour later, as the system prompted that the time was up, Yi-Yi also stopped what he was doing. After squatting for half an hour, Yi-Yi's legs were already numb. At this moment, he could only stand up by holding on to the door of the compartment. Let me see how much I have swiped. Yi-Yi no longer cared about his physical discomfort and was only concerned about how much money he had spent tonight. When Yi-Yi opened the gift list in the live broadcast room, he saw that he was ranked first in the list of Zhang Yilin's live broadcast room. In half an hour, a total of 800 carnival gifts were collected. Converted into Chinese currency, the total is 2.4 million Chinese currency. I'm going to be rich now. As long as I capture Zhang Yilin, I can get a reward of 2.4 million. 2,400,000 is enough to buy a house near Binchang University. Zhang Yilin is really a little lucky cat. At this moment, in the box, Zhang Yilin sneezed twice. Yi-Yi's crazy gift-giving behavior finally stopped. There was shock in the live broadcast room. 800 carnivals, am I seeing right? Look, when Yishin came in, he was only a level 1 account, but now he has reached level 62. Oh my god, this must be some big boss's smurf account. 800 Huazi in half an hour, even the princes back then wouldn't dare to do this. Alas, I hope Yishin can be more compassionate to our anchor. I'm so envious. If only I were a woman, I could start a livestream and make money. Forget it, buddy. With your looks, even if you were a woman, Yishin wouldn't be attracted to you. Exactly, I guess even if I pay them, they won't want it, huh? Looking at everyone talking at the same time, Zhang Yilin was still in a daze and hadn't come back to her senses. 800 carnivals, 2,400,000. After deducting the platform's commission, she can get 1.2 million. For a senior student, this is undoubtedly an astronomical figure. Even among the rich second generations in school, I have never heard of anyone spending so much money on a girl with whom they have not yet confirmed their relationship. Yi, is your family rich? Zhang Yilin held it in for a long time before finally asking this question to Yi's roommates. Lin Yu, Xia Ziyuan, and Du Mingyu looked at each other and shook their heads in confusion. Old Yi, his monthly living expenses are only 1,200 yuan. And his family. I heard that he never saw his parents since he was a child and has always lived with his sister. Old Yi said his sister was just an ordinary employee in an ordinary company. I think the income level is just average. Listening to several people talking about Yi, Zhang Yilin's brows furrowed more and more. Is there only one sister in the family? Just an ordinary worker. Even if Yi secretly used his sister's bank card to top up the gift, he wouldn't be able to top up that much money. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly patted his thigh, as if he suddenly thought of a reasonable explanation. You guys think Old Yi might have won the lottery recently? Xia Ziyuan also nodded. It's possible. Otherwise, why would Old Yi suddenly ask us to have seafood hot pot today? He usually lives a very frugal life. Du Mingyu sighed softly. But how much did Old Yi win? He actually gave Zhang Yilin so much money all at once. Doesn't he know that the platform takes half of the commission? If he really wanted to express his affection this way, why not just give Kang Yirin the money? This way we can also cut out the middleman and make a profit. A few people were chatting when the focus of the topic finally moved his numb legs and slowly walked into the box. Why, don't you eat anymore? Why are you all looking at me? Is there something on my face? As soon as Yi walked to the door of the box, he saw several people in the box staring at him. And the dishes on the table were hardly touched. He is the same as he was before he went to the bathroom. What is going on? What have these people been doing for the past half hour? Zhang Yilin looked at Yi, who was pretending to be stupid, and her interest in this man grew stronger. Yi, the person who gave me a gift in the live broadcast room just now was you, right? Chapter 30. Where does so much money come from? A gift? What gift? I don't know. This is not because Yi is deliberately pretending to be stupid. But just now on the way back to the box from the bathroom, Yi suddenly heard a prompt from the system. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the wish mission and receiving a reward of 100,000 yuan. Hearing the prompt, Yi clicked in to check out Zhang Yilin's strategy progress. Yi remembered that when he first bound himself to Zhang Yilin, the strategy progress was only 14.3%, but now when he clicked in to see, it had reached 49.83%. Something's wrong. Seeing the progress of this strategy, Yi realized a very serious problem. Although he could get a generous reward of 2.4 million after capturing Zhang Yilin, Yi was not interested in this. Girls like Zhang Yilin who can easily complete wish tasks should of course make full use of it. What's more, Zhang Yilin's wishes so far are all related to spending money. For Yi, this is simply a natural money-making holy body. Therefore, Yi wanted to deliberately slow down the progress of Zhang Yilin's strategy. Faced with Yi's pretending to be stupid, Zhang Yilin smiled. For some reason, Zhang Yilin felt inexplicably warm in her heart when she saw Yi pretending to be stupid and refusing to admit it. Normally speaking, if a man spends so much money on you, his purpose must be very clear. I'm sure you'll be eager to say something about this right away. The next step is definitely to find ways to make something happen between you. But judging from Yi's reaction, he not only did not make any excessive demands. He even thought about hiding his identity and keeping a low profile. It gives people the feeling that I just want to be nice to you unilaterally, but I hope you don't have any psychological burden because of it. You do not know? Did you know that there's a video of you playing basketball on your homepage? I just clicked on it and saw it. Are you trying to tell me that the person in that video just looks like you, but isn't you? Zhang Yilin turned sideways, looked at Yi who was sitting next to her, and burst out laughing. Seeing that his identity was exposed, Yi knew he could no longer pretend. Well, it seems that I can only find an opportunity to slow down the upward trend of Zhang Yilin's strategy progress in the future. I forgot to hide my work. Bad move. Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Old Ji, tell me the truth, where did you get so much money? You didn't do anything bad. Du Mingyu looked concerned. Although there is also some gossip in his question. But more than that, he was worried that his roommate and good brother, with whom he had been living day and night for 4 years, would go astray in order to make money. 2,400,000 is an astronomical figure for a college student. How can you earn so much money all at once through normal means? And seeing how generous Yi was, it meant that the 2.4 million he gave away was not all his assets. This is simply too suspicious. Hearing the concern in Du Mingyu's words, Yi paused and explained. Well, the house in my hometown was demolished a while ago. I took the demolition compensation. It was obvious that several people still didn't quite believe Yi's answer. Lin Yu calculated carefully and asked. Old Yi, we're from the same hometown, the housing prices there. If it's demolition, I guess I'll only get about 2 million. Did you put all the demolition compensation into Douyin? Xia Ziyuan also looked worried. Old Yi, even if you have money, you can't spend it carelessly. If your sister knew about this, wouldn't she skin you alive? Why don't you see if Douyin can apply for a refund? You can't spend such a large sum of money impulsively. Jiang Yilin also nodded in agreement. Student Yi, that amount of money is really too much for me. Why don't I ask Douyin officials to see if I can get a refund? After learning that the money was the demolition compensation for Yi's hometown, Jiang Yilin became a little panicked. The demolition compensation is usually used to buy a new house to live in. But Yi now gave all his rewards to her. What's the difference between that and selling the house to give her gifts? Even if she accepted this kind of money, she would still feel it was too hot to handle. It's better to return it to Yi as soon as possible. Ahem, no, what are you talking about? Yi felt that these people's imagination ability was really strong. Why do I feel like a bootlicker who drains all my family's savings just to make a beautiful woman smile? It's true that the demolition compensation was only over 2 million yuan, but I used it to invest in stocks a while ago. The profit has increased several times. Don't worry, I'm very rich now. Yi said this sincerely. Now that he has the system, he has earned 500,000 in the past 2 days just by completing the wish tasks. In the future, you will definitely earn more and more money, and your consumption will naturally increase accordingly. In order to dispel the worries of his roommates, he felt it necessary to come up with a serious reason. Otherwise, mistakes like today's might happen many times in the future. This is a gift for our school beauty classmate. Consider it my way of supporting her live streaming career. If you become a big internet celebrity or a female star in the future, just don't forget me. Looking at Jiang Yilin, who had not yet recovered from her shock, Yi laughed it off. After hearing Yi's explanation, Lin Yu and the others looked incredulous. Stock speculation? Old Yi, when did you start studying stock trading? You can actually earn so much. You've become a nouveau riche now. Several of them are majoring in Chinese language and literature, and they usually know nothing about financial matters. But now Yi not only made money from stock speculation, but also earned several times the original capital. I'm afraid even finance professors can't do it. Yi pressed his hand modestly. Low profile, low profile. Actually, I was just lucky and happened to buy a stock with potential. And luckily I wasn't too greedy and left when I was at the top. If I hadn't left, I would have lost a lot of money in the past 2 days. Yi knew his roommates well, and their family conditions were average. Seeing that I have earned so much money, I must be very envious. If someone insists on me learning a few tricks in the stock market in the future, won't I be exposed? So, Yi attributed everything to his good luck. Fortunately, Lin Yu and his companions didn't know much about this aspect, so they reluctantly believed Yi's words. No wonder they treated so many of us to seafood hot pot today. Old Yi, you can't look down on us brothers just because you have money. Hearing what Xia Ziyuan said, Yi raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly. Don't worry, how could I possibly dislike you? Have you ever seen a father who dislikes his own son? Lin Yu secretly spat. Bah, you're pretending again. Come on, let's rob the rich and help the poor today. Waiter, bring the menu. Guys, let's order one more dish. Chapter 31, Going to the Bar. After the meal, Yi stood up and paid the bill. But Jiang Yilin stopped him. After receiving millions of gifts from Yi today, Jiang Yilin felt that she needed to express her gratitude. I'll treat you to this meal. Just consider it as a thank you to the sponsor. After saying that, Jiang Yilin secretly winked at Yi. Hearing the school beauty addressing him, Yi felt a sense of relief. But he still shook his head, stood up and took the receipt handed to him by the waiter. It's my treat, so it's mine. If you want to invite us, our 2 dormitories can have another social gathering later. Anyway, the system can fully reimburse the cost of today's meal, so Yi feels there is no need to let Zhang Yilin pay out of pocket. The most important thing is that the money reimbursed by the system is considered a temporary bonus in the process of completing the wish mission. After completing the strategy to conquer Zhang Yilin, those are the rewards that Yi can get. Although the meal only cost less than 9,000 yuan, but a little bit adds up to a lot. Yi would not give it up just because the money was small. Having been used to living in poverty, Yi would not easily let go of any money he could earn. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Yi anymore, Zhang Yilin had no choice but to let Yi go. After paying the bill, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Several people walked out of the hot pot restaurant and prepared to take a taxi back to school. But Zhang Yilin's eyes were wandering, as if she was still thinking about something. When Yi saw the prompt in the binding object column in his mind, he saw that Zhang Yilin had a new wish. I don't want to go back so early. I want to stay with Yi for a while. It would be better if they could go back first, leaving Yi and I to wander around. It would be best if I could go to a bar with Yi, have a few drinks, and play some flirtatious games. Somehow, when Zhang Yilin thought about going back to school and parting with Yi, she felt a sense of reluctance. Zhang Yilin secretly glanced at Yi's profile. His handsome jawline looked particularly charming under the dim streetlights. Handsome, rich, generous, and good at flirting. Zhang Yilin suddenly had a feeling that Yi was absolutely her type. When she thought of this, her heart beat faster. But how can I find an excuse to be alone with Yi for a while? If I bring it up, wouldn't that be too unreserved? Would Yi think that he wanted to get close to him because he received a huge reward from him? No. Wouldn't that make me a gold digger in Yi's mind? When others are in love, Zhang Yilin can always be very rational and give them advice. But when it comes to herself, she becomes like many girls in love. Start to look ahead and behind, worrying about gains and losses. He no longer had the confidence and attitude that he had before, as if everything could be easily accomplished. However, Zhang Yilin's little trick could not be hidden from Yi, who had a cheat. You guys go back first. Yi glanced at several roommates. Then he turned around and asked Zhang Yilin. Zhang, campus beauty, you don't have anything else to do for a while, do you? If you have nothing to do, can you go somewhere with me? Zhang Yilin's cheeks turned red and she became nervous as if her secrets had been exposed. I don't have anything else to do. Where do you want me to go with you? At this moment, Zhang Yilin felt that she was as green as a rookie in front of Yi. When interacting with other boys, the dominant position is always in Zhang Yilin's hands. But when getting along with Yi, Zhang Yilin felt that she was being dominated by Yi all the time. But in Zhang Yilin's heart, she suddenly liked the feeling of being dominated. Women are inherently attracted to the strong. A man who has the power to dominate her is the man worthy of her attention. Yi did not answer Zhang Yilin's question, but kept it a secret. Keep it a secret, you'll know in a moment. Hearing Yi say this, Zhang Yilin seemed to have a premonition of what would happen next, and her cheeks involuntarily turned a little redder. At this time, Zhou Jing reminded in a low voice. Lin, it's already past 9 o'clock. The dormitory manager will come to check on us at 10:30 p.m. You. Zhou Jing knew Zhang Yilin's usual style. The proud fourth beauty of Binchang University. It would be a fantasy for any boy to ask her out. However, Zhou Jing guessed that Yi gave Zhang Yilin so many gifts today. Even if Zhang Yilin wanted to refuse, she would probably be too embarrassed to say it. So, as her roommate and good friend, Zhou Jing felt that she needed to help Zhang Yilin find a way out. But just after Zhou Jing finished speaking, she saw Zhang Yilin frowning at her. After waiting for a long time, Yi took the initiative to speak, and it seemed that the two of them could go on a date naturally. At this time, my roommate actually stopped me halfway. Zhang Yilin was also a little embarrassed for a moment. If Yi really says he can't go, then wouldn't such a good opportunity today be wasted? So Zhang Yilin winked at Zhou Jing frantically, hoping that Zhou Jing could understand her feelings. Zhou Jing was a little confused. What have you been doing here for all this time, being so sentimental? So you don't mind him asking you out? Zhou Jing reacted quickly and tried to make amends. That's right. I mean, if the dorm manager comes to check in, I'll sign you in. Go ahead and have fun. Zhang Yilin nodded and quickly took over the conversation. Okay, then it's up to you. After saying that, she playfully stuck out her tongue at Zhou Jing. Yi also winked at Lin Yu and the other two, and they immediately understood. Old Yi, we will also help you sign in. Then we'll go back first. My taxi seems to be arriving soon, let's go. Following Yi and Zhang Yilin's eye signals, the 3 men and 3 women got into 2 cars and left the scene very tactfully. Now you can tell me where you are taking me. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhang Yilin became a little bolder. Now that there are no other spectators, he can finally put aside all his burdens and have a good competition with Yi. Yi smiled gently, took a half step closer to Zhang Yilin, leaned over slightly, and whispered in her ear. I heard there's a new bar that's very popular. Would you dare to go have a drink with me? Provocation method. It's not about whether you are willing or not, but whether you dare or not. Aren't you, Zhang University's campus beauty, going to compete? You can't just give in now, right? When Zhang Yilin heard that they were going to a bar, her heart trembled slightly. Yi's thoughts actually coincided with his own. Is this the legendary soulmate? Zhang Yilin raised her head proudly, and looked at Yi with her beautiful eyes. Hee, I can drink quite well. I'm afraid that some people will get drunk before I do. Avoid the important and focus on the trivial. Zhang Yilin certainly knew in her heart that it was a very ambiguous thing for 2 adults, a man and a woman, to go to a bar at night. And I also know that Yi must be trying to make further progress by taking advantage of the alcohol. Although I have the same idea, I can't say it out loud at this moment. So, I had to blame everything on the drinking itself. I just thought I was going out for a drink with you. As for what will happen between us, we will talk about it when the time comes. Chapter 32 Call Another Friend. Zhang Yilin also deliberately added a hint of provocation. Don't you want to drink? Then let's see who can hold more alcohol. Of course, the purpose of this sentence is not really to compare drinking capacity. Instead, it was to give Yi a plausible excuse to drink more with him. As for whether you get drunk or not, it depends on whether the mood and atmosphere are right at that time. As long as you are in the right mood, you can get drunk at any time. There is a saying that goes, if you go drinking with a girl and find that she can drink a lot without getting drunk, it only means that she is not interested in you. If a girl meets a boy she really likes, she can get drunk unconscious even with just a sip of wine. Facing the challenge from Zhang Yilin, Yi raised the corner of his mouth and nodded. You understand my evil intentions, and I also understand your reluctance to accept. Yes, we have met our match. So, Yi immediately took a taxi and went to a newly opened bar in Binchang with Zhang Yilin. Ding, it is detected that the host is performing a wish mission, the system will give a bonus. All expenses in the bar tonight can be fully reimbursed. And temporarily grant the host the ability to sober up automatically. Tonight, the host will not get drunk when drinking at the bar. Hearing the system prompt sound, Yi couldn't help but secretly give the system a thumbs up in his heart. This system is really reliable. I can drink 1,000 cups tonight. Originally, Yi was a little worried. What if Zhang Yilin could really drink a lot? If Zhang Yilin is not drunk yet, but I am already drunk into a puddle of mud, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Fortunately, we now have the support of the system. This feeling of cheating is really refreshing. When we arrived at the bar, we were greeted warmly by a waiter in work clothes. Although Zhang Yilin was wearing a khaki long windbreaker, it still couldn't hide her slender legs. Coupled with her exquisite facial features and smooth brown waves, she can be recognized as a stunning beauty in the crowd at a glance. The bar waiter is certainly not stupid. A man who can bring a beauty of this level to the bar at night must be either rich or noble. Sir, do you two have an appointment? The bar was noisy, and in order to avoid being drowned out by the noise, the waiter raised his voice and asked close to Yi's ear. The Dream Bar had just opened for less than a month and business was booming. It's almost packed every night these days. Although Yi and his friends arrived relatively early today, almost all the tables were already booked. Only a few booths left. Because the minimum consumption for a booth at the Dream Bar starts at 100,000, people who come here to consume generally tend to book individual tables. I don't have a reservation. Is there any space available today? Yi Shan glanced into the bar. It was only 9:30, but there were already quite a few people in the bar. Looking around, there is almost no empty seat. When the waiter came closer, he saw that Yi was very young and still looked like a college student, and he was temporarily unable to grasp Yi's spending power. So I asked tentatively. Sir, all the tables are booked for today. Only the booths are left. But the minimum consumption for booths in our store is 100,000. Look. Hearing the price, Zhang Yilin was shocked. She had been to bars in the university town a few times before. But it only cost 2 or 3,000 each time. At that time, she thought the price was already very high. But I didn't expect that the minimum consumption in the bar I came to today was 100,000. Oh my god, this is a shady shop. Why doesn't he just go and rob it? Although the decoration here is indeed very luxurious, the lighting and sound effects are very good. But, spending 100,000 yuan to go to a bar. This is outrageous. The waiter saw the long-legged beauty in the windbreaker looking embarrassed, and had a rough idea of the two people's spending level in his mind. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not recommend this kind of person to open a booth. The minimum consumption of 100,000 is indeed not something that anyone can afford. But today there is really no way, all the tables are booked, only the booths are left. Just as the waiter was thinking about how to smooth things over, Yi took out his cell phone without hesitation. As long as there's a vacant seat. Then please open a booth for us. Where is the payment code? Seeing Yi being so generous, the waiter was stunned. Are all college students so arrogant nowadays? Don't you feel sorry for spending 100,000 yuan? Or did he not hear clearly what I just said? That's 100,000, not $10. Although still a little unbelievable, the waiter still took out the bar's payment code. Sir, just scan here. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi scanned the code, paid, and entered the password, all in one go. 100,000 yuan was paid in the blink of an eye. When paying, Yi felt so happy. Now, after conquering Zhang Yilin, the reward you can get will increase by another 100,000. Zhang Yilin is really a treasure little golden pig. Adding on the 100,000 yuan reward I'll get after completing the task, I'll make a net profit of 200,000 yuan from this trip to the bar. Yi wanted to hold Zhang Yilin's little face and give her a kiss. Okay, take us to the booth. Yi said to the waiter with a smile on his face. The waiter looked at the interface showing Yi's successful payment, was stunned for 2 seconds, and then quickly put on a flattering face. Okay brother, I'll take you to the booth right now. The waiter raised the intercom and instructed. Hey, Xiao Wang, please open a booth for me. I'm bringing a guest over now. Xiaoli, please prepare some snacks and fruit plates for me, especially for high-level VIPs. Then he nodded and led Yi and Zhang Yilin to the booth. Walking into the bar, Zhang Yilin's beautiful legs under her windbreaker and wearing red soled-over-the-knee boots are simply a killer that attracts a lot of attention. Many men at each table cast passionate glances at him. They all envied Yi who was walking in front of Zhang Yilin. Look, that guy is so lucky to have such a wonderful female companion. Those long legs, TSK, they're almost taking my life away. Okay, stop looking. There's no way they'll be attracted to you. More than just looking down on me. I feel like she's taller than me. If I stood in front of her, she probably wouldn't even be able to see me. After taking a seat, the waiter handed Yi the drink menu. Brother, take a look at what you would like to drink. I just paid the minimum consumption of 100,000 yuan, which means I can order anything within 100,000 yuan. Even if it exceeds the limit, it's okay. At most you can just pay more. Anyway, the system will fully reimburse all your expenses tonight. The more you spend, the more you will get after successfully conquering Zhang Yilin. However, the system has a requirement for each such fully reimbursed consumption, which is that it cannot be wasted or packaged. Can only be consumed on site? Yi, we can't drink so much. Even if the drinks at the Dream Bar are expensive, 100,000 yuan is still a lot to order. For 2 people, it's a bit much. Yi also agreed. Although he won't get drunk tonight, he will be too drunk. Even if it is boiled water, it is difficult to drink it indefinitely. However, Zhang Yilin's words suddenly gave Yi an idea. Then why don't I call another friend over? Thinking of this, Yi suddenly had an idea. So I took out my phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to an avatar. Although it was already late, he knew that the other party would definitely come. Moreover, he could use her to deliberately slow down the upward trend of Zhang Yilin's strategy progress. Chapter 33 Another Beauty. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Chuyi had just arrived home. This is the house her parents bought for her. She usually lives alone. It's not too far from the school. It's only 3 stops away by subway. Because Jung Chuyi is used to being alone, she is not only cold to boys, but also very introverted in front of girls. Jung Chuyi's parents also knew that their daughter was introverted. In order to prevent her from feeling embarrassed living in the school dormitory, they simply bought her an apartment. As soon as she sat down on the sofa, Jung Chuyi's phone lit up. I took it and saw that it was a message from Yi. Jung Chuyi's heart skipped a beat and she became nervous for no reason. Now come drink with me at the fantasy bar, and that's the second thing I ask. By the way, remember to dress nicely. The message was simple, but it was irresistible. Jung Chuyi frowned slightly, and the scene of her lips touching Yi in the stairwell today unconsciously emerged in her mind again. Really, what do you take me for? You took my first kiss and now you want me to go to the bar with you late at night. Yi, you bastard. Jung Chuyi pouted in grievance. Although she was very dissatisfied, Jung Chuyi did not dare to say the word refuse. After all, Yi had something in his hand that could force her to surrender. And Yi didn't make any excessive demands. The message said that he just wanted her to drink with him. This is quite acceptable. At least it's much easier to accept than the request for a kiss this morning. If Yi really has any bad intentions and wants to make other requests tonight, then I will refuse him righteously at that time. Thinking of this, Jung Chuyi sighed and punched the sofa twice angrily. It was as if he was treating the sofa as Yi, venting his inner dissatisfaction with him. You actually want me to dress nicely? What do you mean? Don't you think I'm good looking? Snort. Yi, you are so annoying. No matter how much she complained, Jung Chuyi still had no choice but to get up, change her clothes, and take a taxi to the bar. The bar was not far from where Jung Chuyi lived. The online car-hailing driver drove very fast and took Jung Chuyi to her destination in just over 10 minutes. Jung Chuyi got out of the car and looked up at the sign of Dream Bar. Looking at the noisy and bustling scene inside the bar, I suddenly felt a little hesitant. Jung Chuyi has never been to a bar in her life. For an introvert, this kind of place is like a den of wolves and tigers. Standing at the door of the bar, Jung Chuyi seemed to be able to hear the pounding sound of her heartbeat in her chest. But when she thought that Yi still had the upper hand over her, she had to force herself to muster up the courage to go in. After all, compared to going to the bar, she was more afraid of her parents finding out that she cheated on the exam. Forget it, the sooner I die, the sooner I will be reborn. This is the second thing I promised him. After today, if I promise him one more thing, I'll be free. The naive Jung Chuyi really thought that Yi would do what he said. After she promised him 3 things, Yi would delete those videos obediently. Little did they know that Yi had already prepared a backup plan. How could the secret of the aloof class beauty be deleted so easily? That's a waste of resources. Before graduating from college, Jung Chuyi could always be kept obedient by relying on these videos. Anyway, the system said that this was a good behavior, so Yi would not feel any guilt. Jung Chuyi walked to the door of the bar, and the waiter who had just served her came up to greet her warmly again. The long-legged beauty Jung Yilin who just came in has already caught his eye. Unexpectedly, after just over 10 minutes, I saw another beautiful woman. But this beauty has a completely different temperament from the one who entered before. The previous one was hot and charming, but this one exudes a coolness all over her body. The waiter couldn't help but look at Jung Chuyi twice more. I thought to myself that I was so lucky today, meeting 2 such young and beautiful women in a row. But, this beautiful lady who looks so cool actually comes to the bar? Could it be that, this cool and aloof beauty actually smokes and drinks in private? Playing with contrast, right? Hello beautiful, are you alone? Do you have an appointment? Admiration aside, the waiter's work attitude is still very positive. He instantly showed his professional enthusiasm. Jung Chuyi was obviously not used to a stranger being so enthusiastic towards her, and subconsciously took a step back. Then he shook his head. I don't have an appointment. Hearing the answer, the waiter looked regretful. It seems that I am not destined to meet this beauty today. Beauty, it's like this, all the tables in our store have been booked today. If you don't have a reservation, I'm sorry. At this point, the waiter suddenly had an idea. But you can add my contact information, and next time you want to come, just send me a message in advance. I'll save a seat for you then. It has to be said that when it comes to chatting up a beautiful woman, a man's IQ is second only to Einstein. Seeing the WeChat QR code handed over by the waiter, Jung Chuyi continued to shake her head calmly. No, my classmate. Oh no, my friend. My friend is already inside. It always sounds a bit weird to come to the bar to meet male classmates. Moreover, her first kiss this morning was taken away by Yi. Speaking of classmates, Jiang Chuyi herself felt a little guilty. In addition, Yi called her to the bar again at night. Jiang Chuyi felt that Yi was more or less interested in her. But now the initiative and choice are not in her hands. Because now it seems that Yi is more like her creditor. Before he paid off his debts, he had to be controlled by Yi. Of course, there's no need to say this to a waiter. So, Jiang Chuyi temporarily gave Yi the identity of a friend. Just take me there directly. He said he's in. Let me see. Seat V16. Jiang Chuyi turned on her cell phone and reported the seating information to the waiter in response to the message from Yi. When the waiter heard V16, several expressions flashed across his face. I was surprised at first. This beautiful woman was actually with the man who looked like a college student? Then I wondered, what is the relationship between these two beauties and that man? Then he thought about it. The man casually spent 100,000 yuan to open a private room, and he didn't seem to feel any pain at all. He must be financially well off. Then I realized that being rich is really the quality that best reflects a man's charm. He has captured two such top beauties. Finally, I admire that there are so many rich and philandering men, but there are very few who can date two beautiful women at the same time so openly. Isn't he afraid of overturning? Or has he already trained these two beauties not to be jealous of each other? If that's the case, that's amazing. The waiter kept imagining things in his mind while leading Jiang Chuyi to her seat. Chapter 34 Self-Strategy. Jiang Chuyi's appearance also attracted the attention of many people in the bar. It's rare to see a beauty like her who looks so cool in a place like a bar. Scarcity makes things valuable. At this moment, Jiang Chuyi has undoubtedly attracted the interest of many men. When seeing Jiang Chuyi walking towards seat V16, many people's eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Damn, that guy called over another stunning beauty. Damn it. It's really a drought that kills people, a flood that kills people. Look at our vegetarian table, all of them are men. You bunch of losers, when can you ask me out some girls? Brother Scar, calm down. I'll call a girl over for you in a moment. Oh? Can you really call me? Really, there's a college student who owes us a lot of money. I heard he recently found a pretty good-looking girlfriend. I'm telling him to bring his girlfriend along now. The yellow-haired man who was speaking hurriedly picked up his phone. Hello, is this Joe Boheo? Yes, Dream Bar, come here now. The other side. Jiang Chuyi walked to the booth and saw that there was someone sitting next to Yi on his right. Come on, sit down. Yi patted his left side lightly, motioning Jiang Chuyi to sit down. But Jiang Chuyi seemed not to hear it and stood in front of the table motionless. He looked at Jiang Yilan, who was sitting on Yi's right, with complicated eyes. When Jiang Yilan saw that the person coming was Jiang Chuyi, her eyes became subtle. Just now, when Jiang Yilan heard Yi say that he wanted to invite a friend to drink together, she thought that Yi would invite a boy. In her opinion, boys also like to show off. Especially being able to invite such a beautiful campus beauty like her to come to the bar together. So, Yi must have wanted to call a good friend over so that he could show off in front of him that he had dated the school beauty. But unexpectedly, the friend Yiiko mentioned was actually Jiang Chuyi, the 5th-ranked school beauty on the list? What's the meaning? Having this school beauty as your companion isn't enough, you actually want to call another one over? And, what is your relationship with Jiang Chuyi? As students of Bincheng University, almost everyone knows that Jiang Chuyi, who ranks 5th on the school beauty list, is an extremely cold and aloof beauty. I almost never communicate with boys. But now, it's almost 10 o'clock in the evening. It was so late, and you just sent a message and called Jiang Chuyi to the bar? Jiang Yilan was worried. When did Jiang Chuyi become so easy to date? Or is Jiang Chuyi only like this to you? Could it be that you are also very nice to Jiang Chuyi? Would it be better than for me? Thinking about the huge sum of 2.4 million yuan that Yi gave her as a reward today, and then thinking about the possible complicated relationship between Yi and Jiang Chuyi, Jiang Yilan felt like her mind was a mess. I felt inexplicably irritated. She couldn't explain what was bothering her. As a veteran love strategist, she couldn't even see her own heart clearly at this moment. Are you angry? Or did you suddenly feel a sense of crisis? Or is it jealous? She doesn't know herself. At the same time, Jiang Chuyi, who had been looked at by Jiang Yilin several times, felt a little complicated. She originally thought that Yi Yi called her over because he wanted to meet her alone. On the way here, Jiang Chuyi was still thinking about letting go of all her mental burdens tonight and breaking her usual introverted habits. Act coquettishly with Yi Yi. If Yi Yi really had feelings for me, I would definitely not be able to resist him. Maybe, in order to cheer himself up, Yi Yihui deleted those videos in front of him. But unexpectedly, when I arrived at the scene, I saw Jiang Yilin sitting next to Yi Yi. Jiang Chuyi frowned slightly, and her eyes unconsciously showed a bit of resentment when she looked at Yi Yi. What's going on? What's your relationship with Jiang Yilin? There are so many guys chasing Jiang Yilin in school, but I've never heard of Jiang Yilin agreeing to go out alone with any boy. But not only did you ask her out alone, but you also did it late at night. Still in the bar. The dormitory curfew time is almost here. Are you two planning on staying out all night? Bastard, then why did you call me over? As a foil? She even told me to dress nicely. What? Is it because Jiang Yilin is here that you asked me to wear something nicer? Do you also think that I, who was ranked 5th on the school beauty list, am not as good as her, who was ranked 4th? Yi Yi, you. Since you already have Jiang Yilin, why did you do that to me this morning? And that junior schoolmate, is she also having an unclear relationship with you? Maybe Jiang Chuyi herself didn't realize that after her first kiss was taken away by Yi Yi, she suddenly felt an imperceptible dependence on Yi Yi in her heart. This kind of dependence can be interpreted as affection or possessiveness. Jiang Chuyi has always been an introvert and has never liked sharing her things with others since she was a child. Now, she had given her first kiss to Yi Yi, and in a corner of her heart, she had already tacitly accepted Yi Yi as hers. Even if it is not his, he must be unique to Yi Yi. But now, seeing that Yi Yi actually had another beautiful schoolgirl who was on par with herself, Jiang Chuyi felt inexplicably jealous. But she herself probably didn't realize these thoughts. At this moment, she just felt depressed and uncomfortable. Yi Yi, the instigator of the subtle atmosphere between the two women, looked as if it had nothing to do with him. Yi Yi silently looked at the system's binding object interface in his mind. Since entering the bar, Jiang Yilin's strategy progress has been slowly increasing. It was not until Jiang Chuyi appeared just now that Jiang Yilin's upward trend stopped. It has steadily stopped at 50.07%. Yi Yi couldn't help but sigh that it was a wise decision for him to call Jiang Chuyi over. Otherwise, by the end of today, Jiang Yilin's progress in the strategy contest would have surpassed Xia Xiaoyou's. He didn't want to conquer Jiang Yilin so quickly. He also wanted to rely on Jiang Yilin to complete more wish tasks. Yi nodded, then opened Jiang Chuyi's information panel. What the hell? Strategy progress 38.93%? Damn it! What's going on? Wasn't he at only 10.43% this morning? How come it has risen so much in such a short time? I didn't do anything to you. You're starting to self-motivate? No. Aren't you the cool school beauty? Where's your coolness gone? Aren't you an ice beauty? Where is the ice? Why do you feel like your ice is about to melt? Yi Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Women are truly amazing creatures. Even if he had the help of 100 secrets to winning the goddess, it would still be difficult for him to fully guess what girls were thinking. Ahem, sit down, don't stand there like an idiot. Yi Yi couldn't help himself after all and spoke up, breaking the subtle awkward atmosphere between the three of them. Chapter 35 Why Kiss Me? After hearing Yi Yi's reminder, Jiang Chuyi came back to her senses and reluctantly sat down on Yi Yi's left side. Why are you two together? Jiang Chuyi's tone was cold, as if she had caught her boyfriend cheating on her. This tone made Yi Yi suddenly feel a little guilty for no reason. Our dormitory is having a social gathering with Jiang Yilin and her roommates tonight. Old Du Mingyu from our dormitory, he just found a new girlfriend, who happens to be Jiang Yilin's roommate. We wanted to bring them together tonight. The ordered wine had not been served yet, so Yi Yi picked up the iced lemonade on the table and took a big sip. Jiang Chuyi turned her head and looked directly into Yi Yi's eyes, her expression still indifferent. Then why are you two the only ones here now? Obviously, Yi Yi's explanation just now did not get away with it. Before Yi Yi could speak, Jiang Yilin came over. After dinner, we still didn't feel satisfied. Yi asked me if I wanted to come to the bar. And then we came. It was indeed Yi who brought it up, and Zhang Yilin was telling the truth. At the same time, these words were also telling Zhang Chuyi that Yi had special feelings for her. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuyi sighed meaningfully and took her glass of iced lemonade. Is Yi's nightlife so rich every day? Spent last night with the schoolgirl, and tonight with the school beauty? Although Yi had the upper hand over her, Zhang Chuyi felt that she didn't have to obey Yi's orders all the time. I've already accompanied him for a drink as he requested, so it's okay to say a few words to him and vent my emotions, right? Moreover, at this moment, the sour jealousy in Zhang Chuyi's heart has surpassed the fear that Yi has something on her. Zhang Yilin raised her eyebrows at the side. She heard the hint in Zhang Chuyi's words clearly. What it means is, don't take yourself too seriously. Yi is a playboy and he's just playing around with everyone. This did surprise Zhang Yilin. She didn't expect that besides herself and Zhang Chuyi, there was actually a schoolmate. And from what Zhang Chuyi said, Yi was with this schoolmate last night. Zhang Yilin also picked up the ice lemonade in front of her, took a sip, and tried to calm the chaos in her heart. I finally found someone I like, but I didn't expect it to be a sea king? So what should we do next? Is it time to draw a clear line with this Aquaman? Still. Let me be the only fish in this sea king's fish pond? If you ask yourself honestly, Zhang Yilin is unwilling to give up Yi, a high-quality resource. After so many years, she finally met a boy who was handsome, rich, generous, and interesting. If you miss it, you don't know if you can encounter such an opportunity again in the future. And even if you meet someone, there is no guarantee that they will be single. In this society, high-quality men are a scarce resource. Truly good men are rarely found in the market. Basically, before she even left college, she had already been taken away by girls with quick eyes and hands. Thinking of this, Zhang Yilin decisively gave up her first idea. Since you don't plan to give up Yi as an option, then what to do next is clear. Even if Yi is surrounded by many beautiful women, so what? The more girls who like Yi, the more it proves how outstanding Yi is. All you have to do is work hard to become the best fish in Yi's pond. In that case, Yi will definitely be attracted to me. There is nothing to be afraid of when having competitors, as long as you eliminate them all. Zhang Yilin felt that her desire to win was aroused once again. But she probably didn't realize that her thoughts had now turned to wanting to gain Yi's approval. Once a girl wants to get a man's approval, that means that this girl is within the reach of this boy. A top military strategist of his generation, unexpectedly, when he met love, he actually became love-brained. Ahem, I said, nothing happened between Xia Xiaoyu and me last night. Didn't you hear Xia Xiaoyu say it this morning? I'm a gentleman. Yi didn't want to bear such a big blame for no reason, so he hurriedly explained. After hearing Yi's explanation, Zhang Chuyi and Zhang Yilin had different reactions. Zhang Yilin sighed slightly, and her expression seemed to be a little relaxed. Zhang Chuyi also sighed, but her heart felt even more sour. It seems that Zhang Yilin is indeed very important to Yi. Otherwise, Yi wouldn't have specifically explained it to Zhang Yilin. Do you care about her so much? A subtle hint of disappointment flashed across Zhang Chuyi's eyes. Then, she spoke again quietly. Are you a gentleman? So you were in the stairwell this morning. Why kiss me? That was my first kiss. Raise an army to punish the culprit and settle the score in the autumn. After Yi took away her first kiss in the morning, Zhang Chuyi's mind went blank for a moment. It wasn't until this moment that I realized it. Didn't I promise to kiss the side of his cheek? How did it end up being mouth to mouth? Yi swallowed silently. Seeing that the progress of Zhang Yilin's strategy had stopped rising on the system panel, Yi felt complicated. Although I deliberately curbed the upward trend of the strategy progress in order to complete more wish tasks. But in the end, I still have to conquer Zhang Yilin. Because only by conquering Zhang Yilin can you get so many bonus rewards for wish missions. Moreover, the system's hidden task is to increase the progress of capturing the top 5 beauties on Bincheng University's campus beauty list to over 70%, in order to be rewarded with 100% equity in leading capital. But now, if Zhang Yilin really thinks that I am a scumbag who plays with people's feelings, will he ignore me in the future? How can I improve the progress of the strategy then? Yi couldn't help but feel a layer of cold sweat on his back. Accident, it was an accident. Yi's explanation seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. What can I say? Could it be that he just wanted Zhang Chuyi to kiss his cheek? Isn't that also scumbag behavior? Zhang Chuyi put the iced lemonade in her hand back on the table and folded her hands obediently on her knees. Okay, if you say it's an accident, then let it be an accident. Anyway, you're the one taking advantage, so I'll definitely let you say whatever you want. Zhang Chuyi felt aggrieved. She never thought that her first kiss would be taken away in such a sloppy way. In her imagination, her first kiss should be given from the heart to someone she loves in a romantic atmosphere. The other person should hold your face affectionately and hug your waist gently. The kiss made my heart flutter, yet I felt relaxed and happy. But the reality is that at a time when classes are approaching, in the stairwell of the teaching building, Zhang Chuyi felt like crying but had no tears. It was as if my Mary Sue dream was shattered. She had no choice but to brainwash herself and comfort herself in her heart. I kept reminding myself that at that time, I only touched Yi lightly and didn't stick out my tongue. If you don't stick out your tongue, it probably doesn't count as a first kiss. Chapter 36, I became the prey. You kissed her? Zhang Yilin also put the iced lemonade in her hand back on the table and turned towards Yi. A serious look on his face. Yi scratched his head awkwardly. I clearly already have the blessing of 100 secrets to seizing the goddess, but how come I still can't cope with this kind of emergency? I said, it was an accident, do you believe it? Yi didn't want to make any more excuses. The situation at that time was indeed an accident. Originally, I really just wanted Zhang Chuyi to kiss the side of my cheek. I didn't expect to suddenly run into my 3 bad roommates in the stairwell. As a result, my attention was drawn to it, my head shifted, and then Zhang Yilin's long eyelashes flickered. She stared at Yi's eyes for a while, then suddenly smiled gently. I believe it. I believe everything you say. I believe you won't lie to me. Zhang Yilin saw sincerity in Yi's eyes. That certainly wasn't a lie. It's a kind of helplessness of throwing in the towel. Although Zhang Yilin felt a little sad after knowing that Yi had kissed Zhang Chuyi. But it has already happened, so what can we do? Isn't it enough as long as Yi feels that he is more charming than Zhang Chuyi in the future? Strong people never complain, but prioritize thinking about solutions. As a high-level love strategist, Zhang Yilin adjusted her mentality in an instant. After all, you gave me over 2 million in tips tonight. As my financial sponsor, of course I will trust you unconditionally. When these words were spoken, Yi and Zhang Chuyi both widened their eyes. Yi thought to himself that this was not good. Judging from the situation, Zhang Yilin and Zhang Chuyi were completely competing with each other. Originally, he just planned to call Zhang Chuyi over to slow down the momentum of Zhang Yilin's strategy progress. Unexpectedly, these two girls have now started to compete secretly. Girls are like this a lot of the time. They won't be interested in boys who are unwanted. But if someone wants to compete with them for a boy, they will instantly become motivated. This was beyond Yi's expectations. He didn't expect that he had only had some interactions with the two girls today. Tonight, they've already started to be jealous of me. This was an experience he had never had before. Although it feels like sparks are flying, it's a pretty good feeling. Zhang Chuyi on the side had a look of disbelief on her face. She and Yi have been classmates for nearly 4 years. Although they don't interact much on a daily basis, he knows that Yi is not the kind of rich second generation who is extremely wealthy. Unexpectedly, Yi gave Zhang Yilin more than 2 million in rewards in one go? More than 2 million, what does this mean? The small house that Zhang Chuyi's parents bought for her near the university town was only a little over 2 million. Looking at the expressions of Zhang Yilin and Yi, Zhang Chuyi knew that this matter was true and there was no exaggeration. Yi is so nice to Zhang Yilin. It seems he really likes her. I didn't expect you to be so generous. There was a barely perceptible trace of disappointment on Zhang Chuyi's face. As the class beauty and the 5th most beautiful girl on campus, Zhang Chuyi is the focus of boys' attention wherever she goes. Today, Yi took away my first kiss, which was already a great advantage for Yi. If it were any other boy, he would have been so excited that he would have vowed to treat her well for the rest of his life. But Yi didn't take it seriously. Turning around, he showed his affection to Zhang Yilin. Zhang Chuyi felt frustrated for the first time. Seeing that Zhang Chuyi's progress in the strategy attack had stopped increasing, Yi hurriedly started to catch up. I gave her a tip to support her live streaming career. We are all classmates. And this amount of money is nothing to me. If you were to do a live broadcast, I would also give you so many gifts. Now, Yi can only take money from one pocket to fill another. At least in front of two girls, you have to remain neutral and not let either of them think that you like the other more. Only in this way can we ensure that the progress of the strategy can continue to increase slowly. Sure enough, after listening to Yi's explanation, a glimmer of hope appeared in Zhang Chuyi's eyes again. Although Yi's explanation is far-fetched, it also sounds perfunctory. But to Zhang Chuyi, it sounded particularly useful. At least it shows that Yi doesn't think Zhang Yilin is more important than her. That's enough. It can be said that my first kiss was not in vain. Hey, that is not right. Why do I feel jealous? Zhang Chuyi's face turned red and her heart beat faster. Could it be that Yi made her heart beat? No. Impossible. Yi is a bastard who uses his own weakness to threaten others. He's just a jerk who took my first kiss. First kiss. Thinking of the scene in the stairwell, Zhang Chuyi seemed to recall the soft touch on her lips. Ah, what's going on? Why did I start to think about it again? Zhang Chuyi picked up the ice lemon water in front of her and forced herself to drink a big gulp. The cold temperature spread down the throat to the whole body, finally extinguishing the throbbing flame in my heart. At this time, the waiter finally brought Yi Dian's good drinks. Mr. Yi, this is the first round of drinks you ordered. Have fun tonight. Call me if you need anything. The waiter bowed politely. Yi hurriedly picked up the wine, opened it, and poured 3 full cups. The wine finally arrived. Finally, I can change the subject from what happened just now. If I continue talking, Yi really feels like he's running out of brain cells. Okay, 2 school beauties, have a drink. Yi pushed the wine glasses in front of Zhang Chuyi and Zhang Yilin respectively. Zhang Yilin didn't answer, but took off her thin khaki windbreaker. Drinking alone is boring, let's play some games. The windbreaker slipped off, revealing the black suspender dress underneath. The tight cut perfectly outlines Zhang Yilin's exquisite curves. The proud figure is instantly revealed. Below the short skirt is a pair of exquisite legs wearing red-soled long boots. Zhang Yilin smiled slightly, and put her left leg on her right leg as if nothing had happened, with her knees leaning towards Yi. This pair of straight and well-proportioned legs was like a pair of deadly scissors, cutting Yi's mind into chaos. Does it look good? Noticing Yi's gaze, Zhang Yilin asked with a smile. Just now at the hot pot restaurant, Zhang Yilin asked the same question. At that time, the windbreaker had not been taken off, and the inner layer was not exposed. Yi was still able to keep his mind steady. She can also fight back with ease. But now, facing the long, white, delicate legs so close to him, Yi could only force himself to swallow his saliva. Yi felt that he had underestimated his enemy. I never expected that Zhang Yilin would wear such an eye-catching outfit under her trench coat. Looking at Zhang Yilin's malicious eyes, Yi felt that he had become a prey. Chapter 37 Uninvited Guests. Zhang Yilin specially chose this outfit before leaving the dormitory today. Thinking about the offline confrontation with the military advisor from the other boys' dormitory tonight, Zhang Yilin deliberately kept this backup plan. If you meet someone and find that he or she interests you, then take off your windbreaker and reveal the battlesuit you have carefully selected. Zhang Yilin has absolute confidence in herself. She believes that no man will not be moved after seeing her outfit. The short dress with suspenders perfectly outlines her slender waist and hot figure. The long boots also enhance the already impressive long legs. But the most amazing thing about this outfit is far more than that. The most exciting part is the empty space from the knees to the hem of the skirt. That is the place called the Absolute Realm. It is also a place full of fatal temptations for women. Now, this white absolute domain is right in front of Yi. Yi felt an urge to put his hand on it and touch it. Does it look good? Seeing Yi in a daze, Zhang Yilin smiled lightly and asked again. Only then did Yi realize that he had been staring at the long legs in front of him in a trance. He quickly looked away and scratched his head angrily. Nice. Yi is very frank. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Girls prefer to receive serious compliments from boys rather than being secretly looked at. As expected, after hearing Yi's praise, Zhang Yilin couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Zhang Chuyi, who was sitting on Yi's left, looked at her legs silently and rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction. Zhang Yilin's legs are indeed long, which makes her feel ashamed of herself. But she is not bad either. As the second most beautiful girl on the campus list after Zhang Yilin, Zhang Chuyi is also confident in herself. The rankings of the school beauties are determined by voting by classmates. I hardly talk to anyone at school. Zhang Yilin is usually more outgoing at school and has a good relationship with her classmates. So it is reasonable that his popularity is higher than mine. Zhang Chuyi put her face close to Yi Yi and asked unyieldingly. Yi Yi, who do you think is prettier between us? Hearing this question, Zhang Yilin on the side also looked at Yi Yi seriously, as if she also wanted to know Yi Yi's answer. The fifth and fourth school beauties are bound to decide the winner with Yi Yi today. Yi Yi looked at the two people's faces carefully. In the system's rating, both of them scored 8.8 points in appearance. Judging from facial features alone, Zhang Chuyi is indeed better. A small and straight nose, a rosy and tender mouth, and a face with a slightly baby-fat physique. She is indeed a little bit prettier than Zhang Yilin. But I can't resist Zhang Yilin's good figure. He is 1.76 meters tall, and his body below the waist is almost entirely legs. These legs alone can make up for that little difference. It seems that the system's score for appearance is a comprehensive score taking into account facial features and body shape. This score is still very valuable. Zhang Chuyi and Zhang Yilin both have an appearance score of 8.8, and it is indeed difficult to tell them apart. They all look good. Yi Yi answered honestly. What if you have to choose a better looking one? Zhang Yilin didn't give up and continued to ask. Seeing the two girls' eyes demanding an answer, Yi Yi immediately had an idea. Let's do this. After you finish drinking this, I'll tell you my answer. 6 bottles of Ace of Spades of different colors were neatly placed on the table. This is Yi Dian's Great Dragon set today. 6 bottles of wine cost 100,000 yuan. The consumption in Dream Bar is indeed very expensive. Yi Yisan thought that if the system did not reimburse the full amount, even if he had a balance of 600,000 in his card, this level of consumption would still be a bit painful. Okay, I'll ask you after we finish drinking. Zhang Yilin picked up the wineglass in front of her and clinked it lightly with Yi Yi. Thank you for the reward today. Just don't give so many gifts next time. The platform will take half of the gift you give. It's not worth it. With that money, you might as well ask me out more often to watch movies or go shopping. After saying that, Zhang Yilin drank it all in one gulp. These words show that she is sensible and does not waste men's money. It also left Yi Yi with enough fantasies. They often go to the movies and go shopping together. This is basically the process of a normal date for college couples. What about after watching the movie and shopping? Zhang Yilin didn't say it, but the meaning was self-evident. Zhang Chuyi on the other side had an indifferent expression, and pursed her lips slightly, as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He picked up the wineglass, tilted his head back, and poured all the wine into his throat. She usually appears to be introverted, but she has said enough in front of Yi Yi today. In addition, she herself was not sure of her true thoughts at the moment. It's better to just keep silent. Yi Yi noticed that Zhang Chuyi was a little depressed. Drinking like this is a bit boring. Didn't you just say you wanted to play games? What shall we play? Yi Yi had never been to a bar before, so he didn't know what kind of games were usually played there. However, Zhang Yilin used to go to bars with her best friends occasionally, so she knew more. Just as Zhang Yilin was about to teach the two of them how to play a little bar flirting game, several uninvited guests came over from the next table. Play games? Ladies, play with us. Yeah, playing in a place like this requires more people to make it more lively. The man at the next table who was called Scar Brother just now stood in front of Yi Yi and the other two with a malicious look on his face. He looked at Zhang Yilin's long white legs with an extremely presumptuous look. Before Zhang Yilin could react, he sat down next to her. Smelling the strong smell of alcohol from this uninvited guest, Zhang Yilin subconsciously leaned towards Yi Yi. Sorry, we're not interested in playing with you. As the only man, Yi Yi naturally has to take on the task of protecting Zhang Yilin and Zhang Chuyi. These thug-like guys are obviously the kind of tough guys. Moreover, they all had lustful looks in their eyes, and it was obvious that they wanted to take advantage. Yi Yi was immediately unhappy. Zhang Chuyi and Zhang Yilin are both his targets. How can we let others get involved? You kid, don't be so shameless. Do you know who this is? A skinny yellow-haired guy who looked like a monkey pointed at Yi Yi menacingly. I'm afraid you'll be shocked if I tell you this, but this is the famous Scar Brother. Go out and ask around. In this area, who wouldn't be respectful to our Scar brother? Scar brother is willing to play with you, that's because he's giving you face. If you don't know what's best for you, don't blame me for being rude. The yellow-haired man stepped forward and was about to grab Yi-Yi's collar, but was pushed away by Yi-Yi. Scar brother? I don't know him. But if you don't leave now, I don't mind letting you get to know the police officers in this area. Yi-Yi picked up his cell phone and made a gesture to call the police. Chapter 38, Prepare to Take Action. Seeing that Yi-Li was serious, Scar brother and the others snorted in dissatisfaction. I originally thought this guy would be a wimp. With just a little intimidation, he can grab the two top beauties beside him and take advantage of them. But I didn't expect that this kid would call the police over a disagreement. The Dream Bar has just opened, and I heard that the owner behind it is very influential. Scar brother didn't want to cause trouble in the bar at this time. It's not that I'm afraid of Yi-Yi. But they are afraid that it will bring any bad influence to the Dream Bar. If the boss behind you is someone you can't afford to offend, you'll probably be in big trouble. Scar brother gave his subordinates a wink. The younger brothers understood what he meant and started to find a way out. It's your blessing to be favored by Scar brother. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Do you know how many women want to be with Scar brother? Humph. You really don't recognize a great man. Brother Scar, let's go, these two girls are not worthy of accompanying you. Brother, I'll call two better ones for you later. Following the opportunity offered by his subordinates, Scar brother naturally took the opportunity to back down. He stood up and returned to his table with a few of his thugs. Seeing the troublemaker walk away, Zhang Chuyi was still frightened. Yi-Yi, why don't we go? I feel like this place is a bit messy. In Zhang Chuyi's mind, she always thought that bars were places where all kinds of people mixed together. It was just because Yi-Yi had something on him, so Yi-Yi asked him to come, so he had to come. Under normal circumstances, she would never enter such a place. From the moment she walked in, Zhang Chuyi felt many malicious eyes staring at her from the dark. This look was completely different from the way the boys at school looked at her. The boys in the school have clear and innocent eyes, and their appreciation comes from the heart. But the eyes here are like those staring at a lamb to be slaughtered. I felt like it was going to rush over and eat me up in the next second. This feeling made Zhang Chuyi feel uneasy. Yi-Yi saw Zhang Chuyi's worry. He actually didn't want to come to such a place. It's just to fulfill Zhang Yilan's wish mission. The reward for one task is 100,000, and the consumption of the wine on the table can be reimbursed by another 100,000. However, the system stipulates that the prerequisite for reimbursement is that these expenses cannot be packaged or wasted. In other words, the wine you ordered must be finished. If you can't finish the drink, the system will automatically cancel the reimbursement. That's 100,000 yuan. How many people don't even earn 100,000 yuan a year? It's okay, I'm here, don't worry. They are just a bunch of punks who bully the weak and fear the strong. Look, as soon as I mentioned calling the police, they got scared and walked away. Don't worry, they won't dare to do anything wrong. Yi-Yi was determined to finish drinking the wine before leaving today. After all, you can get 100,000 yuan after drinking it, the temptation is too great. Zhang Yilan also reminded Zhang Chuyi. Do you know how much Yi Dian spent on these wines? 100,000. It would be such a waste if we leave now. It's a rare opportunity to come here, so let's have some fun. I think those people just now probably had the will but not the courage to do it. Don't be afraid. Looking at the sensible Zhang Yilan, Yi-Yi nodded with satisfaction. After hearing what the two said, Zhang Chuyi didn't know what to say. Yi-Yi has the upper hand over me, so I have no right to refuse. Okay, then. Zhang Chuyi paused and originally wanted to ask, if something unexpected happened, would you protect me? But after thinking about it carefully, he seemed to have neither the qualifications nor the identity to ask Yi-Yi this question. So when the words came to my lips, I swallowed them back. Then let's continue playing. Zhang Chuyi calmed down, picked up the wineglass again, and listened to Zhang Yilan teach some small games commonly played in bars. More than an hour passed and most of the wine on the table was finished. The relationship between the three people has become much closer. Before, Yi-Yi didn't understand why so many people liked to drink. Now I seem to understand a little. Many people only dare to take off the mask they usually use to disguise themselves after drinking. Be your true self again. Moreover, after drinking alcohol, the relationship between them will quickly become closer. Although Yi was blessed by the system today and was rewarded with the ability to sober up automatically. However, looking at Zhang Chuyi and Zhang Yilin beside him, who were drunk and had dazed eyes, and kept pulling him to play and laugh, Yi felt for the first time that wine was a good thing. Under normal circumstances, how could we have the chance to see this side of the icy beauty and the arrogant school belle? At the same time, not far away was Scar Brother's table. Looking at Yi and the others happily, a sinister look flashed in Scar Brother's eyes. Huang Mao, didn't you say you could call a girl over? It's been an hour, where are the people? Huang Mao wiped the sweat from his forehead. He has made more than a dozen calls to urge Zhou Boheo. Zhou Boheo said that Lin Kiki heard that they were going to the bar, so she wanted to go back to the dormitory to put on makeup first. But I didn't expect that it would take an hour to put on this makeup. These guys are all single, so naturally they have never experienced how efficient girls are at putting on makeup. Today has really opened my eyes. Brother Scar, they're already on their way. They'll probably be here in about 10 minutes. I asked his girlfriend to dress up nicely so she wouldn't spoil your fun. I didn't expect that woman would take so long to put on makeup. Huang Mao explained carefully. Scar Brother slapped the yellow-haired guy on the back of his head. Are you afraid I'll spoil the fun? You've made me wait so long, aren't you going to spoil the fun? Damn it, I'm almost done with my wine. As he was speaking, Scar Brother saw Yi and the others stand up, seemingly preparing to leave. A cold light flashed in Scar Brother's eyes, and he waved to his subordinates. The younger brothers immediately gathered around. Several heads crowded together. It looks like they're getting ready to leave. I remember the bar was some distance from the main street. And you have to go through a small alley. I remember there seemed to be no cell phone signal in that alley. Scar Brother raised his eyebrows. He didn't dare cause trouble in the bar because he was afraid of offending the bar's mysterious owner. But outside the bar, that's his world. By then, even if these two girls scream at the top of their lungs, no one will come to rescue them. After drinking a few bottles of wine, Scar Brother's blood is boiling. Especially after seeing Zhang Yilin and Zhang Chuyi, who were both extremely beautiful, the most primitive animal desire in his heart howled like a trapped beast, wanting to break out of his body. Looking at Scar Brother's lewd smile, several younger brothers immediately understood what Scar Brother meant. Brother Scar, I'll take a few people to squat at the entrance of the alley first. Brother Scar, I'll drive the car over to you. Drag the person into the car right away. The younger brothers volunteered to come up with ideas one after another. Having followed Scar Brother for so long, they knew that usually when something good happened, after Scar Brother had his fun, he would allow them to have fun together. Chapter 39, Desperate Situation. After drinking the last glass of wine, Yi took Zhang Chuyi and Zhang Yilin and prepared to leave. It is definitely impossible to go back to school at this time. Seeing that several people were drunk, the dormitory manager would definitely report it to the school. So Zhang Chuyi just suggested that they go to her house and spend the night. Anyway, her parents bought that house specifically for her to live in while she was in school. She is usually alone. Although there is only one bedroom, the large sofa in the living room can be folded. When it is folded down, it becomes a soft and comfortable bed. At that time, the two girls will sleep in the bedroom and Yi will sleep on the sofa. Yi also agreed to this plan. Zhang Chuyi and Zhang Yilin are both drunk now, so it is unrealistic to go to a hotel and get a room. Maybe the hotel receptionist would think that he was a hooligan who deliberately got girls drunk and then had bad intentions. Refuse to check myself in. Therefore, staying at Zhang Chuyi's house for one night is the best choice. Let's go. Yi finally picked up the bottles one by one to make sure all the wine was finished, and then led the two girls out of the bar. The Dream Bar is located in the middle of a group of old buildings. There is an alley at the entrance for pedestrians only. Cars can't drive in. Therefore, if you want to take a taxi, you must go through this alley to the main street. The bar owner put a lot of thought into choosing this location. This geographical location can effectively prevent some of the above temporary inspections. Since cars can't drive in, you can only enter on foot. Just arrange people to stand guard at the entrances and exits at both ends of the alley, and immediately inform those inside if anyone enters. This is a long alley. Even if a normal adult runs at the speed of a normal adult, it will take 10 minutes to run into it. These 10 minutes are enough for the bar to make all preparations for the impromptu inspection. However, Yi completely failed to understand the bar owner's clever ideas. At this moment, this long alley made him exhausted. The two girls next to me drank a lot of wine today. Two people, one on the left and one on the right, were both drunk and staggering as they walked. Yi had no choice but to carry them both and slowly move towards the entrance of the alley. After turning a corner, the dim street lights in the alley flickered. Yi looked forward and saw several people walking out of the shadows behind the streetlights. Looking closely, they saw that they were the people who had just come to their table in the bar to cause trouble. Moreover, their expressions were ferocious and the malicious smiles on their faces were even more intense than when they were in the bar just now. Seeing this, Yi instantly knew what these people were thinking. "You're going to force me to call the police, right?" Yi wanted to use the same trick again to warn them again. But when he took out his cell phone, he was stunned. There is no signal line at the signal column in the upper right corner of the phone. Instead, there are 3 big words: "No service. Depend on." Yi thought to himself that something was wrong. The surrounding area is full of old buildings, and the messy layout blocks the input of external signals. These people guarding here must have known that there was no signal in this alley. This is broken. There were 7 people in total, including the scarred guy who was the leader. He was also holding a rusty steel pipe in his hand. Although Yi's physical fitness is pretty good, he has absolutely no chance of winning when fighting one against 7 people, especially when the other party is armed. What's more, there are 2 drunken burdens around him. Not only can you not defeat him, you can't escape either. What can I do? Help! In the face of danger, Yi shouted without caring about his image. After all, safety comes first, and Yi doesn't think there is anything shameful in asking for help at this moment. Hearing the sound, an old-fashioned window upstairs creaked open. A head poked out curiously. But after seeing the gangsters with ferocious expressions under the streetlight, the head quickly shrank back. Then he slammed the window shut. These thugs look like they are not easy to mess with. No one wants to get burned. At times like this, it's better to be prudent and protect yourself. Scar Brother smiled coldly at Yi. Go ahead and yell. I want to see who's brave enough to come and help you. Yi felt a chill in his heart and began to sweat unconsciously on his back. He was thinking frantically about how to take Zhang Yilin and Zhang Chudi away from the current situation. Unfortunately, it seems that all the methods I thought of don't work. The only way to protect himself was to leave the 2 girls behind and run away in the opposite direction. But Yi couldn't do such a thing. Even if these 2 girls were not his partners, he would not do such an unmanly thing. Leaving a woman behind and running away alone is not only not like being a man, it is not even a human being. I risked everything to get the 100,000 yuan for the wish quest. Forget it, if getting beaten up can save them, then it's not a loss. Taking a look at Zhang Yilin's hot body and Zhang Chuyi's charming face beside him, Yi cheered himself up in his heart. It's worth getting beaten up for 2 beautiful girls. Yi clenched his fists like a death warrior and got ready. As long as these people move, I will fight them to the death. Anyway, before he falls down, he will never let anyone touch Zhang Yilin and Zhang Chuyi. Yi pulled his arms out of the 2 girls' arms and took a defensive stance. Zhang Yilin, whose body lost support, immediately leaned against the wall on the other side, then squatted down limply. On the other side, Zhang Chuyi didn't drink as much as Zhang Yilin. She opened her eyes dazedly and glanced at Yi. Seeing Yi staring at the front with a determined and fearless look, he curiously looked forward in the direction Yi was looking. After seeing the group of ferocious thugs under the streetlight, Zhang Chuyi shuddered and sobered up a lot. Yi, they are from just now. Yi nodded and moved Zhang Chuyi behind him. There's no signal here, I can't call the police. Find an opportunity to take Zhang Yilin and run in the opposite direction, or run back to the bar to find someone for help. I'll hold them here. Speaking of this, Yi felt that he seemed a little tragic. Because of these 2 girls who are not his girlfriends, he is afraid that he will suffer a lot today. Zhang Chuyi grabbed Yi's clothes tightly, and her body was shaking with fear. No, there are so many of them. Let's run together. As he was speaking, a few thugs walked slowly towards him under the streetlight with evil smiles on their faces. The rusty steel pipe in his hand scraped across the mottled and old brick walls on both sides, making a sizzling sound that made people's scalps tingle. The leader, Scar Brother, licked his lips and seemed to have begun to imagine how he would enjoy these 2 exquisite little beauties next. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Yi pushed Zhang Chuyi back anxiously. He used his body to block the 2 girls. I want to do my best to buy them time to escape from here. Jiang Chui looked at Yi Yi, who was standing in the middle of the alley with his arms outstretched, and her heart inexplicably warmed. A feeling of unprecedented emotion surged in my heart. Then, a wish bar popped up above her head. Yi Yi, please don't get hurt. Chapter 40, Dilemma. When Yi Yi detected that Jiang Chui had updated a wish, he was stunned for a second. Then came great joy. There is help. System, receive the wish mission. Ding, it's detected that the host is performing a wish mission. Gives the host a temporary bonus, fighting skills. As the system prompt sounded, Yi Yi felt a warm current full of power bursting out in his body instantly. A lot of practical combat experience and skills inexplicably flooded into my mind. Now look at the thugs approaching with steel pipes. Yi Yi had automatically rehearsed countless ways to defeat them in his mind. It was as if what was coming towards him at this moment was not a ferocious rolling knife, but a bunch of insignificant flaws. Yi Yi. I can't carry Jiang Yilin. Jiang Yilin is now drunk and can't stand up at all. Jiang Chui couldn't pull her away no matter how hard he tried. Seeing Scar Brother and his men getting closer and closer, Jiang Chui burst into tears in anxiety. She could imagine how she and Jiang Yilin would be treated if they fell into their hands. Yi Yi, why don't you just run away? You're a boy, if you run they can't catch you. It's better than all three of us. Jiang Chui felt hopeless and leaned against the wall blankly, seemingly having given up struggling. Maybe this is fate, maybe she is destined to have this disaster. Looking at Jiang Chui's desperate eyes, Yi Yi retracted his arms that had just blocked the two of them. Jiang Chui felt a chill in her heart, and the last ray of light went out. It seems that Yi Yi is really planning to get away with it. Although Jiang Chui really hopes that Yi Yi can protect herself. But she knew that was unrealistic. There are 7 people on the other side, and they are armed. Even if Yi Yi stayed, he would only be beaten more severely. The most sensible choice is to abandon them and escape on your own. However, Jiang Yilin and I, 2 weak women, could only. Thinking of this, Jiang Chui's tears slid down her cheeks like little pearls that had broken off the string. Suddenly, Jiang Chui felt her face getting hot. A warm hand wiped away her tears of fear. Don't be afraid, I will protect you. Hearing Yi Yi's gentle voice, Jiang Chui felt like a person who fell into a turbulent river and was about to drown, and suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw. Under the dim street lights, Yi Yi's face was so gentle that Jiang Chui was actually a little stunned. Although I don't know how Yi Yi had the confidence to say this. But at such a critical moment, Yi Yi did not leave her alone, which made her feel touched enough. Looking at Yi Yi's handsome and confident face, Jiang Chui's heart was moved for no reason. A voice appeared involuntarily in my mind. Fortunately, I gave my first kiss to Yi Yi this morning. Otherwise, if it is ruined by these hooligans, I will regret it for the rest of my life. At this time, Scar Brother, who was only 7 or 8 meters away from the two of them, had a look of disdain and sarcasm on his face. At this moment, you're still trying to be a hero? Don't you even consider your own worth? You still want to be a hero and save the beauty? Today I will teach you a lesson. Come on. When his subordinates heard the order, they picked up the steel pipes and swung them at Yi Yi. Jiang Chui subconsciously squatted down, covered her head, and closed her eyes in fear. Bang! Bang! There was a muffled groan, followed by the crisp sound of a steel pipe falling to the ground. How did the opponent's weapon get knocked away? Hearing the noise, Jiang Chui finally mustered up the courage to open her eyes again. Yi Yi was standing there with a relaxed look on his face, while a gangster had fallen in the corner, holding his chest in pain. The steel pipe in his hand also fell not far away. Just now, at the moment when this gangster rushed in front of Yi Yi threw a lightning-fast sidekick, hitting the gangster hard in the chest. The violent impact directly threw the gangster sideways. It hit the wall heavily and then rolled down the wall to the ground. The whole process took less than a second. The other thugs who rushed forward were stunned. They only saw a flash of black wind passing in front of them. It was not until this moment that he realized that the black wind was the poor guy who was kicked away. The yellow-haired man holding the steel pipe swallowed silently. I didn't expect that Yi Yi, who looks like an ordinary student, actually has such incredible explosive power. With just one kick, he actually kicked a man weighing 180 pounds away. Is this still a human being? Scar Brother. The yellow-haired man looked back at his boss, his eyes full of desire to retreat. Scar Brother was also shocked by Yi Yi's move just now. After so many years of hard work, Scar Brother judged at a glance that with the skills Yi had just displayed, all of them combined were no match for him. I didn't expect to hit a wall today. It turns out this guy is a pig pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Scar Brother also began to think about giving up. However, he is the only one who has to retreat, and Huang Mao and the others must hold on. Only in this way will I have enough time to escape. You bunch of trash. What are you afraid of? He's alone. If you can't handle him, don't hang out with me anymore. Scar Brother shouted angrily at his men. When the gangsters heard their boss say this, they felt embarrassed for a moment. Go ahead, you definitely can't win. That was the fate of the brother who was kicked so hard that he was almost embedded in the wall. But if they don't go up, Scar Brother will definitely not let them go after today. What to do? Two men in a dilemma. Ugh, what a dilemma. Brothers, let's go together. More people means more fists. That kid will definitely be overwhelmed. The yellow-haired man weighed the steel pipe in his hand and began to give orders to the other thugs. He knew very well that Scar Brother was the person they could not afford to offend the most. This group of people are uneducated and can only make a living by doing some shady things. If Scar Brother is dissatisfied, it will be difficult for them to continue living in Bincheng in the future. When faced with two evils, choose the lesser one. Huang Mao still knows this principle. Judging from Huang Mao's expression, the other thugs seem to have figured this out as well. Several people looked at each other, nodded, and then rushed towards Yi again. Seeing his younger brothers rushing up, Scar Brother didn't delay for a moment, turned around and ran towards the entrance of the alley. Bang! 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 The sounds of beating and wailing reached Scar Brother's ears. But Scar Brother didn't dare to look back. At this juncture, any waste of time is fatal. Scar Brother ran forward with his head down. The sound of fighting behind me stopped after less than half a minute. It sounds like all of his younger brothers have been wiped out. Scar Brother's forehead was covered in cold sweat. I didn't expect to offend such a devil today. Clatter! Clatter! I heard the sound of running behind me. Scar Brother knew that it was the devil who came to take his life. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Scar Brother was so scared that his legs started to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, he only felt that this alley was extremely long and no matter how he ran, he would never reach the end. A gust of wind blew by, and Yi kicked the wall with his feet. The whole person flew into the air, did a somersault, and landed steadily in front of Scar Brother. Did I let you run away? Yi cracked the joints of his fingers and looked at Scar Brother coldly, as if he was looking at a dead dog. Chapter 41: The Embarrassment of Not Wearing Pajamas. It's not that Yi wants to kill them all. But he knew that he was carrying out Jiang Chuyi's wish mission, so the system temporarily gave him a bonus in fighting skills. Once the task is completed, the system will take back this temporary bonus, and you will become an ordinary college student again. If I am kind to Scar Brother and the others now, will they be kind to me after I become an ordinary person? Looking at the arrogant look of those thugs just now, I knew that this was absolutely impossible. Therefore, Yi could only strike first. Since you can't beat me now, I'm going to take this opportunity to completely knock you down. Kill you while you are sick. At this time, it suddenly started raining. In the night rain, Yi's shadow was stretched very long by the streetlights. Against the light, Scar Brother couldn't see Yi's expression at all at this moment. I could only feel waves of icy cold emanating from the body of the young man in front of me. This kind of chill is called despair. Scar Brother's legs went limp and he fell to his knees on the ground. Brother, I was wrong. Please let me go. In the future, I will definitely. Scar Brother clasped his hands together and spoke in a very sincere tone. It is more pious than going to the temple to burn incense and worship the god of wealth during the Chinese New Year. I just hope Yi will be soft-hearted and forgive me. But before Scar Brother could finish his words, Yi's feet arrived. Scar Brother didn't even see Yi's movements clearly. I just felt a sudden gust of wind blowing beside my cheek, and then it felt like a speeding truck hit the side of my face. Under the huge impact force, Scar Brother flew out like a fallen leaf, spinning at a speed of 500 centimeters per second. After hitting the wall with a bang, he completely fainted. Ding, it's detected that the host has completed the wish mission. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 100,000 yuan. As the system prompt sounded, Yi felt that the abundant power just now had quietly disappeared. Even the rich practical experience in his mind disappeared without a trace. Looking at Scar Brother, who had fainted on the ground, Yi felt a surge of fear. Fortunately, I didn't show too much softness just now. Otherwise, the current situation would probably be reversed. Although Scar Brother and his group were knocked down, there is no guarantee that they may have any helpers nearby. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Yi ran back and left the dim alley with Zhang Chudi and Zhang Yilin, who were still frightened. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. None of the three of them had an umbrella, so they were soaked through. Zhang Chui sobered up a little and could barely walk on her own. But Zhang Yilin was in a daze and couldn't even stand up straight. Helpless, Yi had to carry Zhang Yilin on his back. After feeling the warmth on Yi's back, Zhang Yilin hugged Yi's neck tightly and fell asleep with her eyes closed. "How's it going? Did you get a taxi?" I can't carry it anymore." Walking out of the alley and standing on the street, Zhang Chui took out her cell phone, which had just restored signal, and hailed a taxi. Yi stood aside with Zhang Yilin on his back, looking a little embarrassed. Zhang Yilin hugged Yi's neck and put her pretty face close to Yi's face. The pair of long and beautiful legs that have fascinated thousands of boys are now obediently clamped around Yi's waist. In order to maintain stability, Yi also put his hands around Zhang Yilin's legs. That area is not covered by Zhang Yilin's boots. Yi's palm was directly pressed against her skin. The rain slid down his skin, and Yi could only hug those legs tightly to ensure that Zhang Yilin would not slide off his back. The soft touch and the body fragrance coming from the back made Yi a little distracted. Looking at Yi's gradually red face, Zhang Chui burst out laughing. For the first time, she discovered that Yi actually had so many sides. He has the integrity typical of a straight man, as well as the courage and gentleness of a hero saving a damsel in distress. At this moment, while carrying Zhang Yilin, the campus beauty, he actually showed the youthful shyness that is unique to teenagers. In her eyes, Yi seemed to be becoming more and more cute. "I've already got a taxi, just hold on a little longer." The opportunity to carry the school beauty on your back is not something you can get easily. You don't know how to appreciate the blessings you have. Now that they were out of danger, Zhang Chui also felt like joking with Yi. Zhang Chui, who has always been known for her aloofness and introversion, joked with a boy like this for the first time. But Yi smiled awkwardly and did not respond. I was afraid that the scene of the two women being jealous of each other would happen again. At this time, a car came from the distance and flashed its headlights at the few people. "The car is here, get in. You take Zhang Yilin to sit in the back, and I'll sit in the passenger seat." Zhang Chui used her mobile phone to check the license plate number, then opened the passenger door and sat in. The driver saw the three people soaked like drowned rats and frowned in dissatisfaction. "It was late at night, and I picked up three drunk guys, and I even got the car seat wet." Smelling the smell of alcohol coming from the three people, the driver curled his lips. "Don't throw up in my car. 200 on the vomit car." After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the order destination. "I just want to get rid of these three troubles as quickly as possible." 10 minutes later. The driver braked steadily and stopped the car downstairs of the community. As soon as he got off the car, he carried Zhang Yilin on his back again in the rain. Zhang Chudi walked in front and led Yi into the apartment building. The driver glanced at the backs of the three people from a distance and muttered to himself, "Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. Actually, with two top beauties at the same time. TSK, TSK, TSK." After a brief moment of envy, the driver received a notification of a new order on his mobile phone, and he stepped on the accelerator and drove back into the night. After entering the house, Yi put Zhang Yilin down. At this time, Zhang Yilin was a little more sober than when she just left the bar, and could barely stand on her own. It was just that the heavy rain just now had soaked her all over. The black suspender dress was tightly attached to her body, and the waistline of her lower abdomen could be seen clearly through the clothes. Yi was also standing at the entrance, but because he was wet, he didn't dare to move around. After seeing Zhang Yilin's charming devilish figure, his eyes subconsciously shifted away and looked elsewhere. But then he ran into Zhang Chui, who was wiping her fair neck with a tissue. The slightly turned up collar reveals the softness inside. "Go to the bathroom and change your clothes. Change your wet clothes, I'll wash them for you later. It just so happens that the washing machine has a drying function, so you can change into fresh, dry clothes tomorrow morning." Zhang Chui took out 2 pairs of slippers from the shoe cabinet for the two of them. These 2 pairs of slippers are what she wears when her parents come here to visit her. so there are men's sizes available. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that this is the first time that someone other than my parents has come to my house. Jiang Chui, who is used to being introverted, doesn't have many friends and is always alone when she returns home. With Yi Yi and Jiang Yilin coming today, the house doesn't feel as quiet as usual. My pajamas are quite loose, so you can wear them later, Lin Lin. Unconsciously, Jiang Chui's way of addressing Jiang Yilin also changed. She found her loosest set of pajamas for Jiang Yilin and put them in the bathroom. That was her largest set of pajamas. I hope it won't be too short for Kong Yirin. Jiang Yilin burped drunkenly, said thank you, and then went into the bathroom. After the bathroom door closed, Jiang Chui looked at Yi Yi with a little embarrassment. I don't have men's pajamas at home, you. What are you going to do? Chapter 42 Heartbeat Feeling. Yi Yi also scratched his head in embarrassment. Then I'll just wear it like this. Having just been caught in the rain, Yi Yi's clothes could probably be wrung out of half a basin of water. It must be uncomfortable to wear this. And it is easy to catch a cold. Jiang Chui tilted her head and thought about it, and suddenly had an idea. Let's do this. Change your wet clothes and wrap yourself in my towel. Anyway, Yi Yi is a man, so he just needs to cover his key parts with a large bath towel. Men swim in the pool in the summer and only wear swimming trunks. Jiang Chui applauded her own cleverness. However, if that's the case, doesn't it mean the towel I use to wipe my body every day is going to come into close contact with Yi Yi? When Jiang Chui thought of this, she felt her face getting hot. Oh, why am I being so hypocritical? Yi Yi just saved me. At worst I can just use a different bath towel later. Jiang Chui kept mentally preparing herself. A few minutes later, Jiang Yilin came out of the bathroom. I'm done. Go change. Unconsciously, Jiang Yilin's way of addressing Jiang Chui also changed. The two seemed to have become best friends. Looking at Jiang Yilin walking out of the bathroom, Yi Yi and Jiang Chui couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Jiang Chui's short-sleeved pajamas turned into a belly-bearing outfit when worn by Jiang Yilin. The pajamas were also turned into cropped pants, exposing the white ankles to the air. I don't know why, but seeing you like this, I feel like an adult secretly wearing children's clothes, huh? Yi Yi pointed at Jiang Yilin and joked. Jiang Yilin rolled her eyes coquettishly. Who is an adult? Are you calling me old? I'll always be 18, okay? The alcohol had not completely dissipated yet, and Jiang Yilin still spoke with a drunken tone. Seeing this, Jiang Chui hurriedly pushed Jiang Yilin into the bedroom. Okay, you'll always be 18. Okay, go and rest first. I'll help you wash your clothes later. Jiang Yilin turned around and gave Jiang Chui a big hug. You are so nice to me. You're much nicer to me than some people. Some people actually think I'm old, woo-woo. Tell me, why does he think I'm old? Why does he give me so many gifts? Is he, stupid and rich, lots of money? Jiang Chui agreed as she pushed the drunk Jiang Yilin. Yes, he is stupid. Alright, go to bed. After a lot of coaxing and deception, it was finally possible to settle Jiang Yilin down completely. Seeing Jiang Yilin sleeping peacefully on the bed, Jiang Chui closed the door and walked out. Yi, I need to take a shower and change clothes first. When I'm done washing, change your clothes and wrap yourself in my bath towel. Without waiting for Yi to answer, Jiang Chui went into the bathroom with her spare clothes. After a while, the sound of water running from the shower could be heard in the bathroom. Yi was still dripping with water at this time. He didn't want to dirty Jiang Chui's house, so he stood obediently at the entrance. This was his first time visiting a girl's home. I couldn't help but be curious and looked around. There is a small wall next to the entrance, with several thin brown hemp ropes hanging on the wall. There are photos clipped on the hemp rope. Those are some daily life photos taken by Jiang Chui from childhood to adulthood. It can be seen from the photos that Jiang Chui has been very beautiful since she was a child. Big watery eyes and tender little face. It makes people want to reach out and rub and pinch it. But all the photos only showed Jiang Chui. This is consistent with her personality as an introvert with few friends. Whether it was a high school graduation photo or a photo of her shopping and traveling, Jiang Chui was the only one in the picture. These photos should have been taken by Jiang Chui's parents. She seems to be a good girl who listens to her parents. No wonder I was so worried that my parents would find out that I cheated in the exam. If it were someone else, they would probably just throw in the towel and not be afraid of anything. That is, Jiang Chuyi was actually willing to agree to meet his 3 requests in order to prevent her parents from knowing the mistake she had made. Yi Yi smiled. This aloof class beauty is really naive and cute. After a while, Jiang Chuyi finished packing and came out. Please change your clothes. If you want to take a shower, that's fine. I have other towels I can give you. But the other towels are smaller. Only the one I use in the bathroom can be used to wrap myself. Jiang Chuyi found another clean small bath towel from the cabinet. This is for when her parents come over. Yi Yi took the bath towel, turned around and went into the bathroom. Remember to give me your wet clothes when you come out later. I threw them in the washing machine. Jiang Chuyi spoke through the bathroom door. After saying this, she blushed unconsciously. This kind of plot seems to be what usually happens in TV dramas when the male and female protagonists live together. Thinking about it, it seems like this is the first time I've helped a boy wash his clothes. My first kiss was given to Yi Yi, the first time I went to a bar was with Yi Yi, and the first boy who came to my house was also Yi Yi. Now, the opportunity to help a boy wash clothes for the first time has also been given to Yi Yi. Sometimes fate is so wonderful. In the 4 years of college, all the interactions she had with Yi Yi combined were not as many as what happened today. A few minutes later, Yi Yi in the bathroom also cleaned up. I have to say that boys take a shower quickly. While taking a shower, I simply rinsed my mouth with water. I drank a lot of wine tonight. Although I didn't get drunk, there was still a strong smell of alcohol in my mouth. Yi Yi himself felt uncomfortable when he smelled it. I felt much better after rinsing my mouth. Xiao Yi, do you have a hair dryer? Yi Yi opened the bathroom door a crack and asked. Hearing Yi Yi's voice, Jiang Chuyi, who was boiling water in the kitchen to make some ginger soup, immediately put down what he was doing. Yes, I'll get it for you. Jiang Chuyi walked to the bathroom in her slippers. The bathroom was filled with steam, and the heat from Yi Yi's shower had not yet dissipated. Yi Yi wrapped the bath towel horizontally around his waist, revealing only his muscular upper body and part of his calves. I have to say that Yi Yi's figure is pretty good among boys. I've been playing basketball for years, and I'm in my early 20s, which is the age when my metabolism is relatively active. Yi Yi doesn't have much fat on his body. You can even vaguely see 6 abdominal muscles, which are not particularly obvious. Jiang Chuyi rushed into the bathroom and saw this scene. Her cheeks turned red in a very short time. After staring at Yi Yi's abdominal muscles for 2 or 3 seconds, Jiang Chuyi came to her senses and quickly looked away, looking around in panic. Then he hurriedly took out a hairdryer from a cabinet in the bathroom and stuffed it into Yi Yi's hand. You blow. I'll make you some ginger tea to ward off the cold. After saying that, he quickly ran out of the bathroom like a frightened little white rabbit. After running back to the kitchen, Jiang Chuyi's hands couldn't stop shaking as she boiled water. I could hear the thump-thump sound of my heartbeat in my chest, as if there was a little deer in my heart that had lost its way. Chapter 43 Jiang Chuyi's Night Attack. When Yi Yi finished blow-drying her hair and came out, she saw a small bowl of ginger tea on the table, still steaming. The living room was empty. Jiang Chuyi's bedroom door was also closed. At this moment, the phone vibrated. When I opened it, it was a message from Jiang Chuyi. Linlin and I will go to bed first, you should get some rest early too. I've already made the folding sofa in the living room for you, but we don't have any extra quilts at home, only a small blanket. I can only ask you to make do with it. I put your clothes in the washing machine. You don't need to hang them out to dry after washing. They will dry automatically. Looking at Jiang Chuyi's care, Yi Yi felt that this aloof class beauty seemed a little more adorable. I originally thought that the aloof class beauty was out of touch with the world. I didn't expect that this icy beauty also has such a homely side. Yi Yi smiled, replied with a good night expression, picked up the warm ginger tea and drank it all in one gulp. In the bedroom, Jiang Chuyi lay quietly on the bed, listening carefully to the movements outside the door. I heard Yi Yi pick up the bowl, and after drinking, I heard Yi Yi take the bowl to the kitchen to rinse it. Then I heard Yi Yi walk through the living room in slippers, turn off the lights, and gently lie down on the sofa. The sofa creaked. Then, the whole house fell into complete silence. So quiet that only the sound of breathing can be heard. Jiang Yilin, who was beside her, was drunk and had already fallen asleep. But Jiang Chuyi couldn't fall asleep. The person who took away her first kiss was lying on the sofa just across the wall. The bad guy who used his leverage to threaten him was also lying on the sofa across the wall. The man who saved himself like a superhero from a few vicious thugs was also lying on the sofa across the wall. This was the first time a man had touched her heart so much. Jang Choi couldn't help but recall the scene she saw when she got the hairdryer for Yi just now. He has a muscular physique and appears to have six-pack abs. Unfortunately, I was in such a hurry that I didn't dare to look closely. Oh, what's going on? What am I thinking about? It must be because of the alcohol. Can't think anymore. It's so late, time to go to bed. Jang Choi forced herself to close her eyes. But the image in my mind can't be shaken off. Even gradually becoming clearer. Half asleep and half awake, Jang Choi even saw Yi wrapped in a bath towel, pressing himself against the wall of the stairwell in the teaching building. He tilted his chin, his face gentle and a little playful. I want you to kiss me. Yi's seductive voice sounded in his ears. Jang Choi couldn't tell for a moment whether this was a dream or reality. In a trance, she felt her body sink, and an arm and a leg were lifted up. When I opened my eyes, I realized I was dreaming. The sleeping Jang Yilan was not restless at all and even put her arms and legs on her. Jang Choi has always been a light sleeper and would wake up at the slightest disturbance. She moved Jang Yilan's arms and legs away, but she could not recall the content of her dream at all. She only remembered the dream just now, which gave her a very sweet feeling. I looked at the time and it was already late at night. At this point, Yi was probably already asleep. Jang Choi suddenly had a very bold idea. If I sneak out now, I will delete the video of myself cheating in the exam on Yi's phone. After that, Yi could no longer threaten him. While playing games in the bar today, she was envious of Yi and Jang Yilan joking with each other. She wants that too. But whenever she thought that Yi had the upper hand over her, she always felt insecure in front of Yi. In that case, I just need to delete the video of myself cheating in the exam, and I won't have to worry about Yi anymore. We did it right away, and it just so happened that Yi was staying here today. It's a godsend. If you miss such a good opportunity, you may never come across it again. With this thought in mind, Jang Choi carefully got up from the bed. I was afraid that the slippers would make noise, so I stepped on the floor barefoot. Tiptoeing, he slowly walked to the door. I put my ear to the door and listened carefully to the noise outside the bedroom. The living room was quiet, it seemed that Yi was really asleep. Jang Choi held the door handle and slowly pressed it down with extremely slight movements. After opening the door, he stuck his head out to take a look. The figure on the sofa remained motionless. Jang Choi was overjoyed. She held her breath and dared not even breathe. She approached Yi step by step like a thief. The rain is still falling outside the window. The sound of raindrops hitting the window just covered up Jang Choi's faint movements. I walked to the sofa and saw Yi's cell phone placed next to his head. Jang Choi took the phone and turned on the screen. The screen prompts that facial recognition is required. After taking a look at Yi, whose breathing was steady, Jang Choi bravely pointed the phone screen at Yi's face. Identification failed. Try again. It still prompts that recognition failed. It was then that Jang Choi remembered that facial recognition seemed to require detection of open eyes in order to be successful. What should I do? Seeing such a good opportunity, just wasting it? Jang Choi put down her phone, looking somewhat dejected. At this moment, Yi suddenly turned over. The blanket covering him slid to the side, revealing the strong and youthful body under the blanket. Jang Choi was so frightened that she didn't dare to breathe, afraid that Yi would wake up suddenly. Fortunately, Yi just turned over. After turning over, his breathing was still long and steady. Jang Choi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she put down her phone and prepared to go back to the bedroom, her eyes were unconsciously attracted by Yi's exposed abdominal muscles. Now that I'm here, let's see if everything is alright. Besides, Yi is asleep now, so he won't know even if I watch for a while. These two sentences suddenly popped up in Jang Choi's mind. Then, with slightly trembling hands, he used the dim light of the mobile phone screen to carefully look at the distinct lines under the thin skin fat. Wow, there are really 6. Jang Choi couldn't help but want to touch it and feel what it felt like. But I was afraid of waking Yi up. Hesitantly, he reached out and then withdrew his hand. Look out again. Then take it back. Just like I came out to the bathroom, and saw that his blanket was not covered properly, so I helped him cover it again. Jiang Chuyi had already found an excuse for herself in her mind. Even if Yi wakes up, he will still have room to argue. With her heart pounding, Jiang Chuyi gently touched it with the tip of her index finger. So this is what it feels like. Jiang Chuyi only felt her cheeks burning, as if she had done something bad that no one knew about. No, I obviously hate Yi. This bad guy who took away my first kiss. Why do I feel a little moved by him now? Thinking of the dramatic kiss in the stairwell, Jiang Chuyi couldn't help but move closer to look at Yi's lips. Just when Jiang Chuyi was leaning close to Yi, a warm and strong hand embraced the back of Jiang Chuyi's head from behind. Before Jiang Chuyi could react, her mouth was pressed against Yi's lips. Chapter 44: Various Forms of First Kiss. Yi had indeed fallen asleep. But even in my sleep, the system prompts in my mind kept ringing. Yi opened the system and saw that Jiang Chuyi's strategy progress was still improving. It has increased from 38.93% in the bar to 52.07%. The progress of this strategy even surpassed Jiang Yilin. Isn't Jiang Chuyi asleep? The progress of the strategy increased so much while I was sleeping? Is this a dream? Just when Yi was confused, he suddenly felt a cold finger passing across his lower abdomen. Yi shuddered and squinted his eyes to see that Jiang Chuyi had squatted beside him without him knowing when. Good man, a female hooligan? Planning something bad while I was sleeping? Holy shit, is the contrast between the cool and aloof class beauty and her private life so huge? This is too exciting. But as the saying goes, if a bargain comes to your door, you should take it. Anyway, the system didn't give me any tasks to be a good person tonight. Moreover, he almost lost his life today in the alley in front of the bar for these two school beauties. It's only right that I get some benefits now. So, after seeing Jiang Chuyi's tender mouth getting closer, Yi took the opportunity to hug Jiang Chuyi's head and kissed her. Jiang Chuyi widened her eyes in surprise when she was suddenly kissed. She never expected that Yi Hui would suddenly wake up. Moreover, he woke up just when he was planning to observe him closely. Jiang Chuyi subconsciously wanted to break free, but Yi's hand pressed down tightly on the back of her head, not giving her any chance to resist. You put this together yourself. Why, you want to molest me so late at night? This is legitimate self-defense. Yi loosened his grip a little and spoke softly. You're talking nonsense. It was you who molested me. You are shameless. Jiang Chuyi's cheeks were flushed and burning hot, and she glared at Yi coquettishly. Yi put a little more strength in his hand and pulled Jiang Chuyi's head closer. I molested you? Then tell me, why are you here? Didn't you go into your room and sleep? Yi saw the prompt on the system panel and found that Jiang Chuyi's strategy progress had not decreased, but had improved slightly. It has reached 52.09%. From this, it can be seen that Jiang Chuyi subconsciously did not resist this kiss. As long as you don't object, it means you agree. This is taught in 100 Secrets to Capture the Goddess. After all, I saved you today. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Yi smiled evilly and tried to persuade him. But Jiang Chuyi did not agree with Yi's words. Kiss you can. But that's the third thing you asked me to do. After this is done, you have to delete those videos. Hearing Jiang Chuyi's request, Yi's smile widened. Okay then, I'll tell you now what the third thing I want you to do is. Looking at Yi's malicious expression, Jiang Chuyi's eyes flashed. You, don't do anything rash. We agreed beforehand that if your request is too excessive, I can refuse. Yi leaned forward and put his nose close to Jiang Chuyi's. The third thing I want you to do is, promise me 10 more things. Jiang Chuyi shook her head desperately. You're cheating. We agreed on 3 things. How come it has become 10 things now? Yi, you're kidding me. You just don't want to delete those videos. But Yi looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. These videos were originally his shortcut to control Jiang Chuyi. If I didn't have this leverage, how difficult would it be to conquer this icy beauty? Since the system provides this convenience, we should naturally make good use of it. Anyway, the video is in my hands. You have no choice but to agree. Xiaoyi, I don't think you want these things to be known by others. Yi said something again that even he himself felt was a bit evil. Jiang Chuyi punched Yi's chest with her delicate pink fist. You bastard. You bully me. In fact, she didn't feel particularly wronged in her heart at this moment. On the contrary, after knowing that Yi wanted to continue to control her, Jiang Chui even felt a little inexplicably happy. However, she couldn't explain where this joy came from. The stairwell is too busy today. Please make a new one for me. Hearing Yi mention the stairwell, Jiang Chui naturally understood what Yi was referring to. But from Yi's tone, it seemed like he had suffered a loss today. You are really ungrateful. Jiang Chui pouted. This kind of thing, how can it be repaired? But before she could finish her words, Yi kissed her again. And this time it's even more domineering than before. With Jiang Chui's cry, Yi's tongue had completely invaded her mouth. Now, no matter how you look at it, my first kiss, all kinds of first kisses, with or without tongue, were all given to Yi. Asshole. Jiang Chui cursed incoherently. But her lips honestly responded to Yi's actions gradually. Even closed his eyes in ecstasy. Yi, where are you? Just as the two were kissing passionately, a bright light bulb came out from the bedroom door. Zhang Yilin drank too much today. I suddenly felt the urge to urinate while I was sleeping. But when he woke up, he found that Jiang Chui was not around. At this time, some subtle noises were heard coming from outside. So he got up and followed the sound. Hearing Zhang Yilin's voice, Yi and Jiang Chui hurriedly separated. They hurriedly turned around and started to find excuses for themselves. I got up to go to the bathroom, and saw that Yi's blanket was not covering him properly. So? Yi also nodded repeatedly. Yes, I just woke up from the cold. Hey, why are you up too? Zhang Yilin rubbed her eyes in a daze. She really didn't see what happened between the two people just now. Her head is still dizzy now. I also got up to go to the bathroom. I'm afraid of the dark, Yi, can you accompany me? Jiang Chui looked at Yi and saw Yi licking his lips. I couldn't help but slap him coquettishly. Lin, come on, I'll go to the bathroom with you. I will never again cover this bad man with a blanket. It would be best if he caught a cold. After saying that, he took Zhang Yilin's hand and went into the bathroom. A good kiss was ruined. Yi felt a little unsatisfied. But looking at the current situation, it is impossible to continue. Forget it, good things are worth waiting for. Anyway, sooner or later, I will conquer Jiang Chui. And Zhang Yilin can't escape either. Yi covered himself with the blanket and lay down again, but he couldn't help sneezing, as if he really confirmed what Jiang Chui had just said. I don't know if they were afraid of seeing their abdominal muscles or for some other reason, but the two girls didn't turn on the lights the whole time. After using the bathroom in the dark, I went straight back to the bedroom. Hearing the sound of the bedroom door closing, Yi closed his eyes again. Chapter 45, Two Campus Beauties Compete for Invitations. Early the next morning, Yi was woken up by the cold. The small blanket on my body slipped to the ground without me noticing. It seems that he was restless in sleep at night and kicked off the blanket again. Yi rubbed his blocked nose and sat up. I walked to the balcony and took out my dried clothes from the washing machine and put them on. It's over, I think I really have a cold. After putting on his clothes, Yi felt his throat starting to hurt a little. After getting caught in the rain, I slept without clothes or a blanket, and the only small blanket I had was kicked away by myself. It would be strange if you don't catch a cold after sleeping all night in this condition. Look at the time. It's still early, just past 6 in the morning. I don't know if there is a pharmacy nearby. Yi walked to the door, changed his shoes, took the key on the shoe cabinet, and went out. More than half an hour later, Jiang Chui and Zhang Yilin got up and washed. When I opened the bedroom door, I saw Yi, who had not bought the medicine, coming back from outside with breakfast. Wake up and have breakfast. I see that pancake stand downstairs is doing really good business, there's a long queue. I waited in line for more than 10 minutes before I could buy it. Come on, eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Yi placed the hot pancakes and soy milk on the dining table. Seeing this, the two women hurried to the bathroom to wash up. After a hangover, it's easy to feel hungry. Especially Zhang Yilin. When I woke up in the morning, I heard my stomach rumbling. Yi, why does my nose feel stuffy when I hear you talking? Have a cold? Jiang Chui asked while brushing her teeth. Yi nodded honestly. Yeah, a little. I guess he caught a cold last night. After all, no kind person will come to cover me with a blanket in the middle of the night. Jiang Chudi understood the hidden meaning in Yi Yi's words, and she paused brushing her teeth, with 2 blushes on her cheeks. She savored the kiss last night for a long time after returning to her room. For the first time, she realized that this was what kissing between a man and a woman felt like. My whole body felt numb and tingling, as if I had fallen drunk in a piece of soft cotton. Yi Yi brought up this matter again now. Is he hinting at something? Zhang Yilin is still here. Zhang Yilin, who was standing by, had no idea what happened last night. Asked stupidly. No one helped you cover yourself with a blanket in the middle of the night? From what you said, it seems like someone covered you up in the first half of the night? Yi Yi stared at Zhang Yilin curiously for a while. You really don't remember anything? Zhang Yilin looked at Yi Yi, then at Zhang Chui, and saw that they were both looking at her seriously. But she really didn't remember anything, so she could only shake her head. We drank too much last night. I only remember Yi Yi carrying us out of the bar. After that, I don't have any impression. Could it be that I came to cover you with a blanket halfway through the night? Hearing Zhang Yilin's answer, Yi Yi slapped his forehead speechlessly. You're so drunk, how can you have the energy to help me cover the blanket? You don't even remember how you got back? Speaking of this, Zhang Chui became more talkative. Linlin, you have no idea how scary last night was. You know, right after we left the bar, the same group of thugs who tried to harass us in the bar actually blocked us in the alley. And they were holding. After brushing her teeth, Zhang Chui began to tell the story vividly while chewing on a pancake. After listening to Zhang Chui's description, Yi Yi realized that he was so handsome last night from a third-person perspective. He fought 1 against 7, and killed them instantly with 1 strike. Wow, this fighting technique is really something. When I conquer Zhang Chui in the future, the system should be able to reward me with this fighting skill permanently. By the time he has mastered the fighting skills, if there are any ignorant people who want to harass his bound object in the future, they will definitely be in trouble. Wow, Yi Yi, you are so amazing. So, you saved me last night. There didn't seem to be any fear in Zhang Yilin's eyes after knowing what happened last night. Instead, his eyes were full of curiosity and joy. After listening to Zhang Chui's story, Zhang Yilin felt more and more that Yi Yi was the man she was destined to meet. Handsome, rich, interesting, and safe. Only a man like this is worthy of me. But Zhang Yilin noticed that Zhang Chui's eyes were always looking at Yi Yi inadvertently. The look between Yi Yi and Zhang Chui was also somewhat intriguing. Zhang Yilin's intuition told her that there must be something wrong between these two people. Although she and Zhang Chui also established a certain friendship last night. But in the pursuit of true love, any friendship has to take a back seat. In terms of appearance, Zhang Chui is not inferior to her. Moreover, Zhang Chui and Yi Yi are classmates. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first, and in this respect Zhang Chui has a certain advantage. But Zhang Yilin will not give up. It's not in vain that I've been a love strategist for so many years. If she can't win Yi Yi, how will she have the face to teach others how to fall in love in the future? Yi Yi, I have a dance performance tomorrow night. I was invited by an off-campus event organizer. This is my first time participating in a dance performance outside of school. To be honest, I'm quite nervous. Would you be willing to come and support me then? Having familiar friends around makes me feel more at ease. Zhang Yilin took the initiative. And the words were very clever. The words had already given Yi Yi the label of familiar friend. I, the campus beauty, already treat you as my friend. You 1T refused to give me this face, right? The corners of Yi Yi's mouth rose slightly. Seeing Zhang Yilin took the initiative to invite him, he felt a little relieved. She was originally worried that her strategy progress would stagnate because of her jealousy with Zhang Chui. Now it seems that I was worrying too much. Okay, I don't have anything to do tomorrow night. I will definitely come then. Yi Yi agreed without hesitation. Zhang Chui, who was chewing a pancake, stopped what she was doing. Looked at Zhang Yilin. It seemed that he sensed Zhang Yilin's intention. Didn't everyone call each other friends yesterday? You also call me Yi affectionately. They look like good girlfriends. Why is it that when you need to invite familiar friends to show your support, only Yi is called? After all this time, the real purpose is not to drink. I knew you had feelings for Yi. Humph, I've already given him my first kiss, there's no way I'll let you take him away from me. Yi, are you free tonight? I have 2 front row tickets for Joey Jie's concert tonight. Will you come with me? Consider this as a thank you for saving me last night. I didn't expect that after breaking the ice beauty would actually take the initiative to ask the boy to go to the concert together. Yi felt that the current Jiang Chuyi seemed different from the Jiang Chuyi he knew before. Chapter 46. It's Yi. Joey Jie's concert? Yi suddenly thought of something. Wasn't it because of this incident that Lin Kiki dumped him? He didn't understand Lin Kiki's hint and just bought her an album by Joey Jie as a birthday gift. So Lin Kiki cheated on her boyfriend and found Zhou Boheo, who was willing to pay for her to go to his concert. Unexpectedly, although he lost Lin Kiki, the cool and beautiful class girl Jiang Chuyi actually took the initiative to invite him to the concert. This is really... How does the saying go? A blessing in disguise. Or to put it more bluntly, if the old doesn't go, the new one come. However, Yi remembered that Joey Jie's concert tickets were sold out in less than a minute after they were released. After all, he is a top singer in China and his popularity is extremely high. I heard that Zhou Boheo bought the tickets from scalpers at a high price. Jiang Chuyi actually got 2 tickets for the first row in the backstage? Why did you buy 2 tickets? Yi was a little curious. In his impression, Jiang Chuyi usually keeps to herself and has few friends at school. Concert tickets are so expensive, why would she buy 2? Jiang Chuyi wiped her mouth with a napkin after eating the pancake. Oh, the organizer is friends with my mom. My mom knew I liked Joey Jie, so she went straight to the organizer and bought 2 front row tickets. After hearing this, Yi finally realized that Jiang Chuyi's mother was the director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau. I see. Yi almost forgot that the reason why Jiang Chuyi had few friends at school was not only because she was introverted, but there was another reason as well. It's because of my wealthy family. In addition to her mother being the director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau, Jiang Chuyi's father also opened his own company. Therefore, Jiang Chuyi's living conditions are much better than those of ordinary classmates. It can be seen from the fact that her parents bought her this house near the university town to make it easier for her to go to college. So in school, everyone consciously or unconsciously thought that this little princess from a wealthy family would definitely not be willing to make friends with ordinary people. Subconsciously, I will distance myself from her. How's it going, Yi? You don't like Joey Jie very much? Seeing that Yi Banshan didn't agree, Jiang Chuyi became a little anxious. This was the first time she took the initiative to ask a boy out. Could it be that the first invitation will end in failure? Yi shook his head. Okay, let's go together tonight. I'm a loyal fan of Joey Jie. I've been listening to his songs since elementary school. Joey Jie is the youth of their generation. How could I not like it? Seeing Yi agree, Jiang Chuyi seemed very happy. Her eyes curved into 2 beautiful little crescents with a smile. The concert starts at 6 p.m. My mom will drive me there. Let's just meet at the ticket gate. Today their major only has 1 class in the morning. You can go home after class. Jiang Chuyi's mother had already agreed with her that she would drive her to the concert tonight. If my mother knew that I went to a concert with a boy today, she would definitely question me a lot. Besides, she didn't know how to introduce Yi to her mother. Classmate? Given your personality, would you invite an ordinary classmate of the opposite sex to your concert? Even if I told my mother, she might not believe it. Friend? Not really. After so many years in college, I have never mentioned to my parents that I have any friends at school. How is it possible that someone would suddenly appear just before graduation? And this friend is a boy. Boyfriend? That's even more. Although I gave my first kiss to Yi. But between the 2 of them, I don't think we're going to officially date. No. What are you thinking? What is a formal relationship? I'm not sure if I like him or not. I don't know how he feels about himself. The current relationship between them is just one of manipulation and being manipulated. Thinking that Yi still had something on her, Jiang Chuyi didn't dare to let her mother know about his existence. Okay, see you at the concert ticket gate tonight. Yi didn't care too much about these. I happen to have a cold today, and since I got up early in the morning, I could catch up on some sleep in the dormitory in the afternoon. Zhang Yilin, who was standing by, felt jealous. I just made an appointment with Yi to watch my performance tomorrow night. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chuyi asked Yi to watch a concert tonight. Okay, then let's compete fairly based on our abilities. Jiang Yilin muttered to herself. The two girls looked at each other, as if they understood each other's eyes. Even through the air, Yi could feel the sparks between them. Ahem, you've finished eating. Let's go to school together after we finish eating. Yi quickly changed the subject. I looked at the time and it was almost time to take the subway to school. Jiang Chui simply cleaned up the garbage on the table, and Yi and Jiang Yilin also helped clean up the house. The blanket was folded, the pajamas and bath towels were thrown into the washing machine, and the folding sofa was re-erected. After changing shoes and going out, the three of them took the subway to school together. After getting off the subway and just exiting the station, Jiang Chui saw a familiar yet annoying person. Student Jiang Chui. What a coincidence. I actually met you again today. Qin Shou, the #1 bootlicker of the Ice Beauty, walked up to Jiang Chui enthusiastically and greeted her. Yesterday he drove to the subway station to pick up Zhou Boheo and Lin Kiki, and happened to meet Jiang Chui. Only then did I realize that the class beauty also takes the subway to commute every day. And yesterday, under his enthusiastic invitation, Jiang Chui got into his car despite being reluctant. This move undoubtedly gave the #1 bootlicker hope. Being able to ride in his car is a great start. Maybe it won't be long before I can agree to go on a one-on-one date with him. Little did he know that the reason Jiang Chui agreed to get in his car yesterday was simply because her new shoes were too rubbing against her feet and she really didn't want to walk. There was no intention of giving Qin Shu any chance at all. But in the eyes of the bootlicker, it is a great honor for the goddess to ride in his car. So early this morning, Qin Shu drove to the subway station and waited. Just to wait for Jiang Chui to leave the station and then invite her to ride in his car again. For this moment, he even spent $80 to have his car washed yesterday. I also bought a nice car aromatherapy on the recommendation of the owner of the car wash shop. Before leaving in the morning, he thoughtfully bought breakfast for Jiang Chui. The #1 bootlicker, who was ready for everything, waited at the subway station for more than an hour and finally waited for his goddess to come out of the subway station. Let me take you to school. My car is parked at. Before Qin Su finished speaking, the smile on his face froze. Because he saw that the person who followed Jiang Chui out of the station was actually Yi. Chapter 47. You crossed the line. Yi? How did you? Don't you live on campus? As Jiang Chui's #1 loyal bootlicker, Qin Shu never dared to think that Yi and Jiang Chui lived together last night. Just think that Yi did not return home last night, took the subway to school today, and happened to meet Jiang Chui on the subway. Oh, right. Yi didn't come home again at night? Could it be that it's the same schoolgirl from yesterday again? He is really looking at the pot while having the food in his bowl. He already has such a cute junior schoolmate, but he still wants to take away Chuyi's first kiss. Snort. I guess Chui saw me today. Chui must have seen through your true face as a scumbag. The goddess must be very sad now, feeling that her first kiss was wasted. This should be a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation and show myself. As long as I comfort the goddess quickly, maybe she can feel the warmth from me. The goddess will definitely think that I am better. Over the years, I have been licking diligently and loyally. Just when Qin Shou was about to say something, he saw a figure with long legs walking behind Yi. You two are walking so fast, and you didn't even wait for me. Jiang Yilin took the time to tie her shoelaces, and when she looked up, Yi and Jiang Chui had already left the station. I hurried to catch up and found that they had stopped here and were talking to a short boy with pockmarks on his face. Is this a ride-hailing driver? The subway station is some distance away from the school. Generally, after students come out of the subway station, they will choose to take a taxi or take a human-powered tricycle near the subway station to go to school. Jiang Yilin subconsciously mistook Qin Shu for an online taxi driver. I'm just a little curious, why did the driver get out of the car to pick them up? Looking at the long brown wavy hair fluttering in the wind, Qin Shu widened his eyes. In just a fraction of a second, he recognized the identity of the long-legged man. The leading actress of the dance department, the goddess with wasp waist and beautiful legs who ranks 4th on the Bincheng University beauty list, Jiang Yilin. This is the dream girl of many boys in the school. That slender waist that can be held in one hand, and those long, straight and captivating legs. And those peach blossom eyes that seem to be able to see through every boy's thoughts. TSK. For the first time, Qin Shou discovered that his heart could accommodate someone other than Jiang Chui. It's just that Jiang Yilin has too many suitors. The competition is too fierce. Jiang Chuyi's side is better. The cold and aloof nature of this ice beauty means that very few people dare to confess their love to Jiang Chuyi and pursue her. From this point of view, it is better to continue to be Jiang Chuyi's bootlicker, the success rate will be higher. In just a few seconds, Qin Shu weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He came to his senses, adjusted his attitude, and continued to be Jiang Chuyi's #1 bootlicker. Hey, wait, something's wrong. It seems like I just missed the point. Did Zhang Yilin say to Yi Yi and Jiang Chuyi, why don't you wait for her? Depend on? 3 of you came together? Qin Shu felt as if the sky in his inner world had collapsed in half in an instant. Jiang Chuyi and Zhang Yilin don't seem to have much interaction at school. But both of them are goddesses on the school beauty list, so it's normal for them to know each other privately. But how could they be with Yi Yi? You 3. Qin Shu's voice was trembling a little when he spoke. Zhang Yilin nodded. Yes, there are 3 of us. Master, where is your car? We can leave now. After saying this, Yi Yi and Jiang Chuyi couldn't help laughing out loud. On the contrary, Zhang Yilin was confused by the reactions of the two. What's wrong? Why are you two acting so weird? Is there something on my face? It's all your fault. You kept talking to me while I was washing my face this morning. I didn't even wash my face properly. There is a small mirror on the back of Zhang Yilin's phone case. She turned the phone over and carefully examined her delicate face in the mirror. No, there's nothing on your face. We laugh because this guy isn't a ride-hailing driver, he's a classmate of ours. Yi Yi was kind enough to explain for Qin Shu. Although Qin Shu looked a little anxious. But treating him as an online taxi driver just because of this is somewhat hurtful to his self-esteem. Yi Yi couldn't help but think of a joke that happened when he first entered college. Classmates said that on the day Qin Shu reported to school, a teacher asked him, "Dear parent, why didn't your child come with you?" Because of this joke, Qin Shu became a representative of mature young people in the class. Jiang Chuyi also knew about this matter, so when she heard Zhang Yilin mistakenly think of Qin Shu as the driver, she unconsciously thought of this joke. Zhang Yilin's face was filled with embarrassment. He nodded embarrassedly at Qin Shu. I'm sorry, classmate. Qin Shu's eyes were dull. He didn't react at all to Zhang Yilin's apology. Because all he could think about was what Zhang Yilin had just said. It's all your fault. You kept talking to me while I was washing my face this morning. What's the meaning? These 3 people are together early in the morning? Wrong. They are together when washing their faces in the morning, that means they live together at night too. Depend on. Qin Shu felt a surge of blood and energy in his chest, and the other half of the sky in his inner world finally collapsed. My head buzzed. I was completely stunned. Jiang Chuyi, you guys last night? Qin Shu still held on to a last glimmer of hope in his heart. I hope Jiang Chuyi can answer him that the 3 of them were not together at all last night. But Jiang Chuyi's answer shattered the last bit of fantasy in Qin Shu's heart. We went to the bar last night. Afterwards, I let them stay at my house because they were drunk. The indifferent tone was as if he was narrating an extremely ordinary thing. It was as if he was expressing that this kind of thing had become commonplace to the 3 of them. Qin Shu clenched his hands unconsciously and looked at Yi Yi with red eyes. Yi Yi. How could you bring Jiang Chuyi to the bar? You took advantage of someone's misfortune. Scum. Qin Shu was certain that Yi Yi must have used Jiang Chuyi's secret as a threat to force Jiang Chuyi to accompany him to the bar. As for going to the bar, after a few drinks and getting drunk, how much rationality can anyone still have? And the 3 of them were in the same room last night. He didn't believe that Yi Yi, such a gentleman, could remain calm in the face of 2 drunk beauties. Maybe Jiang Chuyi and Zhang Yilin have already fallen into Yi Yi's clutches. Thinking of this, Qin Shu was heartbroken. The look in his eyes as he looked at Yi Yi was filled with strong hatred. But before Yi Yi could speak, Jiang Chuyi couldn't wait to help Yi Yi. Why do you scold Yi Yi? What does it have to do with you if Yi Yi and I go to the bar? Qin Shu, didn't I tell you to stay away from me and stop interfering in my affairs? You and I are just ordinary classmates, you have crossed the line. Chapter 48. You are quite powerful. Zhang Yilin glanced sideways at Jiang Chuyi. She discovered a lot of key information from what the pockmarked boy had just said. When this boy saw Yi and Jiang Chui together, he burst out with such hostility towards Yi. It is obvious that this person is Jiang Chui's suitor. No. Looking at his excited look, it would be more accurate to say he's a bootlicker. Zhang Yilin suddenly felt like watching a good show. This bootlicker showed up at the perfect time. You, Jiang Chui, can't even control your own bootlicker, and now the bootlicker is harassing Yi in front of you. Yi must be very unhappy. And this dissatisfaction will definitely be taken out on Jiang Chui. Zhang Yilin felt happy when she thought that Jiang Chui was about to lose points in Yi's heart. After all, she and Jiang Chui are now in a competitive relationship. Classmate, I don't care what your relationship with Jiang Chui is. But you're accusing Yi for no reason. Shouldn't you apologize to him? It was obvious that Zhang Yilin had something else to say. He just wanted to draw Yi's attention to the relationship between this pockmarked man and Jiang Chui. Jiang Chui heard the hidden meaning of Zhang Yilin and curled her lips. This Zhang Yilin is really good at tea art. Girls' ability to appreciate tea is innate. Just like boys can identify who are the scumbags who play with people's feelings in just a few minutes. These are all gender-specific talents. Since Zhang Yilin took the initiative, Jiang Chui naturally would not sit idly by and wait for death. Qin Shou, no matter what happens between Yi and me, you don't need to worry about it. Jiang Chui looked at Qin Shou and said coldly. With just one simple sentence, he expressed his position. And the sentence, no matter what happens to Yi and I, seems to leave people with endless room for imagination. Qin Shou stood there in confusion. The words I just accused Yi of, weren't they meant to vent the anger of the two school beauties who were taken advantage of by Yi? Why are these two school beauties blaming themselves? And listening to Jiang Chui's tone. Does she want something to happen between her and Yi? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Chui is a well-known ice beauty who has never looked at any boy straight in the eye. Like a holy flower on the high mountain. How could she possibly fall in love with a scumbag like Yi? There must be some other reason. Right. It must be Yi who used that handle to threaten Jiang Chui. It must be like this. The reason why Jiang Chui is speaking up for Yi now must be that she is afraid of angering Yi and causing him to expose her secrets. Damn. What kind of handle could actually make Jiang Chui so obedient? If I could get hold of that leverage, could I also ask Jiang Chui to go to the bar for a drink together? Thinking of this, Qin Shou's heart trembled, as if he had already imagined Jiang Chui lying beside him and obeying his every word. That scene makes one's blood boil just thinking about it. Hey, then why is Zhang Yilin so protective of Yi? Could it be that Yi also has something on her? Damn it, I must find a way to get hold of these leverages that can control the goddess. This way all the goddesses will be mine. Qin Shou, what are you laughing at? Facing the accusations from the two school beauties, Qin Shou actually smiled evilly. This made Jiang Chui feel a little uneasy. Qin Shou came back to his senses, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, suppressed the fantasy in his heart, and immediately changed his expression. Student Yi, I'm sorry. I apologize to you. A bootlicker is someone who can bend and stretch. Qin Shou has made up his mind to get some evidence from Yi that can help him control these two school beauties. Before achieving the goal, we can't make things too awkward with Yi. It's just an apology. He has thick skin and it doesn't matter to him anyway. However, Qin Shou's little trick could not be hidden from Yi, whose rank had improved significantly. It seems like this guy wants to find out from me how he got these two school beauties. Oh, what a pity. He will never know that I have a system in my body. Yi raised his eyebrows and didn't take Qin Shou seriously at all. However, since this dog came to me on his own initiative, there is no reason not to take advantage of him. That's perfect, it saves the three of them from having to take a taxi. Since you're here to pick up Xiaoyi, let's take a ride together. After Yi finished speaking, he led Jiang Chui and Zhang Yilin towards where Qin Shou parked his car. Qin Shou was stunned for a moment, then quickly followed. After getting in the car, Yi sat in the passenger seat. Jiang Chui and Zhang Yilin sat in the back seat. As soon as he sat down, Qin Shou began to introduce himself proudly. I guess you don't know yet. The business plan I wrote for the milk tea shop was highly appreciated by the school leaders. It also helped me secure investment from Vanguard Capital. Their company invested 500,000 yuan in me as startup capital. After deducting the current cost of opening the store, I used the remaining money as a down payment to buy this car. Jin-shu looked proud. I hope that through this incident, the two school beauties will look at me with a higher regard. But Jiang Chuyi and Jiang Yilin didn't show any obvious reaction. Jiang Chuyi's family was already wealthy. She didn't think there was anything special about a car worth about 100,000 yuan and a milk tea shop invested with hundreds of thousands of yuan. Although Jiang Yilin's family conditions are average, she just received a reward of over 1 million from Yi last night. Compared with Ye's lavish spending of 1,000 gold coins, Jin-shu's actions did seem a bit petty. So after Jin-shu finished showing off, the car fell into an awkward silence. In the end, it was Yi who kindly broke the awkwardness. Well, you're pretty good then. Come on, do a good job. Part of this praise was indeed sincere to Yi. After raising the progress of his strategy to 70% for the 5 campus beauties, he will be the boss of Leading Capital. Thinking about it this way, Jin-shu was actually working for him. Leading Capital is not a charity. The reason they invested in Jin-shu is that they will definitely get a share of the profits after the company makes a profit. Thinking of this, Yi sincerely hoped that Jin-shu's milk tea shop would prosper. The better the milk tea shop business is, the more dividends Leading Capital can get. Classmate, there's a strange smell in your car. Can you open the window? Sorry. I feel like vomiting. Jiang Yilin is very sensitive to smells. As soon as she got in the car, she smelled the odor of cheap perfume. Now, with the bumps on the road, the smell rushed directly into the top of her head. Jiang Yilin felt nauseous and her stomach was churning. The smug smile on Jin-shu's face froze instantly, and his eyes subconsciously looked at the car fragrance that the owner of the car wash shop had tricked him into buying yesterday. Then, while no one was paying attention, he secretly reached out and closed the lid of the aromatherapy jar. Chapter 49: Killing Two Birds with One Stone. After arriving at school, the group separated. Jin-shu went to park the car and Jiang Chuyi went straight to the classroom. Yi and Jiang Yilin returned to their dormitories. Class is about to start, and Yi has to go back to the dormitory to get his books. As soon as he walked to the dormitory door, Yi saw a familiar figure. A pure and lovely face, coupled with an impressive and exaggerated figure. She attracted a lot of attention at the door of the boys' dormitory. Xiaoyu, why are you here? When he walked in front of Xiaoyu, Yi found that Xiaoyu was holding a sandwich and a bottle of milk in her hands. And he held it carefully in his arms, as if he was afraid of getting cold. Are you waiting for someone here? Looking at Xiaoyu looking into the boys' dormitory from time to time, it was obvious that Xiaoyu was waiting for someone here. When Xiaoyu saw Yi, a smile finally appeared in her eyes, which had been looking around anxiously. Senior, I'm here to bring you breakfast. After saying that, he stuffed the sandwich and milk into Yi's hands. Feeling the body temperature remaining on the food, Yi was stunned. But I didn't have the courage to say that I had already had breakfast. Did you come here specially to wait for me? Yi opened the milk and took a sip. Chocolate flavor. I remember that when we were having breakfast at the hotel that day, Yi seemed to casually mention that he loved drinking chocolate milk from the school canteen. I didn't expect Xiaoyu to remember it. This made Yi feel warm. It's a really comforting feeling to be treated with care by others. Xiaoyu's face was slightly red in the morning light, charming, yet also full of youthfulness. Well, I heard that your major has classes this morning. Didn't you say you often sleep in until right before class? I'm afraid you'll go to class hungry. It's not good for your health. So I bought you breakfast. How could a person who was deliberately alienated by his classmates because of his poor family background find someone to inquire about the course schedule of Yi's major? Yi couldn't imagine how much courage Xiaoyu had to muster for this. Silly, why would I starve myself? I always pass by the cafeteria when I go to the teaching building. Just buy a bun and put it in your pocket and eat it while walking. Yi gently touched the tip of Xiaoyu's nose with his hand. Xiaoyu smiled sweetly and gently shook her cute little head against Yi's fingers. So, senior, do you like the breakfast I bought for you? The soft tone is just like a good baby waiting to be praised. Xiaoyu was a junior this year. During these 3 years, all her classmates knew that she was a poor student and that she had to apply for scholarships from the school every semester. As the saying goes, university is a small society. Many students will gradually awaken to the concept of money during their college years. Everyone likes to make friends with people who are rich and generous. I naively believed that such friends would become my own network resources after graduation. As for poor students like Xia Xiaoyu, their classmates try to avoid them as much as possible. A country bumpkin who has never seen the world, a girl who doesn't have any skincare products or cosmetics. If any classmate gets close to someone like Xia Xiaoyu, he will be laughed at by others. Over the past 3 years, Xia Xiaoyu has become accustomed to this kind of life of being excluded everywhere. But she met Yi Yi. She encountered a rare ray of light in her dark life. When she reported for college as a freshman, it was Yi Yi who patiently helped her carry her luggage. Once when she came out of the library, it happened to rain heavily. Yi passed by and held an umbrella for her back to the dormitory. In addition, the day before yesterday, when I was carrying a thick stack of books, it was Yi Yi who came forward to help enthusiastically. He also took her to eat expensive Western food, experience a high-end hotel, and have breakfast in a 5-star hotel. Yi Yi is different from the students around her. Although some boys would deliberately approach her. But Xia Xiaoyu knew that those boys were attracted by her beautiful looks. After knowing that she was a poor student, the boys would all look at her with disgust and gradually distance themselves from her. In everyone's heart, they still look down on her. Only Yi Yi is different. Even though he knew he had never eaten Western food before, he still patiently taught himself some etiquette of eating Western food. Moreover, she was able to remain calm even when she was in the same room with me and was drunk and unable to resist. Warm and graceful. In the past 2 days, Xia Xiaoyu has been thinking about the scene that morning when she fell on Yi Yi on the sofa in the hotel. That strong chest made her heart, which was just beginning to fall in love, unable to calm down anymore. So here she is this morning. Delivering breakfast was just an excuse. The most important thing is that she wants to see him. Whenever she saw him, she felt her heart filled with spring blossoms. In front of Xia Xiaoyu, Yi Yi unwrapped the sandwich, put it in his mouth and took a big bite. Tasty. Actually, because of a cold, Yi Yi didn't have a good appetite today. But this was the first time a girl was so thoughtful to bring him breakfast. He didn't want to let Xia Xiaoyu down. He finished his sandwich in just 3 or 2 bites. He also drank up the bottle of chocolate-flavored milk. Xia Xiaoyu was also very happy to see Yi Yi enjoying the breakfast he bought so much. The sandwich is $7, the chocolate milk is $5, a total of $12. Normally, Xia Xiaoyu would spend about this much money on 3 meals a day in the cafeteria. But as long as Yi Yi likes it, she doesn't feel sorry at all. Senior, I'll bring you breakfast every day from now on, okay? Xia Xiaoyu looked expectant. If Yi Yi agreed, she could see Yi Yi every morning. Even if they could only spend a few minutes together and exchange a few words, it would be enough for her to secretly reminisce for a long time when she returned. A wish list appeared above Xia Xiaoyu's head. I really hope to see Senior Yi Yi more often in the future. Yi Yi looked at the innocent and lovely girl in front of him, and it felt like a soft spot in his heart was touched. She was obviously very stingy and didn't want to eat any good food. But I still have to spend money to buy myself breakfast. Just to see myself. It's so adorable it makes me feel sad. Yi Yi really wanted to help her. But Yi Yi also understood that Xia Xiaoyu was still very strong-willed deep down. If I rashly offer her help, it might hurt Xia Xiaoyu's fragile self-esteem. What she hates most is accepting charity from others. Holding the sandwich wrapper in his hand, Yi Yi suddenly had an idea. If you want, we can eat every meal together while I'm at school. But there is a request. What to eat, I have the final say. Using the excuse of having dinner together, he invited Xia Xiaoyu to dinner in disguise. It not only helped Xia Xiaoyu reduce the burden of life, but also satisfied Xia Xiaoyu's wish to have more opportunities to stay with him. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 50. A different Jiang Chuyi. Although Xia Xiaoyu's key parts of her figure are very proud. But his limbs are thin. And his complexion wasn't very good either. This is malnutrition caused by not spending money on food all year round. Yi Yi decided to help Xia Xiaoyu replenish his nutrition in the shortest possible time. Now is adolescence, the age when a girl is about to bloom. If you don't build a good physical foundation now, you will easily get sick in the future. Xia Xiaoyu looked at Yi Yi with blinking eyes, her eyes full of surprise. She didn't realize that Yi Yi wanted to treat her to a meal. She only knew that Yi Yi agreed to have dinner with her every day. For her, nothing could be more gratifying than this. Senior, then, after class today, will you be at school at noon? Xia Xiaoyu remembered the key words in Yi Yi's words. Yi said that as long as he was in school, they would eat every meal together. Therefore, Xia Xiaoyu only needs to confirm when Yi is at school. Yi smiled lightly. I was at school this afternoon. But I don't finish until 11:30. Also, our teacher likes to keep the class going. Xia Xiaoyu stood on tiptoe happily. I suppressed the urge to jump up in joy. It's okay, senior. I'll go to the cafeteria in advance and reserve a seat. Come straight over when you're done with get out of class. Yi nodded slightly. Okay, but we agreed that you're only responsible for reserving the seat. I'll decide what to eat when I get there. Xia Xiaoyu smiled, like a child who had received a beloved gift. Okay, see you at noon. When Yi returned to the dormitory, as soon as he stuck his head out, Xia Ziyuan came up to him and asked questions non-stop. Old Ji, you're alright, you really didn't come back all night? Lin Yu also hurriedly got out of bed from the upper bunk. Tell me the truth, did you spend the night at the internet cafe last night, or? Du Mingyu patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. Old Lin, stop embarrassing yourself. Do you think everyone is like you, spending the whole night at the internet cafe? Lin Yu rolled his eyes at Du Mingyu. You're not much better, wait until you've taken over Jingjing's family and we'll talk about it. Xia Ziyuan also echoed. Exactly. Yesterday we agreed to bring you and Zhou Jing together, but I didn't expect you, a loser, to not seize the opportunity. She and I actually went back to our respective dormitories after dinner. Du Mingyu blushed slightly and tried to argue. You don't understand, we don't want to develop so quickly. Lin Yu secretly spit out a sound. Come on, look at how powerful Olji is. He had a one-night stand with Jiang Yilan the first time he saw her. Having said that, Yi hurriedly stopped talking. Don't accuse me, I didn't do anything. Just had a few drinks. We didn't even hold hands, okay? Yi didn't feel guilty when he said this. Although I felt those soft and straight legs a lot when I carried Jiang Yilan out of the bar yesterday. But, we touched legs, but we never held hands. This can also be considered as seeking truth from facts. But Xia Ziyuan and the others didn't believe even a single punctuation mark of what Yi said. Come on, who are you kidding? You said nothing happened, then tell me, where did you two stay last night? Lin Yu also showed a malicious smile. He must have gone to get a room. Du Mingyu pretended to be concerned and walked forward and put his arm around Yi's shoulder. Old Ji, how come every time you check into a hotel with a beautiful woman, you don't do anything? You can't, really not. You've made so much money from stock trading, why don't you think about seeing an old Chinese doctor? While you are young, the sooner you get treatment, the sooner you can enjoy happiness. Yi rolled his eyes and gave each of them a slap on the face. Who said I went to get a room last night? I stayed at Jiang Chudi's place with Jiang Yilan last night. Several people snorted in unison. Just blow it. These two are both among the top 5 contestants on the campus beauty list. Will they still be willing to live with you? 3 people? Old Ji, you're not asleep yet, are you? Yi picked up the textbook on the table, looked at the time, and hurriedly pushed a few roommates out. Oops, I said nothing happened. We just stayed together for one night. I sleep on the sofa. Okay, let's go, we're going to be late for class. Xia Ziyuan and the others finally reacted, hurriedly changed their shoes and followed Yi to the teaching building. When I arrived at the classroom, there was still 1 minute before class started. Most of the students are already here. Yi and his 4 companions entered the classroom through the front door and found that except for the front row seats which were still empty, the back row seats were all occupied. As we all know, what is the most important thing in college classes? The most important thing is to grab a back seat far enough away from the teacher. Only in this way can you sleep, chat, and play with your phone without any worries during class. If you sit in the front row, you will always be under the teacher's supervision and there is a risk of being asked questions at any time. The relationship between university teachers and students is not as close as that between teachers and students in junior high and high school. University teachers basically come to class only and leave as soon as get out of class is over. Apart from this, there will be almost no other interaction with students. When calling on someone to answer a question in class, you have to refer to the class roster. In order to save trouble, most teachers will directly ask students sitting in the front row to stand up and answer questions. Yi and his 3 roommates looked around and couldn't seem to see any empty seats in the back row. Does this mean I can only sit in the front row and listen obediently in this class? Just as they were about to sit down, a white arm stretched out from the third row from the back and waved at Yi. Yi, here. Following the voice, it turned out to be the aloof class beauty Jiang Chudi. Damn, old Yi, you're awesome. The class beauty has reserved a seat for you. It really opened my eyes. I can actually sit in the seat that Jiang Chudi saved for us in this lifetime. Old Yi, you're not going to give her some kind of magic potion, are you? You really need to teach us how to make this icy face look like this. A few of them grinned and nudged Yi from behind with their elbows. Yi didn't expect that Jiang Chudi would actually save a seat for him. Could it be because of that kiss I gave you last night? Looking at Jiang Chudi's 52.24% progress in the strategy, Yi felt that this class beauty had really become different from before. I feel like I no longer have that cold, aloof temperament that keeps people at a distance. Instead, it makes it even more cute. Stop talking nonsense, are you going to sit down or not? If you don't want to sit, just sit in the front row. Yi dropped the words and walked towards Jiang Chudi with confidence. Seeing this, Xia Ziyuan and others immediately followed with a flattering look on their faces. Godfather! Godfather, wait for us! At the same time, from the other side of the classroom, two resentful eyes stared over. Chapter 51 The Purpose of Taking a Seat. One of the glances was directed at Qin Shu. I watched as the goddess who was at the top of my heart actually gave her seat to another boy. Qin Shu spoke up for the goddess. Just wait. Once I get the evidence against Yi, I will rescue you. Then you'll be mine alone. You only have to listen to me. I will definitely not be like Yi. I will love and care for you and spoil you to the heavens. Let you be the boss of my milk tea shop. Qin Shu looked at Yi hatefully, his eyes full of flames of jealousy. Another resentful gaze came from Lin Keqi's direction. Last night, Zhou Boheo suddenly asked her to go to the bar. Said he would introduce her to his friends. Let Lin Keqi dress up nicely. Lin Keqi was very happy. If a boy is willing to introduce himself to his friends, it means that he is serious about his feelings. Moreover, Zhou Boheo's friends must all be a group of rich second generations. Maybe if I play with them often in the future, I can get a lot of benefits. So Lin Keqi spent more than an hour carefully dressing up in the dormitory. I was afraid that my makeup wasn't good enough and would leave a bad impression on those rich second generations. After putting on makeup, I took a taxi with Zhou Boheo and rushed to the bar. Just at the entrance of the alley in front of the bar, before getting out of the car, Lin Keqi saw Yi. Jiang Chudi was standing next to Yi, and he was carrying a long-legged beauty on his back. Although she couldn't see her face clearly, her legs were enough to make Lin Keqi feel ashamed. It's so late, why is Yi with two beauties? Lin Keqi couldn't understand. How come after I dumped this poor boy, his popularity with women suddenly improved? But Lin Keqi didn't think much about it at the moment. She was only thinking about how to behave well when she met Zhou Boheo's rich second-generation friends. But just after entering the bar, Zhou Boheo was told that his friends had already left. I didn't expect that after working so hard on makeup for so long, I didn't even get to see her face. So Lin Keqi pouted and complained a few words. They are so disrespectful. Unexpectedly, these few casual complaints made Zhou Boheo angry. Zhou Boheo blamed her, saying that it was because she was too slow in putting on makeup that caused her friends to lose patience while waiting. Lin Keqi felt a little uncomfortable. I didn't expect that in Zhou Boheo's heart, I was not as important as his group of friends. You have to know that when she was with Yi before, Yi always put her first in everything. In Yi's heart, she was always the first priority. She felt aggrieved and had a quarrel with Zhou Boheo. In the end, the two of them parted ways unhappily and each took a taxi back to the dormitory. When she woke up this morning, thinking that the tickets for the evening concert were still in Zhou Boheo's hands, Lin Keqi had no choice but to send a message to Zhou Boheo. He said that he was too anxious last night and hoped Zhou Boheo would not take it to heart. Having said that, Lin Keqi didn't think there was anything wrong with her at all. It was just to get free concert tickets, so I had to compromise on the language. When they arrived at the classroom, Lin Keqi had just sat down when Yi walked into the classroom. When she saw Yi, Lin Keqi was a little dazed for a moment. My mind suddenly recalled all the things Yi had done for me in the past. She thought, if it were Yi, he would definitely not complain about her like Zhou Boheo did last night. But then, Jiang Chudi waved to Yi, completely bringing Lin Keqi's thoughts back to reality. Although I don't know why Yi has been able to get so close to so many beauties recently. but Lin Kiki had a vague feeling in her heart. This boy who was once abandoned by her will never belong to her again. This boy seems to have some advantages that I have never discovered before. And now, this boy belongs to a better girl. Lin Kiki didn't understand why this idea suddenly came to her mind. Just after seeing Yi sitting next to Jiang Chudi in a relaxed and natural manner, Lin Kiki felt a sudden sour feeling somewhere in her heart. Your ex-girlfriend is watching you. Yi didn't notice Lin Kiki's eyes, but Jiang Chudi saw it. Girls are always extremely sensitive in this regard. Jiang Chudi now is like a hen protecting her chicks. Any covetous gaze from other opposite sex would touch her heart. Yi sat down next to Jiang Chudi calmly without even looking at Lin Kiki. Then let her see it. Anyway, she can see but can't kiss. These words made Jiang Chudi blush and her heart beat faster again. The girl's shy look stunned Yi's three roommates. The three of them timidly came and sat down next to Yi. Faced with the seat that the aloof class beauty took on her own initiative, a few people still felt as if they were dreaming. Sister-in-law, thank you for saving us a seat. It was the sensible Xie Ziyuan who reacted first. He tentatively called out sister-in-law. Jiang Chudi and Yi both kissed in front of them. Although I'm not sure about their current relationship. But seeing that Jiang Chudi was both occupying a seat and being shy, there shouldn't be any problem in calling her sister-in-law. As expected, Jiang Chudi did not show any disgust or aversion towards Xie Ziyuan's address. Instead, his face turned even redder. You, stop shouting. Yi and I are not. Oh, Yi, please explain it to them. As the saying goes, a girl's blush is better than any love confession. In the eyes of several people, Jiang Chudi's reaction at this moment only made things more obvious. Yi cleared his throat and looked at his three roommates seriously. That's right, stop shouting. She and I are not in that kind of relationship yet. After listening to Yi's explanation, the three roommates had even more intense smirks on their faces. Jiang Chudi turned her head in surprise and glared at Yi in reproach. Didn't I ask you to explain? You. It's better not to explain. What do you mean it's not that kind of relationship? What do you mean by still? Before Jiang Chudi could say anything, Xie Ziyuan and the others immediately understood and changed their words. We were presumptuous just now. Then thank you, future sister-in-law, for saving us a seat. After saying that, he clasped his fists towards Jiang Chudi. Looking at these funny guys, Jiang Chudi felt shy and funny. Then let me ask you a question. You must answer me honestly. Jiang Chudi's voice was soft, rarely unlike her usual cold voice. The hearts of those who heard it trembled. Please feel free to ask us anything, we will tell you everything we know. Nothing to say. If you want to know, we can all recite Lao Ye's phone lock screen password to you. Jiang Chudi was amused by the others and smiled with her hands covering her mouth. I don't want to know his phone password. What I want to ask is, who did Yi have dinner with last night? Hearing this question, Yi shuddered. No wonder he reserved a seat for himself and his roommate. So you're waiting here. Chapter 52, Laughter in the Cafeteria. Xie Ziyuan, Lingyu, and Du Mingyu looked at Yi with strange eyes. They all made faces, trying to get Yi to hint at how they should answer this question. Should I tell my future sister-in-law that Yi had dinner with Jiang Yilin last night? No. Didn't Yi say that he and Jiang Yilin stayed at Jiang Chudi's house last night? So Jiang Chudi is asking this question now because. Just answer truthfully. Yi glanced at a few people. It was obvious that Jiang Chudi was a little jealous when she saw him and Jiang Yilin together at the bar yesterday. Jiang Chudi didn't completely believe his explanation. So now I have to find these roommates to confirm it. Mr. Yi has done nothing wrong. He was not afraid at all that Jiang Chudi would confront his roommates. Xie Ziyuan patted Du Mingyu on the back, signaling Du Mingyu to explain. Du Mingyu looked at Yi with a determined look, hesitated for a long time, and finally chose to tell the truth. Last night, Yi treated a few of us to hot pot. It just so happens that I just got a girlfriend who is a dancer. Yi asked me to call my girlfriend along. Then, I was worried that my girlfriend wouldn't be able to relax while eating with a group of us guys, so I asked her to invite her roommates along. Jiang Yilin is her roommate. Jiang Chudi was quite satisfied after hearing Du Mingyu's answer. It seems that what Yi said yesterday was indeed the truth. You didn't lie to me, did you? Zhang Chuyi's eyes swept across the faces of several people, and her tone regained some of its coldness. Du Mingyu and others shook their heads. No, I swear I'm telling the absolute truth. Yi Yi approached Zhang Chuyi and raised his eyebrows. Why, are you jealous? Zhang Chuyi snorted softly. I didn't. Who wants to be jealous of you? Don't be so self-indulgent. Although her words were stubborn, her pink earlobes honestly turned a shy red. The bell rang and the teacher walked into the classroom. None of them said anything else. Just play with your phone honestly. Seeing Yi Yi not paying attention in class, Zhang Chuyi felt a little puzzled. I have always been the top student in the class by cheating. What about Yi Yi, who has always been second in the class? Could it be that he developed this by playing with his phone during class? Feeling Zhang Chuyi's gaze, Yi Yi typed a line of words on his mobile phone and placed it in front of Zhang Chuyi. Don't look at me. Pay attention in class and try to maintain your top grade in the class. Be careful not to be surpassed by me. Yi Yi's rude tone made Zhang Chuyi feel angry. He wanted to grab Yi Yi's arm and bite it hard. After class, Zhang Chuyi picked up her bag and prepared to go home. This is her daily routine. I only come to school during class time. When she has no classes, she stays at home alone. I'm going home first. See you tonight. Before leaving, Zhang Chuyi said goodbye to Yi Yi. The words "see you in the evening" aroused the curiosity of Yi Yi and his three roommates. After seeing Zhang Chuyi walk away, the three men put their hands on Yi Yi's shoulders and tried to get to know him thoroughly. You two are going on a date tonight? You're making amazing progress. Olji, I'm really curious, how did you manage to date both Zhang Yilin and Zhang Chuyi in such a short time? Could it be because you made money from stock trading? Are girls nowadays really so materialistic? But Zhang Chuyi's family doesn't seem to be short of money. Faced with the endless questions from several roommates, Yi Yi did not answer. He just smiled and gave them an expression that could only be understood but not expressed in words. Hey, Olji, you're not very kind. Don't hide your skills in picking up girls from the brothers. There are still two poor fellows left alone. If you don't share some experience, they'll be single until graduation. After hearing this, Yi Yi shrugged and spread his hands. It's not that I don't want to teach you, the problem is that I really don't know how to pick up girls. Didn't you see that it was always the girls who asked me out? It's just my personal charm. Faced with Yi Yi's boasting, several people rolled their eyes silently. Forget it, Lao Du, there's no need to ask him. If you have this much time, you might as well rush to the cafeteria and queue up to buy food. Our class has already ended 3 minutes later than others. If you don't run faster, there will be no seats left in the cafeteria. If you are not active in eating, there is something wrong with your brain. Eating is the favorite thing of every college boy. Facing the crowded crowd in the corridor of the teaching building, several people began to frantically look for gaps to shuttle back and forth. Lin Yu turned around and saw Yi Yi still walking leisurely behind him. Old Ji, why are you still dithering? Aren't you hungry? Yi Yi rubbed his nose with his fingers, his tone low-key yet with a hint of boasting. Oh, I'm not in a hurry. A schoolgirl has already saved a seat for me in the cafeteria. I won't have lunch with you guys today. The three of them raised their middle fingers in unison. I've already said it, so there's no need for you to ask him. That's good now, let's put it back on him. After arriving at the cafeteria and buying some food, Yi Yi carried the tray and went to the location Xia Xiaoyu had sent him in the message. You must be starving after waiting for so long. Eat quickly. Yi Yi ordered 2 trays full of dishes. There are fish and shrimp, and a combination of meat and vegetables. Add 2 bowls of fragrant rice. Senior, you have already ordered for me. I can buy it myself. Xia Xiaoyu lowered her head a little unconfidently. In all her time at college, she had never ordered so many dishes at once in the cafeteria. Usually when she eats alone, she orders the cheapest vegetable dish with rice. Yi Yi took the food out of the tray and placed it neatly on the table. The fish and shrimp were placed in front of Xia Xiaoyu. Didn't we agree that I have the final say on what to eat? If you don't agree, then I won't eat with you anymore? Yi Yi smiled, picked up a shrimp and put it in Xia Xiaoyu's bowl. Be good and eat quickly. Looking at Xia Xiaoyu's sensible yet self-deprecating appearance and thin wrists, Yi Yi felt distressed. And Xia Xiaoyu didn't worry about it anymore. It was as if the word obedient that Yi Yi said triggered some switch in her. He blinked and looked at Yi, then started peeling the shrimp and eating it. Yi was slightly stunned. It seemed that every time he spoke in an imperative tone, Xia Xiaoyu benefited from it. Good job. Could this be the holy body of a natural maid? Yi unconsciously looked at Xia Xiaoyu's most outstanding advantage. Despite being malnourished, they have grown so well. If we supplement her nutrition, wouldn't she reach a higher level? Yi swallowed, quickly looked away, picked up a piece of pork ribs and started eating. Just then, Yi heard a burst of girls' low laughter coming from not far away. Look, that bumpkin is actually having dinner with a handsome guy. With so many dishes, it must be more sumptuous than the New Year's Eve dinner at Tu Nyo's house. Tell me, did the country girl buy these meals or did that handsome guy buy them? Is there even any need to think about this? It must be our country girl who was chasing after a handsome guy and spent a lot of money to treat him to a meal in the cafeteria. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. I'm chasing a boy by actually treating him to a meal in the cafeteria. If I were that handsome guy, I would definitely ignore her. Chapter 53 I am a good person. Following the sound, I saw 3 girls dressed up in fancy clothes sitting not far away, half covering their mouths and laughing. This shrill laugh was neither loud nor small. It was just controlled at a level that both Yi and Xia Xiaoyu could hear. Xia Xiaoyu seemed to have become accustomed to this kind of ridicule. However, looking at Yi sitting opposite her, she still looked a little embarrassed. Senior, I'm sorry. They are my roommates. They? Oh, never mind. Senior, you eat, I'm full. Thank you for treating me to dinner today. I'm going back to the dormitory first. Xia Xiaoyu only took a bite of the shrimp and didn't even touch the other dishes. After being disturbed by several roommates, she had lost her appetite. I just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into and get away. Otherwise, Yi would be dragged down by himself and embarrassed here together. Xia Xiaoyu put down his chopsticks and stood up to leave. Yi grabbed her hand. Sit down. Have a meal. Ignore them. The commanding tone made Xia Xiaoyu feel inexplicably more secure. Looking at Yi's unquestionable expression, Xia Xiaoyu's legs, which originally wanted to leave, could not move at all. Sit back obediently. He obediently picked up the chopsticks he had just put down and carefully put a piece of vegetable into his bowl. Is this how they usually treat you? Yi turned around and looked at the 3 girls. Although she was dressed up, she looked too tacky with too much makeup on her face. Instead, it lacks the pure agility of a female college student. According to what is taught in 100 Secrets to Control the Goddess, these 3 are extremely low-level gold diggers. Some are even at a lower level than Lin Kiki. Xia Xiaoyu buried his head in the food in front of him without even raising it, and hummed softly. She had heard too much ridicule like today's in the past 3 years. Everything about her would become a weapon for them to attack her. For example, she is still using a second-hand mobile phone from several years ago, unlike them, who all use the latest models. For example, she had never eaten Western food, and had only eaten Western fast food like McDonald's once. For example, she doesn't own any cosmetics or skin care products. Compared to other girls who know all kinds of cosmetics, Xia Xiaoyu doesn't even know what air cushion cream and isolation cream are. In the eyes of these 3 roommates, Xia Xiaoyu is a country bumpkin who is entering a big city for the first time and coming into contact with modern society for the first time. But what Xia Xiaoyu didn't know was that there was another reason why her 3 roommates were so malicious towards her. That's because Xia Xiaoyu has delicate and cute facial features and an exaggerated and proud figure. When it comes to appearance, 70% depends on nature and 30% depends on dressing. Xia Xiaoyu's own innate advantages can never be compensated by these 3 roommates through acquired dressing. As soon as freshman year started, many boys sent love letters to their dormitory. But without exception, they were all given to Xia Xiaoyu. This was like a slap in the face to the 3 vain roommates. So after learning that Xia Xiaoyu was a poor student, the jealousy that had been accumulating in their hearts for a long time seemed to have finally found a suitable outlet. Public ridicule has become the norm since then. So much so that the boys who had written love letters to Xia Xiaoyu no longer dared to look at her. Because in the class, Xia Xiaoyu is synonymous with being unsophisticated and embarrassing. Anyone who gets close to Xia Xiaoyu will become the object of everyone's ridicule, just like Xia Xiaoyu. No one has the courage to stand firmly beside Xia Xiaoyu in the face of public criticism. Everyone is trying to avoid it. So after hearing the unfriendly ridicule from his 3 roommates just now, Xia Xiaoyu's first reaction was to leave. I don't want to implicate Yi. Looking at Xia Xiaoyu eating silently, Yi felt distressed. At this time, there is no point in scolding those girls back. Doing so would only make the matter worse in public and would further damage Xia Xiaoyu's self-esteem. The best solution is to help Xia Xiaoyu undergo a complete transformation. Let this unpolished jade fully reveal the luster it deserves. Make it impossible for those who gossip behind her to look directly at her brilliance. Make her an existence that no one else can reach. Yi secretly felt lucky that he had the system. Otherwise, all this will just be unrealistic fantasies. Now I have 700,000 yuan in my hands, which can help Xia Xiaoyu change her life a little. Perhaps this is the meaning of the good guy system. Be a good person, do good things, and help those in need. Ding, the host's intentions are detected, triggering the good person system to randomly reward from time to time. From now on, any expenses the host incurs on Xia Xiaoyu can be reimbursed through the system. And when the progress of conquering Xia Xiaoyu reaches 100%, all the money you spent on her will be doubled. Depend on. Yi shuddered. This dog system is so smart. Bah, this is not a crappy system, it is simply an amazing system. Yi couldn't help but smile. Xiaoyu, do you have classes this afternoon? Xia Xiaoyu swallowed the food in his mouth and then raised his head a little. I don't have classes this afternoon. What's wrong, senior? Do you need me to help you with something? Yi smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. It's okay, let's eat first. After we finish eating, I'll take you shopping. Xia Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes and felt warm in her heart when she looked at Yi with a gentle face. Yi is really different from everyone else. The boys who had written love letters to her before chose to stay away from her after hearing the unscrupulous ridicule from several roommates. I was afraid that I would become the object of ridicule. But Yi did not show any embarrassment. Instead, you want to ask yourself to go shopping in the afternoon? Senior. It's so kind of you. Xia Xiaoyu's voice was low, and her cheeks were tinted pink. Yi picked up a piece of fish and put it into Xia Xiaoyu's bowl with a serious expression. Yeah, I know. I'm a good person. Chapter 54 Encounter with the School Beauty. After dinner, Yi took Xia Xiaoyu to Jinyue Shopping Mall in a taxi. As the most upscale shopping mall in Binchang, you can smell the breeze with a faint aroma blowing out of the mall as soon as you get off the car. Xia Xiaoyu knows this place. She used to work part-time at a dessert shop on the basement floor here. After get off work, she also went there a few times out of curiosity. The high prices here completely refreshed her worldview. There are clothes that cost thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan, various precious jewelry, and luxury goods and watches that cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan each. Even a casual meal at the restaurants on the top floor of the mall will cost at least 400 or 500 yuan per person. This was material she had never dared to dream of. That long price list made Xia Xiaoyu realize for the first time the disparity in the world. Senior, are you looking for something to buy? This place is very expensive. Xia Xiaoyu reminded in a low voice. In her opinion, there is not much difference between the clothes in luxury stores and ordinary clothes. They are also cut out of fabric. But if it is placed in a luxury goods store, it will be sold at a price dozens of times higher than outside. It's not worth buying things here. Yi took a look at the sign at the entrance of the mall and roughly determined the locations of several luxury stores. Then he turned to look at Xia Xiaoyu with a calm tone. I don't want to hear your classmates laugh at you anymore. Xia Xiaoyu didn't understand what Yi meant and still stood there stupidly. Yi paused and continued. I want them to know how beautiful and wonderful you are. Today, we will start with the appearance transformation. After saying that, he took Xia Xiaoyu's hand and walked towards a barber shop. Senior, but this place is very expensive. Although Xia Xiaoyu's brain was briefly shut down for 2 seconds because of the sweetness when Yi suddenly held her hand. But her remaining rationality made her feel that she couldn't let Yi buy things for her in such an expensive place. After all, Yi's money didn't come from the wind. Obedient. Yi didn't explain much. To deal with Xia Xiaoyu, an imperative tone is the best method. As expected, after hearing Yi say the word obedient, Xia Xiaoyu shut up obediently and sensibly let Yi lead her into the store. More than an hour later, the two men came out of the barber shop. Yi looked carefully at Xia Xiaoyu's hairstyle, which cost him 2,888 yuan, and nodded with satisfaction. In the past, Xia Xiaoyu had thick bangs, and his whole spirit looked a little lacking. And now, this new hairstyle, which is full of breathability, perfectly modifies her facial contours. Her already delicate and cute facial features appear even more adorable. Yi noticed that after coming out of the barbershop, Xia Xiaoyu's appearance score on the system panel increased from 8.7 to 8.8. She is already on the same level as Zhang Chuyi and Zhang Yilin. Now Xia Xiaoyu can be considered a school beauty. Looking at Xia Xiaoyu's thin body due to years of malnutrition, Yi seemed to have thought of something again. When her nutrition catches up in the future, this girl's appearance may even surpass Zhang Chuyi and Zhang Yilin. Senior, is it really beautiful? Xia Xiaoyu looked at herself in the mirror and felt a little surprised and a little strange. Yi encouraged her appropriately. It looks good, of course it looks good. You're already very beautiful. This new hairstyle is just the icing on the cake. Listening to Yi's appreciation and praise, Xia Xiaoyu couldn't help but look at herself in the mirror twice more. As long as Yi thinks it looks good, it looks good. Okay, next I'll take you clothes shopping. Ah. I still need to buy clothes. Senior, the clothes here are very obedient. Yi took Xia Xiaoyu for a walk for more than 3 hours. Yi didn't stop until both his hands were full of shopping bags. It is worthy of being called Jinyue Shopping Mall. In just 3 hours, Yi spent 420,000 yuan. In addition to clothes, she also bought a necklace and a bag for Xia Xiaoyu. It was only today that Yi realized that spending money on girls was such a cool thing. In those luxury stores, when you pay with your credit card, the shopping guides stare at you in amazement. Yi felt secretly happy. Including the money for hairdressing, Xia Xiaoyu has spent a total of 422,888 yuan so far. Not only will the system fully reimburse these funds, but you can even get double the money back after you completely conquer Xia Xiaoyu in the future. The more you spend, the more you will earn in the future. Senior, I'll treat you to dessert downstairs in the mall. Xia Xiaoyu offered to take Yi to the dessert shop where she had worked part-time before. The desserts there taste pretty good. Although the price is relatively expensive, a dessert set costs more than 100 yuan. But since Yi spent so much money on her today, she had to show her appreciation. I can't afford an expensive meal, but I can still afford a dessert. Yi also nodded in agreement. After walking around for so long, I am indeed tired. It's a good time to take a break. By the way, think about what else I can buy for Xia Xiaoyu. Arriving at the basement floor, Xia Xiaoyu led Yi into a dessert shop decorated in a creamy style. When Yi was placing an order at the front desk, a waitress ran over enthusiastically and greeted Xia Xiaoyu in a low voice. Xiaoyu, why are you here today? I feel like you've become much more beautiful after not seeing you for a few days. Is this, boyfriend? The waitress spoke in a low voice, as if she was afraid that Xia Xiaoyu would be shy, and she deliberately controlled the volume so that Yi would not hear. Xia Xiaoyu's cheeks turned red instantly and she lowered her head shyly. Senior, stop teasing me. Senior and we are not that kind of relationship. Oh, by the way, Senior Yi is also from our university. From the same class as you. Remembering her identity as a waitress, Xia Xiaoyu pulled Yi's sleeve. Senior, let me introduce you. This is my senior sister. We go to the same school. I met him when I was working part-time here. Senior is very nice to me and often brings me snacks. Yi turned around, smiled and politely greeted the waitress. Hello, Chinese department, Yi. The girl also nodded politely. Hello, Wei Shurian from the finance department. Upon hearing this name, Yi's expression froze. I was so focused on ordering dessert that I didn't even notice the appearance of the girl in front of me. Wei Shurian? Wei Shurian, who ranks third on the school beauty list. The legendary beauty in the finance department. Oh my god, I was just worried about how to get to know other campus beauties. I didn't expect to meet him by chance while going out shopping. Xia Xiaoyu is such a lucky little star. As long as we know each other, things will be much easier in the future. Wei Shurian is now wearing the dessert shop's uniform. The pink hair at the back of her head was tied into 2 ponytails, which seemed to match the clothes very well. A cute milk tea-colored shirt, a linen-colored short skirt, and a small bib with white lace on the skirt. Further down, there is a pair of slightly translucent black stockings and a pair of black patent leather shoes. This dress is consistent with Yi's usual impression of maids. Student Yi, are you from the Chinese department? Then do you know Qin Shou? Chapter 55 Scum. Yi was stunned. Why would Wei Shiyan inquire about Qin Shou, this bootlicker? Could it be that Qin Shou had licked her before? It shouldn't be. Although Qin Shou is a well-known bootlicker in the school. But everyone knows that he only licks Jiang Chui. He is a very loyal dog. Commonly known as the loyal dog. And even Qin Shou had secretly been a bootlicker for Wei Shiyan in private. Then how did Wei Shiyan know that Qin Shou was studying Chinese? Based on Wei Shiyan's popularity in school, she must have at least 98 suitors, if not 100. Why do you only remember Qin Shou? Yi scratched his head. It feels like Wei Shiyan and Qin Shou have some connection. But it was not convenient for him to ask at the moment. I know Qin Shou, he's in our class. Yi answered honestly. After hearing this answer, the polite smile on Wei Shiyan's face hesitated for a moment. Are you classmates? I think Jiang Chui is also in your class, right? After answering one question, another one arises. Yi didn't know what Wei Shiyan wanted to know. Why does it feel like a household registration check right from the start? Do you want to change your major and join my class? Yes, Jiang Chui is also in our class. Yi continued to answer in a matter-of-fact manner. Wei Shiyan pursed her lips slightly, hesitated for a moment, and asked another question. So, are you on good terms with him? Her original intention was to ask whether Yi and Qin Shou had a good relationship. If Yi and Qin Shou don't have a good relationship, then maybe Yi would be willing to help. But if Yi and Qin Shou have a good relationship, then there is no need to say the following words. But Yi misunderstood the meaning. Wei Shiyan's previous question was about Jiang Chui, so Yi naturally thought that her next question was also about the relationship between him and Jiang Chui. After all, you can't tell the difference between he and she just by listening to their speech. I have a good relationship with her. We're planning to go to a concert together tonight. What's wrong? If it were someone else, when facing the person they are about to pursue in the future, they would definitely not take the initiative to mention their relationship with other opposite sex. So as not to give the other person the impression that you are a playboy. But Yi felt that it would be better to give the other party a heads up in advance about this kind of thing. It's much more straightforward than letting her find out that I'm too close to other opposite sex and then come to blame me. Watching a concert? You and him? Then it seems like you guys have a really good relationship. Wei Shiyan's heart skipped a beat. I thought to myself, it's a good thing I asked in advance. Being able to be so close to Qin Shou and have such a good relationship with him, it seems that Yi is not a good person. As the leading actress of the finance department, Wei Shiyan not only has outstanding appearance, but also excellent academic performance. In her life plan, there has always been a dream of starting a business. Just last semester, Wei Shiyan and her roommates worked together to develop a plan for starting a milk tea shop. They put a lot of thought into this plan. They are also confident that as long as the school leaders see this entrepreneurial plan, they will definitely support it strongly. Maybe I can even take the initiative to help them get sponsorship. As long as this project runs smoothly, then this first step will be a sure thing. Later on, relying on the steady income and growing fame of the milk tea shop, she can consider recruiting franchise stores. Then there is ample funding. Then, she can continue to start other businesses based on this. But after Wei Shiyan's roommate submitted the business plan, he still didn't receive a meeting from the school leaders. Just when the two thought that their entrepreneurial plan, which was full of their hard work, was rejected by the school leaders, they suddenly heard that a boy named Qin Shou in the Chinese department had obtained sponsorship funds from leading capital with the support of the school leaders. And Qin Shou's highly praised business plan was actually the milk tea shop business plan that they had worked out after staying up all night for several days. The fruits of his labor were actually stolen by Qin Shou? Wei Shiyan and her roommates immediately found the school leaders. After explaining the whole story to the school leaders, they agreed to let Wei Shiyan and others go to the security room to retrieve the surveillance footage. The surveillance footage showed that when Wei Shiyan's roommate came to the school leader's office, the office was empty. Wei Shiyan's roommate put the business plan on the table and left. Not long after, Qin Shou came in. Qin Shou picked up the stack of papers on the table and looked through them for a while, then put them in his arms and left. However, due to the angle and clarity issues, the surveillance video could not clearly see what was written on the stack of papers that Wei Shiyan's roommate placed on the table. There is no direct evidence to prove that it is the milk tea shop business plan. This also made the school leaders feel troubled. Although I know that Qin Shou's behavior is indeed suspicious. But there is not enough evidence. Wei Shiyan and her friends don't have a backup plan for their business ventures. In this case, how can we prove that Qin Shu's business plan was written by them? Moreover, the school has now stepped in to help Qin Shu obtain sponsorship funds from leading capital. If something happens at this critical moment, it will be a disgrace to the school. So, in the end, this matter had to come to nothing. Wei Shiyan and her roommates suffered in silence. I met Yi today and heard from him that he was also in the Chinese department. Wei Shiyan subconsciously thought of Qin Shu. If Yi and Qin Shu don't have a good relationship, maybe Yi can help and approach Qin Shu indirectly to see if he can get any evidence to prove that he stole the business plan. But now it seems that Yi and Qin Shu have an unusually good relationship. Two grown men actually want to go to a concert together. It's obvious that they are close friends. What's wrong? What do you want to ask? Looking at Wei Shiyan, who was hesitating, Yi couldn't suppress his curiosity. Sometimes he asked Qin Shu, sometimes he asked Zhang Chui. Moreover, why did he specifically ask whether he had a good relationship with Zhang Chui? What does this beautiful campus girl from the finance department want to know? Wei Shiyan bit her lip and gently shook the beautiful pink twin ponytails behind her head. Never mind. It's nothing. You guys take your time eating. I have something else to do, so I'll go get busy first. Oh, right. Xiao you. Girls still have to learn to protect themselves. After deducing that Yi and Qin Shu were close friends, Wei Shiyan had silently classified Yi as a scum. Out of kindness, she felt that she should remind Xiaoyu. Otherwise, this innocent girl would be sold without knowing it. But she couldn't say too much in front of Yi. Just enough to mention. After saying this, she found an excuse and went back to her work. Xiaoyu and Yi were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Xiaoyu, has she always been so nonsensical? Xiaoyu looked at the direction Wei Shiyan left, tilted her head, and there was a lot of confusion in her round eyes. No. Senpai was quite normal before. Chapter 56, Girls' Thoughts. Yi was completely confused. I was thinking, why does Wei Shiyan seem so weird? She asked a lot of questions, but I had no idea what she wanted to know. I always feel like she has something left unsaid. And the most important thing is that she ran away too fast. There is no wish quest yet. Without completing the task, Yi couldn't bind her. Why? Never mind, I'll find another chance next time. Just think that good things come to those who wait. Yi sighed and went back to the front desk to place his order. After eating and drinking, Yi felt that his legs, which had been tired from shopping, had regained their vitality. It's time to continue taking Xiaoyu upstairs to go shopping. Yi consciously called the waiter to pay the bill. After all expenses spent on Xiaoyu can be reimbursed through the system. This money should not be wasted. Xiaoyu hurriedly stopped him. Senior, it was agreed that I would treat you to dessert. Yi pressed the payment code interface opened by Xiaoyu. Well, it doesn't matter who pays. No. Senior. You bought me so many things today, Okay, I said I'll pay, so I'll pay. Be good and listen. In order to avoid further arguments, Yi had to use his trump card. As expected, when Xiaoyu heard Yi say the word be obedient, she shut up obediently. Okay, let's go shopping. Yi waved his hand, looking like he was in charge of the country. Xiaoyu looked at the shopping bags in Yi's hands and asked weakly. Senior, don't buy it. There are so many things, I can't even carry them. Hearing this, Yi looked at the bags of various sizes in his hands. Yes, I was just busy buying it. With so many things, even if Xiaoyu took them back to the dormitory, it would be difficult to put them away. Each person in the school dormitory only has 1 or 2 small lockers. In addition to clothes, it also has a lot of daily necessities. There simply wasn't much room. Thinking of this, Yi couldn't help but recall staying overnight at Zhang Chui's house last night. I thought, no wonder Zhang Chui wants to live outside. I guess besides being a loner, I also think the school dormitory conditions are too shabby. After all, Zhang Chui's family is so well off, and her parents don't want their daughter to suffer. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Yi's mind. Yes. Why didn't I think of it earlier? You can buy Xiaoyu an apartment outside the school. Instead of working so hard to buy things here, the money you spend is less than the fraction of what you would spend on a house. A house costs at least 2 million, and after conquering Xiaoxiaoyu, you can get double cash back, which means 4 million. Wow, that is so cool. You have to know that in this day and age, many people can't earn 4 million even if they work hard all their lives. Yi suddenly became excited. It's like finding a shortcut to wealth. But Yi felt that with Xia Xiaoyou's personality, she would definitely not be willing to accept such a valuable thing. However, the system has regulations that only money spent on Xia Xiaoyu can be reimbursed. Only the money spent on Xia Xiaoyu can be rebated after conquering her in the future. If Xia Xiaoyu refuses to take this house, then all this is just empty talk. Yi was in a dilemma. In the past, I was always afraid that the gifts I gave to girls would be too cheap and make them unhappy. This is the first time I've been at a loss because a gift was too expensive. Xiaoyu, you and your roommate don't have a very good relationship, right? After much deliberation, Yi decided to brainwash Xia Xiaoyu. Sure enough, as soon as this question was asked, Xia Xiaoyu immediately started talking. It seemed like there was finally someone I could confide in for all the grievances I had suffered over the years. Xia Xiaoyu pouted in grievance and told Yi one thing after another about how her 3 roommates had laughed at her and isolated her at school. Hearing this, Yi couldn't help but feel sorry for the innocent and lovely silly girl in front of him. Have you ever thought about moving out of the dormitory? Since they bully you so much, you might as well keep a certain distance from them. Yi patiently persuaded. Xia Xiaoyu pinched her hair with her fingertips and fiddled with it with her head down. I think so. I've already told the teacher that I want to change dormitories. But the teacher said there are currently no vacant beds in other dormitories. So, where can I move to? I can only continue to endure it. Seeing that the time was almost right, Yi mentioned it tentatively. You don't have to live in the school. You might also consider living off campus. For example, there's a girl in our class whose parents bought her an apartment near the university town. Except for classes, she stays at home alone every day. She's like you, rather introverted, and doesn't have any friends in class. Living off campus also saves her a lot of trouble. Xia Xiaoyu blinked her eyes, and in her heart she really longed for the kind of life that Yi described. But buying a house. Senior, you may not know that I usually earn my living expenses by doing part-time jobs. I even have to send some of the money I earn back home. My parents are farmers. It wasn't easy for them to support me through middle school and high school. I can't burden them anymore. Buying a house, forget it, it's too unrealistic. In school, Xia Xiaoyu has always been strong-willed in front of other classmates. But when facing Yi, she felt that there was nothing to hide. You can say anything openly. Yi is different from those people and will not despise himself. Hearing Xia Xiaoyu's concern, Yi hurriedly explained. No, you don't have to worry about buying a house. I'm planning to buy an apartment soon. House prices in Binchang have been rising over the past 2 years. I plan to buy one as an investment. If you like, you can live here when the time comes. Only. Yi paused, intending to see Xia Xiaoyu's reaction first. Xia Xiaoyu's cheeks turned from pink to red, and then from red to bright red. His head hung low, almost buried in his chest. Then, a wish bar appeared above his head. If I could live with Senior Yi, I'd be willing to move out. No matter what the senior asks, I am willing to agree. As the saying goes, there is no young man who is not passionate, and there is no young girl who is not in love. Ever since last morning, when I fell into Yi's arms on the sofa in the hotel. Xia Xiaoyu often recalls the warmth of Yi's chest. That warmth can clear away all the unhappiness in her heart, and can give her a firm sense of security and the courage to face life. Xia Xiaoyu wishes she could have the chance to be with Yi every day. Looking at the wish bar above Xia Xiaoyu's head, Yi's eyes turned. He originally just wanted to buy an apartment for Xia Xiaoyu to live in. Unexpectedly, Xia Xiaoyu's wish was to live with him. This mission, should I accept it or not? If I answer, will I be able to control myself when the time comes? But if you don't answer? After all, a single mission comes with a reward of 100,000 yuan. This is not a small amount. Well, that's right. I don't really care whether we live together or not. I just want to earn the 100,000 yuan. Right. Yi convinced himself in a high-sounding manner. System, receive the task. Chapter 57, Money Comes from the Wind. Ding, it's detected that the host is performing a wish mission. Give the host a temporary bonus, and the house I bought for Xia Xiaoyu can be fully reimbursed. This bonus is the same as the previous one that reimbursed Xia Xiaoyu for any consumption. However, Yi keenly discovered another key point. Buying a house this time is also Xia Xiaoyu's wish. When you succeed in conquering Xia Xiaoyu, you will not only get double cashback, but also another bonus from the wish mission. In other words, the money spent on purchasing this house will be returned 3 times in due time. Make a lot of money. Really made a lot of money. I originally thought I could only make 4 million. Unexpectedly, it directly turned into 6 million. Or why not just go big and buy a villa for Xia Xiaoyu? That would be hundreds of millions in cashback. You won't have to worry about food, drink, and entertainment for the rest of your life. Yi's mind moved and he began to daydream. Ding, the system reminds the host that if the bound object Xia Xiaoyu is unwilling to accept the property purchased by the host, the purchase cost cannot be reimbursed. The system's cold prompt sound brought Yi's thoughts back to reality. Damn, dog system. You just can't stand seeing me having such a good time, right? Yi cursed inwardly. Buy a house of more than 100 square meters, maybe you can trick Xia Xiaoyu into agreeing to accept it. If a villa worth tens of millions was bought, Xia Xiaoyu would definitely not want it given her personality. Yi knew this stubborn and strong-willed girl too well. Well, let's not take the risk. Senior, you haven't finished yet. You said you were going to buy a house, then what? Seeing that Yi was keeping the secret and not saying anything, Xia Xiaoyu hurriedly asked. Yi paused. Ahem, it's like this. Because of some, special reasons, I can't put my own name on this house. Would you do me a favor? Then this apartment will be in your name. You can also move in here anytime. It is clearly a gift, but you insist on saying it is asking for a favor. Only then did Yi realize how practical the art of gift-giving taught online was. What difference does it make whose name is written? Xia Xiaoyu doesn't understand these things. How could a little girl from the countryside understand these things? She also didn't know that since the house was in her name, it became her property. So there was no excessive refusal. She only knew that Yi needed her help. Moreover, Yi will definitely not harm himself. Since Yi said to write her name, then just write her name. These are not her main concerns. She had only one concern. Senior, will you stay? Xia Xiaoyu's chin was so shy that it was poking her chest. When she asked this question, she felt that her purpose seemed a little too obvious. Yi smiled and said that as long as Xia Xiaoyu agreed to accept the house, everything else could be discussed. I'll come and stay if I'm free. You know, senior year involves internships and stuff, so it might be quite busy. Yi didn't dare to say anything too final. After all, his main task now is to quickly increase the progress of capturing the 5 campus beauties to over 70%. There is no way. The temptation of 100% equity reward of Pioneer Capital is too great. So he couldn't focus all his attention on Xia Xiaoyu. Fortunately, Xia Xiaoyu wouldn't ask for so much. Yi promised to live there when he was free, which made her very happy. Okay, senior, I promise you. Xia Xiaoyu smiled sweetly, her smile sweeter than the dessert they had just eaten. There is no time to lose. Since Xia Xiaoyu has agreed, Yi doesn't want to delay any longer. It's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Hurry up, maybe you can buy the house before the concert starts. Yi felt that the community where Jiang Chuyi lived was quite good. It is close to the subway station and the community environment is very quiet. There are also shopping malls and supermarkets nearby. Yi, carrying a lot of shopping bags, took a taxi with Xia Xiaoyu to a real estate agency near the community. Hello, do you have a room? After opening the door, Yi asked several salesmen. Several salesmen were bored in killing time waiting for the end of get-off work. Some were smoking, some were spinning pens, and one was soaking wolfberries. Seeing a young man coming in, several people obviously didn't take it seriously. Judging from the situation, if you didn't know better, you would think that this young man had entered the lobby of the hotel to book a room. Who asks this question when buying a house? You think buying a house is like buying groceries? Give me the best one. Yi ignored the expressions of the others and continued speaking to himself. Get the best one. A set of what? An apartment or a set of pancakes? The middle-aged male salesperson who was soaking wolfberries came forward politely and invited Yi and Xia Xiaoyu to sit down. Do you two want to look at the house? Short-term or long-term rental? Do you want to rent alone or share with others? The two looked like college students. Although they were carrying high-end looking shopping bags, the middle-aged salesperson's first impression was that they were just here to rent a house. Yi shook his head and pointed to the flyer posted on the door of the agency. I don't rent, I buy. Buy a set. Look at the best house in this neighborhood you have. Price is not an issue. I can sign the contract now. Yi just wanted to quickly finalize the house purchase and even skip the house viewing step. I'm afraid the night will be long and I'll have more dreams. Now Xia Xiaoyu agrees. But what if the house purchase is delayed for too long and she regrets it? Then the duck that was about to be in my mouth would fly away. The middle-aged salesperson looked carefully at Yi's expression and didn't seem to be joking. His professional ethics forced him to take every customer who came to him seriously. After all, he can get a lot of commission for every transaction. Okay, sir, let me show you first. I happen to have the newest house in this community. 180 square meters, fully furnished. The previous owner never lived in it for a single day after buying it. Now he needs cash flow, so he decided to sell it. His price is 3.2 million. If you can pay it off in one lump sum, maybe the price can be reduced. The middle-aged salesperson placed a tablet in front of Yi. There are photos of this house above. After hearing the price, Yi nodded without even looking at it. I originally thought that a house would only cost more than 2 million. I didn't expect it to be 3.2 million. This time I earn more. After conquering Xia Xiaoyu, you can directly get a reward of nearly 10 million. No need to bargain, just 3,200,000. I'll pay now. The house is in her name. Yi pointed at Xia Xiaoyu beside him. The last time he ate Western food and got drunk and went to a hotel to get a room, Yi knew that Xia Xiaoyu had the habit of carrying his ID card with him. I have to say, this habit really saves a lot of time. The middle-aged salesperson stared at Yi and Xia Xiaoyu in a daze, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Whose young master is this? So rich? I don't feel sorry at all for giving an apartment to a female student. And they don't even bargain. No. Did your money come from the wind? Chapter 58 Moving into a new home. I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry. Can you please let me pay the money as soon as possible? Yi waved at the middle-aged salesperson in front of him who was in a daze and urged him on. I was afraid that Xia Xiaoyu would regret it later. Bang! The black pen in the hand of the salesperson who was spinning the pen next to him slipped and fell to the ground. Another salesperson who was smoking didn't even react when his cigarette butt was burned. The ash also fell on the outside of the disposable paper cup in front of him. This real estate agency has been here for many years. It was the first time for several of them to meet such a customer. Usually they are the ones who urge customers to sign the bill quickly. Then the customer repeatedly declined, saying that he wanted to take another look and compare again. After all, buying a house is a big deal. But the young man in front of him had only said 2 or 3 sentences since he entered the door. No actual viewing of the house, no bargaining. He even urged me to sign the bill and pay by card. Sir, are you sure? Instead, the middle-aged sales staff became less confident. It was his first time facing an impending deal, and he didn't feel excited at all. Instead, he was filled with confusion and anxiety. As the saying goes, when things are out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. However, the middle-aged salesperson couldn't figure out where this monster came from for a while. Could it be that this young man got some inside information that Bincheng's housing prices are about to rise sharply? That's impossible. Even if there is such news, it shouldn't be a college student like this who knows it first. They have been in this industry for so long and have never heard such rumors. Especially in recent years, housing prices have hardly fluctuated much. If this young man could be patient and wait a little longer, perhaps the owner of this house would lower the price to 3 million in 2 or 3 months. Sir, the original owner of this apartment is in urgent need of money, so he is anxious to sell the house. But he bought when house prices were high. Taking cost into consideration, his price is quite high. If you're willing to wait a little longer or negotiate with him, perhaps the price can still be lowered. The middle-aged salesperson thought it over again and again and gave a kind reminder. Unexpectedly, after hearing these words, Yi became even more anxious. Price reduction? Who asked him to lower the price? What we want is a high price. No, hurry up and swipe the card to sign the bill. I'm really in a hurry. If you don't sign, then I'll go to another agency. A house will definitely not be listed for sale with just one agency. I usually find a few. When the middle-aged man heard Yi say that he wanted to change an agency, he also became anxious. He had good intentions and wanted to help Yi save some money. Unexpectedly, Yi not only did not appreciate it, but wanted to change another agency. There may not be other agents who are as kind-hearted as him and who will take the initiative to consider the clients. How can you give away the fat meat that is right in your mouth to others for no reason? Sign. I'll sign it for you right now. Please wait a moment. The middle-aged salesman was quite skilled. He put down the thermos cup containing goji berries and took out a stack of contracts as quickly as possible. This is the house sale agency contract. Once you sign it, you can pay with your card. I will help you complete all the subsequent procedures. Looking at the contract handed over by the salesperson, Yi took a quick look at it. After confirming that there was no problem, he gave it to Xia Xiaoyu for signature. After signing, he paid by credit card, paying the full amount of 3.2 million in one lump sum. Ding, it's detected that the host has completed the wish mission. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 100,000 yuan. Looking at the order printed out by the card machine, the middle-aged salesperson was in a trance. The most expensive house for sale in Taoyuan community was sold by him just like that? He can get a 2% agency fee for this apartment. 2% of 3,200,000 is 64,000. Now we have money for our child's cram school. I can also buy a small gift for my wife. My wife has been eyeing a gold necklace for a long time. It costs over 6,000 yuan. I always thought it was too expensive and didn't want to buy it. I might as well buy it secretly after get off work and give it to my wife as a surprise. My wife will definitely be very happy when she sees this. Maybe. The middle-aged salesman gulped down the wolfberry tea in his thermos. Tonight may be a sleepless night. On the other side, the other two salesmen were drooling with envy. It was so easy to get a commission of more than 60,000 yuan. Why don't I have such good luck? Who said there is no such thing as a free lunch? Well, one fell from the sky today. It's just that I didn't pick it up. After paying the money, the middle-aged salesperson politely sent Yi and Xia Xiaoyu to the door. Mr. Yi, Ms. Xia, this is the key to that house. The owner of the house is not in Binchang, and he has never lived in this apartment. We used to arrange for someone to clean the house regularly, so it's very clean. Except for daily necessities, other furniture is basically complete. Although there are still some unfinished procedures, you can move in now. The middle-aged salesperson respectfully handed the key to Yi, and then said goodbye to the two of them reluctantly. At this moment, in his eyes, Yi was a shining financial sponsor. Take care, both of you. Come back when you have time. The middle-aged salesperson looked at the direction where the two people were going away, waved and shouted. They are just like the workers in the ancient smoke and willow land, waiting for the next visit of the distinguished guests. It was not until Yi and Xia Xiaoyu completely disappeared from his sight that the middle-aged salesperson straightened his slightly bent waist. According to the house number, Yi took Xia Xiaoyu to find the new house they had just bought. Pushing the door open, a light woody aroma wafted through the air. The decoration is in a modern light luxury style with plain colors as the main feature. The whole house is bright and transparent, with an open kitchen, a study, a storage room and 2 bedrooms. Both bedrooms also have separate bathrooms. Between the 2 bedrooms is a spacious living room with a huge gray velvet sofa that looks very soft and comfortable. It was more than twice as big as the sofa I slept on at Zhang Chudi's house that day. Connected to the living room is a long living balcony. The balcony glass is a whole floor-to-ceiling window with a very good view. This apartment is located on the 20th floor. Looking out, you can just see the dim sunset at this moment. Not to mention Xia Xiaoyu, even Yi was entering such a grand flat for the first time. Since childhood, Yi has never seen his parents, and his sister has always taken care of him. Yi-san thought that when he had money in the future, he would definitely buy a set for his sister so that she could enjoy the life too. Xiaoyu, I have something to do later. Go back to the dormitory and pack up and move in. I'll transfer some money to you. After dinner, you can go to the nearby supermarket to buy some daily necessities. It just so happened that I just completed the mission wish and received a reward of 100,000. Yi took out his cell phone and directly transferred 100,000 yuan to Xia Xiaoyu. Chapter 59, Support. Senior, you don't need so much money to buy daily necessities. Seeing the money Yi transferred over, Xia Xiaoyu counted it several times before daring to confirm the amount. There was a long string of zeros, and Xia Xiaoyu was afraid that she had counted wrong. Then you should buy the good ones, the expensive ones. I want to let those who have laughed at you know that you will live a life they will never envy in their entire lives. Looking at Yi's serious expression, Xia Xiaoyu felt warm in her heart. Yi coughed lightly. When he transferred the money to Xia Xiaoyu just now, he paid special attention and found that the system reimbursement was not triggered. It seems that transfers are not counted as consumption. Yi can only get the reimbursement after Xia Xiaoyu spends the money. Now Xia Xiaoyu is his treasure trove. This girl used to be so stingy that she had to be taught to spend money. By the way, Xiaoyu, can you cook? Yi saw Xia Xiaoyu's thin wrist again. Xia Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, I often cook for my parents at home. Yi looked at Xia Xiaoyu with satisfaction. I instantly figured out how to trick this little girl into eating well every day. How about this, you buy some pots and pans while you're at it. There is a vegetable market near this community, so it's very convenient to buy vegetables. I don't like the food in the school cafeteria very much. If you have time, go to the market every day to buy some fish, shrimp, meat, eggs and vegetables, and come back to cook for yourself. When the time comes, I'll come and try your cooking. Buying groceries is also an expense. Although it is not much, it should be considerable when accumulated. At that time, I can get more cash back and improve Xia Xiaoyu's quality of life, killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, Yi knew that after Xia Xiaoyu knew that she would come to have dinner with her, she would definitely not buy simple groceries every day. This way, you don't have to worry about nutrition issues. When thinking about nutrition, Yi couldn't help but take a look at Xia Xiaoyu's good figure that couldn't be concealed by her loose casual clothes. I was thinking, once she gets enough nutrition from meat, eggs and milk, I wonder how much this girl will transform. Spend this 100,000 first, and I'll transfer it to you next month. Yi now wishes Xia Xiaoyu could spend as much as possible. Not to mention 100,000 a month, he thinks 100,000 a day is too slow. Xia Xiaoyu waved his hands repeatedly. No, senior, this is already a lot. That's enough money to last for several years. Looking at Xia Xiaoyu's cute face, Yi couldn't help but reach out and pinch it. Look how thin you are. The fatter ones are cuter. Not only should we eat well, but we should also improve the other three aspects of life, such as food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Don't worry, I have a lot of money. You can spend it all any way you want. Be good and listen to me. After saying this, Yi realized that men and women can actually be so handsome when they say they will spend money as they please. Yi began to understand those gold diggers. This kind of charm is indeed hard to resist. I have something else to do, so I won't move with you. First, bring over some of the things you usually use. I'll help you move the rest of your stuff when I'm free tomorrow at school. I looked at the time and there was less than an hour left before the concert started. Yi handed the key to Xia Xiaoyu and hurried out. After the door closed, Xia Xiaoyu looked at the spacious house with a dazed expression. It all feels like a dream. Senior, are you there? I want to ask you something. Xia Xiaoyu took out his cell phone and sent a message to Wei Shiyan. At school, Xia Xiaoyu has almost no friends. Apart from Yi, only Senior Wei Shiyan, whom she met while working part-time, was nice to her. Xia Xiaoyu is in a complicated mood now. After thinking about it, she can only tell these things to Senior Wei Shiyan. After receiving Wei Shiyan's affirmative answer, Xia Xiaoyu told her everything about himself and Yi. Senior. I think I'm a little in love with Senior Yi. He's the first person who's been so nice to me. Tell me, should I confess my feelings to him? What do you think he means to me? Does he like me? If I confess my feelings, will he reject me? Xia Xiaoyu, who is just beginning to fall in love, knows nothing about the things between men and women, so she has to ask Wei Shiyan for help in desperation. Wei Shiyan on the other end of the phone looked at the large number of messages sent by Xia Xiaoyu, and her brows gradually frowned. In the afternoon, when Wei Shiyan saw Yi and Xia Xiaoyu shopping together, she thought they were a couple. It's just that Xia Xiaoyu is too embarrassed to admit it. But now it seems, it's not what I thought. Buying a house and giving money. 100,000 yuan a month. Who falls in love like this? This is more like keeping. Thinking of this, Wei Shiyan finally came to her senses. I just want to say that I feel that Yi's attitude towards Xia Xiaoyu is weird. Now it all makes sense. This scum must be trying to use these means to make Xia Xiaoyu willingly be kept as his mistress. Although 100,000 a month is indeed a lot. But the simple-minded Xia Xiaoyu was obviously going there for love. In the end, she lost her virginity but couldn't get Yi's heart. How sad must Xia Xiaoyu be? Can this kind of sadness be compensated by simply giving money? Xiaoyu, listen to me. Wei Shiyan felt that she needed to wake up Xia Xiaoyu, who was indulging in fantasy, and recognize the true face of Yi, a scumbag. I think this Yi wants to support you. Immediately afterwards, Wei Shiyan gave her detailed analysis. Well reasoned and told in a leisurely manner. Xia Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone was stunned. Keeping a mistress? This was the first time Xia Xiaoyu associated this word with herself in her entire life. Is it worth Yi spending 100,000 yuan a month to support me, a country bumpkin who is not presentable in the eyes of others? Senior, if you're being kept, what should you do? Xia Xiaoyu had only heard of this word before, and didn't quite understand its deep meaning. So Wei Shiyan patiently explained to Xia Xiaoyu what it meant to be kept. And how hateful the faces of those men who offer to support you are. But at this moment, Xia Xiaoyu's mind has been completely occupied by love. In her mind, she kept thinking about one thing over and over again. Senior is willing to support me, does that mean he likes me too? Chapter 60, Dog Eyes Look Down on People. On the other end of the phone, Wei Shiyan was still chattering and warning Xia Xiaoyu. But Xia Xiaoyu could no longer listen to anything else. My mind is full of Yi. Okay, senior, I understand. I'll take care of it. Wei Shiyan finally felt relieved after seeing the message sent by Xia Xiaoyu. I guess Xia Xiaoyu has already seen through Yi's true face. The saying that birds of a feather flock together is absolutely true. Anyone who has a good relationship with Qin Shou must be a beast. Xia Xiaoyu put down her phone shyly. The explanations Wei Shiyan had just given about being kept constantly impacted her heart. So, you want to live with me because Senior is so nice to me, there is no reason for me to refuse. Well, I like you anyway. No wonder Senior gave me so much money. I'll go buy some nice pajamas later. Senior, you definitely don't want to be with a country girl right after you come back. As Xia Xiaoyu thought about what was going to happen in the evening, her cheeks became redder and redder. When Xia Xiaoyu thought of Yi's slightly overbearing and commanding tone, he couldn't help but tremble all over and his eyes gradually became blurred. It seems as if he has been intoxicated in fantasy. On the other hand, Yi, a model good man who was falsely accused of being a scum and a beast, had just arrived outside the concert venue. Achoo! Yi sneezed twice in a row. After walking around the streets for an entire afternoon, my already cold condition seemed to have gotten even worse. He was afraid of infecting Jiang Chuyi, so he bought a mask on the way here. There was still half an hour before the concert started. Yi came to the ticket office where he had agreed to meet Jiang Chuyi, but did not see Jiang Chuyi. Yi, my mother's car is stuck on the road in front of the concert stadium. Wait a few minutes for me. Jiang Chuyi sent a message in time. No rush, I just arrived too. Yi didn't care, he had been mentally prepared for this. When you go on a date with a girl, she will definitely not be on time. He had already experienced this deeply from Lin Kiki before. Lin Kiki often made Yi wait for at least an hour because of makeup or other things. As the aloof class beauty, Jiang Chuyi was considered very good by only asking him to wait for a few more minutes. Fortunately, the ticket gates for the inner field are separate from those for other seats. The ticket gate in the inner field is a special VIP channel. There was hardly any queue. As soon as Jiang Chuyi arrives, they will be able to go in quickly. Yi, why are you here? At this moment, a voice that Yi least wanted to hear came from behind him. Even though Yi was wearing a mask, Lin Kiki recognized her ex-boyfriend who she had been dating for several years at a glance. To be honest, Lin Kiki knew that in terms of appearance, Yi was indeed a handsome guy. He has a tall and straight figure, with sunny and handsome features. This was also the reason why Lin Kiki was willing to accept Yi's pursuit at that time. But as she came into contact with more and more people and things, Lin Kiki discovered that Yi's handsomeness could no longer satisfy her needs. Yi couldn't give her what she wanted. For example, brand name bags and diamond jewelry. Yi, a poor boy, couldn't even afford the money to buy concert tickets. In Lin Kiki's distorted worldview, she only thinks that when a man and a woman are in love, the the man should unconditionally spend money to meet all the requirements of the woman. She never thought about having to earn money on her own to get what she wanted. When she and Yi were still dating, Joe Boheo would often show his affection to her by giving her some exquisite but not expensive little things. But Lin Kiki is a person who won't make a decision until she sees the rabbit. She won't make a decision unless she sees benefits that can impress her. Until Joe Boheo appeared in front of her with 2 concert tickets. Then she broke up with Yi abruptly, and then made a seamless transition. Lin Kiki didn't think there was anything wrong with what she did. Because deep down she felt that Yi was not worthy of her. Lin Kiki withdrew her thoughts and saw Yi looking at her with an extremely impatient look. What? Lin Kiki was a little dissatisfied. In her impression, Yi was always kind to her. Now the attitude has changed so much that she can't accept it for a while. What? I was wondering if there was something wrong with your brain. And asked me why I was here. You asked this stupid question once in the Western restaurant that day. What can I do in a Western restaurant? Eat Western food, of course. What am I doing outside the concert venue? Waiting to get in to watch the concert, of course. Could it be that I deliberately blocked you here and told you too that I wish you both happiness? Yi rolled his eyes speechlessly. I wondered why I hadn't realized that Lin Kiki was such an idiot before. Lin Kiki was a little confused by Yi's bombardment. Joe Boheo next to him knew that this was his time to show off. Who says that just because you're outside a concert venue, you're definitely there to watch the concert? Yi, open your eyes and take a look. There are many people here who can't afford tickets and want to listen outside the venue. Who knows if you are the same as those people? Besides, do you know how expensive Joey J's concert tickets are? The most expensive front row tickets are already going for 30,000 or 40,000 yuan each. The 2 stand tickets I bought cost 7 or 8,000 each. Can you afford it? Don't think I don't know how much you weigh. If you had so much money, would Kiki dump you? After being scolded by Yi in the school parking lot last time, Joe Boheo asked Lin Kiki and Shinsho about Yi respectively. The 2 people have highly consistent evaluations of Yi. It is said that Yi is just a poor guy with a good-looking appearance. Yi, stop embarrassing yourself here. Do you know where you stand? This is the VIP ticket check-in channel. You have to buy an inner field ticket to enter from here. Don't get in other people's way. Seeing that Yi didn't say anything, Joe Boheo thought he was right, so he became even more relentless. Yi frowned. What's your dog's name? I'm a VIP. No? Hearing this, Joe Boheo burst into laughter as if he had heard a joke. You? VIP? Yi, even if you want to brag, you should still stick to the basic law. I just told you, a ticket to the inner field costs 30 or 40,000. How much is your monthly living expenses? Even if you earn 1,500 yuan a month, you'll have to save for more than 2 years without eating or drinking. Stop pretending to be cool here and get out of here. Holding 2 tickets for the stands, Joe Boheo felt particularly confident. It was as if he had completely recovered the loss he had suffered from Yi's scolding that day. Joe Boheo, are you sick? What's it to you whether I'm a VIP or not? You have tickets, so why don't you just go in and see for yourself? Why are you making such a fuss here? Did I step on your tail? Yi endured the pain in his throat caused by the cold and retorted a few words unhappily. Originally, he didn't want to have anything to do with these 2 people. I didn't expect Joe Boheo to be so arrogant. The tickets cost 30 or 40,000 yuan, and even without Jiang Chuyi's treat, Yi could definitely afford them now. What SA ticket to the inner field? I just bought a suite. It's really looking down on people. Chapter 61, Shame on Oneself. Yi, you said you were a VIP, so where's your ticket? If you don't want to waste time talking to us, why don't you just check your ticket and go in? You're not trying to sneak in when the ticket inspector isn't paying attention, are you? Joe Boheo concluded that Yi could not produce a ticket for the inner field. With his hands on his hips, he raised his voice to attract the attention of passers-by. He looked like he was waiting to see Yi embarrass himself. Yi had no connection with Joe Boheo before this. All I know is that he and Shinsho have a very good relationship. Now it seems, it's true that birds of a feather flock together. Anyone who can play with Shinshu can't be a good person. This is the look of a villain who has succeeded. Why are you in such a hurry? The person I'm waiting for hasn't come yet. If you're in a hurry, you can go in first. As the saying goes, don't argue with idiots. People who came to watch the fun gradually gathered around. If you continue arguing at this time, you will also be embarrassed. But to Joe Boheo, Yi Yi's words sounded more like he was trying to save face. Joe Boheo didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Only through comparison can one show one's excellence. Only if I make Lin Keeke's ex-boyfriend embarrassed in public will Lin Keeke follow me more wholeheartedly. This would be more conducive to his implementation of the plan to use Lin Keeke as a scapegoat. A single ticket for the inner field costs tens of thousands, and you're telling me you've invited someone else to join you? With your condition, even if I sold myself I wouldn't be able to afford 2 tickets. Yi, I'll just watch here. If you can get in through this VIP channel today, I'll eat up this entire ticket gate. Joe Boheo had a sarcastic look on his face, his eyes full of disdain. At this moment, a cold voice sounded behind them. Then you eat it. Jiang Chui appeared behind the group wearing a white strapless dress. She is covered in white, like a little angel emitting holy light. There was also a small white lace collar tied around her neck, with a white butterfly decoration on the collar swaying slightly in the wind. Yi Yi's eyes lit up. Jiang Chui's outfit is completely different from her usual style. It adds a bit of cuteness to the cool temperament. Joe Boheo also looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Jiang Chui staring at him with displeasure on her face. Jiang Chui just saw a few people gathered here, seemingly watching the fun. When I got closer, I found out it was Yi Yi, Lin Keeke, and Joe Boheo. In class, the resentful look that Lin Keeke gave Yi Yi made Jiang Chui feel a little jealous. I didn't expect that Joe Boheo would actually want to stop Yi Yi from coming to the stage in front of so many people. What are this pair of dogs doing? They were clearly in the wrong first, so why are they still harassing Yi Yi? Look here, 2 tickets. If you're a man, keep your word. Don't let me look down on you. Jiang Chui pointed her chin in the direction of the ticket gate, indicating that Joe Boheo should do what he said. Didn't you just say you wanted to eat? Eat. I want to see who can't get off the stage today. Jiang Chui held the 2 shiny tickets for the inner field and waved them in front of Joe Boheo. Joe Boheo saw it clearly. Not only is it a ticket for the inner field, but it is also the front row of the inner field. But why would Jiang Chui come to the concert with Yi Yi? Qin Shu has been a bootlicker for so many years, but Jiang Chui has never even looked at him straight in the eye. In just 1 or 2 days, Yi Yi actually caught up with her? No. It's not even that simple. These 2 tickets are in Jiang Chui's hands, which means that these tickets were bought by Jiang Chui. Jiang Chui invites Yi Yi to watch the concert? Damn, she is pursuing Yi Yi? Joe Boheo felt that his worldview had been refreshed. Compared with the cool and charming Jiang Chui, Lin Keeke beside her suddenly lost her appeal. But no matter how envious I am, I cannot lose the momentum at this critical juncture. Joe Boheo quickly thought of a way to fight back. Yi Yi, I didn't expect you to be a gigolo. Just now I kept saying I was a VIP, but I didn't expect that I was just riding on Jiang Chui's coattails. Ha, you're so nice. If I were you, I would have found a crack in the ground and crawled into it. Seeing Joe Boheo's rogue face, Jiang Chui immediately became unhappy. Who are you calling a gigolo? Do you think Yi Yi needs this little money? Do you know how much he tipped Jiang Yilin on Douyin last night? Ha, 2,400,000. A person who can easily come up with so much money would care about the price of just 2 tickets? Joe Boheo, don't compare yourself with Yi Yi. You don't deserve it. This was the first time Jiang Chui was so angry in front of everyone. For some reason, she just couldn't stand Joe Boheo saying bad things about Yi Yi. It seemed that since the kiss in the stairwell, she had inexplicably developed an inexplicable possessiveness towards Yi Yi. Any man she kissed was hers. Others are not allowed to think about you, nor are you allowed to hurt you. Yi Yi, let's go in. Don't waste your time with these 2. Jiang Chui stretched out her white arms and gently held Yi Yi's arm. Then he glanced at Lin Keeke out of the corner of his eye. As if declaring sovereignty. This movement was extremely natural, as if it had been secretly rehearsed in the mind. Yi Yi almost didn't react. I didn't expect that the contrast would be so huge after the ice beauty fell in love. Yi Yi nodded, let Jiang Chui hold his arm, left Joe Boheo and Lin Keeke behind him, and walked straight to the VIP channel. Lin Keeke widened her eyes, and kept repeating in her mind what Jiang Chui had just said. Yi gave Jiang Yilin a reward of 2.4 million. 2,400,000 what? It can't be 2.4 million happy beans. Could it be that he gave a gift worth 2.4 million? Where did Yi get so much money? Not to mention selling him, even if you sell his 3 roommates together, it would be impossible to get so much money. Could it be that Yi is actually an invisible rich second generation? But why had he never revealed anything even though he had been with me for so long? To test yourself? Thinking of this, Lin Kiki felt disappointed. Obviously, I failed the test. After being cheated on, Yi learned his lesson and decided not to pretend anymore. I no longer interact with everyone as an ordinary person. No wonder so many beautiful women have been surrounding Yi recently. It turns out that everything has a traceable path. Lin Kiki looked bitter. Not until now did she realize what kind of treasure she had given up with her own hands. Handsome, rich, gentle, and considerate. A truly unique and good man. I actually dumped him for just 2 concert tickets? Lin Kiki now just wanted to slap herself hard twice. Now when I look at Joe Boheo next to me, he doesn't seem so attractive anymore. Yi took the VIP channel and sat in the front row of the venue. And I was just here with Joe Boheo mocking others. Looking at the onlookers around her who were watching the fun, Lin Kiki felt ashamed. Chapter 62, The Lucky Audience Who Was Tone Deaf. After passing the ticket gate, Zhang Chudi silently withdrew her arm from Yi. I just did this to declare my sovereignty to Lin Kiki and prevent her from continuing to have unrealistic fantasies about Yi. But now Lin Kiki is no longer around. If I continue to take the initiative to hold Yi's arm, it seems a bit. After all, they are not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Yi noticed that the weight on his arm had lightened, and glanced sideways at Zhang Chui beside him. Zhang Chui's face was covered with a beautiful layer of pink. The girl's unique shyness was fully revealed at this moment. Thank you for what you did just now. I didn't expect you to have such a cool side. I don't usually notice it at all. Hearing Yi's words, Zhang Chui raised her head proudly. A face full of pride. Of course not, there's still a lot you don't know. I usually keep a low profile and don't show it intentionally. In fact, Zhang Chui's personality cannot be considered completely introverted or socially anxious. She was just too slow to warm up. After spending the past few days with Yi, Zhang Chui has at least regarded Yi as a good friend. So she is much more lively in front of Yi than in front of others. This contrast also makes Yi feel particularly cute. Did you dress up specially this afternoon? Yi noticed that Zhang Chui still had light makeup on her face. So I asked jokingly. Is it for me, or for Joey J? Zhang Chui's pretty face turned red, almost enough to make water come out of it. He looked at his toes and said with a guilty conscience. Of course, it's for Joey J. I'm his biggest fan. I've been listening to his songs since elementary school. I'm sitting in the front row again today, maybe he'll see me. I must dress up beautifully. Seeing Zhang Chui trying to cover up her guilt, Yi smiled lightly. Well, he'll definitely see you. Because you look beautiful today. When Zhang Chui heard Yi praising her beauty, she could almost hear her own heart beating. You really think I'm beautiful? Any woman will feel a little insecure when facing a man who makes her heart beat. Zhang Chui, who has never interacted with others, is naturally not as skilled as Jiang Yilin. If it were Jiang Yilin, she would probably ask back, why? Do I only look good today? I don't look good usually. But Zhang Chui just wanted to confirm whether what Yi just said was sincere. Yi looked at Zhang Chui seriously, took off his mask and moved closer. He put his mouth close to Zhang Chui's ear. And Zhang Chui did not dodge either. You look particularly beautiful today. Yi's voice was soft. The wind brought by the speech blew gently across Zhang Chui's fair neck. The tingling and numb feeling made Zhang Chui feel distracted again. Oh, stop it. The concert is about to start. Zhang Chui's body trembled slightly, her eyes moved around, and she didn't know where to look for a moment. Her 2 hands were tightly pinching the hem of her skirt, and her beautiful knuckles were turned white from the tension and force. Fortunately, at this time, Joey Jia came on stage. Naturally, their attention was drawn to the stage. But the throbbing feeling that was aroused in Zhang Chui's heart could not be dispelled. As a superstar in the Chinese music scene, Joey Jia has a very high influence. Everyone waved their glow sticks vigorously, and the venue was filled with a sea of blue and purple fluorescence. Every song is a classic. Zhang Chuyi also sang along with great enthusiasm. It was the first time that Yi heard Zhang Chuyi sing. I didn't expect it to sound so good. Although Yi is also a loyal fan of Joey Jia. But it's better not to embarrass himself by showing off his tuneless voice now. What if Zhang Chuyi hears it and causes the progress of the strategy to drop? Fortunately, I caught a cold today and wore a mask. You can have a legitimate excuse, saying that your throat hurts and you don't want to sing. 2 hours passed quickly as we sang one song after another. Next comes the concert's regular song request session. Joey Jia will randomly select a lucky audience member at the scene, and then this lucky audience member will request a song and sing together with Joey Jia. Joey Jia walked to the front of the stage with a microphone, looking carefully at everyone in the audience, preparing to choose one. Hey handsome guy with the mask, come on, introduce yourself and tell me what song you want to order. Joey Jia pointed in Yi's direction without bias. Yi pointed at himself in disbelief. As a fan of Joey Jia, it is a great honor to be chosen at this time. But Yi was a little embarrassed because he sang out of tune. Yes, it's you. Joey Jia did not give Yi a chance to refuse and directly asked the staff to hand the microphone to Yi. When he got the microphone, Yi felt that everyone around him was looking at him with envy. If we hear him singing off tune, everyone will spit on him and drown him. Ahem, I'm a student at Binchang University. Yi briefly introduced himself. In order to keep a low profile actually, to avoid being too embarrassed later, I deliberately did not give my name. Anyway, he was wearing a mask, so no one would recognize him after the concert. At this moment, Yi saw out of the corner of his eye that a wish bar suddenly appeared above Zhang Chuyi's head. I want to listen to Joey Jia's 7 Miles of Fragrance. It would be great if Yi could choose this song. Looking at this wish, Yi had an idea. Yes, even though my singing is out of tune, there is still a system. This wish came just in time. Yi suddenly remembered that when he faced those thugs in the alley that day, it was Zhang Chuyi's sudden wish that saved his life. This is the real treasure girl. Yi wanted to hold Zhang Chuyi's face and give her a good kiss. System, receive the task. Ding, it's detected that the host is performing a wish mission. Give the host a temporary bonus, mastering singing. In just a moment, Yi felt as if his entire brain was blown by a cool breeze, and all kinds of singing techniques rushed into his memory. The song I want to order is 7 Miles of Fragrance. The moment Yi announced the title of the song, Zhang Chuyi's face was filled with excitement. This song is one of Joey Jia's most classic songs. It is also Zhang Chuyi's favorite song. Unexpectedly, when I came to listen to Joey Jia's concert today, Joey Jia happened to pick Yi Cheng as the lucky audience member who could sing with him. And Yi Dian's song happened to be 7 Mile Fragrance. My favorite idol, my favorite song, and the man beside me who makes my heart beat. Is this the legendary destiny? Zhang Chuyi felt that if Yi proposed to her on one knee with a ring at this time, she would probably agree. Chapter 63 My girlfriend said no. As the music prelude sounded, Joey Jia made a gesture of invitation to Yi. Signaled Yi to sing first. With the support of the system, Yi is extremely confident at this moment. Pick up the microphone and speak softly with the notes. The sparrows outside the window are chattering on the telephone poles. When you say that, it feels very summery. The graceful singing voice seemed to bring the scene of early summer to people's eyes in an instant. Not only the audience, but even Joey Jia on the stage were dazzled. This voice and singing skills are among the best in the entire Chinese music scene. It is skillful but not artificial, like telling a story, extremely natural. It makes people feel comfortable when they hear it. It was like a warm breeze blowing from my ears to my heart. There was once a metaphor that said a bottle of Coke costs $5, but the first sip you take is worth $4.90. Joey Jia had this feeling after Yi sang the first sentence. The pencil in my hand moves back and forth on the paper. I'll use a few lines to describe who you are to me. Yi's ignorance of love in his youth was well interpreted in these 2 lines of the song. While singing, Yi turned his head and glanced at Zhang Chuyi beside him. It seemed as if he was hinting to Zhang Chuyi that these 2 sentences were sung specifically for her. Zhang Chuyi looked embarrassed, while the other girls around her cast envious glances at her. What a good boyfriend! She sings beautifully and is willing to show her love publicly in such occasions. If you don't marry now, when will you marry? Even some girls who were dressed seductively were preparing to secretly leave their contact information for Yi. Such a charming man. Even if I can't be his long-term girlfriend, being his girlfriend for one day or one night is fine. The rain fell all night long, and my love overflowed like the rain. When singing to the climax, the emotions in Yi's singing became stronger. Joey Jie showed appreciation on his face. It was originally a duet. But Joey Jie took the initiative to sing harmony for Yi. The whole song seemed to have become a personal show of Yi. Not everyone can have the privilege of having a superstar personally provide harmony. Looking at this scene, Lin Kiki in the distant stands frowned and felt very uncomfortable. She and Yi had gone to KTV to sing a few times before. She knew very well how tone-deaf Yi's singing was. She had laughed at Yi for this many times before. Unexpectedly, today, Yi's singing voice is not inferior to that of a superstar. Is this still Yi? Or maybe, this is the real Yi? How many things did Yi hide from her when they were dating? Lin Kiki pouted angrily. She thought to herself, if she had known Yi had so many advantages earlier, she would never have broken up with Yi. With a boyfriend like this, you will be proud wherever you go. Looking at Zhang Chudi, who was shyly waving a glow stick to the rhythm to cheer for Yi, Lin Kiki felt jealous. The person who was originally next to Yi should have been her, Lin Kiki. After the song was finished, thunderous applause broke out in the concert hall. Joey Jie also applauded Yi sincerely on the stage. Some people even joked that if Yi was born a dozen years earlier, Joey Jie might not have a place in the Chinese music scene. Of course, everyone can tell that this is a joke. But the fact that Joey Jie could say this also proved how outstanding Yi's performance was just now. Ding, it's detected that the host has completed the wish mission. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 100,000 yuan. By watching a concert for free, he not only became famous but also earned 100,000 yuan. Yi felt very happy. However, after the task was completed, the system took back the singing proficiency skill that had just been awarded. Yi returned to being the tone-deaf singing novice he once was. Joey Jie seemed to be a little reluctant to sing more and asked Yi if he wanted to sing another song. Yi shook his head politely and pointed to the mask he was wearing. I have a cold today and my throat is not feeling well. I'll leave the next opportunity to other lucky fans here. Low-key, introverted, not competitive, and knows how to show off just right. You sing so well, but now you say your throat is uncomfortable. If you didn't have a cold, you would sing so beautifully. Some girls around looked at Yi with a little love in their eyes. Feeling the gazes of the other girls, Zhang Chudi took Yi's arm again. When you get better from your cold, sing it to me again, okay? Zhang Chudi deliberately raised her voice so that people around her could hear it. Yi felt the warmth on his arm and leaned down to lean on Zhang Chu. Okay, I'll sing for you if you want to. It sounds gentle and romantic, but only Yi knows the meaning behind the words. He can sing so well, all thanks to the system. Without the wish mission, he is no different from an ordinary person. So Yi specifically emphasized that he would sing as long as Zhang Chudi wanted to listen. If Zhang Chudi wants to listen, then there will be a wish mission. Only in this way can he sing at the level he has today. The concert continues. The few lucky audience members selected subsequently were all mediocre. With Yi as a good example, the performances of others seemed even more boring. Handsome guy, are you from Bincheng University? We are alumni. I also graduated from Bincheng University. Can I get to know you? A girl came over, patted Yi on the shoulder and started talking. The girl has thick makeup on her face, a typical internet celebrity face. Yi doubted whether what she said was true. Maybe he just wanted to strike up a conversation and find topics to talk about, so he specifically said that he graduated from Bincheng University. Can't. Before Yi could reply, Zhang Chui stood in front of Yi. Like a hen protecting her chicks. But the girl didn't pay attention to Zhang Chui's reaction and continued to look at Yi, waiting for Yi's reply. Yi smiled lightly, shook his head, put his arm around Zhang Chui's waist, pulled her into his arms, and then looked at the girl who came to chat with him. Sorry, my girlfriend said no. Since Zhang Chui has taken such a proactive approach, it's understandable to take advantage of her now. Zhang Chui just immediately let Yi hug her until the girl left, then she broke free from Yi's arms with a blushing face. Shame on you, who is your girlfriend? Yi chuckled. I don't know. I didn't say who my girlfriend is. You're so eager to identify yourself, do you like me? Jiang Chui snorted softly, but she couldn't suppress a smile on her face. I didn't. Don't be so self-indulgent. Two beautiful blushes on the cheeks, shy and cute. A girl's blush is better than any confession in the world. Chapter 64, Leaving in Anger. The concert continues. After the lucky audience member's song request session ended, the atmosphere on the scene was completely aroused. With every song Joey Jia sang afterwards, the chorus of fans in the audience became louder than before. Joey Jia sang several sweet songs in a row. The cheerful music made people feel like they were bathing in the warm sunshine of love. The on-site director was also very capable and arranged for the cameraman to randomly point the camera at the couples at the scene. The couples captured by the cameraman's lens will be projected directly onto the big screen. When they see the couple's image appear on the big screen on the stage, the audience will all cheer loudly for a kiss. Many people hope to be captured by the director's camera. Of course, there are also many who secretly come to the concert with their mistresses without telling their wives, because they don't want to get the opportunity to show themselves in public. The cameraman also understands it very well. When you see those who keep their heads down, you know they are guilty. For the sake of someone's family harmony, the cameraman will not deliberately cause trouble. Generally, they only choose those who have outstanding looks or those who seem to be particularly loving. Soon, the cameraman saw Jiang Chui wearing a white strapless dress in the camera. Like a holy little angel, sitting in the front row of the inner field. Such beauty and temperament are one in a million. The cameraman focused the camera on Jiang Chui. At the same time, Jiang Chui and Yi Yi appeared on the big screen on the stage. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. The audience immediately started to boo. It's obvious that this couple is a perfect match. The girl is so beautiful. Although the boy was wearing a black mask, one could tell from his eyes and eyebrows that he was a handsome guy. In front of so many people, Jiang Chui's social anxiety broke out. Subconsciously, I wanted to find a place to hide and cover my face. Some girls recognized the boy wearing a mask on the screen as the one who sang so beautifully just now. Many girls breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the two people in the picture were unwilling to kiss. That's good, it seems that girl is not the girlfriend of that handsome guy. So, I still have a chance? Why don't I go over there? I'd love to kiss this handsome guy. Girls nowadays are becoming more and more bold. After seeing Yi Yi's charm, they all want to pounce on him. The sound of discussion, neither loud nor soft, reached Jiang Chui's ears. Jiang Chui frowned slightly. These girls are too indecent. Yi Yi is hers, and no one is allowed to think about her. Thinking of this, Jiang Chui made up his mind. Just kiss it, it's not like you haven't kissed before. Pulling off Yi Yi's mask, Jiang Chui put her arms around Yi Yi's neck and kissed him. The soft little tongue went into the gap between Yi Yi's lips. The cameraman's eyes widened. Most people just touch their lips like a dragonfly skimming the water and that's it. This beauty actually plays such a big game? TSK, this boy is really lucky. My girlfriend is beautiful and proactive. It's simply the best in the world. Of course, the cameraman wanted to share such a great picture with all the audience friends present. The camera adjusted its focus and captured the long kiss frame by frame on the big screen. Faced with Jiang Chui's sudden, proactive and fierce offensive, Yi Yi became the one who responded passively. Damn, when did she become so proactive? With so many people, isn't she an introvert? Isn't she socially anxious? Looking at Jiang Chui's strategy progress rising rapidly on the system panel, it has exceeded 70%. Yi Yi still remembered that the hidden task of the system was to increase the progress of the strategy for the top 5 beauties on the Binching University campus beauty list to more than 70%. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, I had already completed one. Jiang Chui's final strategy progress stopped at 71.09%. Second only to Xia Xiaoyu, who currently has 79.28%. Jiang Chui passionately asked Yi Yi for a kiss, and her breathing became rapid. Jiang Chui didn't know if it was because of the increased heartbeat or the lack of oxygen to the brain due to the rapid breathing, but she felt weak all over. It's like all the strength has been drained away. He can only rely on his arms and hang his entire weight on Yi Yi's neck. Feeling the changes in Jiang Chui, Yi Yi put his arm around Jiang Chui's waist and supported her back with the other hand. Okay, let's kiss each other again when we get home. Yi Yi pulled his mouth back 2 or 3 centimeters and spoke in a low voice. When their lips parted, a stream of crystal clear saliva was pulled out. Jiang Chuyi's face was burning red, and she felt her whole body was burning. She hid in Yi's arms like a kitten, pressing her cute little face tightly against Yi's chest. At Zhou Yijia's concert, in front of so many people, even in front of her idol, she actually took the initiative to kiss her beloved boy. Yes, when they kissed just now, Jiang Chuyi saw his true thoughts. She likes Yi. So when she saw that other people were thinking about Yi, she was so eager to use this method to confirm her position in Yi's heart. By the way, tell everyone that Yi is hers. Who wants to go home with you? I won't kiss you anymore. Jiang Chuyi poked Yi's chest with her finger in a coquettish manner. This sweet look caused the surrounding audience to cheer and boo. Even Zhou Yijie stopped singing and said to the two of them, "Oh, that's not bad." In the distant stands, Lin Kiki saw this scene and almost bit her back teeth to pieces. Why can Jiang Chuyi see Yi's truest and best side? She and Yi have been in a relationship for such a long time, but she hasn't even touched the tip of the iceberg. Why did she plant trees for so long, but in the end it was Jiang Chuyi who came to enjoy the shade? No more watching. Let's go. Lin Kiki stood up angrily, said something unhappily, and walked out of the venue. The sweet look of Yi and Jiang Chuyi on the big screen on the stage, the booing audience around them, and even Zhou Yijie who was sending his blessings on the stage, all hurt Lin Kiki's fragile nerves. Lin Kiki felt as if the whole world was laughing at her for being so ignorant and giving up such a good boyfriend. Originally, the girl next to Yi, who was the center of everyone's attention today, should have been her. Lin Kiki, where are you going? I'm warning you, if you leave, don't contact me again. Zhou Boheo was even more unhappy at this moment. The girl I finally hooked up with is actually leaving me for her ex-boyfriend in public. Where would he put his face? For some reason, Zhou Boheo suddenly remembered a saying in his mind, things change over time, and you will have to pay for what you have done. At this moment, he seemed to be able to empathize with Yi, who had been broken up with abruptly at that time. Chapter 65, Snail Girl. After the concert, Jiang Chuyi sent a message to her mother, saying that she didn't need to drive to pick her up, and she could just take the subway back by herself. During the peak hours after the show, the venue entrance was jammed with traffic, and driving was actually not as fast as taking the subway. Moreover, if I take the subway, I can spend more time with Yi. Ever since the kiss at the concert, Jiang Chuyi's hand has been held by Yi. The two of them said nothing, yet it seemed as if they had said everything. Jiang Chuyi had no intention of pulling her hand away. Feeling the warmth from Yi's palm, Jiang Chuyi felt very at ease. I squeezed onto the subway, and the car was full of people who had just finished watching a concert. Yi and Jiang Chuyi had no choice but to stand close to the handrail. The crowd kept crowding and pushing each other, and the cramped space was packed. Yi took Jiang Chuyi into his arms and used his strong body to block the passers-by for her. Jiang Chuyi lay obediently in Yi's arms, smelling the pleasant scent of gold on Yi's clothes. It smells so good, as if the warmth of the sun still lingers. When the subway arrived at Taoyuan Community, Yi took Jiang Chuyi's hand and got off the train together. You aren't going back to school? Jiang Chuyi asked. At this time, there is no access control in the dormitory. It should be still in time for Yi to rush back now. Let me take you back first. Yi took a look at Taoyuan Community and thought it would be a good opportunity to go and see how Xia Xiaoyu had organized her house. I asked this little girl to buy some good daily necessities, but I don't know if she bought any. I still expect her to spend more money on me. When Jiang Chuyi heard that Yi was going to send her back, she subconsciously pulled back the hand that Yi was holding. Yi is going to. Jiang Chuyi has seen many such scenes, whether in TV dramas or novels. A man and a woman go on a date, and the man takes the woman home in the evening. After arriving downstairs at the girl's house, boys will usually make an excuse and say that they are thirsty and want to go upstairs to have a drink of water. Or maybe you want to go upstairs and use the restroom. But then, if the boy really went upstairs and into the house, and then came out, it would be the next morning. Jiang Chuyi became nervous. She felt that it was a bit too fast for the two of them to. But it seems that boys take that kind of thing more seriously. If I reject Yi, will Yi be angry? Jiang Chuyi was torn between her conscience and her desires. As a person who has suffered from social anxiety for many years, interpersonal communication is not an easy thing for her, let alone falling in love between men and women. When she reached the gate of the community, Jiang Chuyi stopped and finally mustered up the courage to look at Yi. Yi, why don't you just send me here today? I can go upstairs by myself. You should go back to the dormitory as soon as possible. Otherwise, the dormitory will be closed. The two of them walked from the subway to the entrance of the community, and Yi didn't say anything. Jiang Chuyi was a little unsure of Yi's intentions for a moment. Shouldn't boys take the initiative to say something at times like this? Could it be expected that a girl who usually doesn't talk much would take the initiative at this time? Is Yi serious? Or just for fun? I heard that many boys are very considerate when pursuing girls. The purpose is to do that kind of thing. Once you get it, you don't cherish it anymore. Jiang Chuyi doesn't want to be the kind of little girl who was ruthlessly abandoned afterwards. Therefore, before she was sure of Yi's feelings, she didn't want to give herself up so quickly. In her heart, whether it is the first kiss or the first, once you give it to someone, you are committed to him. After Jiang Chuyi finished speaking, without waiting for Yi's reply, she hurriedly turned around and slipped into the community, disappearing into the night. He ran so fast, I don't know if he was afraid that Yi would stop him, or because he was afraid that his heart would be shaken. Looking at Jiang Chuyi's receding back, Yi shook his head slightly, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Why, are you afraid that I will eat you? With Jiang Chuyi's current strategy progress of 71.09%, Yi felt that even if he had just insisted on sending her home, she would have agreed after hesitating for a long time. However, a forced melon is not sweet, and there is no need to rush. It will be yours sooner or later anyway. Let us go and see how Xia Xiaoyu is doing first. After Jiang Chuyi was completely gone, Yi packed up a few stir-fried dishes from the small restaurant at the entrance of the community, then walked into the community and headed towards the building where Xia Xiaoyu lived. When he arrived at the door of his house, Yi found that all the door locks had been changed. It used to be a key lock, but now it has been replaced with a brand new fingerprint password lock. Has this girl finally come to her senses? This fingerprint password lock doesn't look cheap at first glance, so Xia Xiaoyu finally decided to spend the money. But, why didn't you tell me that you changed the combination lock? At least tell yourself what the password is. Yi picked up the phone and called Xia Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I'm at the door, please open the door for me. On the other end of the phone, Yi seemed to hear the sound of a hairdryer. Then, the sound of slippers came from behind the door. Click. The door opened and Xia Xiaoyu's hair was still wet on her head. Looks like he just got out of the shower. Moreover, she was wearing a newly bought cartoon fluffy robe. The proud curves are hidden under the furry clothes, and the buttons are stretched hard to barely hide the fatal temptation of spring scenery. The nightgown is long and covers the calves. The pink feet were wearing a pair of slippers with a little white rabbit pattern on them, scratching the floor anxiously. Senior, you're back. Come in quickly. Noticing what Ji was holding in his hand, Xia Xiaoyu hurried to the kitchen and brought out the dishes in the thermal box. Senior, I cooked. You haven't eaten yet, I saved it for you to come back. I haven't eaten either, let's eat together. Xia Xiaoyu moved flexibly between the kitchen and the dining room, bringing out the prepared dishes one by one. I steamed a fish, braised prawns, stir-fried broccoli, and stewed some chicken soup. After the dishes were served, Xia Xiaoyu hurriedly served Yi a large bowl of rice. Then he stood obediently by the dining table, waiting for Yi's comments. Yi didn't expect that this little girl was so virtuous. In just a few hours, I not only bought pots and pans, bought pajamas, but also changed the door lock and cooked a meal. I even took a shower and was waiting for him to come back. Yi was also worried that Xia Xiaoyu was busy purchasing daily necessities and had no time to cook and eat, so he specially packed up a few stir-fried dishes at the entrance of the community. Now it seems that I was completely overthinking it. Great. I'll go wash my hands first and come back to taste your cooking later. Yi put down the food he was packing and walked towards the bathroom in his bedroom. After buying the house, he and Xia Xiaoyu allocated their respective bedrooms. Yi lives in the room on the east side, and Xia Xiaoyu lives in the room on the west side. Pushing open the bedroom door and turning on the light, Yi was shocked by what he saw. Is this my bedroom? I didn't go wrong. Chapter 66: How to Express Love. A white scented candle lit on the bedside table. The bed was covered with nice dark brown sheets and quilt. On the quilt, a set of men's pajamas was neatly folded. Next to the pajamas is a large and comfortable bath towel. Yi has been a straight man for so many years, living the life of a rough guy every day, and doing whatever he wants in the dormitory. The first time Yi saw such a beautifully decorated bedroom, he couldn't believe it was his own room. Xiaoyu, you don't have to prepare anything for me. It was Yi Yi's first time enjoying the feeling of being served, and he was still a little uncomfortable. I always feel something weird. He originally bought this house just to improve Xia Xiaoyou's quality of life. How come it has now become a matter of improving his own quality of life? It feels like having a little maid. Senior, don't you like it? I don't know how to decorate your room either. I learned all this by searching on skits. This little girl from the countryside lived in such a luxurious house for the first time. Although Yi Yi asked her to purchase daily necessities, she knew nothing about it and had no idea what life was like for city dwellers. But she felt that since Yi Yi was supporting her, she had to be obedient and serve Yi Yi well. So she had an idea and thought of the many short plays on the internet, and she could learn from the display and layout in the short plays. Sketch? Which skit are you looking for? Yi Yi was surprised at Xia Xiaoyou's train of thought. I asked her to go shopping, so why did she start following the skit? Xia Xiaoyu tilted his head and thought about it. It seems to be called, the domineering CEO fell in love with me from the countryside. Yi Yi curled his lips. What on earth is going on in this little girl's mind? What can you learn from this unrealistic skit? It's better to read some super rich novels online, at least you can have some fun. Looking at Yi Yi's reaction, Xia Xiaoyu was worried that she might have said something wrong. Senior, This is my first time being kept by someone, and I don't know what to do. I just looked it up online. Then I searched for this short drama. Hearing this, Yi Yi almost choked on his own saliva. Ahem. No, what do you mean by support? You still check online? What keywords did you search for? Xia Xiaoyu innocently poked his chin with his finger, slowly looked up at the ceiling, and recalled seriously. The keywords for my loss are things to pay attention to when a rural girl is being kept. Yi Yi quickly stepped forward to stop him. Wait a minute. When were you adopted? Xia Xiaoyu looked around and showed Yi Yi her newly bought cartoon pajamas. Spin around in a circle with your arms outstretched. Senior, you have given me so much. It's both a house and money. I asked Senior Wei Shurian, and she said this is called keeping a mistress. Senior, don't worry, I am willing. I am willing to be supported by you. As long as I can see you often, I will be very happy. After talking with Wei Shurian today, Xia Xiaoyu made a decision in his heart. Yi Yi gave her a house to live in and a huge sum of money. Apart from his parents, Yi Yi is the best person to him. Although Yi Yi did not ask for anything in return when he did these things. But I can't be so ignorant. My father taught me since I was young that I should not take other people's things for free. Xia Xiaoyu looked at herself and felt that apart from this body, she had nothing else to give Yi Yi. A poor little country girl with a bank card balance of only 3 digits. Even if he wanted to give Yi Yi something else, Yi Yi might not like it. Therefore, Xia Xiaoyu decided to give herself completely to Yi Yi. She believed that Yi Yi would definitely treat her well. Even if it was as Senior Wei Shurian said, Yi Yi just wanted to keep her like a canary in this 180 square meter cage. She is willing too. In Xia Xiaoyu's heart, she didn't think she would ever meet a boy who treated her better than Yi Yi in her life. Senior, if you don't mind. As Xia Xiaoyu spoke, she gently pulled open the belt around the waist of her cartoon nightgown. The silk dress is taken off, revealing the spring scenery. With her hair still slightly wet, Xia Xiaoyu slowly lay down on the bed in front of Yi. Her legs were slightly bent, her face was flushed, and her eyes were closed. My body was shaking involuntarily because of nervousness. You, what are you doing? Yi Yi's reaction seemed to be even more intense than Xia Xiaoyu's. He covered his eyes with one hand and quickly pulled the large bath towel on the bed with the other hand to cover Xia Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I bought you a house and asked you to live here, but that's not what I meant. You misunderstood me. I just want to make your life better in the future. I don't want you to be ridiculed by your classmates and roommates every day at school. Yi Yi felt his face turning red. Somehow, when seeing the scene just now, Yi Yi suddenly popped up the words "the meal is on the table, and I am in bed" in his mind. When I saw Xia Xiaoyu change her combination lock and buy high-quality daily necessities, I thought she had finally come to her senses and was willing to spend money. Unexpectedly, this trick was opened in the wrong direction. I just want you to spend some more money on me. Why are you still after my body? Senior, don't you like me? I'm sorry. I thought. Xia Xiaoyu held the bath towel in front of herself with an innocent look on her face, like a child who had done something wrong. However, what Yi Yi said just now moved her deeply. She really didn't misjudge Yi Yi's character. Yi Yi did these things to her not with any ill intentions, but because he really wanted to be good to her and give her a better life. But judging from Yi Yi's reaction, even though he was lying on the bed like this, Yi Yi was still unmoved. Xia Xiaoyu had also read romance novels and knew that usually in such situations, as long as the girl gave a slight hint, the boy would take the initiative in the rest of the process. But Yi Yi actually covered himself with a bath towel. Besides being touched, Xia Xiaoyu also felt a little lost. Senior. Xia Xiaoyu pouted in grievance and carefully pulled Yi Yi's hand, fearing that Yi Yi would be unhappy. Yi Yi sighed and tapped Xia Xiaoyu's forehead with his hand. Am I such a person in your heart? Xia Xiaoyu shook his head desperately. No, that's not what I meant. I just like you so much. Because I like you, I want to treat you well. But I have nothing, only this body to give you. The feeling of inferiority suddenly surged into my heart again. How much Xia Xiaoyu envied those girls from wealthy families in school. If you are like those girls, you can express your love in other ways. For example, buying a gift for Yi Yi, inviting Yi Yi to travel together, etc. But I have nothing. Even the money for buying groceries was given by Yi Yi. How can I express my love when I am like this? Chapter 67 Power Outage. Yi Yi rubbed the hair on Xia Xiaoyu's forehead. The new hairstyle I took her to do today is really nice. The hair that has not been completely dried yet is now naturally draped on the head in strands, which has a unique flavor. Like a flower just out of the water, about to bloom. Silly, you don't have to give me anything. Making yourself plump and happy is the greatest reward you can give me. Yi Yi reached out and pulled Xia Xiaoyu's nightgown and tied the belt around her waist. Although the scene just now brought a strong shock to his heart, Xia Xiaoyu's figure was indeed stunning. But Yi Yi still forced himself to suppress the restlessness in his heart. On the one hand, Yi Yi felt that if he really couldn't control himself, he would be considered taking advantage of others. It was obvious from Xia Xiaoyu's actions just now that he was grateful. It's not entirely out of love. Anyway, Xia Xiaoyu's strategy progress has been steadily improving. It's not too late to proceed until the two of you are willing to do so. On the other hand, Yi Yi was worried that after he and Xia Xiaoyu had a night of love, Xia Xiaoyu's strategy progress would increase rapidly, even reaching 100%. This is what Yi Yi doesn't want at the moment. After much difficulty, the system gave a reward. Before conquering Xia Xiaoyu, any expenses spent on Xia Xiaoyu can be fully reimbursed, and the cumulative refund will be doubled. Once you conquer Xia Xiaoyu, the deal is settled directly. How can this be? Not enough yet. If I settle the account now, I will lose a lot. Between women and money, Yi Yi chose the latter without hesitation. Anyway, this woman is already in my mouth, whether to eat her or not is just a matter of thought. But money is different. If you say you will fly away, you will really fly away. Okay, let's eat. Yi Yi quickly pushed Xia Xiaoyu out of the bedroom. Xia Xiaoyu pouted and didn't say anything else. Seeing the stir-fried dishes that Yi Yi had packed up and brought back on the dining table, Xia Xiaoyu seemed to suddenly think of something. Senior was worried that I didn't have time to cook, so he packed so many dishes. And the senior always takes care of me, asking me to take good care of myself and be plump and white. Could it be? Does the senior dislike me for being too thin now? Xia Xiaoyu looked down. From her own first-person perspective, she could hardly see her toes. Isn't this quite big? Senior, do you want me to grow bigger? Well, that must be it. No wonder Senior doesn't want to touch me. I will definitely be obedient and eat more in the future so that I can be plump and white. I must make myself into someone that Senior likes. Xia Xiaoyu went to the kitchen and added another large spoonful of rice to her bowl. Then he returned to the table with the bowl in both hands, picked up the dishes on the table and started eating like crazy. Fish, shrimp, chicken legs, all kinds of meat are included. There was also the braised pork that Yi Yi packed up, and Xia Xiaoyu ate 4 or 5 pieces in one go. Eat slowly and don't choke. Next time, when you have the meal ready, don't wait for me. Eat it first. Just leave one bite for me. Looking at Xia Xiaoyu wolfing down the food, Yi Yi thought that the girl was starving. Xia Xiaoyu nodded to indicate that she heard it. But the speed at which he was eating did not slow down at all. Xia Xiaoyu didn't stop and burp until he had finished the whole bowl of rice. Belch. Senior, it's getting late. Go take a shower first. I'll clean up here. Xia Xiaoyu has been doing these housework at home since she was a child and has become very good at it. And there is a dishwasher in this house, so she just needs to rinse the dirty dishes and put them in the dishwasher. Yi even wanted to get up and help clean up, but Xia Xiaoyu refused to agree. Xia Xiaoyu said that if you are being kept by someone, you have to act like one, and Yi must never be allowed to do these things. Otherwise, I would feel that I owe Yi even more. After hearing this, Yi had no choice but to let her go. Walking into the bathroom, Yi was just about to take a shower when he suddenly saw his cell phone light up. It was Jiang Chuyi calling. Yi's mouth corners curled up slightly. Hey, Xiaoyi, you missed me so soon. But on the other end of the phone, Jiang Chuyi's anxious voice came. Yi, there was a sudden power outage at my house. But when I looked from the balcony, I saw that the power supply to other people's homes in the community was normal. Also, there seems to be someone lingering outside my house. Jiang Chuyi put her cell phone against the door, and Yi could indeed hear the sound of clothes rubbing against the door through the phone. Have you arrived at the school dormitory yet? If you go back to the dormitory, forget it. It shouldn't be a big deal. If it doesn't work, I can send a message to the property management and ask them to arrange for security to come up and help me take a look. The first thing Jiang Chuyi thought of when she heard the noise at the door was to call Yi. For some reason, facing possible danger, Jiang Chuyi felt that only Yi could give her a sense of security. The stranger at the door may have heard the noise inside the house and suddenly fell silent. It's okay, Yi, the man at the door seems to have left. I heard no movement outside the door. Jiang Chuyi bravely lay down on the peephole at the door and looked out through the peephole. On the other side of the cat's glasses, an eye is also attached to it and looking inward. Ah! Yi. There's someone. There's really someone. That person is looking at me. Jiang Chuyi was so frightened that her face turned pale and she screamed. Don't be afraid, I'll be there soon. Hide in the room, lock the door, and don't open it until I get here. Yi Fei rushed out of the bathroom and changed his shoes. Xiaoyu, I have to go out for something. Don't leave the door open for me at night. I may not be back tonight. Lock the door at home and be safe. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. After explaining everything to Xia Xiaoyu, Yi ran towards the building where Jiang Chuyi lived as fast as he could. The system panel shows that Jiang Chuyi has updated a new wish task. I'm so scared, whoa. I really wish Yi could be by my side and protect me now. Jiang Chuyi was almost scared to death when she encountered such a thing at home alone late at night. I feel extremely regretful. If I had let Yi accompany me home, perhaps none of this would have happened. Why did I let Yi go back to school? I obviously like him and want to be with him. Why are you pretending to be so reserved? I wonder how long it will take Yi to get here from school. I don't know if the stranger outside the door will break in before that. Whoa, Yi, come quickly, I will never be separated from you again. Jiang Chuyi hid in the corner of the bedroom, covering herself tightly with a quilt, tears of fear streaming down her face. Chapter 68 God-Given Opportunity. System, receive the task. Ding, received successfully. Detected that the host is currently performing a wish mission. Granting the host a temporary bonus, the host gains enhanced physical strength, which will last until tomorrow morning. Feeling the abundant strength in his body, Yi felt at ease. With this bonus, you don't have to worry even if you encounter any unexpected situations. It will definitely make the other party pay for it. In just 3 minutes, Yi arrived at Jiang Chuyi's door. When Yi arrived, there was no one at the door. He was probably scared away by Jiang Chuyi's scream. I'm here. Knocking on the door, Yi shouted inside. With a click, the door opened. Jiang Chuyi, with tears in her eyes, threw herself into Yi's arms. Yi, I was scared to death just now. Whoa. Yi hugged Jiang Chuyi and walked into the room, closed the door, and patted her back gently. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I will protect you. After hearing Yi's comfort, Jiang Chuyi's frightened heart finally felt a little relieved. Yi turned on the flashlight function of his mobile phone and took a look at the distribution box. It's okay, the circuit breaker just tripped. Push the main switch up and the room will immediately become bright again. The power outage just now was probably just an accident. It could be due to aging circuits or some other reason. In order to stop Jiang Chudi from worrying too much, Yi made up an excuse. I don't know if the stranger at the door just now happened to pass by or had other intentions. Yi plans to investigate on his own. How come you got here so quickly? It takes 3 subway stops to get from the school to Taoyuan Community. It takes at least 20 minutes just to get from the dormitory to the subway station. But Yi arrived in about 3 minutes. Jiang Chudi couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Even if you take a taxi directly from the dormitory door, it won't be this fast. I didn't go back to school. I've been around the neighborhood. Yi did not mention that he had also bought a house for Xia Xiaoyu in Taoyuan Community. When Yi thought of how Xia Xiaoyu had just taken off her clothes, he couldn't help feeling guilty. Just now he was facing Xia Xiaoyu's proud body, and now he was facing Jiang Chudi's arms. For the first time, Yi realized that if he really wanted to be a scumbag, he must have strong psychological qualities. Otherwise, it is too easy to fall into self-moral consumption. Have you been around the neighborhood? Jiang Chudi looked at Yi with heartache. Although he had a cold and was not feeling well, he did not go back to school to rest early. It's always at the gate of the community. What does this mean? Doesn't this just show Yi's feelings for me? Jiang Chudi touched Yi's forehead with the back of her hand. Fortunately, I don't have a fever. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? You can come to my house to rest. Jiang Chudi let go of Yi's arms, hurriedly turned and went into the kitchen to pour a glass of warm water, and then took out a packet of cold granules from the medicine box. Unwrap it, pour it into a cup, and stir it with a spoon. Drink it. Jiang Chudi handed the cup to Yi. After having a cold for the whole day, Yi still wanted to hold on and rely on his body to heal itself. I didn't expect that I would end up taking medicine. But this cup. Yi remembered that he saw Jiang Chudi using this cup when he stayed here last night. There is also a barely noticeable lip mark on the rim of the cup. Yi put his lips on the lip print and drank it all in one gulp. Yeah, it's warm and caring. I don't know if this sentence is referring to the medicine or Jiang Chudi who was just held in his arms. Ding, the wish mission has been completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 100,000 yuan. Including these 100,000, Yi has already earned 1 million just from wish missions in the past few days. This does not include the additional charges for consumer reimbursements. After conquering these bound objects, you can get nearly 10 million bonus rewards. Okay, the electricity at home has been restored, so Yi pretended to turn around and leave. But in his heart he was silently counting down, waiting for Jiang Chudi to say that. He knew that Jiang Chudi was so frightened today that she would definitely tell him. Don't go. Would you please stay with me today? Jiang Chudi lowered her head and held the corner of Yi's clothes tightly with her hands. Just now, when the house was pitch black and she was hiding in the corner of the bedroom, facing the unknown panic outside the door, she had already understood her own feelings. She likes Yi. Although Yi was a bastard and used his own weakness to threaten himself. But he never did anything to hurt himself. Even that day at the door of the bar, facing that group of thugs, Yi did not abandon himself and run away alone. Moreover, Yi's moves were so impressive that he took care of all those people with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. With Yi by her side, Jiang Chudi felt full of security. Please, please. Jiang Chudi pouted in grievance. It was obvious that Yi was also interested in him. Otherwise, why would he still be standing at the gate of the community for so long? But why is he suddenly acting like a gentleman now? Judging from the situation, if I hadn't stopped him, he would probably have gone downstairs by now. Jiang Chudi pinched and squeezed a little doll that looked like a leaf in her heart. Can't you take the initiative? You big bad guy. You were so proactive when you took advantage of me before, why are you so cowardly today? Even if you want to kiss me again now, I won't refuse. Looking at Jiang Chudi's charming appearance, Yi knew that his plan had succeeded. I have to thank 100 Secrets to capture the goddess for providing theoretical support. He knew that as long as he pretended to leave, Jiang Chudi would definitely try to keep him. This is called retreating to advance. It seems awkward, but it is actually well controlled. Since Jiang Chudi took the initiative to speak, the subsequent plan will be much more logical. Okay, then I'll stay with you. But, where should I sleep tonight? I slept on the sofa yesterday and caught a cold today. If I sleep on the sofa again, I wonder if I'll get a fever. Yi pretended to frown, looking embarrassed. Jiang Chui blushed, looked at the bedroom, and then looked at Yi. Then why don't you sleep in the bedroom? I slept on the sofa for one night. Yi shook his head. That won't do. Then I'm so embarrassed. This is your home. Besides, didn't you say you only have one quilt at home? It's late autumn now, and it's very cold at night. It's easy to catch a cold if you don't cover yourself with a blanket. Yi was sincerely glad that Jiang Chui only had one quilt at home. This is simply a godsend. Just now at home, Xia Xiaoyu had already made his blood boil. But considering that Xia Xiaoyu himself had not thought it through yet, he endured it. But now, Jiang Chui and I are completely willing to do this. No matter what, you must grasp it well. Chapter 69, Watching a Horror Movie. So, let's get a blanket? Jiang Chui asked tentatively. Yi nodded decisively. It seems that this is the only way. Then let's just make do with it for one night. I'm going to take a shower first. After saying that, he turned and went into the bathroom. Then the sound of running water came from the bathroom. You rascal, you stinking rascal, you agreed so quickly now, you're just thinking about those things. Outside the bathroom, Jiang Chui stomped her feet with a red face. I've hung your pajamas on the bathroom door. Remember to wear them when you come out. Jiang Chui had nothing to do in the afternoon, so she went shopping in a nearby shopping mall. I saw a shop selling pajamas. I walked in as if possessed by a ghost. Inexplicably, she thought of Yi at her house, without any pajamas to wear and only wrapped in a bath towel. Then, I bought a set of men's pajamas. I didn't expect it would come in handy at night. After both of them took a shower, they lay down on the bed side by side. There are various cartoon dolls in Jiang Chui's bedroom. I didn't expect that the class beauty who usually looks so cold and aloof is actually so girly in private. The whole bedroom was filled with fragrance. Even the quilt has a faint milky scent. Yi thought about it and realized that this was the smell that Jiang Chui usually exuded. Is this the legendary body odor? Well, why don't we watch some TV? It was the first time for Jiang Chui to be in the same room with a boy and to lie on the bed together. She was so nervous that she didn't know what to do. I had to suggest watching TV to distract myself. Okay, let's watch a horror movie. Yi took out his cell phone and prepared to find a scary horror movie to cast on the TV. Jiang Chui shook her head vigorously. No, I don't want to watch horror movies. I'm a coward. Jiang Chui has been timid since childhood, afraid of ghosts, the dark, and strangers. I have to turn on the nightlight every night to fall asleep. If you watch a horror movie late at night, you will probably be so scared that you won't be able to sleep all night. Just watch horror movies. Xiaoyi, don't forget, I still have the evidence against you. Obedient. Seeing Jiang Chui's frightened look, Yi became more determined to watch a horror movie. How can a single man and a single woman quickly narrow the distance between each other? Of course, that is to watch a horror movie, make the girl scared, and then give her a warm hug at the right time. Under normal circumstances, who would be bored enough to watch a horror movie? Hearing Yi using that handle as a threat again, Jiang Chui glared at him in anger. You just know how to bully me. Yi chuckled, pinched Jiang Chui's little face, and then found a very classic horror movie on his mobile phone. After projecting the screen onto the TV, Yi also turned off the lights. The atmosphere of horror was instantly filled. Jiang Chui unconsciously leaned closer to Yi. Yi did not miss this opportunity and put his arm around Jiang Chui's shoulders. Don't look at me. Look. Look at TV. Seeing Yi's face getting closer and closer, Jiang Chui pressed it with her fingers and then pushed it back. However, she did not resist Yi's hug. Feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, Yi became distracted. Although I was watching the scenes of a horror movie, all I could think of were scenes from a romance movie. Of course, that kind of romance can also be categorized as an action film. But Yi insisted in his heart that it was a romance movie. Although Yi was already daydreaming, Jiang Chui was actually watching the movie attentively. The increasingly tense atmosphere of the horror film made her heart rise to her throat. As an old viewer of horror movies, Yi knew that usually at this moment, there would be a huge noise in an instant, and at the same time an extremely terrifying picture would appear. Sure enough, there was a boom on the TV, and an extremely hideous face suddenly appeared. Ah! Jiang Chui screamed and subconsciously leaned towards Yi. Yi turned sideways, lifted Jiang Chuyi's chin, and kissed her without warning. Jiang Chuyi, who had just been frightened, had her mouth suddenly blocked by Yi, and subconsciously put her hand on Yi's chest. My heart, which was already beating violently due to the tension and excitement, now beat even faster. The little deer in my heart felt like it had eaten popping candy and was about to jump out of my throat. You were so passionate about kissing me at the concert, why are you so shy now? I said, we'll kiss slowly when we get home tonight. Yi pulled the quilt over and completely covered himself in Jiang Chuyi. Outside the quilt was a pitch-black bedroom with a horror movie playing. Inside the quilt was warm and soft, two people were looking into each other's eyes with tenderness and sweetness. Bad guy. My lips are about to be swollen from your kiss. Jiang Chuyi grumbled softly, but the hand that was resting in front of Yi honestly rested lightly on Yi's waist. Then, the two of them entangled with each other again. Lips and teeth touch, feeling the gradually rising body temperature. Jiang Chuyi felt that her body was getting weaker and weaker, as if all her strength had been drained away by Yi. The whole body felt numb and tingling, and was at the mercy of others. The breathing of both of them gradually became rapid. Wait. Jiang Chu relied on the last bit of his remaining rationality and pulled out a box of small umbrellas from under his pillow like a magic trick. Use this. Yi grabbed Jiang Chuyi's wrist. Why do you have this at home? Jiang Chuyi lowered her head, her breathing still rapid, and the graceful lines of her body rose and fell with her breathing. While you were taking a shower, I ordered takeout. Yi smiled. It turned out that Jiang Chuyi had already made preparations. In that case, there is nothing to worry about. Baby, I love you. I love you too. The physical strength bonus provided by the system can last until the next morning. I don't know if this is intentional by the system. Anyway, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Jiang Chuyi lives next door to a single mother. I had already coaxed my daughter to sleep. But the violent noise still woke up the little girl. Mom, is there a fight next door? The single mother explained with a blush on her face. No, it wasn't a fight. The little girl rubbed her eyes with an innocent look on her face. Then why did that sister scream so loudly? The single mother listened attentively and recalled that her first time in love seemed just as intense. My sister's voice is so loud because she is so happy. The single mother didn't know how to explain this to the little girl. But the little girl seemed not to understand. Happy? Then why did I hear that sister say it was going to break down? Mom, are we going to help her fix it? The single mother quickly covered the little girl's ears and coaxed her back to sleep. Good baby, we don't need to worry about you, just go to sleep. With her mother's comfort, the little girl finally fell into a deep sleep. Seeing that her daughter was asleep, the single mother returned to her room and couldn't wait to open the drawer of the bedside table. In the drawer are small electric toys that accompany her day and night. Listening to the noises from next door, she could no longer hold back. So, tonight, there is one more person who can't sleep. Chapter 70 Dark Circles. The first rays of sunlight in the morning shine through the bedroom window and onto the bed. The bed was in disarray. But it was empty. Neither of them was lying in bed. The quilt was thrown randomly in a corner. The pillows were also piled up in a mess. One is at the foot of the bed and the other is in the center of the bed. There was a commotion in the bathroom, then the door opened and two people who had just finished taking a shower walked out. It can be seen that Jiang Chuyi's steps are unsteady and she needs Yi's support to barely stand steady. It's already 6 o'clock in the morning, and the two of them really haven't slept all night. In addition to the blush on her face that has not yet faded, the two dark circles under her eyes are also particularly obvious. The moment he came out of the bathroom, Yi felt that the temporary power bonus on his body was taken back by the system. It looks like it's time for a temporary bonus. However, within the effective time, he has utilized this bonus to the fullest. The box of small umbrellas that Jiang Chuyi bought last night was all used up. Looking at Jiang Chuyi's current appearance, you can tell how fierce the battle is. However, Jiang Chuyi's performance last night was a little beyond Yi's expectations. It turns out that this ice beauty only shows her true side to those closest to her. Although the first half was a bit immature because it had just been unpacked. But the wild and eager look in the second half brought a huge contrast to Yi. Hey! I have to go to school early today. I'm afraid of falling asleep in class. How about we take a leave? Zhang Chudi collapsed on the bed, not wanting to move at all. I even thought about skipping class. Yi Yi was still trying to maintain his spirits. I used to go to the internet cafe often and stay up late playing games, and I'm used to it. What's more, I had a temporary physical bonus during the battle last night. It didn't completely damage his foundation. That class this morning was taught by Demon Zhang. Just go to school honestly. I'll come back with you to rest after class. Yi Yi lay beside Zhang Chudi and gently tidied her hair. Looking at the rosy cheeks of the cool class beauty in front of him, Yi Yi couldn't help but kiss her again. You hate. The bedroom door was closed and the noise started again. At 7 o'clock, the two of them packed up and went out on time. It's still time to have breakfast at school at this time. When I opened the door, the single mother next door also opened the door. High heels, black stockings, a tight skirt, a white shirt, a professional look. It seems that he is going to send his daughter to kindergarten and then go to work. Sister, what were you repairing last night? Seeing Zhang Chuyi and Yi Yi just going out, the little girl asked innocently. The single mother hurriedly covered her child's mouth with an embarrassed smile on her face. I'm sorry, kids don't understand. Baby, didn't mommy tell you not to say anything you shouldn't say? Yi Yi and Zhang Chuyi then realized that it seemed that the two of them had made too much noise last night. Zhang Chuyi hid behind Yi Yi with a red face, too embarrassed to even look at the single mother. I wish I could find a hole in the ground to crawl into immediately. Yi Yi nodded embarrassedly. I'm sorry to have disturbed your rest last night. We'll pay attention next time. After hearing that there was more, Zhang Chudi gently pinched Yi Yi's waist from behind. Her face turned even redder with embarrassment. The single mother waved her hand generously. It's okay, it's okay. You young people have a lot of energy. This is good. I'll just coax the child to sleep early from now on. Looking at Yi Yi and Zhang Chuyi, who are young and energetic, and are both talented and beautiful and in love, the single mother is filled with envy. I thought to myself, it's great to be young. Yi Yi caught a glimpse of the fact that this single mother also had dark circles under her eyes. It seems that the sound insulation of this house is not very good. The sound of the fierce battle with Zhang Chuyi last night really seriously disturbed other people's rest. You really need to pay attention to this in the future. The two sides nodded to each other with a little embarrassment, and then went downstairs together. Yi Yi and Zhang Chuyi took the subway to school. After walking out of the subway station, Qin Shu was not waiting here today. Why is your little licker absent from work today? What a pity, he doesn't know that his goddess is the one who needs a ride the most today. Because his goddess doesn't even have the strength to walk now. Yi Yi joked. Seeing Yi Yi acting like a good boy after getting the advantage, Zhang Chuyi put her hand on Yi Yi's waist again. That's all because you bullied me. Snort. As soon as he finished speaking, a car stopped not far from them. Shu. Zhang Chuyi. I'll take you to school. Speak of the devil, and here comes Qin Shu. But Qin Shu does look a lot more mature today. His face was covered with stubble and he had two big dark circles under his eyes. Did this kid also have insomnia last night? Yi Yi looked at Qin Shu suspiciously. Qin Shu did not make eye contact with the two of them, but kept looking straight ahead, as if he had something on his mind. Thank you, Boss Qin. Yi Yi jokingly called out Boss Qin. After all, he has already started his own business, so it's not an exaggeration to call him Boss Qin. Then he naturally took Zhang Chuyi's hand, got into the car, and sat in the back seat. Qin Shu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, saw the two of them holding hands through the rearview mirror. He tried to move his mouth, but no word came out. Classmate Zhang Chuyi, I bought you breakfast. While driving, Qin Shu took a packaged sandwich from the passenger seat and handed it over. Zhang Chuyi shook her head politely. Thank you, Qin Shu. You can eat this yourself. I'll go to the cafeteria with Yi Yi to eat later. Although being rejected by Zhang Chuyi has become the norm. But after Zhang Chuyi refused his breakfast today, Qin Shu felt like a piece of his heart was taken away. Qin Shu took back the breakfast hand with trembling hands and said nothing more. After driving to the school and parking the car, Qin Shu silently lit a cigarette for himself as he watched Zhang Chuyi and Yi Yi walking away. This puff of air tore his heart and lungs apart. Not far away, a pair of eyes saw Yi Yi and Zhang Chuyi getting out of Qin Shu's car. Wei Shiyan shook her signature twin ponytails with a frown on her face. It seems that Yi Yi and Qin Shu have a very good relationship. They even drove to school together this morning. But who is the girl next to Yi? Jiang Chui? He's really a scumbag. On the one hand, he's showing affection to Xia Xiaoyu, and on the other hand, he's so close to Jiang Chui. And that day at the dessert shop, the way he looked at me seemed to have other intentions. Humph, I must make Xia Xiaoyu recognize your true face as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Wei Shiyan quickly followed with her cell phone in hand. And secretly turned on the recording function. Chapter 71. Someone is secretly protecting. At school, Yi and Jiang Chui kept a relatively low profile. Although the two walked into the cafeteria side by side and sat together to eat breakfast. But there was no physical contact during the period. Didn't even hold hands. Wei Shiyan followed the two of them but was unable to capture anything substantial. Jiang Chui was used to being an ice beauty in her daily life. Faced with so many unfamiliar or very unfamiliar classmates in school, I still feel a little uncomfortable. Yi was considering that if he showed too close to Jiang Chui now, it might not be conducive to his subsequent strategy to conquer other campus beauties. Yi glanced at the system panel. Currently 3 binding objects. Xia Xiaoyu's strategy progress is 83.11%, and Jiang Chui's strategy progress is 99.99%, completely overtaking him. In the first half of yesterday night, Jiang Chui's strategy progress was only about 80%. Especially in the period immediately after opening, the growth rate was very slow. But in the second half of the night, the progress of the strategy increased rapidly. It can't be stopped. Yi silently gave the system a thumbs up in his heart. Thanks to the temporary physical bonus provided by the system last night. Jiang Chui's weight gain was so good, it was obvious that she was full. As for Zhang Yilin, the strategy progress has reached 60.37%. Although I didn't contact her yesterday, her strategy progress is still steadily improving. We are getting closer and closer to the target of 70%. It seems that the impact of the more than 2 million yuan in reward I gave her is gradually showing. Tonight, Zhang Yilin also asked me to go watch a dance performance she was participating in outside the school. Maybe I can find an opportunity to improve Zhang Yilin's strategy progress. Are you going to see Zhang Yilin's dance performance tonight? Jiang Chui, who was drinking porridge, suddenly said something. Yi suddenly felt like he was seen through. Is it true that after merging, one can communicate with each other's minds? Yes. After all, I already promised her yesterday. How about, we go together? Yi asked tentatively. I want to reduce Jiang Chui's jealousy in this way. But Jiang Chui shook her head. Go on your own. I don't like crowded places. I'll wait for you at home. After what happened yesterday, I'm afraid that man will come again tonight. With you by my side, I feel much more at ease. Jiang Chui didn't even raise her head and continued drinking her porridge. Although Jiang Chui has little experience in love, her ability to understand men's minds is not as advanced as Zhang Yilin's. But she knew one thing: men cannot be controlled by just controlling them. The more you control, the further you will push men away. Sometimes, you still have to give men some space. Give him enough freedom. Jiang Chui's last words also served as a wake-up call to Yi. What I mean is, you can't ignore my safety just to go on a date with Zhang Yilin. If Yi really went home obediently at night, Jiang Chui would have nothing to be jealous of. It's just a dance performance, not a night with Zhang Yilin. What's there to be jealous about? Yi couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. In just one night, it seems that Jiang Chui's rank has improved. It seems that he is not fighting or competing, but in fact he is holding on tightly. Okay, wait for me at home tonight. By the way, we ran out of the box of small umbrellas we had yesterday. Do you want to buy another box today? After hearing this, Jiang Chui put down the bowl of porridge in her hand. 1 box? Buy a few more boxes. I told you to hand in all your homework so you don't go out and mess around with other girls. Jiang Chui said as she poked the tea egg in front of her. Yi shuddered. Buy a few more boxes? Hand in all the homework? Waiting here. This is the real way to solve the problem from the root. Looking at the dazed Yi, Jiang Chui peeled the tea egg and placed it in front of Yi. To replenish you, protein. Eat quickly, class will start soon. After Zhang Moto's class, there are no classes today. After class, Yi planned to accompany Jiang Chui home to rest. The two of them stayed up all night last night and had to force themselves not to fall asleep during class just now. Even Yi-Yi's three roommates noticed that something was wrong with the two of them. But Yi-Yi insisted that he watched the concert too late last night. In response to the well-founded speculations of several roommates, Yi-Yi shamelessly refused to admit it. "I'll go back by myself, you just rest in the dormitory." When they reached the bottom of the teaching building, Jiang Chudi stopped Yi-Yi, who wanted to go home with her. The reason given made it impossible for Yi-Yi to refuse. Jiang Chudi said that Yi-Yi was lying next to her and she had no mood to rest properly. Yi-Yi thought about it and it seemed to be true. Not only Jiang Chudi didn't have the heart to rest well, I was probably not in the mood to rest well either. By then I'm afraid I'll be exhausted. For long-term sustainable development, it is better for everyone to rest well, restore physical strength and recharge their energy. After all, there might be a fierce battle to be fought tonight. When Yi-Yi thought about Jiang Chudi saying she wanted to buy a few boxes of small umbrellas, his legs felt weak. Back in the dormitory, Yi-Yi threw himself on his bed. "I plan to have a good sleep first. Before going to bed, I took out my phone and browsed Douyin for a while. I unexpectedly discovered that the video of me singing at Joe EJ's concert last night went viral. Many people forwarded it, and it became quite popular. Fortunately, Yi-Yi wore a mask when singing last night, so he didn't become an outsider. With a system in place, it's better to keep a low profile. As the saying goes, people are afraid of being famous just as pigs are afraid of being fat. If I really become famous unexpectedly, I will probably get into a lot of trouble for no reason. Even personal freedom will be subject to some restrictions." Of course, there were also some gossipers who released the video of themselves and Jiang Chudi kissing at the concert last night. But I don't know if the platform has taken privacy protection issues into consideration. All videos that showed Yi-Yi's facial features were blurred without exception. This surprised Yi-Yi a little. Videos of other people kissing can be uploaded in high definition. Why was the video of me and Jiang Chudi blurred? Is this someone deliberately protecting themselves? Yi-Yi didn't know either. But at this moment he didn't want to know such an irrelevant question. Sleeping is the most important thing for him now. "Don't wake me up unless there's an earthquake or a fire." Yi-Yi said something to his roommates and then fell into a deep sleep. Half a minute later, the cheers were deafening. "You guys, did old Yi have sex with our class beauty last night?" Du Mingyu secretly leaned over to Lin Yu and Xia Ziyuan and whispered. Xia Ziyuan nodded meaningfully. "Of course, look at how tired old Yi is. I've never seen him this tired after spending the night at the internet cafe. Look at how drowsy Jiang Chudi was during class today. It seems like those two had a very intense last night." At this time, Lin Yu obediently took out $5 from his pocket and gave it to Xia Ziyuan. Seeing this, Du Mingyu seemed to remember something and took out $5 from his pocket and gave it to Xia Ziyuan. Chapter 72, School Beauty Peeling Shrimp. It turned out that the three of them had made a bet before. The bet is which girl will be the first to capture Yi Hui. Lin Yu guessed that it was the schoolmate who had eaten with Yi in the cafeteria that day. Seeing Yi taking the initiative to get food and pick up food for that schoolgirl, they looked very intimate. Du Mingyu guessed it was Zhang Yilin. Because his girlfriend Zhou Jing told him that after Zhang Yilin returned to the dormitory, she kept talking about Yi in front of her roommates. And when he said it, there were love eyes. Xia Ziyuan guessed it was Jiang Chudi. There is nothing else to do. Just from the fact that Jiang Chudi, this ice beauty, has a completely different attitude towards Yi than towards others, you can tell how special Yi is to her. The three of them agreed to bet $5. Unexpectedly, the three of them made this bet last night, but the answer was revealed this morning. Looking at the expressions of Yi and Jiang Chudi, everyone knew the answer. Xia Ziyuan looked very proud as he took the money that Lin Yu and Du Mingyu handed over. "Well, buddy, I'm still the best at judging people." Du Mingyu curled his lips. Don't be too proud. Why don't we continue gambling? Who's next?" Xia Ziyuan became interested and put 10 yuan into his pocket first, then looked at the two of them seriously. "Okay, let's bet. Don't regret it." In this way, Yi was sent to the gambling table for the second time without knowing it. Yi Ding set the alarm for 4:30 in the afternoon. When the alarm clock rang, Yi looked like he hadn't gotten enough sleep. "I have been sleeping since the get out of class ended at 10 a.m., so I have only made up for more than 6 hours. Compared with last night's consumption, it's simply not enough to cover the expenses." But he had to go to see Jiang Yilan's performance in the evening, so Yi had no choice but to get up. After quickly fixing her hair and changing her clothes, she took a taxi and headed to the address Jiang Yilan had sent her. Today is the opening day of a commercial street in Binchang. The organizers specially prepared an opening performance to attract popularity. There are all kinds of shows including singing, dancing, magic and so on. When Yi arrived at the scene, Jiang Yilan was already putting on makeup backstage. "I'm here. Relax, don't be too nervous. You can do it." Yi sent a message to Jiang Yilan. Soon, Jiang Yilan sent back a naughty emoticon. There was still about an hour before the performance officially started, and Jiang Yilan's performance was relatively late. There is still plenty of time. Yi simply started shopping in this newly opened commercial street. This place is a certain distance away from the city center and is considered a slightly remote area. It took me more than 40 minutes to get here by taxi from school even though the elevated road was not congested. Perhaps it is precisely because of the remote location that the land price is relatively cheap. The developer acquired a large piece of land here. A large commercial district integrating food, drink, entertainment and fun has been created. Yi only had breakfast today and went back to the dormitory to catch up on his sleep after class in the morning. Now after walking around, I suddenly feel a little hungry. So I prepared to find a place to eat. How about we just make do with some snacks from Dunsha town? No, that's too unambitious. Anyway, there is already a balance of 1 million in the card, so Yi feels that he should be nicer to himself. Especially at night, I might have to continue sparring with Jiang Chui. How about having some seafood to replenish your energy? Coincidentally, Yi saw a seafood buffet marked with 1888 per person, which offered unlimited small blue dragon king crabs. Played it. After entering the store, Yi asked for a private room. The waiter brought the tablet for taking orders and handed it to Yi. "Sir, we have 5 gears here, 588, 688, 888, 1288, and 1888. Which one do you need?" Without thinking, Yi pointed to the most expensive one. "I'll take the 1888 one. By the way, do you offer shrimp peeling service?" Yi saw that the menu included black tiger shrimp, sweet shrimp, crayfish, small green dragon shrimp, mantis shrimp, and the like. Shrimp is high in protein. But peeling shrimp is a technical job. Especially crayfish and mantis shrimp. The shell is thick and hard. It also pricks my hand. If you peel the shrimp yourself, it will greatly affect your dining efficiency. The waiter nodded respectfully. The one Yi ordered was the one with the highest price, so naturally it should be accompanied by the best service. "Yes, I'll call a colleague to come over and help you peel the shrimp in your private room." When he heard that there was a shrimp peeling service, Yi did not hesitate and immediately ordered 50 lobsters and many other dishes. Maybe it was because of the extra physical strength last night, so Yi consumed a huge amount of energy. He felt as if his appetite was particularly good today. After ordering the food, Yi sat down and waited for it to be served. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the first wave of dishes was served. "Hello sir, are you looking for shrimp peeling service?" A tender voice sounded at the door. Then the door of the box opened and a girl walked in. Wei Shurian? As soon as Yi saw the iconic pink hair and twin tails, he immediately recognized the identity of the person. There's no way around it, this design is just too recognizable. Wei Shurian was also stunned after entering the room. After seeing clearly that it was Yi sitting in the box, he subconsciously wanted to leave. She was unwilling to serve this scumbag who was the same kind as Qin Shu. "Why are you here?" Seeing Wei Shurian turning around and about to leave, Yi asked hurriedly. For some reason, this campus beauty from the finance department seemed to have an innate hostility towards him. It was like this in the dessert shop, and it was like this today. At least give me a chance to complete the wish quest and bind it first. I work here part-time. Considering that his current identity is a waiter, and Yi is a customer who comes to the store to consume, Wei Shurian couldn't just turn her back on him. Yi was a little curious. "Don't you work part-time at a dessert shop?" Wei Shurian rolled her eyes silently. "Brother, part-time job, do you know what part-time job means? Wherever business is good, where there's a shortage of workers, or where there aren't enough regular workers, they hire part-timers like us to fill in for them. I'll definitely go wherever there's money to be made." Yi raised his eyebrows. "Are you short of money?" Yi asked this question intentionally. He originally wanted to guide Wei Shiyan and say something like she really wanted to make money. If you can take advantage of the situation and get a similar wish task, you will make a lot of money. Not only can you bind to Wei Shiyan, but you can also make money through wish tasks. But after waiting for a long time, the wish list above Wei Shiyan's head was still empty. She didn't answer the question, but sighed as if she was worried. Seeing Wei Shiyan like this, Yi didn't dare to continue asking. The two of them fell into a brief and awkward silence. It was not until a few seconds later that Wei Shiyan spoke first. Forget it, just consider it my bad luck. Today is my first day working part-time here, so I have to peel shrimp for you. Wei Shiyan took the large plate of lobsters in front of Yi and began to peel them carefully. Chapter 73, No Expectation of Return. Yi scratched the back of his head and thought about it carefully. He looked at Wei Shiyan and asked seriously. I don't have any conflicts with you at school, right? Wei Shiyan was peeling shrimps in a hurry without even raising her head. It's my first day working here, and it's obvious that I'm not very familiar with the business yet. Especially since the crayfish shells were thick and hard, she couldn't find any trick for a while. No. Wei Shiyan's answer was very firm. The person who had a grudge against her was Qin Shou. The person she hates is also Qin Shou. As for Yi, it was simply because Wei Shiyan thought he had a good relationship with Qin Shou. If you love a house, you love everything about it. If you hate a house, you hate everything about it as well. Yi moved a little closer to Wei Shiyan. Then why are you so hostile to me? You're unlucky if you peel shrimp for me? Since Wei Shiyan is here to work, then these are her responsibilities. It wasn't bullying Yi to ask her to peel shrimp. What's so unlucky? Wei Shiyan didn't say anything and continued to peel the shrimps with her head down. There are sharp spines on the edges of the lobster shell, so be very careful when peeling it. Otherwise it is easy to prick your fingers. Wei Shiyan has been busy until now, but she has only peeled one completely. Looking at the 49 crayfish remaining in front of her, her eyes became filled with despair. And this is only Yi Dian's first round. What if Yi finishes all these and orders 50 more lobsters? My hand is useless today. I wish someone could teach me how to peel lobsters. A wish list finally appeared above Wei Shiyan's head. It's time to work. Yi raised the corner of his mouth and immediately chose to accept the wish mission. Ding, it's detected that the host is currently performing a wish mission, granting a temporary bonus, food cooking and processing skills. Yi picked up the lobster that Wei Shiyan had just peeled with chopsticks, dipped it in mustard and soy sauce, and then put it into his mouth. Wei Shiyan worked hard for nearly a minute to peel it, but she finished it in 1, 2, or 3 seconds. You can't do this, the speed is too slow. The daylilies will be cold by the time you finish peeling them. Hearing Yi's sarcastic tone, Wei Shiyan rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Don't worry, we don't have daylilies in our store. Yi put down his chopsticks and pretended to be displeased. But your restaurant has a dining time limit. At this rate, you won't even be able to finish peeling this plate of shrimp by the time my mealtime comes. You're seriously affecting my dining experience. I'm going to complain to your manager. In the service industry, the most feared thing is complaints. When Wei Shiyan heard that Yi wanted to find the manager, she subconsciously became nervous. She is here as a part-time worker and is paid daily. You have to wait until closing time at night to get your salary. What if the manager deducts money after Yi complains? Then won't today's work be in vain? It's my first day working here. There was no unified training before work. Please understand me. Wei Shiyan looked aggrieved and quickened the pace of peeling shrimps with her hands. Faced with the thick shrimp shell, she wanted to bite it directly. Seeing this, Yi smiled secretly, then immediately returned to his serious expression. I understand you, but who will understand me? I spent so much money, and in the end I couldn't eat enough because you peeled the shrimp slowly. Who can I talk to then? I'll give you a few more minutes. If you're still so slow peeling the shrimp, I'll ask your manager to find me a new waiter to peel the shrimp. It means that your business skills are not yet proficient enough and you need to go back and practice more. After hearing what Yi said, Wei Shiyan became even more anxious. My fingers were almost pierced by the shrimp shell. I want to hurry up too. But I really can't. Seeing that the atmosphere has become so heated, the time is almost right. Yi moved closer. Then let's do this. I can teach you how to peel it. But you have to answer me a question first. Wei Shiyan finally raised her head at this time, blinking her innocent big eyes. What's the problem? Yi paused and asked. Can you tell me why you hate me so much? Wei Shiyan took a breath in surprise. How do you know I hate you? Yi's face was full of black lines, and his eyes almost rolled up to the sky. How can I tell? You almost have the word I hate you written all over your face, okay? You take me for an idiot. Wei Shiyan smiled awkwardly. Am I that obvious? It's not as exaggerated as you say. Yi knocked the table with his knuckles. Okay, stop interrupting and answer my question. Now that you've said it, I have nothing against you. Then why do you hate me so much? There is no way. Yi must find out the answer to this question. After all, Wei Shiyan is the third most beautiful girl in school. He is one of the targets he must conquer. If you don't know where Wei Shiyan's dislike for you comes from, it will be very troublesome to advance the progress of the strategy. As the saying goes, know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Yi never fights a battle without preparation. Wei Shiyan pursed her lips tightly, as if she was not very willing to answer this question. Yi had no choice but to use his trump card again. If you don't tell me, then I'll have to find your manager. Upon hearing this, Wei Shiyan's eyebrows twitched slightly. This seafood buffet restaurant is newly opened. The treatment given is very good. It is nearly twice as much as other part-time jobs. Such a good part-time job is not easy to find. Wei Shiyan cherishes this opportunity very much. If Yi really complained to the manager, he might lose his part-time job. Okay, I'll tell you. Wei Shiyan put down the half-peeled shrimp in her hand and sighed softly. Because you deceived Xiaoyu's feelings. Although you are very generous to Xiaoyu, she also told me that you bought her a lot of things. And gave her a lot of money. But from what I understand, Xiaoyu is not the kind of girl who is only interested in profit. She is willing to accept these arrangements you made for her because she really likes you. But you, what do you take her for? Just treating her as a kept person, a plaything, huh? Play it when you want to, and put it aside when you get tired of it. And I saw you come to school with Zhang Chuyi this morning. Xiaoyu would definitely be very sad if he knew. Yi raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this was the reason Wei Shiyan gave. That's a huge misunderstanding. Ahem, let me interrupt. Yi stretched out his palm and pressed it, making a pause gesture. When did I say I wanted to support Xiaoyu? Can't I just be nice to her simply without expecting anything in return? Chapter 74 Oolong. Wei Shiyan was a little confused. Yi's answer seemed beyond her comprehension. No reward? Are you doing charity here? You even bought her a house. No expectation of return? So what do you want? Contribute to GDP growth? Seeing Wei Shiyan's face full of disbelief, Yi continued. Did Xiaoyu ever tell you that I made any requests to her? No. Whether it was buying her a house or transferring money to her, I never asked her to agree to any conditions before I would do it. Have you ever seen anyone being supported like this? Hearing this, Wei Shiyan thought carefully for a moment, then shook her head slightly. The pink twin tails behind her head also began to sway. Hearing Yi say this, it seemed like I had really wronged him. According to her understanding, those financial sponsors who ask for support will usually buy things for the woman only after they succeed. These days, no one is a fool. Especially those rich people, they are all very smart. Then why are you so nice to Xiaoyu? You really don't have any thoughts about her at all? It seems that Wei Shiyan still can't completely believe it. Hearing Wei Shiyan ask this, Yi felt a little guilty. Thinking of Xiaoyu's lovely look last night as she undressed in her nightgown and lay on the bed, it would be a lie to say that I didn't have any thoughts. Yi is a normal man after all. But he definitely couldn't admit it in front of Wei Shiyan at this moment. Otherwise, wouldn't the explanation I just gave be bullshit? I'm nice to Xiaoyu because I want to help her improve her living conditions. Since Xiaoyu considers you a friend, you must know something about how she is isolated by her classmates at school. I couldn't bear to see her being bullied like this, so I wanted to help her. Wei Shiyan had heard something about Xiaoyu's situation at school. As a girl, she knew that the reason why Xiaoyu's roommate treated her like this was entirely out of jealousy. They are just jealous of Xia Xiaoyou's cute looks and amazing figure. But although Wei Shiyan knew it, she could do nothing. It's hard for her to change anything by herself. If what Yi Yi said was true, then Yi Yi's approach could really save Xia Xiaoyu from danger. Having an apartment off campus means I don't have to interact with those annoying roommates anymore. And Yi Yi also gave her a large sum of money. It's enough for Xia Xiaoyu to live a very good life. By then, those who look down on Xia Xiaoyu for being unsophisticated will only be able to envy her. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Wei Shiyan felt a little embarrassed as she had misunderstood Yi Yi's good intentions. It seems that preconceived notions have influenced her view of Yi Yi. She subconsciously felt that Qin Shua's friends must also be beasts. Now it seems that saints can emerge from among animals. But Yi Yi frowned, as if he thought of something. Etc. It doesn't seem right. I remember when I met you in the dessert shop, you showed some dislike towards me. At that time, I hadn't bought a house for Xia Xiaoyu yet. The real reason you hate me isn't what you just said, right? After obtaining the 100 secrets to control the goddess given by the system, Yi Yi changed his previous straight man character. My thoughts have also become much more delicate. After thinking about it carefully, I realized that things were not as simple as Wei Shiyan said. Seeing Wei Shiyan's hesitation, Yi Yi became more convinced that his guess was correct. There must be something else going on here. If you don't tell me, then I'll go find your manager. You don't want your manager to know that you're not proficient in the business, do you? Yi Yi can now use this set of words fluently. It can be used flexibly. And it works every time. Upon hearing this, Wei Shiyan fell into the trap. Ah, I'm afraid of you. Okay, it's okay to tell you. Wei Shiyan thought about it and felt that she was not in the wrong for Qin Shu stealing her milk tea shop business plan. There's nothing to worry about no matter who you tell it to. It was Qin Shu who was wrong in the first place. My roommate and I worked together on a business plan for a milk tea shop. Wei Shiyan recounted the entire incident from beginning to end. The whole process was based on facts and without too much personal subjective emotion. Considering that Yi Yi and Qin Shu have a good relationship, Wei Shiyan subconsciously feels that Yi Yi will definitely not be able to empathize with her. He might even feel that he was completely slandering Qin Shu. After listening to Wei Shiyan's story, Yi Yi touched his chin thoughtfully. It turned out that the entrepreneurial plan that Qin Shu had appreciated by the school leaders was actually stolen. No wonder, Qin Shu didn't seem to be very smart. I was always curious about how he suddenly got the idea and came up with such an excellent entrepreneurial plan. Now everything is clear. But, what does Qin Shu stealing your business plan have to do with your dislike for me? After sorting out everything, Yi Yi returned to this question. It was Qin Shu who stole the business plan, not him. Could it be because he and Qin Shu are in the same class? Not really. Honestly, apart from Qin Shu, everyone in the class is basically normal. Don't overturn a whole boat with one blow. Wei Shiyan turned her head and looked at Yi Yi with a look of surprise. After hearing what I said, Yi Yi didn't make any excuses for his friend Qin Shu? Didn't I ask you about your relationship with Qin Shu at the dessert shop? You said you had a good relationship. Since you two are friends, then of course. I also hate you. Yi Yi suddenly understood, but then his face was full of confusion. No, when did I say that Qin Shu and I have a good relationship? Didn't you ask me at the dessert shop if Jiang Chui and I were on good terms? I never said that I had a good relationship with Qin Shu's grandson. Seeing Yi Yi hurriedly distancing himself from Qin Shu, Wei Shiyan was skeptical. But I clearly saw you and Qin Shu coming to school together this morning. Yi Yi patted his forehead. We happened to meet at the subway station this morning. He came here specifically to pick up Jiang Chui. I'm just taking a ride. It's a free car, why not take it? Wei Shiyan turned around and confirmed again with a serious expression. Real? Then Jiang Chui and Qin Shu. Yi Yi interrupted hurriedly. She was just taking a ride. Qin Shu is Jiang Chui's #1 bootlicker. You should have heard of this. Wei Shiyan nodded. Almost everyone in the school knows about this. Yi Yi continued to add. Their relationship is just that of a goddess and a dog, nothing more. Neither Jiang Chui nor I have a good relationship with Qin Shu. The misunderstanding was finally clarified, and Wei Shiyan finally reacted. It seems I was wrong before. Then, Yi Yi, in that case, would you be willing to do me a favor? Chapter 75, Heart to Heart with Wei Shiyan. Wei Shiyan seemed to see hope. Since Yi and Qinshu don't have a good relationship, maybe Yi would be willing to help him get close to Qinshu and then find evidence that Qinshu stole his business plan. At that time, I can find the school leaders with evidence and get back my entrepreneurial investment. But after Wei Shiyan told Yi about her plan, Yi shook his head. It's not that I don't want to help you. But I think you're oversimplifying things. Yi helped Wei Shiyan analyze the situation seriously. First of all, Qinshu and I are not familiar with each other. It can even be said that our relationship is very bad. It was difficult for me to approach him and get him to talk. Because he will be wary of me in his heart. Hearing this, Wei Shiyan suddenly had an idea. But don't you have a good relationship with Jiang Chui? How about asking Jiang Chui to help? Qinshu likes her so much, he definitely won't be on guard against her. Yi waved his hand and continued. That's my second point. Even if we can get Qinshu to tell us something, it's useless to prove that he stole your business plan. Wei Shiyan was puzzled. How can it be useless? Yi paused and explained patiently. Because what you want to use as evidence is far from enough. If we bring this up with the school leaders, Qinshu can easily say that what he said was just random talk. If you recant your confession on the spot and you can't produce any other substantial evidence, how do you think the school leaders will handle it? Moreover, this entrepreneurial plan has now received investment from Pioneer Capital. As an investment project, Pilot Capital is counting on receiving dividends after the startup succeeds. If it is revealed that there are some stains on this entrepreneurial plan, it will affect the profit and income. The school's reputation will be damaged. It will be much more difficult for other entrepreneurial projects on campus to get investment from leading capital in the future. School leaders will not let this happen. So, even if everyone knows that Qinshu stole this business plan, no one will allow this matter to be exposed. I just try to make a big thing small and a small thing nothing. Faced with Yi's well-reasoned analysis, Wei Shiyan fell silent. She knew that what Yi said made sense. Reality is so cruel. Everyone is concerned about interests. Who would really care if an unknown college student like her suffered a little injustice? Well, if there is a way, I would be happy to help you with this. Now, let me teach you how to peel shrimp. Yi pointed to the plate of barely moved lobsters in front of him. The two of them chatted for a long time, and he hadn't even eaten yet. After all, he spent money to come here and consume. Is there anything we can talk about after he finishes eating? Wei Shiyan then came to her senses and remembered her current job. Although she was still unwilling to accept that her business plan had been stolen, she also understood that this matter was basically a foregone conclusion. Instead of feeling sorry for yourself, it's better to cheer up as soon as possible. Take on a few part-time jobs to save up some startup capital for your business. After graduation, I will start my own business. Okay, then you teach me. The shrimp shell is too thick, I really don't know how to start. Yi smiled, picked up a lobster, pinched the sides of the shrimp body, squeezed it gently, and twisted it left and right, and a whole piece of shrimp meat was dragged out. See, it's very simple. With Yi's demonstration, Wei Shiyan seemed to suddenly get it. I tried it and it was really easy to peel. So that's how it is. Ding, the wish mission has been completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 100,000 yuan. The system has automatically bound the wish object. Name, Wei Shiyan. Age, 21. Height, 161 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Chest, B. Appearance, 8.9 points. Current relationship status, single. Current strategy progress, 11.92%. She is worthy of being ranked third on the school beauty list. Her appearance score is indeed slightly higher than Jiang Yilan and Jiang Chui, who are ranked fourth and fifth. Although her bust size is not as big as the other two, Wei Shiyan's cute little girl looks and those lovely pink twin ponytails do add a lot of color to her. Looking at the gently swaying ponytails, Yi always had an idea in his mind, that is, to try what it feels like to hold the ponytails in his hands and play with them. It seems like you're obsessed with making money. He's working part-time here and there and planning to start his own business. Yi ate the shrimps peeled by Wei Shiyan while chatting with her. It feels as natural as chatting with a foot massage therapist when you get a foot bath. When people are enjoying the service of others, in order to avoid the embarrassment caused by long silence, they always think about finding something to talk about. Wei Shiyan has now completely let go of her prejudice against Yi Yi. Considering that Yi Yi had just put himself in her shoes and helped her analyze the problem, Wei Shiyan also told the truth about herself. I have a younger brother at home. My parents basically gave all their love to my younger brother. Since I was little, they never treated me as a girl who needed to be pampered. I seem to be born to be a tool to take care of my younger brother. In their eyes, I can't have my own personality, I can't have my own preferences, and I have to follow my brother's lead in everything. They even thought that there was no need for me to go to college after graduating from high school. I should just get a job and earn money for my brother's future marriage. But my high school teacher told me that I was a good student. She said that when I went to college and was exposed to the wider world, I would see how wrong my parents' ideas were. Then, despite my parents' objections, I came to Bincheng to attend university. During these years at university, I haven't spent a penny from my family. Both my living expenses and tuition fees are earned by my part-time jobs. Wei Shiyan smoothed her cute twin ponytails, her eyes seemed a little touched. It was only after I was able to earn money that I started dressing like a girl. Instead of being the tool who takes care of his brother every day. I also dyed my hair after I earned my own money. As she spoke, Wei Shiyan's voice couldn't help but choke up. But there was a hint of stubbornness and tenacity in his sobs. I don't want to go back to that home anymore. I don't want to have any contact with the people in that family anymore. So, I have to rely on my own efforts to stay in Bincheng. Make money and buy a house. To live a happy life of my own. Beneath the cute lowly appearance, there is such a tough heart. Yi Yi was also somewhat moved. I can provide you with financial support for starting a business. Chapter 76 Secret Photography. Yi Yi said this very seriously. After all, it was the good guy system that I awakened. You still have to do good things occasionally. As for the business plan stolen by Qin Shu, it was harmless at all. After he has conquered the 5 campus beauties and received the share reward from leading capital, he can simply use his power as chairman to shut down Qin Shu's project. However, the fact that this business plan was favored by a group of professional investors from leading capital shows that Wei Shiyan is indeed talented in this area. When I run leading capital in the future, I will also need talents like Wei Shiyan. At the table, Wei Shiyan stopped peeling shrimps and looked at Yi Yi, realizing that Yi Yi wasn't just talking casually. She had also heard about Yi Yi's financial resources. This can be seen from buying a house for Xiaoxiaoyu. If Yi Yi said he would provide her with financial support for starting a business, he must be able to come up with a large sum of money. But Wei Shiyan doesn't want to accept Yi Yi's favor now. She believes that there is no kindness in the world without reason. No one's money comes from the wind. No matter how nice Yi Yi said it, saying that he spent money on Xiaoxiaoyu just to improve Xiaoxiaoyu's quality of life. But Wei Shiyan always felt that there was some affection involved. And now Yi Yi plans to give her some money. Could it be that Yi Yi also has feelings for her? It's not that Wei Shiyan is being so self-indulgent. The main reason is that she has been a school belle for a long time and is used to being pursued by others. When faced with other people's kindness, her first reaction is that the other person wants to pursue her. Thank you. I appreciate your kindness. But, I still want to rely on my own efforts. Wei Shiyan knew that rejecting Yi Yi's proposal at this moment would most likely be equivalent to giving up a shortcut. But even if she took this shortcut, she would not feel at ease. Instead of doing this, it is better to rely on yourself, take one step at a time, and climb up steadily. She believed that she would succeed one day. Looking at Wei Shiyan's stubborn expression, Yi Yi also understood her thoughts. In this case, a forced melon is not sweet. If Wei Shiyan gets into trouble in the future, I will help her myself. Okay, I respect your idea. Now that the misunderstanding between us has been cleared up, it's always okay for us to be friends, right? Yi Yi opened his WeChat QR code and extended the screen in front of Wei Shiyan. No matter what, both of them are Xia Xiaoyu's friends. And friends of friends can naturally be friends. Wei Shiyan nodded slightly, wiped her hands, took out her mobile phone, and added Yi Yi as a friend. If you need any help from me in the future, feel free to ask me. I'm a good person. Yi Yi boasted about himself. Wei Shiyan finally laughed out loud. Ha, this is the first time I've seen myself giving myself a nice guy card. Okay, hurry up and eat. We've been chatting for so long, I'm afraid you'll have to wait until you can eat. Yi Yi picked up the plate of shrimps peeled by Wei Shiyan in front of him, poured soy sauce on them, and put them into his mouth one by one. It's okay, no delay. I eat really fast. After the meal, Yi specifically praised Wei Shiyan's service to the restaurant manager. Behind the manager's back, Wei Shiyan secretly made a playful and cute face at Yi. Walking out of the restaurant, Yi looked at the time and it seemed that it would be Zhang Yilan's turn soon. Now that I have eaten and drunk enough, I can go to the show with peace of mind. When we arrived at the performance venue, there were already circles of audiences surrounding it. Because it was an open-air performance, the stage was also temporarily built and there were no seats next to the stage. Everyone spontaneously formed a team of 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Everyone stretched their necks to watch the performance on the stage. Yi squeezed a little and got to a position closer to the middle. Relying on his height advantage, he could clearly see the performance on the stage from where he stood. At this moment, all the lights on the stage suddenly dimmed. Only a beam of light remains. Zhang Yilan, wearing a hot performance costume, walked onto the stage under the guidance of this spotlight. She wore a small waist-bearing camisole on the upper body and cool hot pants on the lower body. Those long, slender, and well-proportioned legs had become an eye-catching weapon at this moment. As the host finished her announcement, the accompaniment music started and Zhang Yilan began her dance performance. Yi knew almost nothing about dancing. The only kind of passionate dance I usually come into contact with is the kind of passionate dance performed by the female anchors who are on the edge of the line as seen on Douyin. Zhang Yilan danced on the stage, and her movements were similar to those of the female anchors. But her gestures and movements were less artificial, replaced by a clean and neat beauty. Many people around spontaneously picked up their phones and started taking pictures of Zhang Yilan on the stage. The leading actress of the dance department of Bincheng University is indeed worthy of her reputation. You are the focus wherever you go. Suddenly, Yi noticed that there was a middle-aged man with a beer belly in front of his left, who was frantically zooming in on the camera on his mobile phone. Aim at the bottom corner of Zhang Yilan's hot pants. As the dance moves, the pants will inevitably rise and fall and shake. It seemed as if the man was waiting for the moment when Zhang Yilan would be exposed and then record it. Hey, are you taking it too far? Yi covered the camera of the beer-bellied man's mobile phone and stopped his obscene behavior in time. The man with a beer belly turned around and glared at Yi in extreme displeasure, shook off Yi's hand, and continued to zoom in and record Zhang Yilan on the stage. Where did you come from, you idiot? Why are you meddling in other people's business here? That person on the stage is not your girlfriend. Seeing this, Yi pressed his phone again. That person on the stage is my girlfriend. The man with the beer belly sneered. I didn't expect you to be more lewd than me. After saying that, he tried to break free from Yi's hand and continue taking pictures. But while struggling, his hand accidentally touched the photo album. Yi noticed that the man's cell phone album was full of candid photos taken from various angles. Judging from the pictures, there were at least a dozen girls who were secretly photographed. Many of them were even taken right here, taking advantage of the crowded crowd. Seeing the photo album exposed, a trace of guilt flashed across the face of the man with a beer belly. He quickly turned off the screen of his mobile phone and planned to escape. But Yi was quick and snatched his phone away. You beast, I'm going to hand you over to the police. Performances like today's usually need to be reported. There will be police on duty at the scene. Yi held the beer-bellied man's cell phone in one hand and grabbed his collar with the other, and walked towards the policeman on duty. Seeing Yi's posture, the man with a beer belly immediately tried frantically to pull Yi's hand away. He knows exactly what is in his cell phone album. If the police saw this, he would probably be imprisoned for a few days, which would be the least he could do. But Yi's hand was tightly gripping his collar, and he couldn't pry it free. In a hurry, he quickly took out a butterfly knife from his waist and swung it towards Yi. Chapter 77, Bravely Wounded. Faced with the sudden attack from the man with a beer belly, Yi's heart was filled with alarm. At this moment, without the temporary bonus of the wish mission, Yi's physical fitness is just that of a normal male college student. When Yi saw the man with a beer belly taking out a knife, his body instinctively retreated as fast as possible. But the crowded crowd limited Yi's space to dodge. The knife still left a shallow cut on Yi's chest. A cool breeze blew in through the torn hole in the clothes. It's chilly. Then, Yi felt a sharp pain. A thin layer of blood oozed out of the wound. It was only then that the people around knew what had happened. They screamed and scattered in haste. The police on duty in the distance saw the commotion and hurried towards Yi. Seeing this, the man with a beer belly subconsciously prepared to blend into the crowd and escape from the scene. Yi covered the wound on his chest that was already bleeding lightly, hesitating whether to go forward and stop him. Without the temporary bonus provided by the wish mission, Yi did not have enough confidence. At this moment, Yi noticed a woman in the crowd who seemed familiar. As for where he had seen him, Yi couldn't remember it for a moment. However, the wish bar above this woman's head is exactly what Yi needs right now. The woman's wish was clearly written in the wish column. We can't let this troublemaker get away. Get the mission. Ding, it's detected that the host is performing a wish mission, granting the host a temporary bonus, combat proficiency. The last time Yi faced the gangsters at the door of the bar, he had experienced the power of fighting proficiency. I'm completely familiar with it now. Yi took a quick step forward and grabbed the beer-bellied man's arm. Then he took advantage of the situation with a graceful and neat over-the-shoulder throw. Bang! The man with a beer belly was thrown off the ground by Yi, and then fell heavily to the ground. The man with the beer belly groaned in pain. After this, the man with the beer belly completely lost the ability to resist. Ding, it's detected that the host has completed the wish mission. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 100,000 yuan. The wish object has been automatically bound. Name, Chen Meijia. Age, 32. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Chest, D. Appearance, 8.8 points. Current relationship status, divorced. Current strategy progress, 1.02%. Only then did Ji recall that this Chen Meijia was the neighbor who lived opposite Jiang Chuyi's house whom he met this morning. Emotional status divorced. I didn't expect she was a single mother. It's you? You're hurt. Chen Meijiao hurried forward, she also recognized Yi. At this time, Yi's clothes were stained with blood. At this time, the police on duty also rushed over. Chen Meijiao described the situation at the scene to the police very competently. Officers, I'm the on-site person in charge of today's performance. The man lying on the ground was wielding a knife and attacking people, while this young man was supposed to be acting bravely. I'll call an ambulance now. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called the emergency center. After this commotion, the performance was forced to be interrupted. Zhang Yilin on the stage saw the man holding his chest in the audience, who looked like Yi, so she hurried over. Yi. Are you hurt? What's going on? Is it serious? Facing the police, as well as the concerned looks of Chen Meijiao and Zhang Yilin, Yi shook his head pretending to be relaxed. It's okay, just a minor injury. Then, Yi handed the beer-bellied man's cell phone to the police. I just saw this man filming. Step forward and stop it. I didn't expect he actually had a knife with him. I was careless and didn't dodge. Upon hearing this, the police took the phone and opened the photo album. I looked through it up and down, and unexpectedly, in addition to the secretly taken photos, there were also unexpected discoveries. Without saying a word, he handcuffed the hands of the man with a beer belly who was lying on the ground. Hey little brother, let's take this person back to the police station first, and you go to the hospital to treat the wound. We'll have other colleagues come to the hospital to find you and take a simple statement. Yi knew that this was a routine procedure, so he nodded and said that he would cooperate with the relevant work. The police then took the man with the beer belly away from the scene. After a while, the ambulance arrived. There was not much space inside the car. After the medical staff helped Yi into the car, only one more person could sit in the car. But Zhang Yilin and Chen Meijiao obviously wanted to go along. I'd better go with you. Chen Meijiao thought for a moment, looked at Zhang Yilin and said. After all, I'm the person in charge on the scene today. I'm supposed to clean up after something like this happens. Any activity requires an emergency plan. This is Chen Meijiao's job. Yi, who was in the ambulance at this time, also comforted Zhang Yilin. It's okay, Lin, don't worry. I'm just going to the hospital for a simple bandage. You'll need to change into your performance clothes soon, so don't follow me. Let's finish work early and go back to school to rest. Yi's injury was not serious, but although the wound was not deep, it was very long. With the blood seeping out, it just looks a little scary. Yi knew that such a minor injury could be treated with simple disinfection and bandaging, and didn't even require stitches. After going to the hospital, I have to go to Jiang Chuyi's place. It would be really inconvenient for Jiang Yilin to follow. Seeing that both of them said so, Jiang Yilin had no choice but to agree. All right. Then you can contact me anytime. If you need to be hospitalized, I'll go with you. Yi nodded, and then the medical staff closed the ambulance door and drove towards the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital, the doctors simply treated Yi's wound. As Yi expected, the injury was not serious. Because I dodged it in time, it only scratched my skin. It will heal in a few days. However, Chen Meijiao still insisted that Yi undergo a full body check to ensure that there were no other injuries. Firstly, it is to maintain a serious and responsible attitude. Yi was injured at the event site. In any case, the organizers of the event are responsible for security negligence. Only by doing a full body checkup can you feel completely at ease. Secondly, they were also worried that if Yi discovered other injuries in the future, he would come to the event organizer to ask for compensation. I'm afraid there will be a lot of arguments by then. It is difficult to say exactly when the injury occurred. So, it will be good for everyone if you check it out today. Yi had no choice but to agree to Chen Meijiao's proposal. The emergency doctor gave me a thorough checkup. Even an electrocardiogram and a CT scan were done. The emergency CT report will take more than an hour to come out. Yi and Chen Meijiao waited in the hospital lobby and started chatting. Your daughter is very well behaved. How old is she? Chapter 78. Listening to the single mother talk about the past. When talking about her daughter, Chen Meijiao finally showed a smile on her face. My daughter Xinxin is 3 years old and will go to kindergarten next year. Seeing that Chen Meijiao had opened up, Yi continued the conversation. After all, Chen Meijiao has become his bound target. It's always a good idea to get closer to each other. Regardless of whether I can conquer it in the future, at least it would be nice to be able to complete some wish quests. I think the child is very well behaved. He must be a lot of peace of mind for you. Chen Meijiao combed the strand of hair on her forehead behind her ear, and a hint of bitterness flashed across her face. Xinxin is very worry-free. But I'm usually too busy with work. I have to go to work during the day, so I have to take her to my mother's house and ask her to help me take care of her. I'll take the child back to my side after I get off work in the evening. Actually, when I think about it, I'm not a very competent mother. There is too little time to spend with my kids. Yi curled his lips in his heart and thought, you are a competent mother. It's much better than my parents. Yi was thrown into an orphanage since he was born. Then, it was as if my parents had disappeared from the face of the earth, with no news of them at all. It was not until Yi was old enough to go to elementary school that a person who claimed to be Yi's sister took Yi out of the welfare home. But when it comes to matters concerning her parents, this sister knows nothing. It's not easy for you either. It's really hard to balance work and family. To provide a good life for my children, I have to work hard and earn money. But working hard will result in your children lacking parental companionship. It's a really difficult balance. Every word Yi said touched Chen Meijiao's heart. This is indeed the dilemma she faces now. As a single mother, the burden of raising the child falls entirely on her. The mortgage, daily expenses, and the cost of children's future schooling all added up to an astronomical figure. And the employment situation is so severe now. Everyone is working hard at their jobs. If you slack off in your work, you will most likely be replaced by others. She couldn't afford to lose this job. She and Xinxin both rely on this salary to make a living. But every time she saw her child saying with red eyes that she wanted her to stay at home with her more, Chen Meijiao felt her heart was being torn apart. She also wanted to be with her daughter every day and watch her grow up happily. But the cold reality did not allow her to have such extravagant wishes. Oh, there's nothing I can do. I can only hope that my job and income will be stable in the future, so that I can find time to make up for my children. Seeing how difficult it was for Chen Meijiao, Yi continued to ask naturally. What about your husband? One of you can be responsible for working outside to earn money, and the other can focus on being at home with the children. It's always better to have one of the parents by your side. Although Yi can see through the system information that Chen Meijiao is now divorced. But Chen Meijiao hasn't said this to Yi yet. In order to prevent future leaks and to promote better progress in the strategy, Yi felt it necessary to guide Chen Meijiao to speak out about these situations herself. After Yi asked this question, the bitterness on Chen Meijiao's face seemed to become even stronger. The child's father. Why? He actually has a family. But I didn't know that at the time. After finding out I was pregnant, his wife came to my house and tried to get me to abort the baby in a very tough manner. A hint of self-mockery flashed across Chen Meijiao's face. It seems that I was so ridiculous back then. I actually believed a man who was full of lies. I actually believed that he was the one who could take care of me for the rest of my life. Chen Meijiao's family education is relatively traditional. She was also unwilling to have a relationship with that man before marriage. But she couldn't resist the man's sweet words and deception. Plus, both of them drank a little that day. Under the influence of alcohol, I didn't expect that I would get pregnant with Xinxin after just that one time. Then not long after, the man's wife came to the door. Chen Meijiao still remembers the humiliating scene of being slapped and called a mistress that day. Although I felt disheartened for a while after learning the truth. But I think the child is innocent. She is in my belly, after all, she is also a little life. I can't bear to do this. So I secretly left the city and returned to Bincheng to live with my parents. But my dad, after finding out I was pregnant before marriage, he felt ashamed of me. I didn't want to be gossiped about by him every day, so I gritted my teeth, took out all my savings to pay the down payment, and took out a loan to buy the house I have now. Fortunately, after Xinxin was born, my parents saw that this girl was really lovable, and their attitude towards her changed a little bit. After listening to what Chen Meijiao said, Yi was secretly shocked. These days, all the good cabbages are eaten by pigs. No wonder I always saw people saying online that if you meet someone good and suitable during college, you must hold on to them. Because when you enter society, you will find that everyone has more or less their own experiences and stories. It's hard to find the same simplicity as in college. However, Yi was still a little confused about what Chen Meijiao had just said. The system panel shows that Chen Meijiao's relationship status is divorced. But judging from her description, she and that man were not married? Then why the talk of divorce? Could it be? Then you didn't think about finding another one later? Yi thought about it and felt that maybe there was another story behind Chen Meijiao. Chen Meijiao just sighed softly. Who would want someone like me who's in her early 30s and has a child? My parents arranged one for me before. He's the son of my dad's friend. At the time, I thought my parents had already explained my situation to the other party. So we just met once and had a cup of coffee. I thought we got along pretty well, and then we went to get the certificate. But after we got the marriage certificate, I took him home. When he saw Xinxin, he immediately turned hostile. They said I was a liar and that my whole family was a liar. I just realized then that my parents didn't tell him about Xinxin. That afternoon, we went to get a divorce. Chen Meijiao looked up at the white ceiling of the hospital, her eyes confused and helpless. After that time, I understood something. If you rely on mountains, they will fall. If you rely on people, they will run away. I can't always count on finding someone to commit my life to. Now that I'm a mother, I have to rely on my own efforts to create a bright future for Xinxin and me. Chapter 79 Bad Taste. After going through so many things, Chen Meijiao has already seen through it. No one in this world, not even your parents, can be your complete reliance. Only you can give yourself a sense of security. Today is the first time since she joined the company that she has been independently responsible for such a large-scale live performance. I didn't expect such an accident to happen. Fortunately, the man who was causing trouble was stopped by Yi and handed over to the police. Yi's injury was not too serious. This also allows her to give an explanation to the company. When something like this happens, the company's top management will definitely find someone to take responsibility for the social impact. But now, I have handled all the aftermath, and I believe the company leaders should not be so unkind. I didn't expect you to be so brave. The bad guy was subdued in no time. Chen Meijiao changed the topic from herself to Yi. Thinking about how Yi knocked the man with a beer belly unconscious today with just a cool shoulder throw. I also thought about last night, when Yi spent the whole night with that girl next door. For some reason, Chen Meijiao suddenly felt a subtle throbbing in her heart. I had a deep and special impression of this young man in my heart. This may be the reason why she is willing to talk so much with Yi. Yi chuckled, a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face, and he scratched the back of his head awkwardly. It's okay. I didn't think too much about it at the time. If Chen Meijiao hadn't come up with that wish mission in time today, Yi probably wouldn't have become this hero. Number 053, your report is out. At this time, the emergency doctor shouted. Yi looked at the list in his hand and found that he was number 053. I got up and walked into the emergency room, only to see the doctor looking at Yi's CT report. Yeah, I'm healthy, no problem. Just go home and recuperate your chest wound. Hearing that Yi had no other questions, Chen Meijiao finally let go of her worries. The doctor glanced at the two of them and continued. Be careful these 2 days and try not to let the wound come into contact with water. Is this your girlfriend? Don't take a shower for the next 2 days. Just let your girlfriend wipe you with a towel. If you find that the wound is infected, come to the hospital again. After saying that, the doctor rang the bell and called the next patient in. Neither Yi nor Chen Meijiao were given a chance to explain themselves. Talk to your girlfriend yourself when you get back. Chen Meijiao's face flushed slightly. Yi nodded. Just as I was about to say something, I saw 2 policemen walking towards me from a distance. Outside the emergency room, 2 policemen took a brief statement from Yi. After the record was taken, Yi and Chen Meijiao had nothing to do with it. As for what more serious information the man with the beer belly had in his phone, considering the confidentiality of the case, the police did not reveal anything to Yi. After leaving the hospital, Yi took out his cell phone and prepared to hail a taxi. Manager Chen. Manager Chen, are you going back to the performance? Or are you going home? Chen Meijiao looked at the time and then looked at the chat content in the WeChat workgroup. Other colleagues were cleaning up the show, so there was nothing for me to do. Go home. My mother has already sent Xinxin home. I have to go home to be with my kids. Otherwise Xinxin will be scared when she's home alone. Considering that the two of them lived across the street, Yi suggested. Manager Chen, why don't we go back together? It just so happens that I got a taxi. The phone shows that the online taxi will arrive in 1 minute. At this time, it is easy to get a taxi at the hospital entrance. Chen Meijiao nodded. Good. You don't have to call me Manager Chen. I'm not really a manager. I'm older than you, so just call me sister. Yi smiled and immediately changed his words. Then I'll call you Sister Meijiao. Hearing Yi calling her sister, Chen Meijiao suddenly felt a sweet feeling in her heart for some reason. After getting in the car, Yi suddenly remembered that a stranger was loitering in front of Zhang Chuyi's house last night. When going out this morning, Yi noticed that there was a visual electronic doorbell installed on the front door of Chen Meijiao's house. Sister Meijiao, does the electronic doorbell on your door have a video recording function? Yes, there are. Whenever someone passes by the door, it will be recorded. Before, I was worried that the man's wife would come to my house and do something to Xinxin, so I pretended. What's wrong? Why are you asking this suddenly? Yi told Chen Meijiao in detail what happened last night. After listening, Chen Meijiao immediately took out her mobile phone and opened an app. Let me take a look at the video recording from last night. Night. Oh. Found it. Look. According to the time described by Yi, Chen Meijiao saw that the visual electronic doorbell installed on her door indeed recorded a man wandering around Zhang Chuyi's door for a long time. Let's add WeChat and I'll send you this video. Do we need to call the police? Yi opened the video sent by Chen Meijiao and watched it carefully. No need for now, let me see who this person is first. Judging from the video, the man was facing the gate of Zhang Chuyi's house and had his back to the door of Chen Meijiao's house. So I can't see his face for now. But this back figure always gave Yi a familiar feeling. It feels like someone I know in daily life. From the video footage, we can see that the man stayed at Zhang Chuyi's door for a long time. However, there was no sign of anyone trying to pry open the door or tamper with the circuits in any other way. It seems that the power outage at Zhang Chuyi's house last night was really just an accident. The video footage was recorded for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly, a scream came from Zhang Chuyi's house behind. Yi remembered that it was the sound Zhang Chuyi made when she was talking to him on the phone. After hearing the scream, the man at the door became visibly panicked. He turned around a few times in a panic, then ran into the stairwell in the corridor. Just as the man turned around, Yi saw the face clearly. That pockmarked face. Holy crap? Qin Shou? Why did he come to Zhang Chuyi's house? Just when Yi was confused, Chen Meijiao sent another video. Yi, take a look at this video. It was around 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. That man showed up at your door again. When Chen Meijia was watching the surveillance video, she found that late at night, the video doorbell had recorded several videos of someone at the door opposite. Judging from his stature, he is the same person as before. So he quickly sent it to Yi Yi. Yi Yi looked at Qin Shou in the video with an intriguing expression. Late last night, he and Jiang Chuyi were making love. Unexpectedly, the noises he made in the house were overheard by Qin Shu, who was climbing over the wall. What kind of bad taste is this? Chapter 80, Carving the Dog Licking into the Bones. After class yesterday, Qin Shu overheard Jiang Chuyi and Yi Yi talking about their meeting in the evening. Qin Shu was upset when he learned that the two of them were going on a date in the evening. The goddess whom I had licked for so long had never even looked at me straight in the eye. But now, Yi Yi has accomplished it in just a few days. Could it be because Yi Yi has something on Jiang Chuyi? No. Qin Shu thought that he must intercept Jiang Chuyi before Yi Yi completely conquered her. I must also find a way to find out what Jiang Chuyi's weakness is. So that day, Qin Shu secretly followed Jiang Chuyi home after class. I followed him all the way, until Jiang Chuyi arrived at Taoyuan Community and returned home. After Jiang Chuyi entered the room, Qin Shu began to lie at the door and eavesdrop, hoping to hear Jiang Chuyi reveal her secrets in this way. As far as he knew, many girls would talk to themselves when they were alone at home. Maybe Jiang Chuyi is the same. But after waiting for an entire afternoon, Jiang Chuyi was quiet at home. Qin Shu heard nothing. Later, Jiang Chuyi went out, and Qin Shu hid in the stairwell alone, waiting for Jiang Chuyi to come back. While waiting, he finally fell asleep leaning against the wall of the stairwell. When I woke up, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Qin Shu saw the lights on in Jiang Chuyi's house. It seems that Jiang Chuyi is back. And judging from the shadow cast by the light on the curtains, there was only one person at Jiang Chuyi's house. Qin Shu felt a little relieved. It seems that Jiang Chuyi did not take Yi Yi home after their date. Fortunately, that means Yi Yi has not succeeded yet. I still have a chance. But just as Qin Shu was lying on the door of Jiang Chuyi's house and preparing to listen to the noise inside, Jiang Chuyi's scream suddenly came from the house, shouting that there was someone at the door. Qin Shu was immediately panicked. He was afraid that Jiang Chuyi would know that the person at the door was him and would call the police and have him arrested as a pervert. Then there would be no way to salvage the image of himself in Jiang Chuyi's heart. So Qin Shu hurriedly hid back in the stairwell. Just a few minutes later, Qin Shu, who was hiding in the stairwell, heard Yi Yi's voice coming from the door of Jiang Chuyi's house. Damn it, why is Yi Yi here at this time? Late at night, a man and a woman alone, you can guess what will happen with your toes. No. We can't let this happen. But before Qin Shu could run out to stop her, Jiang Chuyi had already opened the door, crying bitterly, and was then carried into the house by Yi Yi. Qin Shu, who just stuck his head out of the stairwell, saw Yi Yi hugging Jiang Chuyi with one hand and closing the door with the other hand. It's over. Qin Shu felt disheartened. He kept kowtowing and praying to God on the stairwell, begging Yi Yi not to stay overnight at Jiang Chuyi's house. As long as Yi Yi can come out tonight, there will be a chance of turning things around. As time passed, Qin Shu felt more and more desperate. It was not until late at night that Qin Shu, who was leaning against the wall with a decadent look on his face, vaguely heard Jiang Chuyi's voice. Judging from the sound, she and Yi Yi are all ready. Qin Shu's heart was bleeding. At this moment, it felt like thousands of arrows were piercing my heart and I was being cut into pieces by thousands of knives. The woman he loved most in his life so far, at this moment, became someone else's woman. Yi Yi, you bastard, I will never forgive you. Damn it. Wow, my Jiang Chuyi. Yi Yi, I beg you, please be gentle, I'm afraid Chuyi will feel pain. In this way, Yi Yi and Jiang Chuyi in the house did not sleep all night, and Qin Shu squatted in the stairwell with red eyes, also did not sleep all night. He smoked pack after pack of cigarettes, and the stairwell was littered with cigarette butts. Overnight, Qin Shu's beard grew a lot longer. His face also looked much more haggard. For a man, sometimes growth happens in an instant. But no one knows what price Qin Shu paid for this growth. Until this morning, Qin Shu remembered that he had to attend the 8 o'clock class this morning, so he hurriedly took a taxi back to school before Yi Yi and Jiang Chuyi left. He is not afraid of being late for class. Instead, he was going back to school and driving to the subway station to pick up Jiang Chuyi. He knew that his beloved goddess would not be able to walk today. Today is the day Jiang Chuyi needs to take a car the most. Although his heart was broken into pieces, Qin Shu still decided to burn himself out for Jiang Chuyi. After being a bootlicker for so many years, the skill of licking has long been engraved in my bones. As long as he could see Jiang Chuyi smile, Qin Shu's broken heart would be bathed in warm sunshine. But after seeing Yi and Jiang Chuyi sitting in the back seat, their sweet and loving faces, Qin Shu felt like his heart was hit by a hammer. One time. Again. Let us get back to the topic. Yi and Chen Meijia took a taxi back to Taoyuan community. If there's anything you need my help with, just tell me. If you want to call the police, I can give them all the recent surveillance videos. Chen Meijia was also frightened after learning that a man had been lingering at her doorstep recently. Although from the surveillance footage, the man's main target was the door opposite. But who can say for sure about this kind of thing? Abnormal psychological activities cannot be inferred by common sense. It's okay, Sister Meijiao, I can handle this. This man is a classmate of ours. In order to prevent Chen Meijiao from worrying too much, Yi told the truth. Chen Meijiao finally breathed a sigh of relief after learning that the stranger in the surveillance footage knew Yi and the others. Sister Meijiao, then I will go back first. Good night. When he arrived at the door, Yi put his finger on the door handle of Jiang Chuyi's house. This morning, Jiang Chuyi specially helped Yi to enter the fingerprint lock permissions. From now on, Yi can open the door of Jiang Chuyi's house with his fingers. With a beep, the door opened. Chen Meijiao also opened the door of her house. Okay, good night. Heal your wounds. Don't make such a fuss. This last sentence seems to have a different meaning. Yi, who understood the implicit meaning, chuckled and scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. Hearing that Yi had returned, Jiang Chuyi, wearing furry pajamas, came out from the bedroom to greet him. She pouted her lips, her tone slightly dissatisfied. Look at the time. You still remember to come back. I thought Jiang Yilin had seduced you tonight. By the way, was that the voice of the beautiful sister across the street just now? You came back with her? Tell me the truth, when did you hook up with her? Ever since she had a deep exchange with Yi, Jiang Chuyi felt more and more that she couldn't live without Yi. Seeing that there are always good-looking girls around Yi, I can't help but feel jealous. But at this moment, Jiang Chuyi's eyes suddenly fell on the gauze wrapped around Yi's chest. Are you hurt? Chapter 81. The first 100%. After seeing Yi injured, Jiang Chuyi no longer had the heart to continue blaming him. He hurriedly tore off Yi's clothes to see how serious his injury was. Seeing this, Yi also pretended to be in pain. Be gentle, it hurts. I came here to do something brave today. In the end, he was slashed by that person. I happened to meet the sister next door, and she called an ambulance to take me to the hospital. Yi briefly told Jiang Chuyi about what happened tonight. Jiang Chuyi couldn't help but feel scared when she learned that the other party was holding a knife. Don't do such dangerous things again. Do I have to be this hero? If you encounter something similar in the future, you must first ensure your own safety. When Jiang Chuyi thought about the dangerous thing Yi encountered today, she panicked and almost cried. The knife has already cut into the chest. What if by chance you scratch your neck? I just gave myself completely to Yi yesterday, and I almost became a widow today. If you get hurt again, I'm just ignoring you. Looking at Jiang Chuyi's tearful eyes, Yi felt warm in his heart. He took Jiang Chuyi's hand and hugged her in his arms. Okay, I was wrong. I will pay more attention next time. I shouldn't have made you worry so much. How about I make it up to you? As Yi spoke, his hands began to become restless. Jiang Chuyi felt Yi's breathing becoming increasingly heavy and her face turned red. You're injured. Don't. Yi, however, picked up Jiang Chuyi in a princess hug without any concern. This little injury is nothing. Didn't you bleed yesterday? Jiang Chuyi was slightly stunned before she realized what Yi meant. Hateful hooligan. At this time, she had been carried into the bedroom by Yi. After turning off the lights, Jiang Chuyi gently put her arms around Yi's neck. Then you compensate me a few more times. When I was alone at home, I kept thinking about you. The next morning, when Yi woke up, there was no one around him. I got up, rubbing my eyes, and heard the sound of gas being turned on in the kitchen. Yi walked out of the room in slippers and saw Jiang Chuyi making breakfast in the kitchen. Wake up. Go brush your teeth. I cooked noodles. After we finish eating, we'll go to school together. She looks so virtuous, just like a nice housewife. Yi Yi hugged Zhang Chuyi from behind and gave her a deep good morning kiss. The sun shone through the kitchen window onto the steaming steam. The noodles rolled in the pot, and his hands were clasped in front of him. The hustle and bustle of the world and the vast mountains and rivers are not as good as the kitchen and love at this moment. Ding, it's detected that the progress of the strategy for the bound target Zhang Chuyi has reached 100%. Permanent bonus rewards are being issued. Congratulations to the host for acquiring combat skills, mastery of singing, and enhanced physical fitness. So far, a total of 4 of Zhang Chuyi's wish tasks have been completed. One was to promise Zhang Chuyi not to send the cheating video to the teacher. This mission only has a reward of 100,000 yuan, and no other bonuses. The second one was when he faced the group of thugs at the bar door. The bonus that time was exactly the fighting technique. The third wish task is to be at a concert and be chosen to sing. The bonus is singing proficiency. Now Zhang Chuyi's strategy progress has reached 100%. The 3 temporary bonuses of fighting skills, singing proficiency, and physical enhancement have now been converted into permanent bonuses. Feeling the abundant strength in his body and the rich fighting skills in his mind, Yi Yi felt at ease. Injuries like last night's should be largely avoided in the future. With fighting skills at hand, even if there are more than a dozen people on the other side, they probably won't be a match for me. Ding, the host has captured a bound target and can receive an additional asset doubling reward. As the system's metallic prompt sounded, Yi Yi's phone received a text message. The balance of over 1.2 million yuan in the card suddenly became 2.4 million yuan. Yi Yi's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that after successfully binding the object, there would be such an unexpected surprise. Originally, the 1.2 million was the reward accumulated from completing the wish mission. Now it has doubled. Then if I succeed in conquering other people next time, won't I be able to double my money? 2,400,000 became 4,800,000. 4,800,000 became 9,600,000. Then there is 19.2 million. 38,400,000. 76.8 million. It will break 100 million next time. Faced with such a high rate of return, even the stock god would probably feel like a rookie. What are you laughing at? Zhang Chuyi in Yi Yi's arms couldn't help but feel curious when she saw Yi Yi smiling. They were kissing passionately just now. Why does it feel like I've suddenly won the lottery? Let's buy a car. This will make it much more convenient to go to school in the future. No more catching the subway. If you have money in your pocket, you can speak with confidence. More than 2 million is enough for a college student to buy a good car. Ever since taking his driver's license test, Yi Yi has had few opportunities to drive. Not to mention buying a car. It seems like it is a very distant thing. But I didn't expect that before graduation, I would actually own a car of my own. This feeling is so great. Zhang Chuyi listened to Yi Yi's words and nodded. Buy a car. Okay. My dad promised to buy me a car. But since I'm used to taking the subway, I didn't take it for the time being. But since you want a car, I'll call my dad later and ask him to help me buy the car. Zhang Chuyi's family conditions are relatively good. She is also an only child. Naturally, her parents would treat her well. However, Yi Yi was somewhat surprised by Zhang Chuyi's answer. No. That's not what I meant. Why do I feel like I'm eating soft rice? I want to buy a car myself. It's also nice to have a car to drive without spending any money. But Yi Yi always felt that for things like this, it would be more reassuring to spend his own money. Anyway, he is not short of money now. First buy a car to drive, and after conquering a few more binding targets, multiply your assets several times. Then buy a supercar or something like that. For every man, supercars are always on the dream list. That's not what I meant. I mean, let's go buy a car. I'll buy it. Since we don't have classes this afternoon, let's go after our morning classes. After having a car, maybe I can unlock some new things with Zhang Chuyi. Thinking of this, Yi Yi showed a meaningful smile. As soon as Zhang Chuyi saw Yi Yi's expression, she knew what he was thinking. After the two of them had a deep communication, Zhang Chuyi felt that she and Yi Yi had a sense of mutual understanding. Look how anxious you are. Your injury hasn't healed yet. Chapter 82, More Supplements. Now that he had decided to buy a car, Yi Yi suddenly had another idea in his mind. There is a treasure girl named Xia Xiaoyu by my side. Buying a car is a great opportunity to make money. The system will not only fully reimburse the expenses spent on Xia Xiaoyu, but after conquering Xia Xiaoyu, these expenses will be doubled. Others spend money to buy cars, but I not only buy a car for free, but I also get money. Why not? Last night, Yi Yi took advantage of Jiang Chuyi's good mood and told her about Xia Xiaoyu. Including buying a house for Xia Xiaoyu, he also told her the truth. There's no way to hide this kind of thing. Rather than waiting for Jiang Chuyi to discover the truth later, it is better to give her a preventive measure in advance. Fortunately, Jiang Chuyi is easily persuaded. After learning about Xia Xiaoyu's isolation at school, he not only did not feel jealous, but was full of sympathy for Xia Xiaoyu. Let's go car shopping this afternoon. I want to bring Xiaoyu along. The car will be in her name then. Yi said tentatively while eating the noodles cooked by Jiang Chuyi. Jiang Chuyi was also eating noodles in small bites without even raising her head. Whatever you want. It's your own money anyway. It seemed as if Jiang Chuyi was not at all unhappy with Yi's idea. Although Jiang Chuyi had been classmates with Yi for so many years, she only recently learned that Yi was very rich. But as to how much Yi actually had, Jiang Chuyi didn't know, nor did she care. She likes Yi not because of money. In terms of economic conditions alone, her family is not bad. So Jiang Chuyi doesn't take this aspect very seriously. It's Yi's own money, so of course he can spend it however he wants. Anyway, Yi's recent lavish spending has made Jiang Chuyi accustomed to these things. He gave Jiang Yilan more than 2 million in rewards and bought an apartment for Xia Xiaoyu. Based on these two things, buying a car seems a bit insignificant. Seeing Jiang Chuyi not in agreement, Yi felt secretly delighted. He moved closer to Jiang Chuyi and gave her a kiss on the side of her cheek. Oh, your mouth is so greasy, why don't you wipe it first? Jiang Chuyi scolded him but did not push Yi away. Instead, she smiled sweetly. She looks just like a newlywed young wife. After breakfast, I take the subway to school. The bootlicker Qinsho still drove to the subway station to pick up Jiang Chuyi and Yi. This is the last day I'll ride in his car. Let's cherish it. Yi made a joke in a low voice that only Jiang Chuyi could hear. Jiang Chuyi blushed and gently patted Yi's arm. Qinsho, who was driving the car in the front, knew nothing about this. There are 2 classes this morning. Yi sat in the back row of the classroom and slept for 2 full classes with the help of his roommates who kept watch and provided cover for him. I've been very busy lately and feel drowsy as soon as I go to class. Jiang Chuyi sat next to him, looking at Yi who was almost drooling in his sleep, and was worried in her heart. I don't understand how Yi can always rank second in the class in every exam with such a good attitude towards study. Is it possible that some people can learn without listening in class? Maybe this is talent. I can't envy it. By the time the class was over, it was already time for lunch. Yi brought Jiang Chuyi to the cafeteria to find Xia Xiaoyu. Xia Xiaoyu, who had gone to reserve a seat in advance, had already ordered food for Yi and Jiang Chuyi. According to Yi's request, there were fish and shrimp, and plenty of meat. Add vegetables and the nutrients are very balanced. In the past 2 days, Xia Xiaoyu used his spare time to search the internet for a lot of knowledge about nutritional combinations. The purpose is to cultivate myself into the person Yi likes as soon as possible. Looking at Jiang Chuyi's skin as white as cream beside Yi, Xia Xiaoyu felt envious. I thought, if I looked like that, maybe I would have a place in Yi's heart. Yi. How's your injury? I was so worried last night. As soon as Yi sat down in the cafeteria, Jiang Yilan appeared out of nowhere and sat next to Xia Xiaoyu naturally. There were only 4 seats at the small cafeteria table, and they were all occupied. Yi and Jiang Chuyi sat on one side, while Jiang Yilan and Xia Xiaoyu sat on the other side. These 4 people sitting together undoubtedly formed the most beautiful table in the cafeteria today. It's just a minor injury, it's okay. Yi patted his chest to show that he was fine. When Jiang Chuyi's strategy progress reached 100% this morning, Yi felt that his whole body was injected with a very refreshing energy. The wound on the chest is also healing at a speed that the human body can perceive. Perhaps this is also a small benefit after the strategy progress reaches 100%. Senior, are you injured? Xia Xiaoyu, who was concentrating on eating fish, raised her head with a worried look on her face when she heard that Yi was injured. She didn't even know that Yi was seriously injured. It's a pity that Yi is so nice to her. Xia Xiaoyu felt a little guilty. It's okay. He was at my house last night. I checked his wound. Small problem. Before Yi could speak, Jiang Chudi answered for him. Moreover, Jiang Chudi didn't even raise her head while speaking, she was drinking the pork rib soup in front of her. He said it lightly, as if everything was as natural as eating and drinking. But this naturalness also cleverly reveals a meaning of declaring sovereignty in public. Jiang Yilin raised her eyebrows, obviously understanding the implication of Jiang Chuyi's words. The movement of picking up the food with his hands also paused slightly. But just a second later, Jiang Yilin returned to normal. Jiang Chuyi officially declared war. Then she naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. So what if Jiang Chuyi strikes first? As a high-level love strategist, Jiang Yilin is confident that she can come from behind and win. Yi, thank you for your help yesterday. I was very nervous before going on stage, but I felt relieved after seeing the message you sent me. By the way, didn't you give me over 2 million in tips on Douyin that day? I got nearly 1.2 million. I plan to rent a house near the school as well. I might take on more off-campus activities in the future. It would be more convenient to live outside. After saying that, Jiang Yilin winked at Yi. It was obvious that I was telling Yi directly in public that I would live off campus from now on. If you have the chance, you can come to my house and visit. Jiang Chudi sensed the tension in Jiang Yilin's words and casually picked up a chicken leg and put it in Yi's bowl. You've worked hard these past 2 days, so make up for it. Just a simple sentence, but it can kill people without them even noticing. Thanks for your hard work? What's hard? We are all adults, how can we not guess it? Jiang Yilin curled her lips. I didn't expect that Jiang Chuyi, the rumored ice beauty, would actually take the initiative to strike first. Humph, but she won't give up just like that. Just because she lost the initiative doesn't mean she lost. Chapter 83 Music Department Queen. When Jiang Yilin and Xia Xiaoyu heard Jiang Chuyi's words, a hint of panic flashed in their eyes. Although the two had different thoughts, neither of them backed down. Jiang Yilin was born to like challenging things. If Yi was really within her reach, she would find it boring. Now we have Jiang Chudi as a competitor, which is perfect. And Xia Xiaoyu was unwilling to back down. In her heart, Yi is good to her, so she must be good to Yi too. It's just that because of his long-term malnutrition, Yi may feel that he is not good-looking enough. It doesn't matter, as long as Yi likes it, she is willing to be anything. Looking at Jiang Chudi and Jiang Yilin's skin full of collagen and as smooth as a baby's, Xia Xiaoyu picked up another piece of fish and put it into her bowl. Well, as long as you eat more, you can always make up for the nutrients you have missed over the years. On the other side of the cafeteria, Xia Xiaoyu's 3 roommates started muttering again. Who are those people sitting with that country girl? I know that long-legged girl. She's Jiang Yilin from the dance department. I heard she made millions from Douyin Live these days. As expected of a school beauty, she really can make a living with her looks. The other girl seems to be Jiang Chudi, who is ranked 5th on the school beauty list. Fuck, 2 school beauties? Why is the little country girl sitting with them? Look, the 3 of them were looking at that boy when they were talking. Could it be that they all came for him? Is it Xia Xiaoyu who is chasing him, or is he chasing Xia Xiaoyu? Nonsense, how could such a tall and handsome guy be interested in Xia Xiaoyu? It must be this country girl who is chasing him. But if that handsome guy is not interested in Xia Xiaoyu, why does he eat with her in the cafeteria every day at noon? Yeah, why? That's impossible. What's so good about this country girl? As these 3 low-level gold diggers looked on in confusion, they saw that the 4 people at Xia Xiaoyu's table had finished their meal, cleared their plates, and walked out of the cafeteria together. Binchang, Porsche 4S store. Since he wanted to get cash back, Yi decisively brought Jiang Yilin along. Hello, for Panamaris, all in her name, paid in full. Yi asked Xia Xiaoyu for his ID card and handed it directly to the salesperson. The salesperson had just finished lunch and was taking a lunch break. When he saw a few people who looked like students, he was too lazy to even stand up to greet them. Every day, countless people come to the Porsche 4S store to take photos and show off. This group of salespeople has long been accustomed to it. But after hearing Yi's words, the salesperson quickly jumped up from the sofa where he was taking a lunch break. He greeted him with a flattering look on his face. A pretentious person would never say such overbearing words to a salesperson. 4 palmers, paid in full. There is only one kind of person who can say this. Rich people. Please take a seat first. I'll get you the contract right away. The salesperson bowed and invited Yi and his companions to sit in the VIP room, and also presented them with a beautiful fruit plate and snacks. Choose the best configuration, and choose the color yourself. Yi waved his hand and said that buying a car sounded like buying clothes. The three of them did not refuse. Zhang Chuyi felt that she had completely given herself to Yi. Yi had previously spent more than 2 million on gifts for Zhang Yilin, so buying her a car would be considered letting bygones be bygones. Zhang Yilin felt that Yi wanted to win her favor in this way. As a high-level emotional strategist, I naturally understand that when faced with a man's act of kindness, I cannot simply reject it. Sometimes accepting it calmly will make a man happier. As for Xia Xiaoyu, she had long been accustomed to Yi's behavior. I bought her a house, why would she care about this car? But she doesn't have a driver's license yet. It seems that I need to hurry up and enroll in a driving school to learn how to drive. In a short while, everyone had chosen their own car. Yi chose black, Zhang Chuyi chose pink, Zhang Yilin chose red, and Xia Xiaoyu chose white. After signing the contract, you can pay by swiping your card in one go. There wasn't even room for shock in sales. Adding up all the expenses, Yi paid a little over 10 million. Of course, all this money is fully reimbursed by the system. He didn't let Yi take a penny out of his wallet. And because these 4 cars are all named after Xia Xiaoyu, they are considered as expenses for Xia Xiaoyu. After conquering Xia Xiaoyu in the future, Yi will be able to get a cashback reward of more than 20 million. Combined with the special reward that doubles your assets every time you conquer a target, these 20 million can become hundreds of millions with just a few times of doubling. Achieving financial freedom is just around the corner. For Panameras, none in stock in the store. Yi left an address for the staff, and the staff said that after the car arrived, they would deliver the goods to the address. After leaving the 4S store, the few people separated temporarily. Zhang Yilin is going to look at houses and prepare to rent one as soon as possible. Zhang Chuyi received a call from her mother, asking her to go home. Xia Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was thinking of finding a driving school to sign up for first. After the 3 women took taxis and left, Yi was left alone. Yi scratched his head, inexplicably feeling like a left-behind child. Oh, busy, everyone is busy, it's better to be busy. Then what should I do? After much thought, Yi decided to do something serious. The system's hidden task is to increase the progress of capturing the 5 campus beauties to over 70%. So far, he has only been tied to 3 school beauties. There are still 2 school beauties that I haven't met yet. You can't just wait for the school beauty to come to you for no reason. In order to complete the task as soon as possible, Yi decided to take the initiative. So the next target is, the second on the campus beauty list, the music department queen, Su Xingnian. Yi remembered that there was an announcement on the campus website recently, saying that the school was going to organize a campus singing competition. Today is the first day of auditions. As a music student, Su Xingnian should also attend. Go check it out, you might see it. Yi called an online taxi and hurried to the school. Bincheng University, Auditorium. The venue for today's campus singer auditions is set up here. Su Xingnian was putting on makeup backstage at this time, preparing to go on stage. While putting on makeup, Su Xingnian's phone was playing a video of Zhou Yijia's concert on the internet. Hey Susu, how many times have you watched this video? Do you like Zhou Yijia so much? A girl from the music department came over and asked. The other girl smiled secretly and joked. What do you know? Susu likes the mysterious man who sang with Zhou Yijia at the concert. That mysterious guy's singing skills are top-notch, he almost overshadowed Zhou Yijia. And when he introduced himself before singing, he said he was also a student of our school. Chapter 84, 3 People Make a Tiger. Su Xingnian blushed slightly and slapped the girl who had just teased her. Oh, that's nonsense. How could I? The girl dodged it with a smile and continued to expose the truth. Still saying no. Ever since you started putting on makeup, you've already seen this 7 or 8 times. I didn't expect that our little fairy Susu would finally be tempted by the mortal world. Just as a few people were laughing, there was a knock on the dressing room door. The girl who had just joked got up and opened the door. The wooden door opened, and a large bouquet of flowers appeared in front of them. The petals of the bright red rose are covered with a thin layer of water droplets. It looks like it was just brought from the flower shop. Susu, I wish our performance goes well later. A man stretched his head and showed his face from behind a bunch of roses. Senior Li Xiaofang? Oh, you're here to see Sister Susu. Li Xiaofang is recognized as the piano prince in the music department. He is also Su Xingnian's ardent pursuer. Unlike Jiang Chuyi's #1 bootlicker Qinsho, this Li Xiaofang is quite impressive in both appearance and height. He is 1.8 meters tall and has regular facial features. More importantly, the family is well off. My parents are the owners of a hot pot restaurant chain in Binchang. When Li Xiaofang was very young, his parents specially invited a professional piano teacher to come to their home to give Li Xiaofang one-on-one lessons. Even after so many years of study, Li Xiaofang's piano skills have not reached the level of perfection. But compared to ordinary people, it is already very good. Logically speaking, for a boy like this, it would be easy to pursue a girl. But Li Xiaofang hit a wall with Su Xingnian. Li Xiaofang started pursuing Su Xingnian since he met her in his freshman year. Within a few years, he formally confessed his love no less than 20 times. I have to formally confess my feelings almost every month. But every time, without exception, he would be rejected by Su Xingnian. But Li Xiaofang was not discouraged. I have been defeated many times, but I have been fighting again and again. The reason why Su Xingnian rejected Li Xiaofang was very simple. In her opinion, Li Xiaofang's talent was not yet enough to impress her. As the recognized beauty of the music department, Su Xingnian is more than just a pretty face. Before going to college, Su Xingnian was already well known. He had participated in many music competitions and achieved good results. Su Xingnian's greatest advantage is his ethereal and clear voice and superb singing skills. Plus, she has a queen-level appearance. She is 1.7 meters tall, with a thin waist and wide hips, and a classic hourglass figure. And those wine-glass legs that are completely eye-catching. It seems that every frown and smile can capture people's hearts. Such an outstanding girl would naturally not be impressed by Li Xiaofang. In Su Xingnian's eyes, Li Xiaofang is just a fly without a sense of boundaries. Take the flowers back, I don't want them. Also, what do you mean by wishing us a good performance? Su Xingnian did not stop putting on makeup, patting loose powder on her face without even looking at Li Xiaofang. Li Xiaofang licked his face and squeezed into the dressing room. She placed the huge bouquet of 99 red roses on an empty seat. Susu, you may not know this yet, but Teacher Zhou, who was supposed to accompany you on the piano, is sick today. She temporarily entrusted me to take her place. Li Xiaofang pulled over a chair and sat next to Su Xingnian in a very familiar manner. Su Xingnian frowned unhappily and subconsciously moved his body to the other side. She did receive a message from Teacher Zhou on her phone, but Su Xingnian was putting on makeup and didn't click on it. When I opened the dialog box, I found that Teacher Zhou had sent a message saying that she suddenly had a fever today and entrusted Li Xiaofang to play on stage in her place. It seems that what Li Xiaofang said is indeed true. How many times have I told you not to call me Susu? I'm not that familiar with you, thank you. Even if Teacher Zhou can't come today, I can find someone else. I won't bother you. Su Xingnian put on lipstick in front of the mirror, then pursed her lips to make the color on her lips more evenly distributed, completing the last step of her makeup. Li Xiaofang was not annoyed when he heard Su Xingnian's impolite tone. He had long been accustomed to this situation. Su Xingnian has always had this attitude towards him for so many years. But this did not prevent him from liking Su Xingnian. It's normal for such an outstanding girl to be a little arrogant. Xingnian, you're about to go on stage. Where else can you find someone to accompany you on the piano? I've practiced the song you're going to sing, Suzhou River, for a long time. After I learned that Teacher Zhou had adapted the music for you, I specifically asked her for the sheet music. In order to achieve the best performance effect, Su Xingnian specially thought of using a performance method that combines live playing with accompaniment. She also specially invited Mr. Zhou, who teaches piano in the music department, to help her arrange and play it. If we can't find someone to take over at the last minute, the performance will definitely be greatly reduced. This song is not difficult, and there are plenty of people in the music department who can play it. But the key point is that what Su Xingnian wants is not the original accompaniment, but the accompaniment adapted by Teacher Zhou. Now only Li Xiaofang has this music score. That's not something you need to worry about. I'll find a way to solve it. After much deliberation, Su Xingnian was still reluctant to perform on the same stage with Li Xiaofang. Based on her understanding of Li Xiaofang, if she agreed to perform with him, Li Xiaofang would definitely take it as a sign that her attitude towards him had softened. In the future, I will definitely intensify my pursuits. After saying that, Su Xingnian turned and left the dressing room. Li Xiaofeng did not try to persuade him to stay. He knew that Su Xingmian was trying to find a way to get help. But the piano score adapted by teacher Zhou was in his hands, and Su Xingmian had no other choice but to find him. Well, let you go. Anyway, if you look around and can't find anyone, you will still come back obediently. Li Xiaofeng looked confident. Before coming to find Su Xingmian, Li Xiaofeng had made some follow-up arrangements. When he and Su Xingmian go on stage to perform, there will be a team of fanatical fans holding banners in the audience. The banner would have words like "a talented man and a beautiful woman" written on it. Of course, this team of fanatical fans was hired by Li Xiaofeng with money. At that time, other unaware students in the audience will definitely join in the fun. In this situation, Li Xiaofeng took the opportunity to make a heartfelt confession on the stage. I'm sure it will touch Su Xingmian's heart. Moreover, Li Xiaofeng calculated correctly that with Su Xingmian's kind character, even if she disagreed, she would definitely not act like a bad person in front of so many people. As long as Su Xingmian didn't refuse on the spot, he could use this as a pretext to spread the rumor that he and Su Xingmian were together on campus. 3 people make a tiger. If enough people say it, it might become true. Chapter 85 Little Fangirl. Su Xingmian walked out of the dressing room, came to the outside of the auditorium, and anxiously called Teacher Zhou. I would like to ask Teacher Zhou if he has any extra piano scores. If so, just find a classmate with skilled piano skills from the music department to help. You just need to familiarize yourself with the song twice before going on stage, and you will be able to complete the performance smoothly. Even if the final effect is slightly worse than the ideal one, there is no other way. But Teacher Zhou's reply was that she only had one copy of the adapted piano score. And it has been given to Li Xiaofeng. What to do? Is it possible that we can only go to Li Xiaofeng? Well, it would be great if someone other than Li Xiaofeng could help me complete the piano accompaniment today. A wish bar silently appeared above Su Xingmian's head. Yi Yi saw this scene from a distance. The goddess of the music department, Su Xingmian, is very recognizable in the crowd with her signature pair of wineglass legs and waist-length black straight hair. Yi Yi didn't even think about it and immediately clicked to receive the wish. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. As soon as we met, a wish quest popped up. Ding, it's detected that the host is currently performing a wish mission. A temporary bonus is granted to the host, piano playing mastery. In an instant, a wealth of music theory knowledge and playing experience flooded into Yi Yi's brain. Everything is ready, now all we need is an opportunity. How can I strike up a conversation with Su Xingmian and fulfill her wish? If I rashly approach and say, "Hello, beautiful lady, can I help you go on stage and play the piano?" I'm afraid Su Xingmian will directly regard me as a bootlicker or a psychopath. It would be best if Su Xingmian made this request himself. This way, I can naturally agree to help her. Yi Yi thought about it and decided to adopt a roundabout tactic. Find a way to talk to Su Xingmian first. Hello, classmate. Is this where the auditions for today's campus singing competition are held? I came to see the show. Yi Yi walked forward and asked politely. At this time, Su Xingmian was worriedly thinking about the performance in the near future. He nodded perfunctorily and pointed to the entrance of the auditorium. Well, here. Yi Yi curled his lips, his attempt to strike up a conversation failed. Su Xingmian became so impatient just asking for directions. If he said a few more words, Su Xingmian would probably explode. Yi Yi turned around, walked past Su Xingmian and headed towards the auditorium. If this attack fails, we can only look for other opportunities. But just when Yi Yi took 2 or 3 steps, Su Xingmian's voice came from behind him. Wait. That classmate, please wait a moment. Su Xingmian had been worrying about the performance, but at the moment when Yi Yi passed by, Su Xingmian suddenly felt that Yi Yi's voice and eyes seemed to have been seen somewhere before. After calling Yi Yi, Su Xingmian took 2 or 3 quick steps to Yi Yi. At this moment, she seemed to finally remember something. He quickly raised his palms to cover Yi Yi's nose and mouth. Oh my god, these eyes. Isn't this the boy who was selected at Joey Jas' concert in the video? You're the mysterious man in the mask, aren't you? The one from the concert. Su Xingmian was a little incoherent for a moment. In the video, Yi Yi wore a black mask that covered half of his face, and only his eyes could be seen clearly. After covering half of Yi's face with his palm, Su Xingmian suddenly discovered that the eyebrows and eyes of the person in front of him were too similar to the mysterious man in the video. I'm sorry. As if realizing that his behavior was a bit inappropriate, Su Xingmian hurriedly apologized. For some reason, after feeling that the boy in front of him was most likely the mysterious man wearing a mask at the concert, Su Xingmian suddenly felt like he had met his idol. Su Xingmian himself has an excellent singing level, so he knows better than others how outstanding the performance of the mysterious man wearing a mask at the concert is. To be frank, in the performance that was circulated in the video, the mysterious man's singing level even surpassed that of superstar Zhou Yijie. Moreover, the mysterious man said that he was from Bincheng University when he introduced himself at the beginning. There are not many people in the music department of Bincheng University, and Su Xingmian basically knows them all. There is absolutely no such person. In other words, this mysterious man is not from the music department. Although he is not a professional, he still has such skills. This amazing talent can almost be described as a monster. So when Su Xingmian learned that the handsome boy in front of him was most likely the mysterious man at the concert, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. I was still thinking about how to find this person, but I didn't expect to meet him by chance today. This must be fate. Why did he come to the auditorium too? Do I also have to participate in the auditions for the campus singing competition? Judging from his ability, it seems that he is the only one who can win the championship this time. For a moment, Su Xingmian had a lot of thoughts in his mind. She was originally very confident about this campus singing competition. Judging from her experience in extracurricular singing competitions, it would not be difficult for her to win the championship this time. But now this mysterious man appears. If he joins, Su Xingmian is well aware of the gap between himself and the other party. Yi Yi smiled, and Su Xingmian's inner tension was clearly visible to him. I originally thought that it would be difficult to conquer this domineering school beauty who sounded a little impatient when we first met. I didn't expect that the other person turned out to be my little fangirl? Then everything will be simple from now on. I really have to thank Zhang Chudi for the wish mission she revealed at the concert that day. Otherwise, Yi Yi would still be a tone-deaf singer. Ahem, that's right. I sang a song at Zhou Yijie's concert. I didn't expect you to recognize me. Yi Yi lifted it up a little. When facing your little fangirl, you naturally have to pretend a little. This will better inspire the other person's admiration for you. Seeing Yi Yi admit it, Su Xingmian covered his mouth excitedly. Joy sparkled in his eyes. Although she had roughly guessed the identity of the boy in front of her, she still felt excited when she heard him admit it in person. Hello, my name is Su Xingmian, and I'm from the music department. Are you also here to participate in today's campus singing competition? Yi Yi nodded politely, his tone calm as usual. Hello, my name is Yi Yi, and I'm from the Chinese department. I didn't sign up for today's audition. I just came to take a look. Although he had the singing proficiency skill rewarded by the system, Yi Yi was fully confident that if he participated in this kind of competition, he would be able to win the championship easily. But Yi Yi didn't want to be in the spotlight. After all, there is no prize money for the champion of the campus singing competition. It would be better to spend this time doing more wish quests. Moreover, Yi Yi did not want to disrupt the real rankings of those students who participated in the competition through their own efforts by using this cheating method. This is so unfair to others. He only came here to win over the school beauty Su Xingmian, and this was his top priority. Student Su Xingmian, I saw you looking worried just now. What's wrong? Is there something bothering you? The bait is cast, and then all you have to do is wait for the fish to bite. Chapter 86. He is so handsome. Faced with Yi Yi's concern, Su Xingmian felt that there was nothing to hide, so he told him his current predicament. He also told Yi Yi the reason why he didn't want to perform on the same stage with Li Xiaofeng. Facing this boy whom she admired, Su Xingmian naturally had an inexplicable sense of trust in Yi Yi. After listening to Su Xingmian's story, Yi Yi pretended to be thoughtful and nodded slightly. Actually, I can play the piano too. How about I help you on stage with your accompaniment? Yi Yi spoke very low-key. But Su Xingmian heard a different meaning in it. If someone has such outstanding singing talent, would he also have outstanding piano talent? Could it be that there really are people who are all-round geniuses? Thank you, classmate Yi Yi. But, the instrumental for the song I submitted was an arrangement. It needs to be accompanied by a piano accompaniment that has also been adapted on the spot to complement each other. Su Xingmian didn't make his words very clear. But she believed that with Yi Yi's knowledge of music theory, he would be able to understand the meaning of it. It is not difficult to play this piece of music on the piano, but the difficulty lies in playing it with the adapted accompaniment. The adapted piano score is in Li Xiaofeng's hands. Given Li Xiaofeng's personality, he would never hand over this piano score. That's not difficult. You should have a backup copy of the adapted instrumental you submitted, right? Su Xingnian nodded when he heard that. This one does have. Yi Yi showed a confident smile. That's easy. Send me the backup of the instrumental for that song. I can arrange it for you on the spot, and then go on stage to help you play the piano accompaniment. Su Xingnian looked at Yi Yi's eyes in disbelief. I found that Yi Yi didn't seem to be joking. On-the-spot improvisation? There was no time to prepare in advance, and there was only about half an hour from now until she went on stage. During this period, Yi Yi not only had to adapt the piano accompaniment, but also had to perform it on stage. There may not even be a chance to practice. You can only rely on improvisation. If Yi Yi can really do all this, then this talent is even more terrifying than a monster. Student Yi Yi, are you serious? Yi Yi nodded firmly. Well, that's not too difficult for me. Leave it to me. He spoke very casually, but his words were full of pretentiousness. It's not too difficult. Isn't this too difficult? You know, Mr. Zhou, who has been immersed in piano skills in the music department for so many years, spent nearly a week to adapt this piano accompaniment. In order to practice this accompaniment well and achieve the best fit with the musical accompaniment, teacher Zhou practiced for another week. Even a teacher with perfect piano skills needs 2 weeks, but you, Yi Yi, are confident that you can do it in less than half an hour? And you think this is not difficult? If it weren't for Yi Yi's stunning performance at the concert, Su Xingnian would have thought that Yi Yi was just showing off by saying these things. Okay, I'll send you the music accompaniment. Then, I'll leave it to you, Yi Yi classmate. After thinking for a moment, Su Xingnian decided to believe Yi Yi. Yi Yi looked so confident that he didn't seem to be lying. Maybe he is really talented in piano playing. Besides, given the current situation, Su Xingnian couldn't find any other more suitable candidate. Even if Yi Yi didn't play well and affected the final effect of the song, it would still be much better than letting Li Xiaofeng go on stage. At least, Yi Yi can be considered my idol now. Thinking of this, Su Xingnian's delicate face couldn't help but turn red. After adding Yi Yi's WeChat, Su Xingnian sent him the music accompaniment. Student Yi Yi, we will be on stage soon. Now I have to go backstage and get ready. Let's listen as we walk. Su Xingnian looked at the time and saw that the auditions had already begun. According to the order of appearance, it will be her turn after 8 people. Yi Yi nodded, turned on the accompaniment sent by Su Xingnian, and walked backstage with Su Xingnian. Auditorium, backstage. Li Xiaofeng was waiting here with full confidence. He was certain that Su Xingnian would have no way of getting help. As long as he waits here, Su Xingnian will eventually agree to let him go on stage to help with the piano accompaniment. But unexpectedly, Su Xingnian came over with a tall and handsome boy. Xingnian, who is he? Seeing Yi Yi standing next to Su Xingnian, Li Xiaofeng suddenly felt hostility towards Yi Yi. His intuition told him that this tall and handsome boy would be his competitor for Su Xingnian in the future. This is the classmate I invited to accompany me on the piano. Li Xiaofeng, you don't have to wait here, this is the backstage. You're not participating in the auditions. Don't disturb us while we're making final preparations. Su Xingnian said it bluntly. There was no intention of saving face for Li Xiaofeng at all. Li Xiaofeng was a little anxious. Unexpectedly, Su Xingnian actually found reinforcements. How can this be possible? He has already paid for a special atmosphere group. When he and Su Xingnian perform on the same stage, the atmosphere group will take the lead in making noise from the audience. Everything is ready, and I only have one step left before I can carry out this carefully planned confession. Xingnian, him? He shouldn't be from our music department. Yi Yi looked at Li Xiaofeng, then at Su Xingnian's reaction, and immediately understood the relationship between the two. I get it, it's another story about a bootlicker and a goddess. It's almost time to go on stage, and Yi Yi doesn't want to waste his energy bickering with this bootlicker. Don't worry about what department I'm from. You just need to know one thing, she invited me to come on stage to accompany her on the piano, but she didn't invite you. Just be smart and move aside. To continue to dwell on it will only embarrass yourself. I don't want to hear you questioning whether I can play the piano or not. I'm not interested in playing dumb in front of you. I have to show off my skills and slap you in the face to prove my strength. This plot is a bit too cliché. If you really want to see this excitement, then go sit in the front seats. But please don't bother us now. Yi deliberately emphasized the word we. Su Xingnian tilted his head and looked at Yi's profile as he spoke. Before, her knowledge of Yi was limited to the video of the concert. I just know that Yi sings very well. Unexpectedly, Yi's private personality is so domineering. This is really so cool. Talented people should naturally have such pride. This is the man who can truly attract her. Chapter 87, Hall of Fame Master. After hearing Yi's words, Li Xiaofeng subconsciously looked at Su Xingnian. I want to know whether these words were instructed by Su Xingnian or said by that boy out of self-righteousness. If it was the latter, then Su Xingnian would probably feel a little disgusted after hearing these words. Because Su Xingnian is usually a kind and gentle person. Although I would reject myself seriously every time, I would never say too much. And this boy was just invited by Su Xingnian to work together once. Li Xiaofeng was familiar with the circle of classmates and friends around Su Xingnian, and there was no such person at all. This shows that the two people are not familiar with each other. Since you are not familiar with each other, then in what capacity do you say these words? And he said we with confidence. Is Su Xingnian willing to be this we with you? How funny. Thinking of this, Li Xiaofeng felt that if Su Xingnian showed displeasure, he could take the opportunity to alienate the relationship between Su Xingnian and that boy. Maybe I can still get another chance to play piano accompaniment on stage. But he stared at Su Xingnian for 3 full seconds, and didn't see a trace of unhappiness on Su Xingnian's face. On the contrary, she looked at the tall and handsome boy with some admiration and appreciation. Damn, what is going on? Why do you still admire him? You are a talented music student. He has won numerous awards in singing competitions, big and small. You have never looked at your teacher with such admiration. Li Xiaofeng muttered to himself. Su Xingnian's attitude at this moment is just like a little fangirl. The goddess who was high and mighty in his heart was completely different in front of this boy. This huge gap made Li Xiaofeng feel very uncomfortable. Li Xiaofeng, please leave. Don't disturb us while we're making our final preparations before going on stage. Seeing that Li Xiaofeng didn't respond for a long time, Su Xingnian reminded him. She didn't want Li Xiaofeng to disrupt Yi's rhythm. There are about 20 minutes left before going on stage. If he wasted any more time, even if Yi had top-notch talent, he would not be able to complete this impromptu performance. Xingnian, Li Xiaofeng wanted to say something else. But Su Xingnian and Yi had no intention of listening at all. They walked aside and listened to the accompaniment. Seeing the situation, Li Xiaofeng could only shut up. He knew that for Su Xingnian, the top priority was to complete the performance in the best condition. Okay, let us talk about it after the performance. If this boy made a fool of himself on stage and held Su Xingnian back, he would definitely try every possible way to nail this boy to the pillar of shame. Seeing the annoying fly finally go away, Yi could finally calm down and do his work properly. Clicking on the accompaniment, Yi put the phone speaker to his ear. This accompaniment has been adapted and has more of a flavor of longing and sorrow than the original version. As the notes entered Yi's ears one by one, the corresponding piano accompaniment score was automatically generated in Yi's mind. After listening to it only once, Yi knew how to use the piano to accompany this accompaniment. On the side, Su Xingnian stared at Yi's confident and serious look, and his heart was filled with peach blossoms. It is said that serious men are the most handsome, and it seems that this is absolutely true. At this time, a girl who had been joking with Su Xingnian before quietly came to Su Xingnian and whispered gossip. Sister Susu, this boy, why does he look so familiar? He seems a bit like the boy in the video you saw before. Su Xingnian nodded slightly and lowered his voice, trying not to disturb Yi who was composing music seriously. Yes, that's him. I was just at the entrance of the auditorium when he came to me to ask for directions. I saw his eyes and immediately realized it. The girl uttered a low wow. This is fate. You like him so much, and he suddenly appears in front of you. By the way, how did you convince him to accompany you on stage? Can he really play the piano? Su Xingnian blushed and subconsciously tried to cover the girl's mouth. No, I just like listening to him sing. Don't talk nonsense. Su Xingmian glanced at Yi and found that Yi didn't notice the movement here, so he felt a little relieved. At the entrance to the auditorium, he could tell I was worried. I told him that Mr. Zhou was ill today and couldn't accompany me. Then he offered to help me. To be honest, I don't even know if he can play the piano. I don't even know if he really understands composing music. But I don't know why, but I feel a strange sense of trust in him. My intuition tells me that he will definitely surprise me. Looking at Yi on the other side of the backstage, with his hands half hanging in the air, as if simulating piano practice, Su Xingmian felt a little palpitation in his heart for some reason. Sister Susu, then I wish you a happy ending. The girl joked with a smile. Su Xingmian scolded in a low voice and pretended to raise her hand. What are you talking about, you little bitch? The girl dodged nimbly and ran towards the dressing room. He explained with a smirk as he ran. Sister Susu, I was saying I wish you a successful performance, but you got the wrong idea. Watching the girl run away, Su Xingmian's beautiful eyes moved and she stomped her feet on the spot. You little bitch, I won't let you go after the performance. As the host announced the show, Yi and Su Xingmian walked onto the stage side by side. Are you nervous? Su Xingmian asked in a low voice. Although Yi has sung at concerts. But that is different from competition after all. When people are in a competition environment, they will inevitably feel nervous. Su Xingmian had already gotten used to this because of his rich experience in this kind of thing. But Su Xingmian was worried that he would perform poorly due to nervousness. But Yi was extremely calm at this moment. From the moment the system temporarily added proficiency in piano playing, in addition to theoretical knowledge, rich performance experience also entered Yi's mind. At this moment, Yi can undoubtedly be compared with the hall-level piano masters. Don't worry, I will definitely bring you the best accompaniment. The lights on the stage seemed like old friends that Yi had not seen for a long time. The moment he stepped onto the stage, he knew how to present himself to the audience. With such a familiar stage presence, it is hard to believe that this is Yi's first serious stage performance. Sitting down in front of the piano, Yi hovered his hands over the keys. Then he nodded slightly in the direction of Su Xingmian. Su Xingmian also nodded slightly. She knew that Yi was ready. Chapter 88 Together. The lights dimmed, leaving only two spotlights on the stage. The music prelude sounded. As the accompaniment sounded, Yi's hand, which had been hanging in the air, lightly fell down and began to fly over the piano keys. The sound, like flowing water, instantly captured people's hearts. A faint sadness also seeped into people's hearts along with the notes. The moment he heard the sound of the piano, Su Xingmian seemed to be suddenly struck somewhere deep in his soul. She had heard the piano accompaniment adapted by teacher Zhou before. A little sadder than the original. But the version that Yi adapted on the spur of the moment contained even more intense emotions. How did he make it up in such a short time? Listening to Yi's piano playing, Su Xingmian seemed to see a picture in front of his eyes. The love between a man and a woman is unforgettable, but in the end they have to choose to separate due to some force majeure. After they separated, they missed each other very much. I am trapped in the memories of the past day and night. Thinking about it like crazy. Is this what it feels like to be in love but not be loved? Su Xingmian, who had never been in love, had a deeper understanding of love for the first time. And this feeling was actually brought to her by Yi's piano playing. Just by the sound of the piano, one can achieve such a level. That's amazing. Genius, Yi is really a genius. Looking at Yi who was sitting in front of the piano and fully concentrating on his piano, Su Xingmian suddenly had an idea. She wants to sing this song for Yi. Under the spotlight, Su Xingmian slowly raised the microphone in his hand as the melodious piano music played. Her red lips slightly opened. I am just a fishing fire, and you are the foam. The ups and downs on the canal stir up smoke and waves. Su Xingmian spoke in a lively voice, as if telling everyone a story. At the beginning of the story, the two met by chance. But fate is so magical. At just one glance, the two fell in love at first sight. Then fall deeply in love. I was young then and thought love could overcome all difficulties. I thought that as long as two people truly depend on each other, they will never be separated. But gradually, reality and life taught them a hard lesson. It turns out that love really cannot go on just by wishful thinking. Su Xingmian became more and more absorbed in singing, and the picture in his mind became clearer and clearer. Love is just love, and even great love is just love in the end. When singing this line, tears even rolled down Su Xingnian's eyes. Yi Yi's piano playing is so contagious. The emotions that the song was meant to express were fully conveyed into the hearts of everyone present. In the love story created in Su Xingnian's mind, the male protagonist's face gradually turned into Yi Yi's face. The heroine's face gradually turned into his own face. Su Xingnian seemed to feel that he and Yi Yi met and fell in love, but in the end they had to separate. The heart-wrenching feeling brought about by a broken heart was also perfectly portrayed by Su Xingnian through his singing. Under the stage, the students were silent. Everyone's thoughts were deeply moved by the two people on the stage. I was fascinated by this couple who looked like lovers. Who is this boy? Why haven't I seen him in any music competitions organized by the school before? I thought Su Xingnian was already strong enough, but I didn't expect this boy's piano playing to be even more outstanding. Look, this is what we call a talented man and a beautiful woman. I heard that Su Xingnian has never been in a relationship since freshman year. I wonder if that's true. How can someone who's never been in a relationship have such rich emotions in their singing? You don't understand, this is called talent. I can testify that I'm from the music department. Su Xingnian has never been in a relationship because she has extremely high standards. She won't accept a guy unless he can impress her with his talent. Even our department's piano prince, Li Xiaofeng, can't catch Su Xingnian's eye. Come on, you bullshit piano prince. After hearing the piano performance of this level on the stage today, I think the title of piano prince should be replaced. Look! The way Su Xingnian looks at the boy playing the piano. Wow, so affectionate. Do you think they will? I don't know, who of you has a chance to go and gossip about it? Some curious students in the audience had already started whispering. At this moment, a dozen people suddenly walked into the corner of the auditorium. The dozen or so people walked to a position not far from the stage and sat down, then quickly unfolded a banner. The banner simply repeated 3 words, together, together. The moment the banner was opened, Li Xiaofeng, who was sitting in the audience, realized that something was wrong. Finished. I forgot to tell the atmosphere crew not to come. I was just sitting there wondering what the relationship was between Su Xingnian and the boy playing the piano. I completely forgot that I had hired a group of people to help create atmosphere. I originally thought that I would perform on the same stage with Su Xingnian. When the performance reaches its climax, the atmosphere group is arranged to hold up a banner and call on other students to join in the fun. Then, it would be natural for me to confess my feelings in public under everyone's encouragement. Even if Su Xingnian did not agree on the spot, this confession witnessed by his classmates would become a topic of conversation after dinner. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. If there are enough people spreading rumors, it might become true. But now, the one performing on the stage with Su Xingnian is not me. Isn't this just making wedding dresses for others? Li Xiaofeng stood up hurriedly and waved his hands in panic at the dozen or so people in the atmosphere group. Signaled them to quickly put down the banners and leave. But there was no lighting in the auditorium, and the atmosphere group couldn't see clearly that the person waving at them was Li Xiaofeng. I thought a student saw this and wanted to join them in making trouble. So the people in the atmosphere group waved the banners even more vigorously. He even took the lead in shouting out loud. Together! Together! On the stage, Su Xingnian's performance was just coming to an end. The students in the audience were still immersed in the emotions created by Su Xingnian and Yi Yi for a long time. After hearing the booing, everyone turned around to look. After seeing the banner that said together, the students' heartstrings seemed to be touched. Everyone hopes that the couple on stage can make up for the regret of unrequited love expressed in the song. Together! Gradually, everyone started shouting. Even after Su Xingnian finished singing and the music ended, the students in the audience were still cheering enthusiastically. Ding, it's detected that the host has completed the wish mission. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 100,000 yuan. The wish object has been automatically bound. Name, Su Xingmian. Age, 21. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Chest, D. Appearance, 9.0 points. Current relationship status, single. Current strategy progress, 53.07%. Hearing the system prompt that he had been bound to Su Xingnian, Yi Yi stood up from his seat with satisfaction, walked to Su Xingnian and planned to take his bow with her. Chapter 89, Confession in Public. Yi Yi walked to Su Xingnian's side, and only then could he hear clearly what the students in the audience were shouting in unison. It's not his fault that he's hard of hearing. The main reason is that my head is full of the sound of the piano accompaniment. Everyone is. Are you talking about our relationship? Yi whispered to Su Xingnian jokingly. Su Xingnian's face flushed slightly, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Yi, did you really make up the accompaniment just now? Su Xingnian was completely in awe of Yi's talent. This man's singing skills are not only far superior to hers, but his piano skills are also so superb. Looking at the entire Bincheng University, Su Xingnian dared to guarantee that even the piano teachers in the music department could not compare with him. Such outstanding musical talent can probably be said to be rare in the entire Chinese music scene. Just when the performance started, Yi's piano music sounded. Su Xingnian could feel an indescribable emotion slowly fermenting in his heart. This feeling was something she had never experienced before. Perhaps, this is the feeling of being moved. At this moment, the booing of the students in the audience did not make Su Xingnian feel unhappy at all. She even felt that these booing classmates were cheering her on. It's so rare to find a boy as outstanding as Yi. Be sure to seize this opportunity. Once you miss it, it will probably be difficult to meet someone who can make your heart move like this again. Thinking of this, Su Xingnian took a deep breath to relieve his tension, and then raised the microphone again. Classmate Yi, I like you. Perhaps many girls would think that actively pursuing boys is a very cheap thing. It seems that when two people are in love, the man should take the initiative in everything. The woman only needs to play a superior role and accept the boy's unconditional affection. It seems that this is the only way to reflect one's own value and importance. But Su Xingnian didn't think so. In her opinion, the boy she likes must be better than her. How could someone who is better than you lower himself to show kindness to you? This is obviously unreasonable. Therefore, in Su Xingnian's view on love, when facing a boy who makes her heart beat, she should take the initiative. She didn't think it was cheap at all. A girl's value should not be defined by whether she is proactive or not. Faced with Su Xingnian's sudden confession, Li Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with jealousy that was about to burst into flames. The opportunity to go on stage and work with Su Xingnian was snatched away. The boisterous atmosphere created by the paid atmosphere group was snatched away. Even Su Xingnian has been taken away now. And Su Xingnian is the second most beautiful girl on Bincheng University's campus beauty list. With this look and status, she took the initiative to confess her love to an unknown boy in front of so many people? What's so good about this boy? Isn't it just playing the piano? He, Li Xiaofeng, can do it too. Why hasn't Su Xingnian been attracted by me even though I've been playing the piano for so many years? And this boy just went on stage and played a song. Su Xingnian has fallen in love with her? At this moment, the other students in the audience could not suppress their curiosity when they saw Su Xingnian's proactive confession. The school beauty took the initiative to confess her love, and she did it in public. This posture is unheard of. Promise her. Promise her. The students immediately changed their tone and shouted at Yi, who had not yet responded on the stage. Yi frowned slightly, and his expression was a little stiff for a moment. Su Xingnian had just been bound, and the strategy progress reached 53.07%, which was indeed a good thing. This means it will be very easy to increase to 70%. Even if Su Xingnian took the initiative to confess, Yi still felt it was reasonable. But the crux of the matter is, Su Xingnian is confessing his feelings in front of so many classmates in the auditorium. If I agree now, what should I do with those campus beauties who I haven't conquered yet? Zhang Yilin and Wei Shiyan, if they knew that I had agreed to Su Xingnian's confession, would they stop me from pursuing her? And Jiang Chui. Who knows if the progress of this strategy will drop from 100% again? Even with the help of 100 secrets to controlling the goddess, Yi was still in trouble at this time. Only now did Yi realize that being a scumbag was not so easy. If you want to be the king of the sea, the most important thing is to balance the relationship between various forces. One side cannot be allowed to become too powerful. This is not conducive to the development of other forces. But now that Su Xingnian had confessed his feelings in public, he was really in a difficult position. Just refuse, that's definitely not an option. Agree, it's not good. What to do? Yi's brain was working frantically, but he couldn't come up with a perfect solution. Seeing that Yi did not respond, Su Xingnian was the first to react. She had seen many boys confessing their love to girls in public before. Including herself, Li Xiaofeng had confessed his love to her in public several times. If the person being confessed to doesn't like such a high-profile occasion, he or she may feel resistant. Su Xingmian felt a little regretful. I just acted impulsively in a hurry. By doing this, isn't he forcing Yi to make a quick decision in front of so many people? Things like love cannot be rushed. Student Yi, don't think too much. I didn't ask you to answer anything. It's not necessary for you to confirm our relationship right now. I just want to tell you what I feel. As long as you know that I like you, that's enough. I'm telling you this today, perhaps because of a momentary impulse. We just met, and you don't know me very well. But my love for you is genuine. I hope you'll forgive my intrusion. At the same time, I also hope you can give me a chance to pursue you. In front of hundreds of classmates, Su Xingmian spoke frankly about his inner thoughts. Dare to think, dare to do, dare to take responsibility. Yi really appreciated this. This is the quality that a sincere girl should possess. No need to beat around the bush, just say what you think. Yi nodded. It's my honor to be liked by you. We can be friends first. Be friends first, what is the key to this sentence? Certainly not friends. But first. Let us start by being friends. As for how far the relationship will develop in the future, no one can make a conclusion so early. Yi's implication was to give Su Xingmian a chance. Sure enough, after hearing Yi's answer, a glimmer of hope appeared in Su Xingmian's eyes. Yi did not refuse. That means she has a chance. After being delighted, Su Xingmian finally realized that he had to take his leave. So he hurriedly bowed to the audience, and followed Yi off the stage amid the envious and blessing gazes of his classmates. Student Yi, do you have any plans for the time being? As soon as he arrived at the stage, Su Xingmian stopped Yi, who was about to leave. Chapter 90, Chosen Worker. Student Yi, if you are free tonight, I would like to treat you to dinner. First of all, this is my way of thanking you for helping me out today. Thanks to your piano accompaniment, my performance has been greatly enhanced. The second one. I want to get to know you better. Su Xingmian expressed his thoughts calmly and generously. No cover at all. Since the target of the strategy is so proactive, Yi naturally will not refuse. Maybe there will be a chance to complete some wish quests. Okay, I don't have any other plans tonight. You decide where to eat. This afternoon, Yi took a few girls to buy a car, and then came to school to accompany Su Xingmian. It was almost 5 o'clock, and Yi was feeling a little hungry. Seeing Yi agreed so readily, Su Xingmian smiled with his eyes curved. Let's go eat hot pot. I saw on Douyin a few days ago that a new hot pot restaurant opened in Binchang. It seems to be an internet celebrity store. This is the first store to open in Binchang. As we all know, the so-called internet celebrity stores are generally expensive, the taste is average, and there are always long queues. But girls seem to be keen on checking in at these internet celebrity stores, taking photos, and then posting them on WeChat Moments. This is what Chinese women who want to make films throughout their lives are like. Even the domineering school beauty Su Xingmian is no exception. Yi didn't care. For boys, it doesn't matter what they eat. As long as I can eat my fill, that's fine. Since Su Xingmian is treating us, it's natural for him to make the arrangements. Su Xingmian wanted to take off her makeup and change out of her performance clothes, so Yi waited at the door of the auditorium. After waiting for about 20 minutes, a fair and delicate hand patted Yi's shoulder. Hey, sorry to have kept you waiting. Su Xingmian turned to Yi with a playful look on his face. After removing the heavy makeup she wore for the performance, Su Xingmian also put on some light makeup. I also changed my clothes into everyday ones. A champagne-colored dress with a light brown scarf draped over it as a shawl. The dress outlines her curvy figure very closely, but it is somewhat hidden by the scarf. There is a kind of elusive beauty. Her waist-length hair was casually scattered on her shoulders and back, and the dark black hair color made her neck look even whiter. Does it look good? Su Xingmian asked a question that all girls would ask on a date. Even though she is the second most beautiful girl in Binchang University. Even though she has countless suitors, she is surrounded by praises every day. When facing the person she likes, Su Xingmian still subconsciously wants to know whether she is beautiful enough in Yi's eyes. And Yi's response was impeccable. He looked at Su Xingmian's overall outfit carefully with a gentlemanly and polite look. Then he nodded slightly, revealing 3 parts surprise and 7 parts appreciation. Nice. It looks very nice. This kind of heartfelt appreciation is very helpful to any girl. As expected, after hearing Yi Yi's answer, Su Xingnian's smile became even more pronounced. They walked out of the school gate side by side and took a taxi. After 40 or 50 minutes, we arrived at our destination. Jinhua Street? After getting off the bus, Yi Yi was stunned when he saw the familiar commercial district. The injury I got here last night while watching Zhang Yilan's performance hasn't healed yet, and I didn't expect him to be here again today. Su Xingnian pointed to the sign of a hot pot restaurant not far away. I heard this commercial district is newly opened. I think they even had an opening performance yesterday. It's my first time here too. Look, that's the hot pot restaurant. It's very popular online, with many people queuing up every day. Luckily, I had already gotten the number on my phone when I was taking my makeup off at school. There are 6 more tables in front of us right now. Let's just go over and wait. The two arrived at the door of the hot pot restaurant and waited for a few minutes before getting their number. The business in the store is very good. Basically, every table is filled with girls who have ordered internet-famous desserts and are taking selfies in front of their mobile phone cameras. Yi Yi and Su Xingmian sat down in an empty seat in the corner, and a waiter came over to greet them. You two, scan the QR code on the table to order. Yi Yi? Pink hair, twin tails. She is wearing a work uniform from a hot pot restaurant, but it looks like a JK uniform. Yi Yi opened his eyes wide, as if he had seen a ghost. Wei Shurian? Aren't you working part-time at a seafood buffet restaurant? Being fired? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't I praise you with the restaurant manager yesterday? It's really not Yi Yi's fault for making a fuss. Yi Yi felt that Wei Shurian was almost becoming a regularly refreshed NPC. She works part-time in the store where she can make her purchases. What kind of physique is this chosen by the working people? Could it be that some part-time job system has awakened in her? Wei Shurian stuck out her tongue and chuckled. I worked the early shift at that store today and left work after finishing my work at noon. I figured I had nothing to do at night, so I came here to work another job. There aren't many classes in her senior year, and Wei Shurian feels that since she is doing nothing anyway, she might as well earn more money and realize her entrepreneurial dreams sooner. Among all part-time jobs, waiter work is the easiest to find. There is no need for excessive training. Just serve the dishes and order the food, and you can start working right away. And the income is quite considerable. 120 a day. If I work 2 jobs, that would be 240 yuan a day. That's 7,002 per month. If I continue like this, I can save enough money by the time I graduate from college and open a small shop or rent a small stall. Yi Yi admires people like this who have clear goals and work very hard. I wanted to provide her with support for starting a business, but she refused. I would rather rely on my own accumulation bit by bit. This kind of mentality is something that many people do not have. Hey, you are Su Xingmian. Why are you too? The school beauty list is public, and every school beauteous photo is on it. Wei Shurian and Su Xingmian naturally knew each other. It's just that Wei Shurian is a little curious. How come Yi Yi has relationships with so many school beauties? I went to school with Jiang Chuyi that day. Xiao Xiaoyu said that he also gave Zhang Yilan a reward and bought her a car. Then yesterday he said he wanted to fund his own business. Today I came to eat hot pot with Su Xingmian again. Of the 5 beauties on the school beauty list, 4 are related to him. Is this a scumbag? That's not right. Yi Yi doesn't seem to have any purpose in doing this. If he was a scumbag, he wouldn't make it look like charity. You are Wei Shurian, right? Do you know classmate Yi Yi? You are. Su Xingmian saw how Yi Yi and Wei Shurian were talking just now, and it was obvious that the two of them had not just met. Wei Shurian is considered a famous beauty in Binchang University. Yi Yi and her seem so familiar. Could it be that they have some special relationship? Chapter 91 Blind Date. Oh, we are friends. Wei Shurian naturally took over Su Xingmian's words. She and Xiao Xiaoyu are friends, and Yi Yi and Xiao Xiaoyu have such a good relationship. According to the logic that a friend of a friend is also a friend, Yi Yi is indeed his friend. When Wei Shurian spoke, the twin ponytails behind her head swung back and forth, making her look playful and cute. Su Xingmian looked at Wei Shurian, then at Yi Yi. I suddenly had an intuition. This intuition told her that Wei Shiyan might also have a good impression of Yi. In terms of appearance, she and Wei Shiyan have their own merits. Wei Shiyan's cuteness is well known throughout the school. A baby face and eye-catching pink twin tails. With this appearance, it is easy to arouse boys' desire to protect her. Previously, a group of photos of Wei Shiyan working at McDonald's were circulated on the campus network. That photo was taken by a few boys when they met Wei Shiyan by chance at McDonald's. Pink twin tails, pink overalls, black miniskirt, and black stockings. She is just like a kawaii girl. After that set of photos was circulated, many boys rushed to that McDonald's just to take a look at Wei Shiyan wearing McDonald's work clothes. Girls with this kind of girl next door style are indeed very popular with boys. Thinking of this, Su Xingnian puffed out his proud chest, as if to encourage himself. Compared to Wei Shiyan, I'm not bad. After all, I'm ranked ahead of her on the school beauty list. Wei Shiyan tilted her head and put her index finger to her mouth, looking curious. Yi, I didn't expect that you and Su Xingnian also know each other. I remember, Su Xingnian seems to be from the music department. How could Yi, who is studying Chinese, have anything to do with the campus beauty from the music department? Yeah, I just met him today. Yi briefly talked about how he met Su Xingnian today. Oh, so that's how it is. So Xingnian, you invited Yi to eat hot pot to thank him, right? After learning that Yi and Su Xingnian were just normal classmates, Wei Shiyan suddenly felt relieved for some reason. I don't know if it was for Xia Xiaoyu or for myself. Su Xingnian frowned slightly when he saw Wei Shiyan breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that my intuition was right. A boy as outstanding as Yi can easily make girls fall in love with him. Wei Shiyan is no exception. Actually, I invited Yi to have hot pot today not just to express my gratitude. I like him and want to pursue him formally. Su Xingnian doesn't like those roundabout ways. If you like someone, you should play it straight. Even if Wei Shiyan also has feelings for Yi, so what? At worst, everyone can compete fairly. Olji, I didn't expect you to be so popular with girls. Okay, let's order and see what you want to eat. Wei Shiyan smiled and did not show the jealousy that Su Xingnian had expected her to show after she found out that he liked Yi. What happened? Did I make a wrong judgment? Thinking of this, Su Xingnian's face couldn't help but turn red. Ahem, order. Yi, look at what you want to eat. When things get awkward, the best way to ease the embarrassment is to change the subject. By the way, Yi, can you eat spicy food? Able. Okay, let's order the hot pot. Do you want to eat tripe? Where's the yellow throat? Eat? Pig brain? Eat too. After a while, the dishes they ordered were served. Wei Shiyan was responsible for serving 6 tables of guests alone. After helping Yi and the others light the fire, she went to other tables first. Let me take a picture first. Su Xingnian put the dishes together and took out her phone to take a beautiful photo. He also picked up the drink in front of him, put it to his mouth, and took a nice selfie. This seems to be the unified process for every girl to eat at so-called internet celebrity restaurants. Looking at the beautifully presented dishes on the table, Yi thought he might as well take a picture and post it on his moments. After all, it's an internet celebrity store. I also posted a circle to show off. Click. The shutter button was pressed, and Yi nodded with satisfaction at the photo he took. Then open your moments and click upload. Just 5 seconds after posting on Moments, Yi received a message from Jiang Chui. Are you also at Juji Hot Pot Restaurant? Yi was startled and looked around subconsciously. After all, Jiang Chui was the first target whose progress in the strategy had reached 100%, so at this moment, she couldn't help but feel like she was caught cheating. Then, Jiang Chui sent a few more messages. Which table are you at? Come and save me. My mom called me home today. She said she had a date with a friend in the evening and wanted to take me to dinner. Only when I arrived did I realize it was a blind date arranged for me. What should I do? Should I just tell my mom that I already have a boyfriend? Hubby, what do you think? Originally, Yi was thinking that he came here with Su Xingnian today. It's really inconvenient to show up in this situation. Not only is it difficult to explain to Jiang Chui, it is even more difficult to explain to Jiang Chui's mother. My future son-in-law is having dinner with another girl. This will obviously result in a point deduction. Anyway, Yi understood that Jiang Chui only liked him in her heart. No matter how the blind date is arranged, Yi is confident that Jiang Chui will never do anything to betray him. The system's 100% strategy progress is no joke. However, Jiang Chui's last word, husband, made Yi shudder all over. My whole heart feels numb. The most primitive desire to protect and possess in my heart was completely aroused by the word husband. The husband has called for help, and as a husband, you can't just stand by and watch her die. Xingmian, wait for me, I'm going to rescue someone and will be back soon. After saying that, he left Su Xingmian with a confused look on his face and rushed towards the location Jiang Chui had sent. The hot pot restaurant has 2 floors. The first floor is the main hall with open seats, and the second floor is the private rooms. Jiang Chui's mother specially booked a private room here in advance. The blind date she arranged today was for a parent who had a working relationship with Jiang Chui's father. We have had a good relationship for many years and know each other quite well. As parents, we always want our children to find a partner in the future who knows them well. This way the future of the marriage will be secure. As for feelings can be cultivated slowly in the future. Jiang Chui's mother knew Jiang Chui's personality. If she knew that tonight's dinner was for a blind date, she would definitely not come. So I just made up an excuse. It was not until the man walked in just now that Jiang Chui discovered the truth about today's blind date. It's too late to leave now. You can't just turn your back on your mother in public. Jiang Chui, who has been a good girl since childhood, would never do such a thing. Fortunately, when I was bored and secretly browsing my moments, I saw Yi eating here. That's great. With Yi around, Jiang Chui feels much more at ease. Chapter 92, Dog Licking Overseas. Xiao Lu, our Yi has been quite introverted since she was little. To use the words of you young people today, this is called, slow to warm up. Yes, slow to warm up. Why don't you add me on WeChat first? Maybe if you chat more and interact more in the future, you will discover the truest side of our Yi. Shen Yakin saw that her precious daughter was like a piece of wood, and had not said a word since the man sat down. There wasn't even the slightest eye contact. Today's blind date was arranged with great difficulty by me. The boy's name is Lu Yang, and he returned from studying abroad. A true study abroad. He has good grades and is handsome. Moreover, my parents have known me for many years and we know each other very well. This kind of high-quality man is very popular in the blind date market. Returned overseas student, rich second generation, these 2 titles are concentrated in one person. I don't know how many middle-aged women are rushing to marry their daughters to him. Fortunately, Chen Yakin had foresight. After learning that Lu Yang had just returned to China yesterday, she immediately arranged today's dinner. No matter what, Jiang Chui and Lu Yang must meet. Sister Chui, let's add each other on WeChat. Lu Yang put on a sunny and confident expression, opened his QR code and handed it to Jiang Chui. The atmosphere abroad is more open than in China. When he was abroad, Lu Yang relied on his wealthy family background and had no idea how many girlfriends he had. For him, dealing with girls is as easy as drinking water. In his eyes, no girl can resist his active pursuit. All you need to do is show off your financial resources a little bit and then create the image of a sunny, cheerful, and straightforward big boy. Then it's a one-stop service for dating, watching movies and booking a room. This trick has always worked for him. Originally, he agreed to come along today just to please his parents. But after entering the box, Lu Yang's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Chui for the first time. Jiang Chui's cool temperament is completely different from those passionate and unrestrained girls from foreign countries. Coupled with her beautiful face, Lu Yang's heart was instantly moved. This kind of high-ranking flower made Lu Yang want to conquer her. As long as Jiang Chui adds him on WeChat, he will have the confidence to enter her heart step by step through his daily care. Looking at Jiang Chui in front of him, Lu Yang could imagine what it would be like to hold her in his arms in the future. Sorry, I don't want to join. Jiang Chui shook her head slightly, picked up the sour plum soup in front of her and took a sip. Then he put down the cup and said solemnly, "My boyfriend doesn't allow me to add other people on WeChat casually." Jiang Chui spoke in a calm tone, as if she was telling something that everyone knew. The bright, sunny smile that Lu Yang had deliberately put on his face froze in an instant. Have a boyfriend? Don't add WeChat? Not only does he have a boyfriend, he has also met many girls with boyfriends abroad. But without exception, those girls ended up in his pocket. Because in the eyes of those girls, I am much better than their boyfriends. Many girls are like this. I will always be attracted to better men. Of course, many boys are like this too. It's human nature. People always want to get better. If you are not interested in someone new, there is only one explanation. This means that she already has someone who is good enough, so good that other people are not worth mentioning in her eyes. For Lu Yang, who has been through many battles, this is the first time he has encountered a situation where he died before achieving success. Before he even started to exert any strength, the opponent had already blocked all his routes. Chen Yakin noticed Lu Yang's embarrassment and hurried to smooth things over. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't think mom doesn't know. You haven't even had any friends in all these years, so how could you possibly have a boyfriend? Mom admits that it was a bit abrupt for me to ask you to meet Xiao Lu today without telling you in advance. But mom is doing this for your own good. How could you make up a boyfriend and lie to someone? Xiao Lu is a good kid, and everyone knows him well. I feel at ease if someone like him is dating you. Chen Yakin said earnestly. After hearing these words, Lu Yang and his mother's expressions improved slightly. Oh, it's okay. It's normal for girls to be a little shy when they first meet someone. When I first met my husband, I stammered for a long time and couldn't utter a single word. Lu Yang's mother immediately took over the conversation. Our Yang has been abroad for a long time, so he's been influenced by the culture there and might seem a little more open-minded. Don't feel embarrassed. Yang isn't much older than you anyway. You two can just be friends first. When Lu Yang's mother saw the look in her son's eyes when he looked at Jiang Chui, she knew that Lu Yang was attracted to Jiang Chui. In that case, of course I have to find a way to help. With the help of the two mothers, Lu Yang adjusted his expression. In just a fraction of a second, his face was full of sunshine again. Chui, I usually won't bother you. But I just returned to China and don't have many friends there. I heard that China has been developing very rapidly in recent years. I may have lost track in many aspects. If I can make friends with you, maybe I can ask you questions in the future. Lu Yang retreated to advance. I have already lowered my attitude so much, it will be difficult for Jiang Chui to refuse in front of the two mothers. If Jiang Chui is still rejected after having said this, it would seem that she is a little immature. Jiang Chui frowned slightly. In her opinion, isn't Lu Yang's persistence exactly the same as Qin Shu in school? I didn't expect that after studying abroad for so many years, there is no difference between me and boys who graduated from domestic universities. I'm sorry, I was telling the truth. I'm afraid my boyfriend will get jealous and angry. So I usually keep my distance from the opposite sex. How about I send you my boyfriend's WeChat? If you encounter anything you don't understand in the country in the future, you can ask him. Jiang Chui is even more amazing. Didn't you say you just wanted to make a friend and ask about some things about life in China now? Then I'll just push to you. Anyway, it's the same no matter who you ask. If all else fails, you can search on Baidu, Douyin, Xiaomushu, or ask artificial intelligence. Chen Yakin was a little angry. This was the first time Jiang Chui didn't give her as a mother face. Jiang Chui shrugged with an innocent look on her face. Mom, I really have a boyfriend. He's eating downstairs. I've called him up. Chapter 93, Hot Pot and Showing Off. Chen Yakin stared at her precious daughter's expression for a few seconds. Judging from Jiang Chui's tone and expression, she didn't seem to be lying. Tell mom honestly, when did you start having a boyfriend? Do you know him well? Do you know what his family situation is like and what his parents do? Don't blame mom for being nosy. You have to be careful when it comes to things like dating. Especially as a girl, it's easy for you to suffer losses in this regard. I understand that you are at an age where you are just beginning to fall in love. It is very likely that you will be moved by some boy's sweet words to you. But for two people to live together, words alone are not enough. Did he take any action against you? Look at Xiao Lu. When he heard that he was going to meet you this time, he specially bought you a pair of Cartier earrings. Lu Yang saw the hint in Chen Yakin's eyes and immediately pushed the wrapped gift box in front of Jiang Chui. Afraid that Jiang Chui didn't understand, Chen Yakin paused and continued to persuade her in a different way. You are still young and don't know how complicated this society is. Although our family conditions can't be considered wealthy, they are better than many other families. You've been in school for so many years, so your classmates must know something about you. What if? Mom, what if some boy with ulterior motives approaches you and is interested in our family? While listening to Chen Yakin's words, Jiang Chudi picked up a piece of tripe and put it into her bowl. When the tripe was taken out of the pot and passed over the gift box, a drop of red oil fell right onto the box. It soon solidified into a waxy state. She had put this piece of tripe in the pot for a while. It was thrown away when my mother said her first words. According to the principle of blanching tripe 7 times and 8 times, this piece of tripe is already a bit old. After dipping the tripe in the oil dish, Jiang Chudi gently put it into her mouth. When eating hot pot, the first bite should of course be tripe. The fragrance mixed with heat instantly spreads in your mouth. Jiang Chudi's face finally showed a hint of satisfaction. Mom, he bought me a Panamera this afternoon. Full payment. After swallowing the tripe in her mouth, Jiang Chudi picked up a duck intestine and put it into the already boiling hot pot. While speaking, his eyes never left the duck intestines on his chopsticks. It seems to be just narrating a very small and ordinary thing. It's something as everyday as peeling an apple or cooking a bowl of noodles. There is no intention to show off deliberately. It even seemed that this matter was not as important as the duck intestines on the chopsticks in front of him. After all, once duck intestines are thrown into the pot, it is difficult to find them again. You can only use chopsticks to pick it up while it's hot. And just like tripe, it will easily become tough if boiled for too long. So Jiang Chudi kept her eyes on it, and when she saw the duck intestines curl up, she picked them up and put them into the oil dish. On the side, Lu Yang's mother frowned slightly. In her opinion, Jiang Chudi's behavior undoubtedly means that she looks down on the earrings bought by her son Lu Yang. Dislike the poor and love the rich? Although Lu Yang's mother did not agree with this behavior in her heart, considering that her son was there, she did not want her son to be inferior to Jiang Chudi for no reason. Panamera isn't that much money, is it? It just so happens that Yang Yang has returned to China, and my family is planning to buy him a Panamera to drive around China. Xiao Jiang, your boyfriend's family condition should be pretty good, right? But I think young people should strive for their own success. Spending family money is not a big deal. Our Yang Yang has found a job in Binchang with a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan on his own. You're about to graduate, and you should know that it's a remarkable feat for a fresh graduate to find a job paying 100,000 yuan a month. Praising one and criticizing the other, the implication is that her son Lu Yang is the best. The boyfriend Jiang Chudi mentioned was just a playboy who only knew how to spend his family's money. If you have the ability, find your boyfriend a job that pays as well. Hearing his mother say this, Lu Yang's face regained its sunny and proud expression. For a man, the most important thing outside is face. But Jiang Chudi didn't seem to take Lu Yang seriously in her words and deeds. This made Lu Yang want to show his excellence in front of Jiang Chudi even more. Jiang Chudi silently rinsed the duck intestines in the oil dish and put them into her mouth. Then he picked up another roll of beef and put it into the hot pot. I don't know what his family conditions are like. But he earned the money to buy the car himself. And, this afternoon he paid in full for 4 cars, all top of the line. For what? For top of the line Panameras? No, you think this car is for old men to enjoy, and you bought 4 of them. The total cost of 4 top of the line Panameras is almost 10 million. How can a college student earn so much money on his own? Are you telling the truth? Chen Yakin knows her daughter too well. This nonchalant look doesn't seem like he's joking at all. If what Jiang Chudi said is true, this boy is really amazing. Before graduating from college, he had already earned 10 million yuan through his own abilities. This ability is considered to be the best in the whole of China. If this kind of person becomes my future son-in-law, it seems that it is not impossible. Although Lu Yang is indeed very good. But compared with a job with a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan and earning 10 million yuan without graduating from college, it is obviously not enough. Then why have you never told mom and dad that you have a boyfriend? It's not shameful to be in love. If you have the chance, you can bring him back to visit. At this moment, Chen Yakin didn't care that Lu Yang and Lu Yang's mother were still present. Anyway, in the final analysis, the two companies are just cooperating in business. Now that I think about it, it's not necessary to become in-laws. My precious daughter is so outstanding, she deserves to find someone better. As for Lu Yang, let's just treat it as a dinner for him today to welcome him back to China. It has to be said that parents are often more realistic than their children. After learning about the strength of her future son-in-law, Chen Yakin's position changed instantly. Jiang Chudi picked up the wet wipes at hand and wiped the corners of her mouth. Mom, he and I just talked. We've been talking for less than a week. What Jiang Chui said was also true. It started from Yi using his weakness to bully her, to her completely falling in love with this man. It will only take a few days. Sometimes love is magical. If it feels right, everything will fall into place. But when they heard this, the other three people present widened their eyes in surprise. After dating for less than a week, you're giving me a Panamera? What? Panamera is a specialty of his hometown? Chapter 94 Future Son-in-Law. Chen Yakin seemed to suddenly remember something and asked hurriedly. You said you invited a classmate to join you on the day of the concert, was that him? As a mother, Chen Yakin's reaction was indeed a bit belated. At that time, I just thought that my daughter finally made a friend at school and didn't think about it that way. Even on the way to the concert, Chen Yakin asked if they should pick up that classmate as well. But what Jiang Chui said at the time was that the classmate should go there by himself and there was no need to pick him up. Now that I think about it, they were probably just a young couple who had just started dating and were too embarrassed to meet their parents. When you think about this, everything makes sense. Seeing that her mother had guessed it, Jiang Chui felt that there was no need to hide it anymore. Yeah, he was the one who watched the concert with me that day. That mysterious man wearing a mask who sang beautifully at the concert that went viral online recently is also him. When Chen Yakin heard her daughter talk about the mysterious man wearing a mask, she remembered him. I have indeed seen a lot of videos recently, which show that on the night of the concert, a boy wearing a mask who claimed to be a student of Bincheng University was selected by Zhou Yijie as a lucky audience member. Moreover, his singing skills are amazing, and he catches people's eyes as soon as he opens his mouth. But Chen Yakin suddenly thought of another thing. There is another video that has been circulating very popular recently. It shows a female companion who went to a concert with a mysterious man wearing a mask and took the initiative to kiss the mysterious man wearing a mask. If that mysterious man in the mask is my daughter's boyfriend, the female companion whose image is also blurred in the video is her own daughter? Chen Yakin couldn't help but blush. I never expected that my daughter, who is usually so introverted that she doesn't want to say a word to others, would actually have such a proactive side. It seems that true love can indeed allow a person to break all his shackles. For many years, Chen Yakin has hoped that her daughter could become more cheerful. Don't always stay at home and dislike interacting with people. But changing Jiang Chui's character that she has maintained since childhood is an extremely difficult task. But I didn't expect that after falling in love, I could accomplish this extremely difficult task. Thinking of this, Chen Yakin became more and more curious about the boyfriend her daughter was talking about. What kind of boy can make his daughter so obsessed with him? Knock knock. There was a knock on the box door. The waiter quickly opened the door. The face that Jiang Chui wanted to see most at this moment appeared at the door of the box. These handsome features and handsome facial lines are much better than Lu Yang in front of him. Old. Jiang Chui quickly stood up, walked to the door and took Yi's arm. I wanted to act coquettishly and call him husband. But when she thought of her biological mother being present, Jiang Chui became shy. Yi, you're here. Let me introduce you, this is my mother. Yi nodded politely at Chen Yakin. After seeing Chen Yakin's face, Yi skillfully put on an expression that was 3 parts surprise and 7 parts astonishment. Today I finally understand why Yi is so beautiful. So it's because I look like my aunt. Chen Yakin benefited greatly from the clever flattery, which was neither abrupt nor to the point. Xiao Yi, right? You are really good at talking. Auntie is already old. But many people have said before that my Yi looks exactly like me when I was young, haha. There is no woman who doesn't want to be praised for her beauty. This trick works for women of any age. Chen Yakin signaled the waiter to add another seat. She let Yi sit between her and Jiang Chui. She wanted to carefully consider this future son-in-law. As the saying goes, the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she likes him. This statement does make sense. Yi gave Chen Yakin a good first impression as soon as he entered the door. She is graceful and has high emotional intelligence. And she has an outstanding appearance. He seemed to be half a head taller than Lu Yang. Xiao Yi, let me introduce you first. This aunt and her husband are our business partners, and they are also friends of Yi's father and me. This is her son, Lu Yang. Xiao Lu studied abroad and just returned yesterday. Today's meal is specially prepared to welcome him back. After meeting Yi, Chen Yakin also changed her tone. The original blind date party suddenly turned into a welcoming party. Anyway, I didn't tell Lu Yang and the others the purpose of today's meal in advance. It's just a tacit understanding between the parents of both sides. There's nothing wrong with calling it a welcoming party now. Chen Yakin's words forced Lu Yang and his mother, who had originally stood up to leave, to continue to stay for dinner with a thick face. When they saw Yi coming in, they thought, the mother-in-law is meeting her future son-in-law, why are they staying here? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Lu Yang even felt that this was a bit humiliating. But now Chen Yakin said that this meal was just a welcome dinner. If my mother and I turned around and left at this time, it would be considered that I was ignorant and ungrateful. Lu Yang, this is my boyfriend. Didn't you just say you don't have any friends in China and want to find someone to learn about the current daily life problems in China? Why don't you add him on WeChat? Zhang Chui looked harmless. Yi raised his eyebrows, and it was obvious that he had guessed what kind of conversation had just taken place from Zhang Chui's words. Lu Yang, who was sitting opposite the two of them, smiled awkwardly and wiped the sweat from his forehead. I thought, why are you still chasing and killing me? No, I was just joking. Perhaps noticing her son's embarrassing situation, Lu Yang's mother quickly changed the subject. Xiao Yi just said you bought her a Panamera. What does your family do? They should be well off, right? Obviously, Lu Yang's mother didn't really believe Zhang Chui's statement that Yi earned all the money to buy the car through his own hard work. These days, how many young people can completely break away from their families and achieve a level that is unattainable for ordinary people purely through their own efforts? Even Lu Yang's job was offered by the boss of the other company more or less out of respect for Lu Yang's father. Chen Yakin looked slightly displeased when she heard Lu Yang's mother's slightly purposeful question. This is her future son-in-law, and she has already started questioning her before she even starts chatting with him. Who would ask about someone's family situation the first time they meet someone? This is too presumptuous. Yi didn't take this issue seriously. He replied in a normal tone. I haven't seen my parents since I was born. My sister raised me. My sister is just an ordinary white-collar worker. Chapter 95, A Woman's Sixth Sense. After hearing Yi's answer, Chen Yakin's face became even uglier. He even glared at Lu Yang's mother with a reproachful look. Yi's family situation is so complicated, isn't this just bringing up something that is completely irrelevant? However, no one expected that Yi could earn so much money on his own at such a young age without any help from his family. Although Chen Yakin does not think that the ability to make money is the most important factor in evaluating a person. However, Yi's amazing ability to make money is enough to reflect how outstanding and rare a talent he is. In Chen Yakin's heart, her evaluation of Yi was a little higher. After hearing Yi's life story, Lu Yang's mother's face became embarrassed. I haven't seen my parents since I was a child. Poor kid. I have been dependent on my sister for so many years. I don't know how much suffering I have endured to get to where I am today. No, damn it, why ask such a question? Thinking of this, Lu Yang's mother wanted to slap herself twice in her heart. Looking at Yi's calm expression when he said these words, you can tell how difficult this child's life was before. Maybe I will be in tears for many days and nights. This is why he can now face his own life experience so calmly. I'm sorry, Xiaoya, Auntie didn't know. Don't take it to heart. Lu Yang's mother is not the kind of person who doesn't understand things. Since I was presumptuous first, it is only natural to apologize. Ahem, Xiaoye. Chen Yakin quickly took over the topic. If you don't mind, would you like to have a quick meal with us today? I'll just ask the waiter to add another set of tableware. Yi smiled politely and shook his head slightly. No, Auntie, I came here with my friends today. My friends are waiting for me downstairs. I heard from Yi that you guys are here too. So I thought I'd come up and say hello. His words and actions were neither humble nor arrogant, and he was very graceful and generous. Chen Yakin became more and more satisfied with Yi. Okay, then Auntie won't disturb you and your friends from having dinner together. You are welcome to visit our home if you have the chance. Yi usually lives alone, and I'm worried she'd be too lonely at home. Xiao Yi, if you have time, take Yi out to play more often. When Zhang Chui heard what her mother said, her face turned red. My mother still doesn't know that she has been living with Yi. You might think they are a young couple who have just started dating and haven't made any substantial progress yet. In fact, the two of them had already done everything they needed to do. Oh. Mom. Don't worry about it. Jiang Chui lowered her head, not daring to look at Yi, let alone Chen Yakin. Seeing her daughter like this, Chen Yakin pursed her lips, as if thinking about something. No one knows a girl better than her mother. Jiang Chui's shy look simply wrote everything on her face. Judging from the situation, the two people should have already. But Chen Yakin is not that stubborn. It's normal for young people to fall in love for the first time. I had gone through the same thing with Jiang Chui's father. Okay, now that you have a boyfriend, you think your mom is controlling you too much, right? Chen Yakin touched Jiang Chui's head lovingly. Okay, you and Xiaoye go together. I see you don't have the heart to eat with us anymore. With her mother's permission, Jiang Chui couldn't stop smiling. Mom is the best. Mooah. Jiang Chui pecked Chen Yakin's cheek quickly like a little white rabbit, then happily took Yi's hand and walked out of the box. After walking out of the box, Jiang Chui held Yi's arm affectionately, looking like a sweet couple. Who did you come with today? Are they your roommates? When Yi heard this question, a trace of panic flashed through his mind. However, after a brief moment of 0.1 seconds, the panic subsided. As long as you have a clear conscience, what is there to be afraid of? Anyway, it was Su Xingnian who took the initiative to ask him out. He just didn't refuse. This is what happened. After returning to school this afternoon. Anyway, Jiang Chui will see Su Xingnian soon. There's nothing to hide about this kind of thing. So Yi simply told Jiang Chui everything about the campus singing competition. However, he selectively concealed the part where Su Xingnian took the initiative to confess his feelings. But after Jiang Chui heard what Yi said, her keen sixth sense told her that things were not that simple. Su Xingnian, doesn't he like you? Upon hearing this, Yi's body trembled. No wonder they say women's sixth sense is so accurate. This sixth sense is so accurate it's unreasonable. I just told her about helping Su Xingnian with piano accompaniment in the afternoon. How did she feel that Su Xingnian was interested in him? You like me? I don't know, I don't think so. I didn't have any contact with her before. Yi shamelessly pretended to be surprised. Seeing Yi's expression, Jiang Chui burst out laughing. Okay, stop pretending. The news that Su Xingnian confessed his love to you in public has spread a long time ago. It's not like I don't have internet access. Go to the school forum and take a look. It's full of posts about her confession to you today. Jiang Chui smiled and exposed Yi's disguise, and did not seem to be jealous. Yi scratched his head awkwardly. This. Oh, there's nothing I can do. I didn't expect that I'm so charming. Jiang Chui held Yi's arm and gently pinched Yi's waist. Be less narcissistic. In fact, when Jiang Chui saw Yi's circle of friends posting about eating hot pot, she had a feeling that Yi should have come to eat with Su Xingnian. Because boys are generally not interested in online celebrity stores like this, which require advance reservations and have low cost effectiveness. Especially since it is far from the school. Boys definitely wouldn't choose a place like this for a gathering. After thinking about it, the most likely possibility is that Su Xingnian asked Yi to come. Therefore, when Jiang Chui sent a message to Yi, there was also a hint of testing in it. If Yi finds an excuse not to come up to her, then she will really be jealous. But now, after Yi learned that she was having a blind date upstairs, he came up without saying a word. This is enough to prove how important I am to him. No one can control the feeling of falling in love. Jiang Chui couldn't tell other girls not to fall in love with Yi. After all, Yi's excellence is obvious. Even an ice cube like me would fall, let alone others. But as long as I am the most important in Yi's heart, that's enough. Ding ling ling. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Yi picked it up and saw that it was a voice call from his next-door neighbor Chen Meijiao. As soon as the call was connected, Chen Meijiao's anxious voice came from the other end. Yi, something bad has happened. Chapter 96 Lamborghini Poison. Yi, Xinxin was taken away. Chen Meijiao on the other end of the phone was crying and sounded extremely anxious. Children are always the apple of every mother's eye. When it comes to Xinxin, Chen Meijiao is instantly at a loss. The electronic doorbell surveillance footage at the door showed that in the evening, Chen Meijiao's mother sent Xinxin back to Chen Meijiao's residence and then left. Then more than half an hour later, a man appeared at Chen Meijiao's door. This man is the one Chen Meijiao never wants to see again in her life, Xinxin's biological father, the scumbag Ren Hong who deliberately concealed his marriage history. Ren Hong didn't know where Chen Meijiao's address came from. He also accurately found out Chen Meijiao's working hours every day and the time the child was alone at home. After Ren Hong knocked on the door, Xinxin asked in a baby voice who was at the door. Ren Hong said he was her biological father. Chen Meijiao never told Xinxin about Ren Hong. Xinxin is still too young now. Chen Meijiao just wants her to have a happy childhood and not know things that will make her unhappy too early. Even though Xinxin often asked why other children had fathers but she didn't, Chen Meijiao would just answer with white lies, saying that her father had gone to a very far place. Now, this father who had gone to a very far place suddenly appeared at the door of her home, and Xinxin opened the door without hesitation. I want to see what kind of person my father is. Then, Ren Hong took Xinxin away. Chen Meijiao only realized something was wrong when she couldn't get through to her home on the phone more than an hour after the incident. As usual, Xinxin would call her every night using the home phone to ask her when she would get off work and when she would be home. But today, Xinxin was very unusual and didn't call at all. Chen Meijiao called home. But after waiting for a long time, no one answered the phone. Chen Meijiao suddenly had a bad feeling, so she opened the mobile phone app of the electronic doorbell. Only then did I see Ren Hong carrying Xinxin away. Chen Meijiao found the police, but the police were also troubled after knowing that the other party was the child's biological father. As Xinxin's biological father, Ren Hongben has the right to visit his child. We cannot determine the danger the child will be in simply because he took the child away. Therefore, this matter can only be classified as a private matter between Chen Meijiao and Ren Hong. But Chen Meijiao knew that things would never be that simple. When she first met Ren Hong, he looked like an elite white-collar worker. He is a department leader and manages dozens of people. He is young and promising, handsome, gentle, and considerate. Soon Chen Meijiao fell in love with Ren Hong under his pursuit. But it was not until she became pregnant with Xinxin that Chen Meijiao slowly discovered Ren Hong's true face. When Ren Hong learned that Chen Meijiao was pregnant, his first reaction was to hope that Chen Meijiao would have an abortion. Chen Meijiao naturally would not agree. Ever since she felt a new life in her belly, Chen Meijiao wanted to give her the best she could. Seeing that Chen Meijiao disagreed to abort the child, Ren Hong instantly became a different person. All contact information for Chen Meijiao was blocked, and she almost disappeared from the world. Chen Meijiao had no choice but to go to Ren Hong's company, hoping to force Ren Hong to show up through this method. But in the end, the person who appeared in front of Chen Meijiao was Ren Hong's original wife. Only then did Chen Meijiao realize that Ren Hong already had a family. Not only that, Ren Hong is also a complete gigolo. Ren Hong's wife is the daughter of the chairman of his company. This is also the reason why Ren Hong was able to be promoted so quickly. That day, Chen Meijiao was humiliated badly. She was slapped in public and called a slut, a mistress, and a vixen. She almost forgot how she left the scene that day. Later, it was heard that Ren Hong's wife gave him an ultimatum: if he wanted to save the marriage and not get divorced, the only condition was that he persuade Chen Meijiao to abort the baby in her belly. A man who lives off his wife can naturally tell the difference between what is important and what is not. So he went crazy and started to cause trouble for Chen Meijiao. In order to protect the baby in her belly, Chen Meijiao had to give up her original job, secretly left the sad city and returned to Binchang. Originally, everything was slowly moving in a positive direction. But unexpectedly, Ren Hong still came to the door. Even tonight, he took Xinxin away. Chen Meijiao didn't dare to think about what Ren Hong would do to Xinxin. In order to seek forgiveness from his wife and to continue to cling to this heartless scumbag may do anything. The most urgent task now is to find out where Ren Hong took Xinxin. And try to find a way to get Xinxin back from him. After contacting the police to no avail, Chen Meijiao became increasingly uneasy. Just when she was at a loss, Chen Meijiao suddenly recalled the scene of Yi Yi subduing a knife-wielding gangster with his bare hands last night. That reliable skill made Chen Meijiao feel very safe. Then, for some unknown reason, he called Yi Yi. After listening to Chen Meijiao's explanation of the whole story on the other end of the phone, Yi opened the system panel in his mind. Sure enough, the system showed that Chen Meijiao had updated a new wish task. I hope we can find Xinxin as soon as possible and bring her back. System, receive the task. Ding, it's detected that the host is currently performing a wish mission, granting the host a temporary bonus, tracking. As long as the host is seriously thinking about someone in his mind, he can obtain the real-time location of that person. Damn, good stuff. Yi Yi's eyes lit up. But now is not the time to sigh, the important thing is to get down to business. Yi closed his eyes and carefully recalled Xinxin's appearance in his mind. The next second, a virtual location appeared in Yi's mind. I have something to do. Please apologize to Su Xingmian for me and tell her that I will treat her to a meal next time. After saying a few words, Yi hurried towards the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. Jiang Chuyi could guess from Yi's expression when he answered the phone that it must be something very important, so Yi was so nervous. Slow down, your injury hasn't healed yet. Looking at Yi's leaving figure, Jiang Chuyi shouted at the top of her voice. When he arrived at the hot pot door, Yi was in trouble. It's the peak time for taxis now, and it's impossible to get a taxi. This place is about 40 or 50 minutes drive from the virtual location in my mind. What to do? Ding, it was detected that the host encountered an obstacle while performing the wish mission. The system gives temporary help, Lamborghini poison, driving mastery. As the system prompt sounded, a car key appeared out of thin air in Yi's hand. Chapter 97 is a good person. The moment the car keys appeared, a route map appeared in Yi's mind. Following the instructions to the parking lot, I saw a brand new Lamborghini Veneno parked quietly in the most inconspicuous corner of the parking lot. The silver body and streamlined shape, every line shows wildness and speed. He opened the car door, sat in, and gripped the steering wheel. Yi, who was an expert in driving, felt as familiar with it as if it were his own hand. With a step on the accelerator, the engine instantly emits a low roar. A silver lightning was activated. Driving onto the elevated road, Yi used his superb driving skills to weave through the traffic. After seeing this super sports car exuding a kingly aura, the surrounding cars all gave up a certain distance to avoid unnecessary collisions. I know where Xinxin is. Go home and wait. I will definitely bring Xinxin back safely for you. While driving, Yi did not forget to send a voice message to Chen Meijia. Unfortunately, my phone ran out of battery and turned off automatically just after I sent the message. Yi didn't see what Chen Meijia said in reply. It seems I'll need a car charger in the future. Hey, system, can you send me a power bank or car charger right now? My phone is out of battery. Ding, it's not related to the mission and cannot be provided. The system's answer was cold and indifferent. Yi curled his lips speechlessly. This system is so rigid. Can't you be flexible? The car is already given away, so what is wrong with giving away a car charger as well? What's the difference between this and those malicious manufacturers who don't give away charging heads when buying mobile phones? Since you are a good person system, you might as well be a good person to the end. But no matter how Yi complained in his mind, the system remained unmoved. Yi had no choice but to give up. Forget it, let us rescue Xinxin first. The virtual location in her mind showed that Xinxin was currently in an industrial park in the suburbs. That place used to be the textile industry center of Bintan, but it has been abandoned for a long time. Most of the original factories have moved away, leaving only a few abandoned warehouses. Taking children to such a deserted place late at night is like taking a walk. You can tell with your heels that something bad is going to happen. Thinking of this, Yi gradually increased the force of his foot on the accelerator. 20 minutes later, Yi slammed on the brakes and stopped at the door of an old factory building. The drive usually took 40 to 50 minutes, but Yi arrived in half the time. I have to say that the combination of Lamborghini and driving proficiency is simply a powerful combination. As soon as Yi got off the car, he crouched down and quietly entered the factory. The virtual positioning in my mind showed that Xinxin was less than 300 meters away from me. Suddenly, the door on the other side of the factory was opened and two pickup trucks drove in. Yi instinctively hid behind a pillar to block his figure. A group of people got out of the pickup truck. People with colorful hair look like they are up to no good. The leading man lit a cigarette. Under the dim light, his violent facial features could be vaguely seen. After a while, a man holding a child emerged from the shadows. Ren Hongchang looked at the group of people in front of him with fear and trepidation, nodding and bowing. This is my child. Now I leave it to you. Before coming to Binchang, Ren Hong's wife had arranged all of this. Let Ren Hong go to the house to pick up Xinxin and hand her over to this group of people. Then, this group of people would sell Xinxin to a place where no one would ever find her in her lifetime, as she requested. It is said that jealous women are the most terrifying. That's true. Originally, Chen Meijia had just left and the matter would have been over. But in the years that followed, Ren Hong's wife was unable to conceive. So she blamed all this on the fact that Chen Meijiao gave birth to a daughter. It's not that she loves Ren Hong so much that she turns love into hate and then becomes jealous. But someone of her status and position cannot accept others touching people or things that originally belonged to her. Whatever she likes must be hers. Ren Hong can only belong to her, and Ren Hong's children can only belong to her. So she naturally felt that Chen Meijiao's child was like a thorn that would always be stuck in her heart. You have to pull it out to feel better. After finding out Chen Meijiao's current address, Ren Hong's wife gave Ren Hong an ultimatum. Either he leaves the house with nothing and becomes a pauper again, or he secretly goes to the house and takes Xinxin out. As for the follow-up matters, Ren Hong doesn't need to worry about it, she will arrange other people to do it. Of course, Ren Hong doesn't want to lose everything he has now. Between his own selfish desires and his own daughter, he chose the former without hesitation. But when he really handed Xinxin over to those people, looking at Xinxin who was struggling in fear, Ren Hong still felt as if his heart was being tightly gripped. Where will you take the child? The last bit of humanity left made Ren Hong ask this question. But the answer he got was a hard slap from the leading man. Is this your business? Your mission is complete, you can go now. Take money from others and help them eliminate disasters. The man in the lead did this very well. This is a professional gang engaged in cross-border human trafficking. Ren Hong's wife gave them a large sum of money and asked them to sell Xinxin abroad, to any place where no one could find her. Since she has no children, she doesn't allow Chen Meijiao to have children. Why hasn't she been able to get pregnant for so many years, while Chen Meijiao can live a sweet and happy life with her own child? At this time, Xinxin had 2 layers of thick tape wrapped around her mouth. She struggled desperately but couldn't say a word. How could young children know about the grudges of the previous generation? I opened the door happily to welcome my father, but I didn't expect that this so-called father was actually a beast in human skin. Tears kept streaming down Xinxin's tender face, and her big eyes looked at the group of ferocious strangers in horror. Xinxin couldn't understand why her father sealed her mouth with tape and tied her hands. I couldn't understand why my father would hand me over to these people who looked like bad guys. Mom, I want Mom. Xinxin's unclear voice could not penetrate the thick tape at all. The leading man was annoyed by what he heard and raised his hand to slap Xinxin on the cheek. Please, don't hit the child. However, reality gave him a heavy blow. Laughing looking at poor Xinxin, he could never be completely hard-hearted. But the leading man kicked Ren Hong to the ground without mercy. You still have opinions? Get out of here. Seeing that those people were about to take Xinxin into the car, Yi, who was hiding behind the pillar, finally came out. After gaining the physical bonus and fighting skills, they can finally be put to use. Let go of that girl. Yi pointed at a few people, his voice full of energy and as loud as a bell. The leading man rubbed his head, and the displeasure in his eyes gradually turned into murderous intent. Who the hell are you? Why are you meddling in other people's business? Facing the man's question, Yi grinned. The laughter was arrogant and unbridled. I'm a good person.